Hello everyone, welcome to part 7. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. The story begins with Zhao Chen in the midst of an interstellar battle. He leads the Xiaolong Legion in a fierce confrontation against Qin Xiaoyan's imperial army. During this war, Zhao Chen not only demonstrates his exceptional military prowess, but also uses his strategic planning to corner his enemy step by step. His fleet, equipped with advanced T3 and T4 starships, charges forward like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyan, despite having a formidable force, suffers defeat after defeat due to tactical errors. At a critical moment, Zhao Chen seizes the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. His fleet advances unimpeded, striking Qin Xiaoyan's starships one by one. This scene resembles a grand performance in the starry expanse, with Zhao Chen as the master conductor. His decisive actions leave everyone in awe. Even the hardliners within the enemy ranks have to acknowledge his strength. However, Zhao Chen's ambitions extend beyond the battlefield. While securing victory in combat, he also skillfully undermines Qin Xiaoyan's imperial army from within through interstellar politics. By befriending leaders of various star systems and leveraging the Xiaolong Legion's prestige and power, he gains their support and trust. Under Zhao Chen's wise leadership, the Xiaolong star system quickly rises, becoming a bright new star in the galaxy. In Zhao Chen's vision, there is not just military conquest but also economic prosperity and cultural flourishing. His Bayan group promises to create jobs and wealth for the Xingyao Empire, providing a solid material foundation for the further development of the Xiaolong Legion. This initiative not only addresses post-war reconstruction, but also lays the groundwork for lasting peace and stability in the Xingyao Empire. On a personal note, Zhao Chen's emotional entanglements with female warriors like Charlotte and Lilith add a touch of warmth to the story. Charlotte, a half-beast female general, is not only a capable assistant on the battlefield, but also shares a deep bond with Zhao Chen off the field. Lilith, as Zhao Chen's secretary, earns his trust with her intelligence and loyalty. As the story progresses, the Xiaolong Legion continues to grow, extending their influence across star systems and becoming a dominant force in the galaxy. Zhao Chen's name becomes legendary, known not only as a military strategist, but also as a politician and economist. The Xiaolong star system evolves into a hub of interstellar trade, cultural exchange, and technological innovation. Under Zhao Chen's leadership, the Xiaolong Legion expands its territories, their ships sailing through the stars, their footsteps spanning the universe. Zhao Chen's ambition drives him to seek greater achievements. His vision reaches far beyond the current accomplishments. He aims to see the Xiaolong Legion's banner flying on every planet, and to make their glory an everlasting legend in the galaxy. That concludes the recap of Part 6. I hope you enjoy Part 7 today. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are intrigued by this story and are joining us for the first time, you can find Part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into Part 7. The threat of the demon fleet hangs over the dragon tribe like a sword poised to strike. Although no T5-class starships have been detected so far, the Dragon Emperor's extensive investigations suggest that the demons might be secretly developing such warships. The demon fleet is divided into two tiers. The second-tier fleet, responsible for patrol and garrison duties, consists of T2, T3, and a few T4-class warships. The first-tier fleet, currently massing outside the northern territories of the Dragon Tribe, is their true elite force. Lilith stood before the holographic display, her fingers tapping lightly as the images of dozens of demon warships shrank to 5. Her voice was clear and serious. These 5 models are the T4-class warships currently in service with the demons, and they are the focus of our meeting today. She pointed to the first ship, the T4 Demon Hunter-class medium star battlecruiser. Its power is equivalent to 50 quasi-T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy star cruisers, and might even match the T4 Northern Wind God-class heavy star battleship. Zhao Chen frowned, secretly astonished. A single battlecruiser rivaling a battleship was a testament to the demon's superior starship technology compared to the Galactic Alliance. Lilith continued, the T4 Razor-class Light Star Interceptor is the most numerous in the demon's T4 series. Despite its small size, it boasts formidable armor, acceleration capabilities, and short-range firepower. It can operate independently for interception missions or disrupt and cut off enemy retreats within a fleet. Zhao Chen showed keen interest in this ship. The concept of a star interceptor had appeared in Galactic Alliance history but was quickly abandoned. The T4 Gargoyle-class heavy star frigate, Lilith pointed to the third ship, uses special biological technology for its armor, reportedly with self-repair capabilities. The T4 Lich King-class heavy star battleship is the most powerful combat vessel known in the demon fleet. Finally, Lilith pointed to the largest ship, her voice tinged with gravity. This is the T4 Demon King-class star carrier, nicknamed the Devil's Castle. Its size surpasses any of our T4 combat starships and even rivals the T3 Storm Fortress-class large military port. It not only has quasi-T4 weapon modules, but also deploys T4 starfighters and drones, while carrying a significant number of starships. The draconic commanders in the room fell into deep thought, already simulating battle scenarios against these demon fleets and contemplating the most effective tactics. Lilith continued, according to the Dragon Emperor, the demon fleet excels in two primary tactics. One is localized interception using T4 Razor-class light star interceptors to intercept enemy fleets during warp. The other is large-scale frontal assaults, with T4 Gargoyle-class heavy star frigates and T4 Demon King-class star carriers advancing slowly, the former for defense, the latter for firepower coverage. Once air superiority is secured, the other three ships will engage in main attacks, penetration, and harassment missions. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the assembled draconic commanders. This time, we face an enemy stronger than any we've encountered before. We don't know how many reinforcements lie behind these 30,000 demon ships or when they will appear. But one thing is certain: I will not allow a single demon warship to enter Dragon Tribe territory. If the Dragon Tribe falls, the demon's invasion will spread to the Starshine Empire, threatening our homes. To prevent this, I need you to destroy every demon starship that appears before us. Understood? After the meeting concluded, Zhao Chen issued the final orders. The 1st to 5th legions of the Xiaolong, along with 2 special operations fleets, would head to the 2 border star systems in the northern territory of the Dragon People Tribe. The 6th Legion would be responsible for defense tasks in various regions. With her hands behind her back and pouting, Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen, who had just announced the end of the meeting, and said, "You're just sending us away like that?" Zhao Chen was taken aback, then laughed. "What? You guys want to stay for a meal?" Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and affectionately grabbed her brother's arm. "Aren't you going to let us take a look at our first active T5 class starship of Xiaolong?" Noticing the expectant looks on Charlotte and the others' faces, Zhao Chen shrugged. "Just go directly to Xue Xiao. She's currently the acting captain of the T5 Hades-class starship." With Zhao Chen's approval, Zhao Wanner immediately linked arms with a few others and excitedly headed out. "Let's go check out this legendary T5 starship." Though Xue Xiao hadn't attended the meeting, she had been practically glued to the bridge of the Hades, much like a newlywed couple. Zhao Chen noticed that Qitong hadn't left. "Aren't you going?" A flash of anticipation crossed Qitong's eyes, but she quickly said, "I have something to report to you, Commander." "Is it about the demon tribe?" Zhao Chen asked. Qitong nodded and began to recount the information she had received from the elders on her people's current planet. It turned out that Qitong's lineage had once been a major tribe within the demon tribe. They chose to leave their homeland due to their opposition to a certain evil technological development, eventually living a secluded life on a remote planet within the Galactic Union. Qitong detailed the secret live experiments involved in this technological development, her grandfather's stance against it, and their ultimate decision to flee. Zhao Chen inquired about the demon tribe's situation 100 years ago, including fleet size, military strength, industrial capacity, territorial extent, and governmental structure. Qitong replied, "According to the elders, the demon tribe was ruled by a demon king, under whom there were 12 demon commanders. The entire demon tribe controlled 36 star regions, with a total territory equivalent to half of the Galactic Union. They claimed to have 6 million demon warships and a robust industrial capacity, capable of mass-producing T4 class starships." Zhao Chen analyzed. 6 million starships? Xiaolong can't withstand that at all. However, the millennium-long interstellar war between the demon tribe and the angel tribe is good news. They likely won't launch a large-scale expedition against us in the short term. Zhao Chen encouraged Qitong. "Your intelligence is extremely valuable to us." When Zhao Chen mentioned redeploying Qitong back to Xingyao, she firmly interrupted. "I'm not going back. I understand your concerns, Commander, but from the moment I joined Xiaolong, I have fought solely for it. Please allow me to continue commanding the 2nd Legion of Xiaolong." Zhao Chen, pleased, agreed to Qitong's request and suggested that if her people's current living conditions were poor, they could consider relocating to a habitable planet within the Xiaolong star system. Qitong gratefully said she would convey this suggestion to her people. "Is this the starship fleet you arranged for me?" The chief of the bear tribe, Xiongda, had his eyes wide open, almost pressing his face against the shuttle window. His gaze was fiery, as if he wanted to devour the entire fleet of starships before him. Hey, look all you want, but don't drool on it," Zhao Chen said, stepping back in disgust as he stared at the window smeared with Xiongda's saliva. He thought to himself that the shuttle might be ruined now. With a simple grin, Xiongda pointed excitedly at the most majestic battleship in the fleet. "That starship battleship, is it called Blue Eyes White Dragon? Are you really giving it to me?" "Its full name is the Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy starship battleship," Zhao Chen corrected. "And no, it's not yours to keep. You are just here to command it, using your tribe's crew. You can be the captain and have operational control, but ownership still belongs to me. Additionally, overall command is held by the Beast Alliance. So, on the battlefield, if you want to command this fleet, you need to follow the orders of the Beast Alliance's supreme leader. And remember, All of this is contingent on your bear tribe officially joining the Beast Alliance. Got it. Lilith, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle to herself. The supreme leader of the Beast Alliance was none other than Charlotte. It seemed like Xiongda would still be working for Zhao Chen in the end. No problem. I hereby announce that my bear tribe is joining the Beast Alliance. Xiongda declared without hesitation, effectively selling out his tribe. Of course, this was mainly because he genuinely approved of and respected the Beast Alliance's current system. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and began to explain in detail. Let me give you a thorough introduction. This fleet was built by our Xiaolong for the Beast Alliance's Beast Legion. The Beast Legion's fleet is divided into 3 tiers. This is the top tier, the Elite Fleet. It consists entirely of T3 series starships, supplemented by a few T4 class starships. The entire fleet has over 3,000 starships, including 10 T4 class starships. There are 3 main types. Besides the flagship T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy starship battleship, there's also the T4 Paladin class heavy starship missile frigate and the T4 Skull King class heavy starship destroyer. The rest are T3 class starships, mainly T3 Fire Dragon class medium starship destroyers, paired with T3 Triceratops class heavy assault frigates and T3 Blizzard class light starship battlecruisers. This fleet's combat power absolutely crushes any draconian fleet of the same size. Zhao Chen patted Xiongda on the back and continued. You should know that this is the first fleet built to this standard for the Beast Legion, the first Legion fleet of the Beast Legion. I had Charlotte put this fleet under your command. How's that for a deal? In the future, this fleet will serve as the main force and will be equipped with more T3 and even T4 starships. Lilith watched her commander, thinking he was just painting a rosy picture for this big bear. While the first fleet of the Beast Legion was indeed strong, it was far from being on par with the Xiaolong Legion or even the elite fleet of the Dragon Tiger Legion. Many of the ships in this fleet were actually hand-me-downs from the Dragon Tiger Legion. Currently, the system was that the Xiaolong Legion's decommissioned starships went to the Dragon Tiger Legion, and the Dragon Tiger Legion's decommissioned starships went to the Beast Legion. After that, they were sold internally within the Xingyao Empire. Moreover, these were the most mass-produced models in the Xiaolong manufacturing system, especially the T3 Fire Dragon class medium starship destroyer, which was highly cost-effective, even though the Xiaolong Legion itself used the T3 Wolverine class heavy starship destroyer. The T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy starship battleship was an exception. It had been through several major overhauls, but was not supposed to be allocated to the Beast Legion. However, to get the big bear on their side, they had to offer some benefits. At least, the strength of this fleet was unparalleled in the Warhammer region, far surpassing the strongest fleet the bear tribe could assemble. Chief, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Zhao Chen smiled at Xiongda. Lord, you are too kind. I love this fleet, Xiongda said excitedly. From now on, don't call me chief, it sounds too formal. Just call me Xiongda. From now on, my bear tribe is part of the Beast Alliance. I won't let you down with this fleet. Zhao Chen exchanged pleasantries with Xiongda, but he had no worries. He wasn't about to hand over such a fleet without contingencies. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. When he sold starships to the Xingyao Empire, he had left backdoors in them, which had caused significant losses for the enemy during the Civil War. If Xiongda was genuinely loyal to the Beast Alliance, Zhao Chen would ensure the bear tribe had a place in the Warhammer region's future. If not, the shuttle slowly docked in the hangar of the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon class heavy starship battleship. From the exterior paint job to the interior, there was no indication that this starship had been through several wars and major overhauls. After all, even a refurbished Xiaolong starship was much more refined than the rugged style of Warhammer starships. Now go and have your people take over these starships. Get familiar with operating them quickly. You'll need to garrison the northern territories of the Draconian tribes soon. I'll be heading back now, Zhao Chen said. All right, I'll get to it. Safe travels, and do visit the bear tribe sometime. I can introduce you to some of our lovely women, Xiongda said, waving enthusiastically at the closing shuttle door. It seemed to close faster, perhaps because of Xiongda's last comment. Xiongda couldn't wait to get to the bridge of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Sitting in the captain's chair, he felt like he was dreaming. Who would have thought I'd command such a powerful starship? Compared to this, the Warhammer's T4 Armored Dragon class medium starship frigate is nothing. Suddenly, he thought of something and contacted his younger brother via communication. Second brother, you always wanted to command the bear tribe's most elite fleet, right? I'm handing over the first Legion fleet of the bear tribe to you now. Don't let me down. Listening to his brother's excited voice on the other end, Xiongda hung up and looked around the bridge of his flagship and the fleet surrounding it. It was a sudden surge of happiness. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's quarterly mission requirements were met with the official inclusion of the bear tribe. He prepared to claim his quarterly mission rewards ahead of time. The quarterly task objectives flashed before Zhao Chen's eyes. Eliminate or subdue 20 major tribes of the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth. Completing 10 would earn a basic reward, 13 would grant a bronze chest, 16 a silver chest, and 20 a gold chest. Zhao Chen glanced at his current progress, 13 completed. He had eliminated the Black Tiger tribe and subdued the Spider Queen, Harpy, Kitsune, Siren, Frost Wolf, Hunting Dog, Golden Leopard, Golden Eagle, Black Wolf, Battle Bear, Centaur, and War Sheep tribes. Would you like to settle the quarterly task rewards early? The system prompt sounded. Zhao Chen made a mental decision and confirmed the early settlement. Moments later, the system announced, "Congratulations. You have received a basic reward and a bronze chest." The basic reward was 500 task points. When Zhao opened the bronze chest, he found AT-4 Holy Lotus-class medium interstellar medical ship blueprint. Zhao felt slightly disappointed. The rewards were not as generous, likely due to the incomplete task. He then checked his system interface. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck bonus, Eye of Insight. System points, 29.88 million. Monthly fleet revenue, 14.60 million points. Task points, 1450. Starship count, 50,727. Tasks, annual task in progress, T5 Mall access task in progress 70. Inventory, T4 Holy Lotus class medium interstellar medical ship blueprint. As the number and level of active starships in the Xiaolong Legion increased, the monthly system point revenue also rose, accumulating nearly 30 million. The task points also increased after completing the quarterly task. These accumulated system points were saved to exchange for T5 level starships as soon as the T5 series mall opened. As if responding to Zhao's anticipation, the long-dormant T5 mall access task suddenly updated with a new prompt. T5 mall access task completion, 70. Please make your selections according to the task prompts. After making your choices, you will receive the corresponding completion percentage. When the completion reaches 100, the T5 system mall will unlock. The following options can be completed multiple times, with a 3-month limit. Option 1. Destroy 3,000 demon interstellar warships, gain 5 completion. Option 2. Destroy 30,000 demon interstellar warships, gain 10 completion. Option 3. Destroy 300,000 demon interstellar warships, gain 20 completion. Option 4. Destroy 300 T4 level demon interstellar warships, gain 5 completion. Option 5. Destroy 3,000 T4 level demon interstellar warships, gain 10 completion. Option 6. Destroy 30,000 T4 level demon interstellar warships, gain 20 completion. Zhao felt a surge of excitement upon seeing these options. The T5 mall access was finally within reach. The 6 choices offered a variety of paths, with a total completion percentage of 70, meaning not all options needed to be completed. Options 3 and 6 were particularly challenging, requiring the destruction of 300,000 regular demon warships and 30,000 T4 level demon warships, respectively. The 3-month deadline aligned perfectly with the end of the year. Zhao thought that if he could combine the annual task rewards, he could obtain a T5 level large industrial base in exchange for T5 level warships, a perfect scenario. Recalling the majestic prowess of the T5 Pluto-class dreadnought, he became even more eager for the Xiaolong Legion to possess more T5 level starships, especially with the imminent threat from the demon race. Meanwhile, the situation within Warhammer territory was rapidly changing. A new alliance emerged, calling itself the Warhammer Northern Front Alliance, encompassing nearly all factions from the previous internal conflict. Major tribes began mobilizing, with interstellar warships continuously passing through stargates to the northern territories of the Dragon tribe, and vast strategic resources being transported to the front lines. Princess Blanche did not allow the smaller tribes to slack off this time. She vowed to resist the demon invasion and insisted that rear forces could not remain idle. Charlotte, representing Zhao Chen, supported this stance. The Warhammer Northern Front Alliance issued its first order. Tribes that did not send fleets to the northern border battlefield must unconditionally contribute 70 of their strategic resources to the front lines. Additionally, all auxiliary interstellar warships must be on standby at the rear of the battlefield when needed. Surprisingly, the smaller tribes complied without complaint, with some even sending elite fleets voluntarily. Subsequent investigations revealed that this was likely due to the Dragon Emperor's disastrous battle, where he led 150,000 starships against 30,000 demon warships and suffered a crushing defeat. Although a defeat, it awakened the Warhammer tribes to the formidable and malevolent technology of their enemy. They realized they had to fight back or face becoming colonized planets, providing life energy for demon starships and living as livestock. Simultaneously, changes were afoot in the Holy Radiance Empire. In a cloud-top manor on the Holy Angel planet, Saint Kana sat in a pavilion, looking solemn. Today's news was late. Since the military tribunal, although she was not convicted, Saint Kana had been temporarily suspended by the Holy Angel family and placed here to recuperate, cut off from external communication. This was essentially house arrest, a measure by the Holy Angel family to protect their prodigy. Saint Kana's insistence on investigating the Saint family was seen as a perilous path by her family. Until a few days ago, a significant event shattered this peace. A major research accident occurred at an interstellar research institute located in the central star region of the Holy Radiance Empire, resulting in the emergence of a cosmic wormhole. After an urgent investigation, this wormhole was classified as a Level 5 permanent cosmic wormhole, a piece of news that hit the Empire like a bomb, pushing it to the brink of disaster. The Imperial Senate held multiple emergency meetings overnight and quickly issued a series of commands. Firstly, 300,000 interstellar battleships on an expedition in the Warhammer United Star Nations were urgently recalled. Then, governors from various regions were ordered to mobilize their fleet groups and rush to the scene in an attempt to control the disaster as quickly as possible. However, the threat posed by a Level 5 permanent cosmic wormhole far exceeded the Senate's expectations. In less than a day, the Empire's emergency status was rapidly upgraded from Level 3 to Level 2, and then to Level 1 within 24 hours of the incident. The unprecedented speed of this emergency escalation clearly reflected the severity of the situation. Not far from the center of this calamity, Saint Kana sat alone in an isolation room. She raised her hand, and an interstellar sand table appeared before her. Although she had lost contact with the external network, she received daily updates, including the latest battle reports. Based on this information, Saint Kana meticulously updated the interstellar sand table. At the center of the sand table, a glaring red area resembled a burning fire, stinging Saint Kana's eyes. In just 5 days, the invasion of the Zerg fleet had destroyed 27 star systems and affected 3 surrounding star regions. As she stared at the shocking scene, Saint Kana seethed with anger, muttering through gritted teeth, "Those damned lunatics from the Saint family, what have they done?" She had long suspected that this disaster was linked to the Zerg technology controlled by the Saint family from the Starshine Empire. Those foolish people not only played with fire, but also dragged the entire Holy Radiance Empire into their mess. Just then, a whistling sound from above interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see a shuttle slowly descending onto a nearby landing pad. The hatch opened, and a squad of fully armed soldiers escorted a middle-aged man out. Seeing the man, Saint Kana frowned, neither standing up nor greeting him. The man approached and, with a hint of grievance, said, "What, after all this time? You won't even come to greet your father?" Saint Kana snorted coldly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Father? If you were truly my father, you wouldn't have me confined here." The middle-aged man was none other than the patriarch of the Holy Angel family and Saint Kana's father, Saint George. He sat opposite her, sighing deeply. "Saint Kana, how can you say I'm confining you? I'm protecting you. Do you know that the Saint family has been demanding we hand you over? I had no choice but to make this arrangement." Saint Kana scoffed. "So now the Saint family is wreaking havoc outside, and you're satisfied?" Saint George glanced around and lowered his voice. "Saint Kana, you mustn't say such things without evidence. You know the Saint family's status in our empire." "Evidence? Status?" Saint Kana's anger flared as she pointed to the glaring red area at the center of the sand table. "I warned you before that the Saint family was researching illegal Zerg technology. You didn't believe me. Now look at the gift they've given you. Are you happy now?" Saint George looked at the red zone representing disaster and said helplessly, "Some things are beyond our control. Over the years, the Saint family has gained absolute power in our empire. 2/3 of the senators in the Imperial Senate are on their side. Even if they know the Saint family has Zerg technology, even if they know this disaster was caused by them, what can they do? Deal with the Saint family now? Don't forget, our strongest military fleet is the Saint Legion. 2/3 of our fleets have ties to the Saint family." "Enough." Saint Kana interrupted her father. "You're not here to talk about this. How's the situation outside?" Saint George paused before speaking heavily. "The situation is terrible. I came personally to deliver an order. The family's latest command is for you to immediately return to the Holy Angel Legion. The interstellar battleships previously lost by the Holy Angel Legion have been fully replenished. As one of the Holy Radiance Legions, the Holy Angel Legion is ordered to rush to the battlefront and repel the Zerg fleet invasion. This is also an order from the Imperial Senate." Saint Kana frowned at her father. "The Imperial Senate actually thought of using me? Is the situation in the Empire that dire?" Saint George took a deep breath and took over the interstellar sand table from Saint Kana. The red area on the sand table began to expand rapidly. Yesterday, the first T5 Zerg mothership appeared. Saint Kana's pupils dilated, her breath caught, and her fists clenched involuntarily. This was the worst-case scenario she had anticipated: a level 5 cosmic wormhole inevitably accompanied by the appearance of a T5 Zerg mothership. St. George continued. The Imperial Senate and the 5 Imperial governors held an emergency meeting and decided to mobilize 5 Holy Radiance Legions, including the Saint, Saint Guardian, Saint Maiden, Saint Cross, and Saint Cleric Legions, along with 100,000 interstellar battleships from the Central Star Region Fleet Group. They launched a hunting operation in the area where the T-5 Zerg mothership was spotted. The goal was to eliminate the T-5 Zerg mothership as quickly as possible to curb its impact on the battle. St. Kana stood up abruptly, her eyes fixed on her father, and the result? St. George remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Yesterday at 6 o'clock, in the K-41 star system of the 4th star region in the Central Star Region Group, the T-5 Zerg mothership was located, and a surprise attack was launched. After 35 hours of battle, the St. Cleric and St. Guardian legions were completely annihilated, and their commanders perished. The St. Cross Legion suffered over 90 casualties, and its commander was severely injured. The St. and St. Maiden legions lost over 50 of their forces. Out of the 100,000 Holy Radiance Empire battleships, only 10,000 withdrew from the battlefield. St. Kana trembled as she asked, and the target? The operation to eliminate the first T-5 Zerg mothership failed, St. George replied. Aboard the shuttle, St. Kana gazed at the tranquil stars outside the window, though her heart was in turmoil. She turned to St. George, the clan leader beside her, her voice tinged with accusation. So, we're not holding the Saint family accountable this time? Not even investigating the Interstellar Research Institute behind it all? St. George's expression was grave as he spoke slowly. I understand your anger, Kana. The various factions within the Empire are equally outraged by the Saint family's secret experiments. Though they haven't publicly admitted it, everyone knows the truth. However, as I mentioned before, we still need the Saint family's strength to clean up this mess. As for how we'll deal with them later, his voice trailed off, that will depend on the situation. St. Kana keenly sensed the hidden meaning in her father's words. Clearly, the Saint family's position within the Holy Radiance Empire was already shaken. Their future would hinge on how this crisis was handled and whether they could maintain their power. A permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest this mess was enough to reduce the entire Holy Radiance Empire to ashes. Especially that T-5 Hive mothership, which alone had cost the Empire dearly. 2 Holy Light legions were completely annihilated, and another lost over 90% of its forces. Nearly 100,000 interstellar warships were reduced to cosmic dust. Yet, despite such enormous sacrifices, the T-5 Hive mothership still stood. Even more terrifying was the fact that a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest meant more T-5 Hive motherships could emerge at any time. It was an endless nightmare, and the Empire would have to continuously pour resources into combating it. St. Kana couldn't help but wonder if having T-5 level starships might change the situation. Unfortunately, even the 3 major empires of the Galactic Alliance hadn't fully mastered T-4 level starship technology, let alone T-5. Suddenly, she remembered the man she had met in the Star Alliance, the one with incredible technological abilities. If it were him, impossible. St. Kana shook her head, dismissing the thought. Just then, St. George spoke up. By the way, there's one more important piece of news. The Warhammer United Interstellar States have unveiled a T-5 level starship. St. Kana whipped her head around, eyes wide with shock. A T-5 level starship? How did I not know about this? St. George explained. This information only came to light recently. The Imperial Senate had it under wraps. Our Saint Angel family has been marginalized due to your situation and the poor performance of the Saint Angel Legion in the Holy War Duel. It wasn't until they needed our strength that they informed me. St. Kana urgently asked, do we have any detailed information about this T-5 level starship? Combat data? Which faction built it? It's unbelievable that they could create a T-5 starship without anyone knowing. St. George gave her a meaningful look. You might be quite familiar with this faction. St. Kana was stunned, her pupils dilating. Could it be that guy? The Soaring Dragon Legion of the Starshine Empire, St. George confirmed, leaving Kana momentarily speechless. That man had managed to create a T-5 level starship in such a short time? St. George continued, we have a combat report. Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, we are the only faction with a record of engaging this T-5 starship, because we were its opponent. He handed Kana a classified battle report, explaining, before the insectoid disaster, our expeditionary fleet in the Warhammer United Interstellar States was ambushed by this starship during a major offensive. In a very short time, our Holy Wing Legion was destroyed, and the 8 reinforcement fleets were also annihilated, with only a few ships escaping. St. George's voice carried disbelief. One starship was able to single-handedly wipe out nearly 30,000 interstellar warships, including our elite Holy Wing Legion. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe the destructive power of a T-5 starship. As Kana listened to her father, she carefully read the battle report. The descriptions of the starship were chilling. It possessed a powerful bow cannon capable of tearing through space, reducing countless warships to ashes with a single arc. Survivors described it as a floating death fortress in the cosmos, instilling fear even from a distance. The report included a few blurry images. Just a glance made Kana feel uneasy. Seeing this, St. George gently reassured her. All right, don't dwell on it. At least the Soaring Dragon Legion won't be troubling us anytime soon. I've heard that a fleet of invaders calling themselves the Demon Fleet has appeared on the northern borders of the Warhammer United Interstellar States, and even the Dragon King of the Dragon Tribe has fallen. The previously warring Warhammer tribes have now formed an alliance to fend off the Demon Fleet. So, for now, our two empires will focus on dealing with our own messes. Later, St. George escorted Kana to the flagship of the St. Angel Legion. In the hangar, Kana watched her father's shuttle depart. Just then, her handheld terminal flashed, displaying a brief message. Long time no see, my friend. Zhao Chen. Returning to her captain's quarters, Kana barely had time to reflect on her recent experience when the communication channel indicator lit up. She quickly opened the channel, and a man with a faint smile appeared on the screen. It looks like Kana has been doing well. You've put on some weight, the man remarked, eyeing her up and down. Kana rolled her eyes. Did you contact me just to say that, Lord Xiaolong? Is it so bad that I wanted to see you? Zhao Chen shrugged. Kana cut to the chase, ignoring the small talk. I heard you acquired a T5 class starship. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. What's this? Are you out of a job and looking for a new one? If that's the case, I can offer you a position as deputy captain. The pay will definitely be better than what you're getting in the Holy Radiance Empire. If you're just here to joke around, there's no point in continuing this conversation, Kana said sternly. Zhao Chen maintained his smile. I'm quite serious. I know your current situation in the Holy Radiance Empire and the unfair treatment you've faced. His expression turned serious. You warned the Holy Radiance Empire about the Saint family's secret research into Zerg technology early on. If I'm not mistaken, the appearance of this permanent level 5 cosmic Zerg nest is likely tied to the Saint family. He continued, but I bet, even with undeniable evidence, the Imperial Senate won't hold the Saint family accountable. Instead, it's you, the brave General Kana, who exposed the darkness, who's been court-martialed, suspended, and even placed under house arrest. Even your Shang Angel family has been affected because of this. And now, when disaster strikes, they call on you to lead the Shang Angel Legion to clean up their mess. Kana interrupted, speaking earnestly, you're right, but despite everything, I won't abandon the Holy Spirit people. The Saint family and the Imperial Senate are at fault, not the citizens of the Empire. Zhao Chen wasn't surprised by her answer. He asked, do you think the Holy Radiance Empire in its current state can handle a permanent level 5 cosmic Zerg nest? I know you lost nearly 3 Shang Light Legions and almost 100,000 starships just dealing with a single T5 Zerg mothership. How many more legions and ships can your empire afford to lose? Kana fell silent, contemplating for a moment before stubbornly replying. I believe that under the protection of the Holy Light, we can safeguard the citizens of the Holy Radiance Empire. Zhao Chen sighed, you're a fool. While you're thinking about fighting for the Empire and its people, others might already be planning their escape and looking for a new place to settle. Kana was taken aback, then realization dawned on her. Her expression changed as she clenched her fists, struggling to find words to refute him. Did you get some intel? She asked, staring at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen casually replied, my sources tell me that forces led by the Saint family are already gathering massive amounts of resources and commandeering every available starship to secretly transport industrial equipment. His tone turned serious. Maybe you can still fight a single T5 Zerg mothership with your so-called confidence. But what if a second, third, or fourth one appears? Do you think those people will stay and fight a losing battle? Or will they take their resources and relocate to another part of the universe? Kana clenched her fists tighter, starting to believe Zhao Chen's words might be true. So why did you contact me? Just to tell me this? Or do you want me to abandon everything and join you? Her voice trembled. If that's the case, I can tell you now, neither I nor my Shang Angel Legion will ever betray this star system. That's my vow to the Holy Light. Zhao Chen's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He crossed his arms and said calmly, if you choose to join me, I won't turn you away, but that's not why I reached out. Despite our strained relations with the Holy Radiance Empire, I'd much rather have you self-righteous Holy Spirit people as neighbors than a swarm of invading Zerg. You want to help us? Kana's voice held a note of excitement. Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, I'm willing to help you, but not my enemies. Kana frowned. What do you mean by willing to help you, but not my enemies? The Saint family is my enemy. The Imperial Senate, which sent an expeditionary force against the Xiaolong Legion, is my enemy. Do you understand? Zhao Chen smiled at Kana. Kana furrowed her brow. Are you aiming to control the Holy Radiance Empire? Zhao Chen shook his head. Controlling the Holy Radiance Empire is too much trouble, and I don't like trouble. But if my friend controls the Holy Radiance Empire, I'd be more than happy to help. My friend? Kana heard the underlying implication, but it made her feel deeply conflicted. as if it meant betraying her empire. Zhao Chen noticed her hesitation. I know it's a difficult decision. I can give you time to think it over, and you can contact me anytime. He stretched and smiled at her. But my friend, your people don't have much time. As he finished speaking, the communication window went dark. Shankana sat there, stunned. The conversation made her realize that the man she once thought of as unremarkable now looked down on her from an unprecedented height. The decision she was about to make would determine her fate. Zhao Chen ended his communication with Shankana and turned to face Lilith, who was watching with a curious expression. Her eyes sparkled with questions, and Zhao Chen understood her inquiries without her even having to speak. She didn't agree, did she? Lilith couldn't help but ask. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. She will eventually. Right now, it's just her pride and stubbornness holding her back. But I believe the current state of the Holy Radiance Empire will make her see reason soon enough. Lilith nodded thoughtfully, clearly sharing his view. Zhao Chen's expression suddenly grew serious. How's the progress on that matter? Have we located that damn doctor? Lilith's face turned grave as well. The clues are scarce. As you suspected, the doctor fled to the Holy Radiance Empire after leaving the Shuian Star region. The Saint family had contact with the doctor during the Starshine Empire's civil war and welcomed this expert on Zerg technology. They even provided him with an interstellar research institute, not realizing they were inviting a wolf into their midst. She paused before continuing. We still don't know why the doctor created a level 5 permanent cosmic Zerg nest, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. The last reliable record showed him at that interstellar research institute. Zhao Chen fell into deep thought. This mysterious doctor had been a thorn in his side since the Starshine Empire's civil war, single-handedly plunging the Holy Radiance Empire into such a crisis. Who knew what other cards he had up his sleeve? As Zhao Chen pondered, his handheld terminal suddenly flashed with the highest priority alert. A video window popped up, and Charlotte's face appeared on the screen. Commander, urgent situation? Charlotte spoke rapidly. Princess Blanche of the Dragon Tribe reported that a fleet has disobeyed orders and left the Northern Territories border to attack the Demon Tribe's interstellar fleet station there. Zhao Chen's brows furrowed. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to focus on defense? Some within the Dragon Tribe believe that cooperating with us betrayed their interests. Princess Blanche wants to speak with you directly, Charlotte explained. Zhao Chen sighed. Sometimes, it's not the formidable enemies you fear, but the foolish allies. Patch her through. Soon, Princess Blanche's anxious face appeared in another video window. Zhao Chen directly questioned, Princess Blanche, I hope you have a reasonable explanation for this unauthorized action that jeopardizes our alliance plans. Blanche looked slightly apologetic but spoke firmly. I deeply regret this and will ensure compensation later. But for now, I hope you can help us manage this situation. You mean you want me to clean up your mess? Zhao Chen asked coldly. Blanche didn't linger on the question and explained the situation directly. My sister, Princess Leona, is leading 200,000 Dragon Tribe interstellar warships and nearly 100,000 additional ships from affiliated tribes, totaling 300,000 ships, to attack the Demon Tribe's interstellar fleet. By now, they should have already engaged. If these fleets suffer heavy losses, our northern border will lose its defensive strength. She pleaded earnestly. Please, Lord Xiaolong, set aside your anger for now and address the immediate crisis. I promise to give you a satisfactory explanation afterward. Zhao Chen eyed her coldly, knowing that assigning blame now was futile. If not for the annual tasks and substantial rewards at stake, he might have abandoned the Dragon Tribe's northern territory and moved the defense line back. But reality didn't allow for that. Leona, always causing trouble. Zhao Chen thought. I'll deal with her properly when I catch her. He asked sternly. What do you need me to do? Blanche, relieved by Zhao Chen's softened tone, quickly replied. We need your T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. After learning of my sister's reckless actions, I tried to contact her, but she cut off all communications. Conventional means won't reach in time. Only the jump ship can get to the battlefield quickly enough to persuade Leona and minimize losses. Zhao Chen calculated that this could be an opportunity to gauge the Demon Tribe fleet strength, preparing for the T5 Mall access mission. I agree to your plan, Zhao Chen said gravely, but on one condition. This rescue operation must be led by my Xiaolong Legion. All your actions must follow my command. Blanche asked excitedly. You mean, the Xiaolong Legion will accompany us? Is that a problem? Zhao Chen countered. No problem at all, Blanche quickly answered. Good. Have your fleet gather at this location and stand by. I'll dispatch the T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. We depart in 3 hours to provide support, Zhao Chen commanded. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. Deploy the Xiaolong First Legion. Put the other Xiaolong Legions and special fleets on high alert. Prepare all accompanying T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships for immediate support. Charlotte nodded solemnly. Understood. With everything in place, a sense of anticipation welled up within Zhao Chen. How would this first clash with the demon tribe fleet unfold? He was eager to find out. Your Highness, we're approaching the area where the demon fleet is stationed. The voice of the adjutant broke the tense silence on the bridge. Princess Leona stood before the interstellar battle map, her sharp eyes scanning the flickering points of light in the holographic projection. Each light represented a warship, and under her command, the massive fleet of 300,000 starships was poised for action. All ships, prepare for battle. Leona commanded, her voice steady, though her heart couldn't help but race. Despite the initial fervor, facing the imminent battle brought a tinge of unease to her heart. At that moment, a burly middle-aged half-dragon approached her. General Boton, one of Leona's mentors and a representative of several prominent dragon clans, spoke in a deep, resonant voice, Your Highness, there's no need to worry. We will defeat the demon fleet this time and avenge the late emperor. Those who advocated for peace will see that victory can only be achieved under your wise leadership. Leona turned to Boton, her brow furrowed slightly. General Boton, I'm thinking, perhaps we should contact Princess Blanche. After all, we've mobilized 200,000 dragon starships and 100,000 from other clans without her consent. Boton's expression turned stern in an instant. Absolutely not, he said urgently. If we contact Princess Blanche now, she will undoubtedly stop your actions. Do you want to retreat in disgrace? That would make you a laughingstock among the dragon clans. He paused, his tone growing more resolute. There's no turning back now. You are our strongest warrior, and you will lead us to victory. When that happens, you will become the rightful ruler of the dragon clans. Leona fell into contemplation upon hearing his words. Seeing her hesitation, Boton continued, Your Highness, you need not worry about the demon fleet's strength. The late emperor's defeat was largely due to their surprise attack and our unfamiliarity with their tactics. This time is different. We are well prepared with 300,000 warships, far surpassing the fleet size of the late emperor. The demon fleet, after their long journey and previous battles, must be significantly weakened. Princess Blanche's defensive strategy is a grave mistake, missing the best opportunity to annihilate the enemy. Boton's words were filled with a thirst for victory, but as he turned to leave, another general quietly voiced his concern, General Boton, I still feel uneasy. Can we really defeat the demon fleet? Boton sneered and replied in a low voice, This is our only chance. Princess Blanche's peace policy has already harmed our interests. If she comes to power, our families will suffer. Supporting Princess Leona is our only way out. Seeing the general still looked worried, Boton added, Remember, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Meanwhile, not far away in the starry sea, 27,000 demon starships lay in silent suspension. Inside a massive black space fortress, a piercing alarm sounded. The demon commander, seated in the captain's chair, opened his blood-red eyes. His black skin and the two horns on his head looked particularly menacing in the dim light. Report, 300,000 starships are heading our way. They belong to the same force we fought before, came the report from his subordinate. The demon commander sneered, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Since when does the prey dare to show its fangs to the hunter? Report, we've located the demon fleet. Over 27,000 starships detected in the area. The urgency of this intelligence instantly heightened the tension in the command center. Princess Leona immediately dismissed her previous distractions and swiftly stood up, making her way to the command platform. Her footsteps echoed clearly in the otherwise silent chamber. As she moved, several holographic screens flickered to life around her, cascading with real-time battlefield data. Taking a deep breath, Leona began issuing a series of concise and powerful commands. Draconian fleet units, proceed with the original battle plan. All other tribal fleets, remain on standby and be ready to support any sector as needed. Her voice was calm and authoritative, embodying the essence of a true leader. Given the elite nature of the enemy fleet, Leona's first step was not a rash attack. She carefully maneuvered her fleet within the enemy's range, eventually forming a three-dimensional crescent-shaped encirclement. This tactical arrangement allowed the 200,000 Draconian starships to simultaneously engage the demon fleet, making it the best strategy against such a formidable opponent. However, what was unsettling was the demon fleet's lack of response. The 27,000 starships remained in their defensive formation, seemingly unaware of the impending threat. This eerie calmness furrowed Leona's brow and filled her with a sense of foreboding. Something's not right, Leona murmured to herself. Even if they are confident of victory, they shouldn't be this unresponsive. This abnormal situation made her hesitate to give the attack order, despite all fleets being in position. General Bolton, standing nearby, noticed Leona's hesitation and reminded her, Princess Leona, what's wrong? All our fleet units are on standby, awaiting your command. Leona cautiously replied, the demon fleet hasn't made any moves. I suspect they have a plan. I think we should hold off on the attack and investigate further before making a decision. A flicker of impatience crossed General Bolton's face. To him, the 27,000 demon starships were a tantalizing target. He urged, Your Highness, there's nothing to worry about. The enemy is right there. I believe this is just their defensive stance. They chose this because of our overwhelming numbers. We just need to attack and break through their defenses to destroy their fleet. Seeing Leona still hesitant, Bolton added, If Princess Blanche were here, she would make the decisive choice, just as the former emperor and everyone in the Draconian tribe regard her as the epitome of wisdom. Mentioning Blanche made Leona's expression change. She clenched her fists, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Finally, she made up her mind. Launch the attack. All fleets advance. With Leona's order, the Draconian fleet surged towards the demon fleet like a tidal wave. As the encirclement tightened, both sides began to exchange fierce fire. Only then did the demon fleet react. Shields activated, cannons aimed, and swarms of drones and fighters were deployed into space. Despite everything seemingly going according to the best-laid plans, Leona's unease grew stronger. She kept pondering. How could a race capable of developing such advanced technology be so militarily inept? The battle was progressing too smoothly, almost unbelievably so. The war raged for 5 hours, with demon starships being continuously destroyed, but at the cost of the Draconian fleet suffering 3 times the losses. General Bolton had already begun celebrating, raising a glass and proclaiming, Great Princess Leona, your victory in this war will be the talk of the entire Draconian tribe. The people will know who the true leader of the new generation is. However, there was no joy on Leona's face. Her heart was filled with unspeakable worry. If it weren't for the fact that the war was now unstoppable, she would have considered ordering a retreat. All she could do was silently pray that her fears were unfounded. Meanwhile, aboard the demon command ship, an aide reported to the commander. We can confirm that the enemy has only deployed these 300,000 starships. Our scouts haven't detected any additional reinforcements. They also haven't communicated with their rear forces. The demon commander sneered. I overestimated these prey. He then asked, Are other fleets in position? They arrived half an hour ago, the aide promptly replied. Then let's enjoy this hunt, the demon commander said with a sinister grin, staring at the star map showing the Draconian fleet. At that moment, Leona noticed that friendly starships on the outskirts of the battlefield were turning gray on the screens, losing contact one by one. This indicated they were under attack. But weren't all the enemies within the encirclement? How could the outer ships suddenly be ambushed? Alarms blared throughout the command center. An operator shouted in panic, Emergency! A massive number of demon starships have suddenly appeared outside the battlefield. My God, their starships can turn invisible. It's mass invisibility. Mass invisibility. Mass invisibility? Leona muttered to herself, her mind momentarily going blank. She quickly pulled up the rear fleet's visuals, and her pupils dilated in shock. The sight before her was astounding. One after another, interstellar warships seemed to appear out of thin air, as if an invisible curtain had been lifted. This wasn't ordinary cloaking technology. It was the entire demon fleet revealing itself all at once. On the tactical display, the lights representing the demon warships refreshed at an alarming speed, densely populating the outer perimeter behind her fleet. Report. The urgent voice of her deputy shattered the silence in the command room. Nearly 100,000 demon warships have appeared at our fleet's rear perimeter. This number hit Leona and the surrounding officers like a sledgehammer, shattering their hopes. They had originally thought they only needed to face 27,000 enemy ships, but now nearly 100,000 more had appeared. Even more terrifying, intelligence indicated that these newly appeared ships were all T3 and T4 class, with about 10,000 being T4 class. This number exceeded the total T4 class warships ever fielded in the history of the Galactic Alliance. At this moment, their 300,000-strong fleet was trapped in a pincer attack. Leona felt a wave of dizziness, as if she were sinking into the deep sea. She turned to look around and saw a room full of despair. Even General Barton, who had been celebrating moments ago, was now trembling, his drink spilling onto the floor. Hope was utterly extinguished. Leona even thought that her sister Blanche's allied defense line wouldn't be able to withstand such a formidable invasion. She collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the tactical display where her fleet's markers rapidly turned gray. The weaker tribal fleets on the periphery were being obliterated with hardly any resistance. After an indeterminate amount of time, a communication window suddenly appeared before Leona. The image was blurry, but she could faintly hear a familiar voice calling, Leona, Leona. The voice snapped Leona back to her senses. She realized it was her sister Blanche's voice and quickly lifted the long-range quantum communication restrictions. Blanche's anxious face immediately came into focus. Leona, what's the situation over there? We're on our way and should reach your coordinates in about 10 minutes. Blanche said urgently. Leona was horrified. Don't come. Whatever you do, don't come. There are over 100,000 demon warships here. We've been ambushed. She choked up, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Blanche was stunned, not knowing what to do. She quickly contacted another commander. Shortly, Charlotte joined the three-way communication. Leona, are you sure you're facing 100,000 demon warships? Any other enemy ships? Charlotte asked sternly. Leona, on the brink of collapse, replied, I don't know. These ships appeared out of nowhere. They all have cloaking abilities and suddenly uncloaked. We can't break through. Please, don't come. Blanche's face was torn with indecision. Charlotte temporarily cut off the communication to confer with the commander on a strategy. Leona gave a bitter smile and said to Blanche, Do you think I'm useless? I foolishly led 300,000 warships into this trap. The history of the dragon tribe will probably remember me as the foolish princess. Blanche responded gently, Others might see it that way. But as your sister, I just want you to come back safely. At that moment, Charlotte reconnected, her voice firm. Leona, have your fleet continue fighting. Await our reinforcements. Without waiting for Leona to respond, Charlotte's window disappeared. Leona was stunned for a moment, then anxiously turned to Blanche. Is the Xiaolong Legion planning to support us? I just mentioned that there are over 100,000 demon warships here. Even if the Xiaolong Legion is strong, there's no way they can handle such numbers. Please, convince them not to waste their forces. Although Leona had previously harbored hostility towards the Xiaolong Legion, the current crisis made her put aside her prejudices. She was worried that the Xiaolong Legion's hasty intervention in this unwinnable battle would only lead to more casualties. Blanche looked at her sister seriously. Leona, I trust the Lord's decision. If he has decided to support us, he must have a reason. Your task now is to follow his orders. Hold the line and wait for reinforcements. Leona wanted to say more, but Blanche interrupted her. Your mission now is to minimize the fleet's casualties and wait for our reinforcements to arrive. This is your only option. Thinking of her fleet that had followed her into battle, Leona clenched her fists. She took a deep breath and said resolutely, I understand. I will hold the line and wait for your support. I will minimize our losses. I will bring them home. Leona's eyes seemed to glow with renewed hope. Blanche responded, I believe in you. Wait for us. She then ended the communication. Leona looked around. The bridge was in chaos, with the command channel filled with calls for help and urgent battle reports. She composed herself, pressed the communication button on the command channel, and simultaneously disabled all starship captains' communication privileges. This is Leona. Those 5 words brought a momentary silence to the bridge and the command channel. She continued, I know our fleet is in grave danger right now, but please, stay calm. My sister Blanche and our allies, the Xiaolong Legion, have sent word that they are coming to support us. I ask you all to hold your positions and follow my orders. I promise, I will do everything in my power to get us out of here. This news was undoubtedly a morale booster for everyone. However, General Bolton sneered. What good is reinforcements? We're up against over 100,000 demon warships, including more than 10,000 T4 class warships. How are we supposed to win this? Even if we had all the starships of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation here, we couldn't win. We can't win. Before he could finish, Leona's fist had already slammed into General Bolton's face. Blow after blow, the general soon lost consciousness under the relentless assault of the dragon warrior. Leona disgustedly wiped the blood from her fist. Damn it, you old fool. I've been wanting to shut you up for a long time. She turned to walk towards the command platform, but couldn't resist coming back to kick the unconscious general a few more times. If she didn't have more pressing matters to attend to, she would have continued. After calming her anger, Leona returned to the command platform and began issuing a series of orders, revising the previous battle deployment. Under her calm and composed command, order gradually returned to the bridge and the command channel. Leona's sole objective at this moment was to minimize fleet losses. Nearly an hour of battle had already cost them almost 100,000 starships, with the outer tribal fleets suffering the most. Now, their fleet was being attacked from both inside and outside, and without proper command, the remaining 200,000 starships would be wiped out in no time. Leona's new strategy was to gather as many of their fleets as possible into a defensive formation. However, due to their previously scattered layout for offensive purposes, a full regrouping would result in greater losses. Therefore, she modified the plan. Some fleets that couldn't regroup quickly would form small defensive positions on the spot. As a result, the original crescent-shaped formation turned into several large circles and dozens of small circles forming scattered defensive positions. This strategy immediately showed its effectiveness, with fleet losses significantly reduced. Your Highness, your defensive deployment is highly effective. Our average loss rate has dropped by at least half, an officer reported excitedly. Leona swallowed hard. staring at the scattered small circles on the star map, her eyes filled with guilt. She knew very well that while this defensive deployment temporarily reduced losses, it also meant that these scattered defensive positions would likely be overrun in the future. These starships had become her sacrificial pawns. In fact, Leona had long realized that due to their positions, these starships would find it difficult to retreat to the larger defensive positions. So, she chose to let them make their final stand, using these scattered formations to slow down the enemy's advance. "I'm sorry," Leona silently apologized in her heart, but her eyes were filled with determination. As a commander, for the sake of the fleet, she had to make such decisions. Sweat poured down Leona's forehead as she stared intently at the interstellar war simulation, constantly adjusting her tactical deployments. She was giving it her all to command the fleet, trying to minimize losses and ease her overwhelming guilt. On the simulation board, scattered small defensive positions were being swallowed one by red enemy markers, signifying the annihilation of Allied starships. Even the larger defensive positions were being compressed, with space shrinking rapidly. The number of heavily damaged ships retreating from the front lines continued to increase. Leona felt like she couldn't breathe, as if a massive weight was crushing her. At that moment, an image of the man who once humiliated her and defeated her in the dueling arena flashed in her mind. The opponent she had once desperately wanted to defeat was now the person she most wanted to see. "I can't hold on much longer, please. Come quickly," she cried out in her heart. The intense command and immense pressure made Leona dizzy, almost unable to stand. She clung to the edge of the control panel for support, suddenly hearing shouts of joy around her. She struggled to read their lips. "Reinforcements." The previously drowned-out sounds returned to Leona's ears as her deputy excitedly shouted, "Princess, our reinforcements have arrived. At coordinates, a fleet from the Xiaolong Corps has appeared, along with our Dragon Tribe fleet." Leona immediately turned to the simulation board and indeed saw new starship signals emerging at the edge of the battlefield. "Can you bring up the deep space visuals for that direction?" she asked urgently. The deputy quickly pulled up several blurry images captured by other starships' deep space telescopes. The surrounding people cheered, pointing at the Dragon Tribe's T4 Jialong-class medium starship frigate in the images. Leona's gaze, however, was fixed on the Xiaolong Corps' warships, T4 Qingyan Baling-class heavy starship battleships and T4 Tyrant-class heavy starship missile cruisers. These ships had already begun attacking the rear of the Demon fleet. The sudden rear assault caught the Demon fleet off guard, causing significant losses. But Leona quickly noticed something odd. The Xiaolong Corps only had 3,000 ships, a single fleet's worth. She wondered how these ships could possibly stand against over 100,000 Demon starships. Just then, the answer became clear. Behind the Xiaolong Corps fleet, halos began to appear, and starships seemed to emerge out of thin air. 10, 100, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. The halos kept multiplying. Leona's heart swelled with excitement, and she felt a surge of emotions, almost bringing her to tears. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the Xiaolong First Corps, a subordinate reported to Charlotte. "The Xiaolong First Corps reports that based on the coordinates we sent back, the Xiaolong 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Corps have all completed their interstellar jumps." Charlotte observed the interstellar war simulation. Her plan was to have the Xiaolong First Corps scout the battlefield first, and then decide on the appropriate battle strategy. After confirming all battlefield data, she sent detailed coordinate signals. The T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships used these to establish precise jump routes, leading the subsequent fleets to safe positions. "Tell Blanche to connect me with Leona," Charlotte ordered. Soon, Blanche established the connection. Before Leona could speak, Charlotte spoke sternly, "Commander Leona, I need your fleet to cooperate. Clear the area around coordinates immediately. The sooner, the better." She sent a star map to Leona. Leona checked the star map and found that the designated area was right in the center of her defensive positions. Charlotte added, "No questions, this is an order." Feeling Charlotte's strong presence, Leona instinctively stood up straight. "Understood, we will comply." She then began the redeployment. Under Leona's command, the defensive positions quickly cleared the specified area. This decision caused some to doubt, as the already limited defensive space was further compressed, increasing the pressure on the remaining starships. "We've completed the task you assigned. Any further instructions?" Leona asked Charlotte. "Just hold your position," Charlotte replied before exiting the communication channel, leaving Leona somewhat puzzled. She gazed at the cleared area, seemingly contemplating something. "This is the flagship of the Xiaolong First Corps," Charlotte speaking. "The target area is clear for a space jump." "I repeat, the target area is clear for a space jump." Charlotte's voice echoed through the communication channel. In another silent part of deep space, on the bridge of the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, Zhao Chen listened to Charlotte's report. The ship's space jump program had long been ready, awaiting the commander's order. Shui Xiaoxiao, acting captain, looked at Zhao Chen, who gave a slight nod. Target area is clear. Initiate space jump. All combat stations, prepare for the highest level of combat readiness, Xue Xiaoxiao ordered immediately. The ship's navigator quickly completed the final steps, announcing loudly, space jump initiated. Silence enveloped the bridge of the interstellar fleet. Under Princess Leona's command, a section of the defensive perimeter was cleared. The captains, initially puzzled by the strange order, soon forgot their doubts as they witnessed the scene before them. A massive interstellar battleship materialized out of thin air, its sheer size leaving everyone in awe. Even the T4 Jialong-class medium interstellar frigates, the pride of the Warhammer fleet, seemed like infants standing next to an adult. The T3 and T2 class ships appeared utterly insignificant in comparison. The captain of a T2 interstellar ship gazed up at the colossal vessel through his viewport, feeling as if he were navigating a boat beside an unscalable cliff. This was the T5 class interstellar battleship of the Xiaolong fleet, its presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Princess Leona, though anticipating its arrival, was still overwhelmed by the sight of this legendary battleship. She watched as its massive cannons extended and aimed at the demon fleet that had been encircled, ready to unleash their firepower. Suddenly, a video window appeared before Leona. On screen was the man she could never forget, Zhao Chen. He issued a clear and concise order. Leona, move all interstellar ships out of this area. He marked a region on the star map, directly between the T5 battleship and the demon fleet. Leona promptly complied and asked if there was anything else they needed to do. Zhao Chen, after a moment's thought, replied, "You don't need to worry about the demon fleet in this direction. Just focus on the other enemy ships. Also, keep this area clear. No ships are to enter without permission." Realizing the implication of Zhao Chen's words, Leona was shocked to understand that he intended to take on the 25,000 strong demon fleet alone. Smiling, Zhao Chen simply said, "Leave it to us," and ended the communication, leaving Leona with a sense of unease. On the bridge of the T5 Hades-class dreadnought, Zhao Chen turned to Xue Xiaoxiao, who was organizing the battle tasks. Despite the extensive preparation required to command such a massive ship, Xue Xiaoxiao gave a confident OK gesture without turning around, indicating that everything was ready as planned. Xue Xiaoxiao then issued orders to the helmsman. "Hades, full speed ahead. Activate the star shield. All weapon modules on standby. Do not fire without my command." The departments on the bridge responded in unison. Understood. The Hades-class dreadnought advanced slowly, with the Warhammer fleet's ships hastily moving out of its path under Leona's orders. From certain angles, the smaller T2 ships seemed almost crushed by the immense vessel, the sense of pressure palpable. A captain of a T4 Dragon Knight-class heavy cruiser observed through his viewport, seeing only the dark armor of the Hades and a main cannon passing by, larger than his own ship's bow gun. He swallowed hard, silently grateful that the massive cannon was not aimed at him. Meanwhile, the demon fleet had also noticed the sudden appearance of the gigantic ship. The demon commander asked in confusion, "What is that?" His lieutenant speculated it might be some kind of giant warship. The commander frowned, contemplating. That size? Could it be a T5 class interstellar battleship? The lieutenant immediately dismissed the idea with a sneer. Impossible. If they had a T5 class battleship, how could we have destroyed 150,000 of their ships with the loss of only 3,000 of ours? Besides, our T5 battleship was only developed in recent years. The demon commander found the lieutenant's reasoning sound. Based on previous assessments, this civilization's technology was at most T4 level. It was unlikely they suddenly possessed a T5 battleship. However, to be cautious, he ordered, "Regardless, we can't be careless. Have all our ships capable of attacking that battleship target it and destroy it." As more demon ships aimed at the approaching giant, they were astonished to find its star shield unusually strong, effortlessly withstanding numerous attacks while continuing to advance. It had moved from the center of Leona's fleet to between her fleet and the demon fleet, even closer to the demon side. Entering optimal combat range, Xue Xiaoxiao announced, pulling up an authorization interface. "Activate Hades domain." The system initiated a series of identity verifications. Palm print scan complete, DNA scan complete, iris scan complete, identity of authorizer confirmed, second authorizer Xue Xiaoxiao authorization valid. "Do you confirm activation of Hades domain?" "Confirm," Xue Xiaoxiao stated firmly. Hades domain activated. In an instant, the once ferociously attacking demon fleet fell into a sudden silence. The weapon systems of the vast majority of their starships went dead, as if someone had pressed the pause button on their assault against the Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. The demon commander abruptly stood up, his ship's bridge suddenly dimming. "Report. All electronic systems on board are down. We need about 10 minutes to reboot," a subordinate hurriedly reported. "What?" The demon commander's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 minutes of reboot time meant what? These demon starships would become sitting ducks, and without the protection of their star shields. Especially for those T4 class starships, losing their comprehensive shield coverage meant they were exposed to enemy fire. The same issue affected some of Leona's less fortunate starships. What's going on? Why this sudden malfunction? Leona asked as she received the report. She soon got an explanation. A message from the massive ship clarified the mystery. If any starship experiences electronic equipment failure during this period, don't worry, just reboot the systems. Leona immediately understood. It was all caused by that T5 class interstellar warship. She looked towards the distant giant ship, marveling at its special function in area-wide electronic disruption. No wonder the Holy Radiance Empire's Sacred Wing Legion was annihilated. Facing such a sudden attack was nothing short of a nightmare. At that moment, her lieutenant suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God! What is that?" The bridge was filled with gasps. Leona turned to see a blinding beam of light reflected in her eyes. The Hades-class interstellar dreadnought had activated its Hades sword. A massive pulse beam, like a cascading galaxy, shot straight into the demon fleet. The T4 class demon starships on the front line were swallowed almost instantly. Following that, all the demon starships along that line, whether T4 or T3, collapsed like dominoes. Even those that managed to activate their star shields only lasted a few extra seconds. Incredible! Is this the power of a T5 class weapon? Leona's voice trembled with excitement. This single pulse beam had destroyed at least 3,000 demon starships. On the other side, the demon commander watched the astonishing scene through his window. He was relieved that the enemy hadn't targeted his T4 demon Lord-class mothership. Otherwise, even the largest demon starship wouldn't withstand such a powerful attack. "Commander, is this really a T5 class warship?" the lieutenant stammered. The demon commander forced himself to stay calm, though he had already accepted the truth. He quickly ordered, "Find a way to restore our electronic systems immediately and get our communication devices up and running. Contact the other demon fleets outside and inform them of this. As long as we coordinate, even a T5 class warship won't stand a chance against our numbers." He began plotting how to destroy this T5 behemoth, even fantasizing about studying its wreckage after its defeat to secure his promotion to Grand Lord or Demon Overlord. However, this pleasant daydream was soon shattered by his lieutenant's piercing scream. "It's moving! It's moving! It's moving! What's moving?" The demon commander frowned. "The pulse beam. It's moving towards us," the lieutenant screamed in terror. The demon commander turned and saw the terrifying beam slowly advancing towards them, crushing demon starships one by one in its path. "Quick! Restart the starship now!" the demon commander roared, but yelling wouldn't speed up the reboot process. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous beam drew closer to his flagship. "No! No! Don't!" The demon commander let out a final, desperate scream as the beam closed in to consume him. The demon commander panted heavily, eyes shut tight, his entire body trembling. As time passed, the screams and cries of terror around him gradually faded. He opened his eyes in confusion and peered out through the porthole. The sight that met his eyes was shocking. Countless starship wrecks floated in space, yet the T4 Demon Lord-class interstellar mothership he was on remained intact. Even more astonishing was that the demon fleet in his line of sight was also unscathed, as if an invisible boundary separated destruction from survival. However, this boundary was not absolute. Right next to the demon commander, a T4 Gargoyle-class heavy interstellar frigate had unfortunately crossed this line. The ship was neatly sliced in half, the cut surface smooth as a mirror, as if cleaved by a giant sword. "Commander, the enemy's attack seems to have ceased," the adjutant reported, panting. Snapping back to reality, the demon commander climbed back into the captain's chair. His body still trembled slightly, but his heart was already filled with joy. "Ha ha ha," he laughed out loud. "I knew that starship couldn't be invincible. Even the strongest attack has its limits. Now it's our turn to strike back." He immediately ordered, "Accelerate the restoration of the electronic systems. Prepare for counterattack." Meanwhile, on the Pluto, a subordinate reported to Xue Xiaoxiao, "Pluto core energy storage is at 10, reaching critical emergency levels. The Pluto sword attack program has stopped." Xue Xiaoxiao looked somewhat disappointed at the destroyed demon starships. Though they had annihilated at least 10,000, it seemed less impressive compared to their previous first battle, where they had wiped out nearly 20,000 ships of the Holy Radiance Empire. "If only it could last a bit longer," she muttered, then ordered to continue advancing and activate conventional attack weapons. 888 electromagnetic main cannons began firing freely, with energy consumption balanced by the energy produced by the Pluto core. Xue Xiaoxiao reported the results to Zhao Chen. "Commander, we have completed the first attack mission, destroying over 10,000 demon starships, including more than 1,000 T4 class ships." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Continue with the plan. Leave the rest to the second wave of attacks. They should be arriving soon." A confident smile played on his lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. In the Dragon Tribe's fleet, Leona and her adjutant were analyzing the situation. As the attack ended, the adjutant asked in confusion. Leona explained seriously that terrifying beam attack must consume enormous energy, likely reaching its critical limit. But to destroy over 10,000 demon starships in just a few minutes proves the formidable power of this T5-class starship. She couldn't help but feel a chill, recalling her earlier thoughts of engaging the Xiaolong Legion. Now it seemed utterly foolish. The adjutant excitedly suggested, "Should we deploy our fleet to support them? Strike a fatal blow before the enemy recovers." As Leona was considering this proposal, she suddenly saw an astonishing sight. In the space cleared for the T5 starship, spots of light flickered, and then hundreds of starships appeared. Every ship bore the Xiaolong emblem. Not enough firepower? We were overthinking it. Leona shook her head in self-mockery. This newly arrived fleet, though only 500 strong, included over 300 T3 Judge-class heavy interstellar missile ships and even a T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship. The firepower of these missile ships alone exceeded the combined firepower of all of Leona's ships. Leona could feel the immense killing intent emanating from this fleet. She realized that the real battle was just beginning. "Commander, the special fleet of the Xiaolong interstellar missile ships has completed the warp jump and is ready. Awaiting your orders." Wolf Lady by Shue's video feed suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Chen, her voice filled with tense anticipation. Zhao Chen quickly marked a red circle on the star map, enclosing the remaining demon fleet. "This position, blow it up," he commanded, concise and forceful. "Got it, Commander. Consider it done." Bai Shui grinned, revealing her signature small fangs, her eyes gleaming with battle spirit. Immediately, 300 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships and 1 T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship locked onto the demon fleet. Various models of interstellar missiles were primed, and launch systems activated. With the captain's orders, countless interstellar missiles shot out along the predetermined paths. Leona and others, in the best vantage point, witnessed this awe-inspiring scene. It was as if countless shooting stars streaked across the night sky, forming a magnificent rain of fire. How many missiles are there? How much resources must this be consuming? The adjutant next to her swallowed hard, his voice filled with shock. Leona's gaze shifted to the target area of the missiles. The demon fleet, with their electronic systems not yet fully restored, could not activate their star shields and could only watch helplessly as the missiles approached. From the demon's perspective, the scene was even more terrifying. With the T5 super battleship positioned between them and the suddenly appearing missile fleet, the missiles seemed to be pouring out from behind the T5, creating a heart-stopping spectacle. "Quick! Find a way to activate our star shield defenses," the demon commander shouted frantically. The officer in charge of rebooting the system wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with difficulty, "The star shield system needs at least 5 more minutes to reboot." 5 minutes? I can't wait 5 minutes. Those missiles won't give us 5 minutes. I want that star shield up now. The demon commander roared, grabbing the officer by the collar. At that moment, reports of allied ships under attack came through the communication system. Even the T4 Demon King-class interstellar carrier began to feel the brunt of the missile assault, the vibrations clearly felt on the bridge. On the demon commander's fleet status panel, more than half of the interstellar ships turned gray, indicating they had been destroyed. The remaining ships flashed red warnings before quickly turning gray. In mere seconds, dozens of demon ships were obliterated. The once confident commander collapsed instantly. He slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the continuous explosions unfolding before him. In a matter of minutes, he had plunged from assured victory to the depths of despair. Alarms blared incessantly. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Hull integrity at 50. The missile barrage lasted several minutes. Even though some demon ships managed to reboot their systems later, their critical modules had already suffered severe damage. The few ships that successfully activated their star shields became more prominent targets, attracting more shield-piercing missiles. For the demon fleet, this was a complete massacre. Until their last moments, many ship captains couldn't understand what had happened. They were still basking in the recent triumph over a local fleet of 150,000 ships, unable to comprehend their annihilation within minutes. As the missile assault subsided, the area was shrouded in dust from the explosions. Yet, the demon ships demonstrated remarkable resilience, with a few managing to survive. Just as the captain of AT-4 Demon Hunter-class medium interstellar cruiser sighed in relief, he noticed the dust being pushed aside by an unseen force. Moments later, an unforgettable sight emerged: a massive T-5 black battleship slowly advancing, its dozens of main cannons locked onto him. Damn it! The demon captain only had time to utter these words before his vision was consumed by the blinding light of the main cannon's fire. The dust settled completely. In that expanse of space, only one fully intact starship remained: the T-5 super starship. It stood proudly amidst the wreckage of the demon fleet, like a solitary victor. Leona gazed at the scene, and the phrase, "one general's success built on the bones of thousands," came to mind. Over 25,000 demon starships, including more than 2,000 elite T4 class ships, were obliterated in mere minutes. The efficiency of this slaughter was staggering. Leona's dragonborn lieutenant was in awe, but her focus had already shifted to the external battlefield. The battleground was divided into three areas: the original position of the demon fleet, decimated by the T5 super starship, the demon fleet still attacking Leona's defensive line, and the main battlefront where 6 Xiaolong legions were engaged in fierce combat. At that moment, General Charlotte issued a concise order: allow Leona's dragonborn fleet a brief respite to solidify their formation and gradually retract their defensive line. With fewer than 30,000 demon starships left, Leona was confident in accomplishing this task. As for the other battlefronts, Charlotte reassured her not to worry. The T5 super starship and the star missile ships that had just completed their assault were now on standby, receiving supplies. Leona refocused her thoughts and began organizing the next battle tasks while keeping a close eye on the main battlefield. On the main battlefield, nearly 20,000 starships from the 6 Xiaolong legions were locked in intense combat, with over 60,000 starships from 2 demon fleets. Despite being outnumbered, the Xiaolong legions held the upper hand in several key areas. Leona carefully analyzed the combat strength of both sides. The demon fleet boasted 6,000 T4 class starships and numerous T3 class ships. The Xiaolong legions had 2,000 T4 class ships, the rest being T3 class, along with over 2,000 support vessels. The most critical aspect was the battle for space superiority. Although the demon fleet prioritized this, they suffered a crushing defeat against the Xiaolong legions. The T4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carriers of the Xiaolong legions outnumbered and outperformed the enemy, quickly securing air superiority over the central battlefield and the demon fleet's area. Deprived of air superiority, the demon fleet was crippled. Yet they refused to concede, attempting instead to gain an advantage on the front line. However, reality once again shattered their hopes. The battlefield erupted into intense combat. The Xiaolong Legion clashed fiercely with the demon fleet, their interstellar warships entwined in a dazzling web of firepower. Despite their numerical advantage, the demon fleet quickly realized that the Xiaolong Legion's warships were unlike any they had encountered before. During the long-range artillery exchange, the Xiaolong Legion held their ground. 50 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships and T4 Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery ships lit up each fleet, their firepower raining down like a meteor shower. The salvo from the 30 T4 Medusa-class ships was particularly spectacular, carving fiery lines through space and forcing the demon fleet into a full defensive stance. The demon fleet relied on their numerous T4 Gargoyle-class heavy interstellar frigates to absorb the attacks. These frigates deployed star shields and, once their energy was depleted, continued to withstand the barrage with their armor. Severely damaged vessels would retreat to the rear, slowly self-repairing using advanced black technology. However, the Xiaolong Legion's T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigates proved superior. A matrix of 30 Paladins formed an impenetrable defensive line, each equipped with 3,000 short-range intercepting defense missiles, making it nearly impossible for the enemy to break through. Faced with this situation, the demon fleet opted for a direct assault. Leading the charge were the T4 Demon Hunter-class medium interstellar battlecruisers, supported by T4 Razor-class light interstellar interceptors, with other T3 class ships following closely behind to form a strike fleet. This was a tactic they prided themselves on, but today they hit a wall. The ferocious attacks from the T4 Demon Hunter-class ships were met with a robust response from the T4 Blue Eyes White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleships. The fragile T4 Razor-class interceptors faced utter devastation. As soon as they approached, their star shields were shattered by the T4 Lich King-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers, or the T3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armored destroyers, followed by annihilation at the hands of T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates. Once known for their Wolfpack tactics, the T4 Razor-class ships found themselves being hunted. Their captains were left in despair as their ships were rammed by interstellar frigates equipped with battering rams. Most T4 Razor-class ships ended up in tatters, making this defeat particularly humiliating for them. But the battle was far from over. The Xiaolong Legion formed an assault fleet comprising T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruisers, T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers, and various T3 class ships to exploit the weaknesses in the demon fleet's defenses. The demon fleet attempted to counter this attack, but met a fate entirely different from their own assault fleet. The T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruisers demonstrated staggering firepower, with their single Tyrant heavy bow cannon, 6 heavy electromagnetic railguns, 50 interstellar missile launchers, and numerous Closian weapon systems, turning them into true iron behemoths. Under the onslaught of these behemoths, the demon fleet's defenses were torn apart like paper. This sudden reversal left the two demon fleet commanders in shock. They exchanged bewildered looks, with only one question in their minds. How could this battle have turned out so differently? The complete annihilation of the 23rd Fleet shocked the three demon commanders. They had initially thought this expedition would be an easy victory, only to be met by a T-5 class starship. With the frontline battle in a deadlock and no advantage in sight, this news hit them like a cold wave. What? They have a T-5 class starship? One commander exclaimed in disbelief. Don't be foolish. Another blunt commander snapped. This is not the time for such discussions. We need to come up with a new battle plan immediately. The three fell into a heated debate. In the end, the blunt commander suggested voting on whether to continue the fight. After 5 seconds of silence, no one raised their hand in agreement. In that case, we begin the retreat immediately, he announced sternly. Remember, the three fleets must cover each other. Anyone with selfish intentions, don't blame us for turning against you. The retreat order was swiftly communicated to the three demon fleets. They began to tighten their formations, switching from offense to defense, and gradually withdrew from the battlefield. In the Leona fleet, the officers cheered, some even shedding tears of joy. The deputy excitedly suggested pursuing the enemy, but Leona calmly analyzed, we don't have the capacity to chase them. Despite seeming to have the upper hand, the enemy's main force remains intact. Our resources are nearly depleted, making a pursuit unsustainable. The situation for the Xiaolong Legion is likely not much better. Soon, they received orders from the Xiaolong Legion. All starships were to refrain from pursuing and await further instructions. On the bridge of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, Shui Xiaoxiao asked Zhao Chen why they weren't pursuing. Zhao Chen explained, our strategic resources are insufficient for prolonged combat. This is the current Achilles heel of the Xiaolong Legion, and it won't be resolved in the short term. At that moment, a large number of interstellar torpedoes and missiles suddenly appeared along the demon fleet's retreat path, intercepting part of the fleet. The waiting pursuit fleet, like a pack of wolves, surrounded the stranded enemy ships. The already retreating demon fleet increased their speed, abandoning their entrapped comrades. Under the meticulous planning of Zhao Wanner, the special fleet of the Xiaolong interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships ambushed the demon fleet, inflicting significant damage. Nearly 3,000 enemy ships were annihilated. Following this, the Xiaolong fleet launched a comprehensive encirclement, bringing an end to their first confrontation with the demon race. On the bridge of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen, Commander, the battle is essentially over, with only cleanup operations remaining. I have dispatched the T-4 Banshee-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to track the fleeing remnants of the demon forces. Any developments will be reported immediately. Zhao Chen nodded in approval and issued further orders. Very good. Have the fleet rest here, repair the damaged ships, and clear the battlefield. Bring back any salvageable demon warship wreckage. Notify all corps commanders to gather here for a meeting, and invite Princess Blanche and Princess Leona of the Dragon Tribe to attend. Prepare a battle summary beforehand. The task of cleaning the battlefield will be assigned to the Dragon and Warhammer tribes. Let them contribute as well. Charlotte promptly went to make the arrangements. Lilith, standing nearby, inquired, do we need to welcome the two princesses? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and replied, if they aren't foolish, they'll know what to do. Lilith silently continued her work. This battle saw the Xiaolong Legion exert nearly all its strength, aiming not only to defeat the demon race, but also to intimidate internal factions within the Warhammer tribe. Zhao Chen had no time to deal with all the dissenters and needed to quickly re-establish order and stabilize the internal situation to face external threats. Meanwhile, Princess Leona was preparing to board the shuttle. She sternly warned her subordinates not to touch the spoils of war, emphasizing that they must follow the Xiaolong Legion's arrangements. As the shuttle approached the massive T-5 super battleship, its imposing presence became ever more palpable. In the hangar, Leona encountered her sister, Blanche. In a rare moment, they clasped each other's hands, resolving to protect the Dragon Tribe together. Guided by the crew, they arrived at the bridge, surprised to find the meeting being held there. On the bridge, thousands of crew members were busily engaged. At the central platform, a man sat with several female generals standing behind him. The two princesses took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the man who would determine their fate. With anxious hearts, Blanche and Leona crossed the glass bridge in front of the central ship bridge platform. They arrived at the center of the bridge, ready to meet Lord Zhao Chen of the Dragon Legion. Without hesitation, Blanche performed the highest form of dragonfolk etiquette. She knelt on one knee, placed her hand on her chest, kept her tail close to her body and the ground, pressed her dragon wings against her back, and lowered her head. Leona, taken aback, quickly followed suit. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised by the princess's courteous behavior. Lilith, his secretary, allowed a small smile to play at the corners of her mouth, thinking their actions were wise. This gesture could very well secure the future of the dragonfolk. Stand up and speak, Zhao Chen said, sitting on a specially designed sofa. Although a captain's chair was nearby, He preferred the comfort of the sofa. To him, comfort was paramount. It didn't matter who sat in the chair. The two princesses stood up straight. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Let's get down to business. Have your fleets already assessed the casualties from this war? Blanche replied. The fleet we sent to support suffered minimal losses thanks to the Dragon Legion handling the main offensive. We lost only 5,000 starships. Zhao Chen turned his gaze to Leona. She lowered her head, biting her lip in regret, and said, because of my arrogance, I led 300,000 Warhammer starships to attack the demon fleet without authorization. This led to an ambush by other demon fleets. If not for the timely support of the Dragon Legion, the fate of our 300,000 starships would have been unimaginable. Seeing Leona about to kneel again, Zhao Chen said helplessly, we're discussing important matters now. There's no need to kneel. And spare me the gratitude. I just want to know your battlefield report. Understand? Leona was surprised by Zhao Chen's calm demeanor. She had expected him to act like a savior after the rescue. Blanche whispered a reminder, Leona, just answer what Lord Zhao asks. Adjusting her emotions, Leona detailed the fleet's losses. Out of 300,000 starships, 200,000 from the Dragonfolk fleet suffered over half casualties, and 100,000 from other tribes lost more than 80. In total, they lost 180,000 starships, with over 50,000 severely damaged and more than 80 million soldiers killed, including 123 T4 starships. Zhao Chen summarized, so, in this battle, your Dragonfolk essentially lost a third of your total fleet? Blanche confirmed with a nod. Zhao Chen frowned. This means your northern border defenses will be significantly weakened. Although the demons may not attack again soon, their next offensive will undoubtedly be much stronger. Blanche nodded, deeply concerned about this very issue. She knew the Dragon Legion had used almost all their resources in this battle, even deploying T5 super starships. The demons would surely send a more powerful fleet next time, posing an inevitable crisis. Leona urgently promised, I'll ensure that all military factories within the Dragonfolk territory work at full capacity to replenish these losses as quickly as possible. Zhao Chen, however, replied coldly, what's the use of building more starships like your Warhammers? Are you going to trade 15,000 starships for 3,000 demon ships again? His words struck a painful chord for the Dragonfolk. Leona's eyes filled with despair as she keenly felt the technological gap between them and the demons. Noticing Leona's reaction, Zhao Chen knew the moment was right. He summoned a series of holographic projections of starships, including T4 class ships. In the recent battle, you saw how our Dragon Legion starships fared against the demon ships. What if I offered to help you produce these starships? As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, the reactions of the two princesses were starkly different. Blanche furrowed her brows, a hint of conflict flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Leona's eyes blazed with fiery determination as she stared intently at Zhao Chen, ready to pounce if not for General Charlotte's presence. Fantastic! With these powerful interstellar warships, even if the demon fleet attacks, we can give them a good thrashing. Leona exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Blanche sighed inwardly at her sister's reaction. Though Leona was no longer as spoiled as before, she still couldn't hide her thoughts and often oversimplified things. Blanche knew that generous offers always came with strings attached. Lord Zhao, Blanche spoke cautiously, what do you require from us in exchange for providing these interstellar warships? She chose her words carefully to avoid using blunt terms like conditions or costs. Instead of answering directly, Zhao Chen asked, what are the main components of the starship industry within the Warhammer Interstellar Union? Leona strained to recall, offering a vague response. Our Dragon Tribe has 3 major starship industrial bases, 2 of which are joint ventures with the Spider Queen Tribe. We provide the funding and sites, while the Spider Queen Tribe provides the technical personnel. 80% of our current interstellar warships are produced by these bases. Seeing her sister's limited understanding of the internal management, Blanche quickly added, within the Warhammer Interstellar Union, there are 10 major starship manufacturers, including the 3 Leona mentioned. These manufacturers are controlled by the major families of various tribes. Our Dragon Tribe holds over 50 of the shares in our 3 enterprises, with the remaining shares controlled by other family factions. In theory, we can deliver 1 million T2 class, 10,000 T3 class, and 100 T4 class interstellar warships annually. Actual production capacity is about 70 to 80%, as we also need to produce ammunition, repairs, parts, and T1 class warships. After listening, Zhao Chen commented, your industrial production capacity is decent but too crude and fragmented, which hampers efficiency. I suggest consolidating these manufacturers, with Xiaolong assisting in upgrading and providing new technology. This way, the new factories can continuously supply you with powerful interstellar warships. These words conjured different images in the minds of the two princesses. Leona envisioned herself leading a powerful fleet against the demon tribe, while Blanche foresaw Warhammer losing its industrial system, becoming entirely dependent on Xiaolong's technological support. To her, Zhao Chen seemed like an emperor, with Warhammer reduced to a puppet in his hands. Secretary Lily then displayed a star map, highlighting 3 glowing points located in the territories of the Dragon Tribe, the former Black Tiger Tribe, and the Spider Queen Tribe. She explained, "We plan to establish 3 starship manufacturing bases in these star systems. Xiaolong Corps will hold 70 of the shares as the technology provider, with the remaining shares distributed among yourselves." Leona was about to speak, but Blanche stopped her. With her eyes flickering as if making a crucial decision, Blanche asked directly, "If a new regime is established within Warhammer, will Xiaolong Corps station troops in our territory?" Zhao Chen promised, "As long as the new Warhammer doesn't threaten Xiaolong's interests, we won't station troops in this region or interfere with the local government." He tapped the star map, implying that this did not include the newly occupied star systems after the mech tribe's withdrawal. Blanche continued, "Is there a limit on the number of interstellar warships we can produce using Xiaolong's technology? Will there be any restrictions on the technology provided?" Zhao Chen replied, "T2 and T3 class warships can be produced freely, as long as our technological equity interests are secured. T4 class will have a quota, but it might gradually be relaxed in the future. As for the technology, I assure you that the level provided won't be lower than that of the North Swallow group of the Starry Empire." Taking a deep breath, Blanche finally knelt on one knee, truly choosing to submit. The Dragon Tribe is willing to comply. Leona stared at her sister in astonishment, feeling a sense of having missed out on many things. At that moment, Princess Blanche stood up with a determined look and suggested, "Although we now have the framework of a defensive alliance, the immediate priority in the face of the demon threat is to establish a new Warhammer regime. This regime should be led by the Beast Alliance and our Dragon Tribe, encompassing all major factions within Warhammer. Only a unified and orderly regime can restore Warhammer's prosperity and fully prepare for war." Zhao Chen looked at the half-dragon princess in surprise, thinking that things were progressing rather quickly. Lilith, his secretary, smiled with satisfaction, noting that Princess Blanche had recognized the situation and was beginning to take the initiative. Blanche's thinking was straightforward. Given the inescapable influence of the Dragon Lord on Warhammer and the fact that the Demon Fleet's invasion was something even the Warhammer Interstellar Federation at its peak couldn't withstand, the only hope for victory lay in utilizing the starship technology controlled by the Dragon Lord. Since these were unchangeable facts, it was better to go with the flow and even accelerate the development to leverage these advantages. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte and asked, "Charlotte, what do you think?" Although he could directly issue orders, going through this process in front of Blanche was a way to signal that Charlotte, supported by the Dragon Lord, represented his will in the new Warhammer regime. Charlotte nodded in agreement. "For the future of all Warhammer factions, I support Princess Blanche's decision." Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. "All right, Princess Blanche, you and Charlotte should discuss the details. If there are any issues, I can offer advice. If not, push this agenda forward as soon as possible. If you encounter any problems, let me know. I excel at solving problems." Princess Blanche respectfully replied, "Understood. We will draft the necessary documents and present them to you first, Dragon Lord." Lilith's assessment of the half-dragon princess rose once again. Zhao Chen waved his hand. "Very well, you may go and rest now." Princess Blanche bowed slightly and left the bridge with Leona. As she left, Leona kept glancing back at the bridge of the T5 super starship, finding it hard to believe she was inside such an advanced vessel. Suddenly, Leona turned and shouted, "By the way, what's the name of this starship?" Blanche frowned, feeling helpless with her single-minded sister. Zhao Chen smiled and answered, "It's a Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought." Leona's eyes lit up, and she repeatedly murmured Pluto as if uttering the name of a dream lover. Blanche had to pull her away from the bridge. Turning to the female officers behind him, Zhao Chen asked, "What do you think of these two princesses?" Lilith spoke first. "Princess Blanche is courageous and wise, especially when it comes to the big picture. She is decisive, as shown by her agreement to integrate Warhammer's starship industry with ours. She understands the significance behind this move and knows it's inevitable, so she proactively pushes for development and even suggests establishing a new Warhammer regime. Few leaders would be so resolute." Charlotte added, "Princess Leona excels in commanding local battles and starship combats. Though she can be arrogant and tends to underestimate enemies, her talent in fleet command is undeniable. I've reviewed her battle reports and found that even in disadvantaged situations, she manages to make timely and optimal decisions on the battlefield. Without her abilities, the Warhammer fleet's losses could have been 30 to 50 higher." Zhao Chen was surprised. "I didn't expect that Dragon Princess to have such talent. Her personality needs some work, likely due to her status as a Dragon Tribe princess. With more war experience, she could be a valuable asset." The other commanders agreed, sparking an idea in Zhao Chen's mind. He looked at Lilith. Lilith spoke first. "Are you thinking of recruiting Princess Leona?" Zhao Chen nodded. "For the future Warhammer regime, Charlotte will represent me. If we also have Princess Leona on our side within the Dragon Tribe faction, it would be even better." Compared to the clever and decisive Blanche, The straightforward Leona would be easier to control. What do you think? Lilith replied. I think it's feasible and quite simple. Cater to her preferences, and given her potential, we can educate her, eliminate her flaws, and harness her strengths. Not only will she be useful to the Dragon Legion, but her status could also help us win over the Dragon Tribe and better control the new Warhammer regime. Imagine having a pro-Dragon Lord princess within the Dragon Tribe in the future. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Then I'll leave this task to you. Lilith confidently responded. Rest assured, Commander. Meanwhile, Princess Leona, admiring the facilities of the Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought and heading to the hangar via a hover elevator, was unaware that the gears of her destiny had started to turn from that moment on. The incident with the Dragon Tribe had come to an end. Zhao Chen immediately convened the Legion commanders to discuss the next steps. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy and tense. Lilith was the first to report the battle results. In this campaign, we destroyed nearly 60,000 demon starships, with over 60,000 more retreating from the battlefield. Leona and Blanche's fleets took down over 1,000 ships, while the rest were eliminated by our forces. It's estimated that approximately 60 million demons were killed. She continued. Of the 4 demon fleets, 1 was completely wiped out, while the other 3 managed to retreat in time. Even with the full assault of the Xiaolong Legion, 60,000 enemy ships escaped, demonstrating their formidable combat strength. Zhao Chen listened with a frown, calculating silently. Lilith then reported our losses. The 6 Xiaolong legions and special fleets lost a total of 3,132 starships, with 711 severely damaged. This includes 67 T4 class ships, with the rest being T3 class. In terms of personnel, we suffered over 1.4 million casualties, with another 880,000 injured, all of whom have been properly cared for. When Lilith mentioned that the war had consumed nearly 600 billion star coins, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of concern. This 10-hour battle had cost almost a month's total revenue. He calculated silently, not yet accounting for subsequent medical and ship losses. However, he quickly realized that the high expenditure had ensured an excellent loss ratio. In this battle, the Xiaolong Legion destroyed over 45,000 enemy ships while losing just over 3,000, achieving an astonishing 15-to-1 loss ratio. Zhao Chen murmured, "Our loss rate is about 17. Lilith added, "It might be slightly higher, as some heavily damaged ships may need to be dismantled and rebuilt." Zhao Chen then emphasized the care for the wounded. "We must properly handle the wounded. Arrange for me to visit the distinguished injured soldiers and have the media department document their stories. Compensation, benefits, and rewards must be fully provided." With a stern expression, Zhao Chen concluded, "Anyone who dares to withhold in this regard will not be spared." Lilith solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Commander, I will handle it properly." The commanders present were invigorated by these words. This was the leadership they followed. Zhao Chen continued his analysis. "Through this battle, we have gained a deep understanding of the demon fleet's strength. Although their individual ships are not as advanced as ours, their numerical advantage is clear. Our immediate priority is to accelerate the expansion of our fleet and increase military supplies to ensure that we won't let the enemy escape due to a lack of ammunition in future battles." Lilith and Charlotte both pledged to expedite the integration of Warhammer resources to build more starships for the Xiaolong Legion. The meeting concluded with a firm resolve, as the Xiaolong Legion was ready to face even greater challenges. The notification of 100 task completion from the T5 store chimed on Zhao Chen's system interface. He had initially thought this task would take some time to complete, but thanks to Leona's unexpected actions and the arrival of the second wave of 3 demon fleets, the battle had directly led him to achieve his goal. Upon opening his system interface, Zhao Chen discovered that the task window was still there. After a closer look, he realized only 2 of the highest difficulty tasks remained: destroying 300,000 demon interstellar battleships and 30,000 T4 level demon interstellar battleships. This discovery made him ponder if there might be hidden rewards. Although these 2 tasks had extremely high requirements and time constraints, Zhao Chen decided not to dwell on them for now. After all, the T5 store had already opened, which was the current priority. He immediately accessed the T5 level store catalog and began browsing the extensive array of starship technologies. During his browsing, Zhao Chen noticed that the combat power of mass-produced T5 level interstellar battleships was insignificant compared to the Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. This made him realize the unique status of the Hades class within T5 ships, explaining why its construction requirements were so stringent. What surprised Zhao Chen even more were the high exchange conditions for these T5 level starship technologies. Each technology blueprint required at least 10 million system points, drastically shrinking his initially ambitious procurement plan. After some consideration, he decided against choosing the most powerful but also most resource-intensive carrier starships, interstellar battleships, or interstellar missile ships. Finally, Zhao Chen made his decision. With a few taps on the screen, He confirmed the expenditure of 13 million system points and 500 task points to exchange for the T-5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyer technology blueprint. The system immediately confirmed the transaction, showing his remaining 24.77 million system points and 850 task points. This T-5 interstellar destroyer perfectly met Zhao Chen's current needs. It was a versatile warship with relatively low construction costs. If the Jiaolong Legion could build a batch of these T-5 level interstellar battleships in a short time, it would significantly enhance their battlefield dominance. Zhao Chen carefully examined the detailed specifications of the Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyer. This colossal ship, 6.8 kilometers long and weighing 3.1 million tons, was equipped with 1.1 million units of star shield energy and a 9th-level warp engine, allowing a cruising speed of 700 star knots. It required a crew of 6,000 to operate and featured a weapon system that included a tractor beam emitter, 100 heavy short to medium-range rapid-fire pulse cannons, and 300 fully automated medium electromagnetic close-in defense guns. What intrigued Zhao Chen the most were the two special features of this warship. First, it was equipped with a tractor beam emitter capable of capturing target starships within a certain range, restricting their movement. Second, the Chaos Lance at the front of the ship not only had powerful armor-piercing capabilities, but could also extract energy from enemy star shields upon impact, using it for self-replenishment or releasing it during the next collision. These features, combined with its heavy assault attributes, made the T-5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyer the best choice for mass production by the Jiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen felt satisfied with this decision and looked forward to seeing what results this new fleet would bring to the Jiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen stood in the command room, his eyes sweeping over the data displayed on the screens. The construction cost of a T-5 Miss Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyer was around 200 billion star coins, and it would take about 50 months to build using a T-4 Gemini class heavy interstellar industrial ship. He calculated quietly, estimating that with nearly 100 T-4 industrial ships under his command, they could theoretically produce 2 T-5 Miss Knights each month. 200 billion star coins per ship? Zhao Chen muttered to himself. In that case, the T-5 Hades class interstellar dreadnought's cost of 3 trillion star coins doesn't seem too outrageous. As he spoke, a realization hit him. The core technology of the Hades-class Hades Matrix module was directly provided by the system, making its true cost difficult to estimate. Shaking his head to clear away the complex calculations, Zhao Chen focused on the bigger picture. As long as we can build a few T-5 Miss Knights, we'll have a stronger position against the demon fleet, he said to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, having just one type of T-5 interstellar warship was far from sufficient. Zhao Chen had considered redeeming a T-5 industrial base, but the annual mission made this less urgent. He frowned in thought, feeling that something was still missing. Suddenly, inspiration struck. An interstellar cruiser. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. This type of ship, capable of changing the course of localized battles single-handedly, was exactly what he needed. He quickly searched the T-5 marketplace and soon found his target. This is the one. Zhao Chen confirmed the redemption without hesitation. The system notification sounded, announcing that he had successfully obtained the blueprints for the T-5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault interstellar cruiser, costing him 20 million system points and 800 mission points. Zhao Chen immediately reviewed the data for the newly acquired T-5 warship. The Lightning Phantom class stood out with its unique design. A 19.3-kilometer-long hull, a mass of 997,000 tons, a star shield energy value of 5 million units, and a cruising speed of 1,500 knots. It was equipped with a Level 9 warp engine and a secondary spacefolding engine, enabling short-distance space jumps. The weapon systems included 38 heavy rail main guns, 300 heavy electromagnetic pulse rapid-fire guns, and 300 fully automated medium electromagnetic close-in defense guns. The distinguishing feature of this heavy assault interstellar cruiser was its short-range acceleration module, which compensated for the speed disadvantage of its heavy frame. Its firepower configuration even surpassed that of the T-5 Miss Knight class, and its short-distance space-jumping capability granted it exceptional tactical flexibility. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. With both the T-5 Miss Knight and the T-5 Lightning Phantom as mass-production T-5 warships, even building just a few would significantly enhance the Xiaolong Legion's battlefield presence. He began to imagine the astonishing impact if their numbers reached double digits. I wonder if the first batch of mass-produced T-5 warships can be operational by the end of the year, Zhao Chen mused, pressing the communication button. Lilith, his secretary officer, appeared as a holographic projection. Commander, what are your orders? Lilith asked. Zhao Chen gave a concise command. Contact Annie. If things are not too busy in the Xiaolong system, have her come to Warhammer for a vacation. Also, call Nana and the Spider Queen, Elise. The arrival of these chief engineers would not only be crucial for the production of the new T-5 warships, but also bring new momentum to the Warhammer system's starship industry. Lilith took note of the orders, but then her expression turned serious. Commander, there's something I need to report. I suggest you come in person. What is it? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. When we were clearing the battlefield, we found something in the wreckage of the demon fleet's interstellar warships, Lilith explained. Zhao Chen immediately stood up. All right, I'm on my way. His curiosity about the internal structure of the demon fleet's interstellar warships piqued. He couldn't wait to investigate. Zhao Chen took a shuttle and landed in the hangar of a T-4 class Leviathan heavy interstellar transport ship. He rode a hover elevator into the ship's interior and soon laid eyes on a breathtaking sight: a captured T-4 class Blade Light interstellar interceptor wreckage. Despite being a wreck, its exterior was remarkably intact. To accommodate the interceptor, the transport ship had merged its previously separated cargo bays into a massive space. The hover elevator brought Zhao Chen to a work platform built into the belly of the interceptor. Lilith, dressed in industrial protective gear and wearing a mask, greeted him and handed him a similar set of equipment. As Zhao Chen suited up, he inquired about the internal situation. Lilith gave a brief report on the preliminary inspection results, emphasizing certain findings that might require Zhao Chen's personal expertise in starship technology. Once suited up, Zhao Chen followed Lilith into the interceptor. The interior structure was similar to conventional mechanical interstellar warships, but with some different design philosophies. Lilith led Zhao Chen directly to the energy core area, cautioning him to prepare himself mentally as they approached. As they stepped through the door, Zhao Chen understood the reason for Lilith's warning. What lay before him was both awe-inspiring and chilling. A massive energy core system dominated the space, its size surpassing that of any T-4 class starship core in the Xiaolong fleet. The system was divided into an outer wall and an inner core. The outer wall had a honeycomb structure, with each cell containing small growths. These were the fuel sources. The dense, clustered structure was enough to trigger trypophobia in some individuals. Zhao Chen roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of such devices. This meant the starship was powered by the energy harvested from hundreds of thousands of intelligent beings. The central inner core functioned as a colossal energy converter, transforming the energy extracted from these life forms into the power needed for the ship and distributing it to various modules. Lilith explained that, according to the recovered database, these devices were called incubation pods. The pods extracted energy from the brains of intelligent life forms through wired connections while providing the necessary fluids to sustain basic life functions. Besides the life forms in the visible pods, the energy storage held nearly 1 million packaged bioenergy units, ready to replace any individuals that lost their value. Zhao Chen approached a few pods, seeing emaciated humanoid beings and childlike life forms within. They lay with their eyes closed, seemingly asleep, connected to numerous tubes. When Zhao Chen asked if they could be awakened, Lilith regretfully informed him that all attempts had failed. Medical investigations showed that these life forms, referred to as bioenergy by the demon race, had been injected with a substance rendering them comatose before being loaded onto the ship. Once inside the pods, their lives were on a countdown. They would experience rapid brain death upon removal, beyond the help of even the most advanced medical technology. Gazing at the countless incubation pods, Zhao Chen realized the real reason Lilith had summoned him. Deciding the fate of these life forms was a daunting task that required his command. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen ordered, "Dispose of all these life forms from demon starships by cremation and scatter their ashes into space. At least let them find some peace and freedom after death." With that, Zhao Chen turned and left the unsettling area. Though his emotions were relatively stable as an observer, the thought of such atrocities occurring in his own territory and to his people stirred a deep-seated anger within him. He silently vowed never to allow such events in his jurisdiction. As they left, Lilith caught up with Zhao Chen to report another matter. She mentioned an anomaly in a previous battle that Leona had reported. During a confrontation with a demon starship fleet, 3 demon fleets had seemingly appeared out of nowhere to attack their rear. Leona suspected the demon fleets might possess some form of ship cloaking technology. Zhao Chen acknowledged the report. He knew that starship cloaking technology was not particularly difficult. For instance, their own T-4 class Shadow Demon Light interstellar stealth bombers and T-4 class Banshee Light interstellar stealth scouts had such capabilities. However, cloaking an entire fleet would be highly inefficient and costly. When Zhao Chen asked about the investigation results, Lilith responded, "We discovered that the demon race has another T-4 class starship. Its special ability is to cloak its entire fleet within a certain range. Group stealth?" Hearing this technical term, Zhao Chen's mind immediately formed a framework. It reminded him of the Xiaolong Legion's T-4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship, a warship capable of group space jumps. Although these interstellar warships might lack firepower in direct combat, their unique abilities could change the outcome of a battle. Zhao Chen recalled the ambush on Leona's fleet. Without this group stealth function, the 3 subsequent fleets of the demon race would have been exposed. With Leona's command skills, she would likely choose to withdraw from the battlefield or quickly form a defense line to repel the attack, potentially reducing casualties by at least 30. The Demon Race's interstellar warship is known as the T-4 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth ship, Lilith added. This information increased the known T-4 ship types of the Demon Race to 5. Zhao Chen immediately asked, "Can our T-4 Banshee-class light interstellar reconnaissance ship detect this group stealth?" Lilith replied, "Technicians are conducting simulation tests. Preliminary estimates suggest that as long as we get within a certain range, the anti-stealth equipment on our reconnaissance ships should be able to detect fleets hidden by the Phantom-class stealth ships. The key is determining the effective distance." Zhao Chen promptly issued an order. "Analyze the data of this new type of warship immediately. Also, deploy more T-4 Banshee-class reconnaissance ships for patrols outside the northern border of the Dragon Tribe's territory and build interstellar outposts with anti-stealth capabilities at fixed intervals." He was acutely aware of the potential threat posed by these special warships, having seen the Xiaolong Legion execute many blitz operations with T-4 Huigang-class ships. Lilith nodded in agreement. "I will arrange this task right away." Zhao Chen reminded her, "Don't let your guard down. Although this battle is over, we still have a lot of work to do, especially in rebuilding the Warhammer Order." Just then, a system notification popped up with a quarterly mission. Galactic Star Date Mid-October 3034 Quarterly Mission. Mission Objective: Number of active T-5 interstellar warships. Reach 3 active ships. Earn 100 mission points. Reach 5 active ships. Earn 200 mission points. Reach 8 active ships. Earn 300 mission points. Reach 10 active ships. Earn 400 mission points. For each additional ship beyond 10, earn 100 extra mission points. Note: rewards can be accumulated. Zhao Chen lay on the sofa in the bridge, contemplating the quarterly mission. Although it seemed challenging, it was the perfect solution to his shortage of mission points after exchanging for 2 mass-produced T-5 interstellar warships. As Zhao Chen was deep in thought, a playful voice came from the bridge door. "Commander, where are we going on vacation? Look, I brought so many things." Zhao Chen stood up and looked towards the voice, surprised to see a figure over 2 meters tall. On closer inspection, it was Annie, carrying a massive backpack. Beside her, Nana and Spider Queen Elise were walking and discussing work, with several data panels floating in front of them. Annie, dressed in vacation attire, seemed completely out of place in the work-focused bridge. Excitedly, she shared her vacation plans with Zhao Chen, from Yo Totem Sector's beef shank to Longxiang Sector's roast elephant, from Shangyu Sector's bird eggs to Shou Jiao Sector's roast lamb leg, even suggesting using the Pluto to space jump to these locations. Zhao Chen coughed a few times, interrupting Annie's daydreams. "You just arrived. Have a seat. I've prepared some special snacks for you to try." He activated the privacy shield on the central platform of the bridge and raised a table laden with food and drinks. Annie immediately dropped her backpack and began enjoying the food. However, Spider Queen Elise appeared somewhat displeased. "Commander, we have many construction tasks that need oversight. Why are you arranging a vacation now? You have no idea." Zhao Chen cut her off, displaying the holographic images of 2 mass-produced T-5 interstellar warships. "Actually, this invitation isn't just for a vacation. I need you to draft construction plans for these 2 warship models and get them into production as soon as possible. Additionally, I plan to consolidate Warhammer's industry by establishing 3 centralized industrial bases, and I need your help to draft the framework blueprints." Annie froze at his words. Nana, on the other hand, was thrilled by the holographic images, pushing aside the food to focus on the warship technology. Annie watched her beloved snacks being cleared away by cleaning robots, feeling as if her world had turned gray. In that moment, her vacation dreams were completely shattered. Elise, the Spider Queen, gazed in delight at the data window before her, meticulously reviewing the specifications of 2 T-5-class interstellar warships. She turned to Zhao Chen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is this really the technology for T-5-class interstellar warships? Can we mass-produce them?" Zhao Chen nodded in confirmation. Elise, barely able to contain her excitement, felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the construction platform and start production immediately. Pointing at the data window, she introduced the ships to Zhao Chen. "This one is called the T-5 Chaos Knight-class Heavy Assault Interstellar Destroyer, and the other is the T-5 Lightning Phantom-class Heavy Assault Interstellar Cruiser." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen issued his directive. "I want you to prioritize the production of the T-5 Chaos Knight class by the end of the year. We can produce 1 to 3 units of the T-5 Lightning Phantom class. Any issues?" Nana quickly reviewed the information and responded, "Based on our current production capacity, we can have both warships operational by the end of the year. The only potential issue might be the production quantity." Zhao Chen replied sternly, "There are no strict quantity requirements, but the more, the better. Don't worry about raw materials. I'll have Lilith ensure the supply at any cost." He glanced at the 2 chief engineers. "I need you to provide a feasible production plan as soon as possible." Elise, brimming with confidence, responded, "No problem." Zhao Chen pointed to an area on the bridge that had been cleared. "You have all the equipment you need there. You can also utilize the computational power of the T5 Hades. If you need anything else, let me know anytime. The two chief engineers immediately got to work. Zhao Chen turned to Annie, who appeared despondent as she dragged her vacation luggage towards her workstation. With a gentle smile, Zhao Chen approached Annie from behind and said softly, I know this task is demanding, but if you complete it successfully, I'll give you a long, paid vacation next year. All expenses covered by the Legion, and you can bring up to 10 friends or family members. For every T5 warship produced, you'll get an extra day's vacation and a 10 salary increase. Annie spun around, eyes gleaming, grabbing Zhao Chen's pants. Really? You're not lying? Zhao Chen calmly reminded her of his past fulfilled promises, the T2, T3, and T4 Eden-class starships, and the ongoing terraforming of habitable planets. Annie, reflecting on these, nodded in acknowledgement that the commander had never gone back on his word. All right, it's a deal. Annie perked up, excitedly imagining a family vacation. She quickly ran to the work platform, pumping her fists. Let's work hard for the vacation. No, for the commander. Zhao Chen smiled and turned away, waiting for results. However, the first news he received was about the new Warhammer. Charlotte, via video link, detailed the establishment of the new Warhammer Interstellar Federation. A federal parliament with upper and lower houses, elections for the supreme leader every 5 years, the formation of 3 fleet corps, and the reallocation of tribal territories. Zhao Chen nodded in approval after hearing this. As long as Lilith has no issues, you can proceed directly. Charlotte joked. It seems like you, Commander, are offloading everything onto Lilith. Anyone who didn't know better might think Lilith is the commander. Zhao Chen laughed it off. Once there's no more war, I wouldn't mind handing over the title to Lilith. Then we can enjoy our peaceful days. Though Charlotte's words were dismissive, her eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, Zhao Chen suggested taking a vacation, listing the various delicacies and landscapes of different star regions. The beef legs from the bull totem star region, earth dragon meat from the giant dragon star region, lizard barbecue from the dragon lizard star region, roast whole elephant from the dragon elephant star region, bird eggs from the holy feather star region, grasslands and roast lamb legs from the beast horn star region, and seafood from the sea monster tribe's planet. Sensing the hidden agenda behind this vacation proposal, Charlotte quickly declined. No, I'm too busy right now. She ended the call, leaving Zhao Chen staring helplessly at the dark screen. The establishment of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom sparked dissatisfaction among some tribal factions. However, under the current circumstances, any public display of discontent would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Neutral tribes and Dragonkin tribes have aligned with the Beast Alliance, resulting in over 2/3 of Warhammer's original forces siding with the Alliance. Not to mention, a formidable entity is secretly backing the Beast Alliance. The presence of the T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought has been made public, and its engagements with the Demon Fleet on the front lines are well known. The gears of time have begun to turn, pushing Warhammer's fate forward. On October 23, 3034 in the galactic star calendar, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom was officially established. Charlotte was appointed as the first supreme leader, with Princess Blanche as her deputy, second only to Charlotte. The 20 seats of the upper council were allocated, with each seat held by representatives from the White Tiger, Wolf, Harpy, Spider Queen, Siren, Frost Wolf, Grizzly Bear, Golden Leopard, Hound, Dragonkin, Fox, Black Fox, Great Lion, and Minotaur tribes, among others. Recently, the Wolf tribe underwent a reorganization, with the White Wolf clan regaining dominance. Discussions about reintegrating the Frost Wolf tribe into the Wolf tribe concluded with maintaining the status quo, preserving an additional seat and respecting the Frost Wolf tribe's long-standing independent development. The Fox and Black Fox tribes also maintained similar independent status. Notably, at Princess Blanche's suggestion, Lord Zhao Chen was invited to serve as a permanent honorary member of the federal parliament. Zhao Chen understood Blanche's intentions, but decided to humor the princess. Despite the establishment of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, numerous affairs still need to be addressed. Charlotte's busy state is no exaggeration. Territorial changes among various tribes inevitably lead to conflicts requiring her intervention as the supreme leader. Charlotte employs a diplomacy first, force second strategy, deploying the Zhaolong First Legion to hover outside disputed planets, often facilitating mediation without resorting to violence. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen received satisfactory responses from 3 chief engineers. The Zhaolong base had already reached 100 active T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships ahead of schedule. Although producing T5 starships requires T4-level industrial technology, analysis showed that 10 of the components could be produced by T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, significantly reducing construction time. Nana detailed the optimized construction plan. By the end of the year, at least 1 T5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser and 5 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers could be completed. Spider Queen Elise added that the integration and construction plans for 3 industrial bases of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom were complete, with expected completion within a month, improving overall efficiency by at least 50. Zhao Chen was very pleased with the dedication of the 2 chief engineers, but noticed Annie's absence. When he inquired, Annie hurriedly arrived, breathless, and proposed a bold idea: utilizing Warhammer's T4-level starship manufacturing facilities to enhance production efficiency. Annie explained that she had obtained all industrial data from Charlotte. Although Warhammer's industrial system was relatively outdated, it still had T4-level capabilities. She suggested outsourcing part of the component production to Warhammer, which could result in more T5 starships by the end of the year. At least 1 T5 Lightning Phantom class and 8 T5 Chaos Knight class ships. Nana expressed concerns about technical leaks and component quality, but Spider Queen Elise considered these risks manageable. She pointed out that Warhammer's starship technicians were extremely scarce, and even with complete blueprints, it would take at least a decade to begin preliminary construction. As for quality issues, they could be resolved by strengthening the inspection process. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Zhao Chen. After a moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Chen finally said to Annie, "Ensure strict technical confidentiality and proceed with your plan. Fortune favors the bold. The most important thing right now is to expand the number of T5 starships. There's no such thing as a completely risk-free endeavor." Lilith, the secretary, stood in front of Zhao Chen, reporting on the progress of this year's construction plan. Her voice was steady and professional. "Commander, most of our annual construction plans have been completed ahead of schedule. In the coming months, we will focus on producing essential items, such as the T5 interstellar warships you recently proposed, and stockpiling enough interstellar missiles." Zhao Chen frowned, asking the critical question, "Do we have enough resources?" He recalled that the monthly revenue from the Jialong system had already surpassed 500 to 600 billion star coins and was heading toward the trillion mark. Now that they had secured the Warhammer base, there should be significant gains. Lilith responded with some concern. "Considering the production of these T5 interstellar warships and the missile stockpile, our raw materials are indeed running low. Although we have secured many mining rights through trade agreements with the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, utilizing these resources won't be feasible until early next year. By then, we expect to achieve a monthly profit of 500 billion star coins." She continued, "Fortunately, we have received an advance military purchase order. Due to the Warhammer Civil War, various tribes have depleted a significant number of interstellar warships, particularly the Dragon Tribe. Coupled with the threat from the Demon Tribe, the Dragon Tribe immediately initiated military purchase discussions with us. Princess Leona is highly concerned about this matter, inquiring about the progress almost every other day." Lilith elaborated on the Dragon Tribe's requirements. They hope to have their fleet built according to the Beast Legion's specifications and to receive a limited supply of fleets comparable to the Longhu Legion's combat capabilities, all to be delivered by the end of the year. Princess Leona has assured us that funding is not an issue. From what I understand, they can easily afford up to 10 trillion star coins and are willing to pay half up front. Hearing the enormous military purchase order, Zhao Chen couldn't help but worry. Up to 10 trillion star coins? Such a large order would be challenging for the Beiyin Group, especially since they are already handling a 10 trillion star coin order from the Xingyao Empire. Lilith nodded in agreement. It is challenging. However, the Beiyin Group has completed further expansion tasks. They now have a fleet of 100,000 T2, Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. If they were to focus solely on producing T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy interstellar battleships, they could build 100,000 ships per month. The production of T3-class interstellar warships would be slightly slower. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Chen decided, "Contact Li Yaqi and formally inform her that the production rights for T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships are now open to the Beiyin Group. They can produce T3 Furnace-class ships as needed." Lilith reminded him, "Commander, you might have forgotten. Li Yaqi has completely handed over control of the Beiyin Group to her brother, Li Wei. He is now the highest authority there." At that moment, Lilith's handheld terminal lit up. She glanced at it and smiled. "It's a call from Li Wei." Zhao Chen chuckled. "Put him through." The video window opened, revealing a well-dressed Li Wei. Both men paused for a moment before Zhao Chen teased, "Wow, didn't expect you to dress up like this. You look quite sharp." Li Wei rolled his eyes and adjusted his collar. "Look who's talking. You have no idea how impressive I am now. I have so many admirers wanting to have dinner with me that they could form a line around the Jialong main star." Zhao Chen continued to joke. Sure. As the great Li Wei, I remember you kept several gigabytes of interstellar species study materials back in the academy. Not picky at all, huh?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Wei quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, let's get down to business." Zhao Chen announced some good news. "Li Wei, from now on, the Beiyin Group has the production rights for T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. You can apply directly to the Jialong system for the relevant production technology. There are no limits on the number you can produce. It's up to you. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen with excitement and said, "That's fantastic. This will significantly boost the Bayan Group's production efficiency. Using T2 hammers to produce those T3 interstellar warships has been quite cumbersome." Zhao Chen added another piece of good news. In addition, apart from T3 interstellar missile ships and stealth bombers, the Bayan Group now has production rights for other types of T3 warships. However, every order for these T3 ships must be approved by Zhaolong. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Old Zhao, you're being very generous all of a sudden. You wouldn't happen to have mass-produced T5 interstellar warships already, would you?" Zhao Chen didn't answer directly and instead asked, "Never mind that. Just tell me, with these permissions granted, how many military purchase orders from the Dragon Tribe can you handle by the end of the year?" Li Wei pretended to grumble but was smiling like a groom on his wedding day. "You? Give me 10 minutes? You should have told me earlier. Now I have to recalculate everything." Soon, Zhao Chen received a detailed reply from Li Wei. According to the standard configuration of the Beast Alliance Legion fleet, a fleet of 3,000 starships includes 3,000 T2-class interstellar warships and 100 T3-class interstellar warships, with a construction cost of about 1 billion star coins. In contrast, the regular fleet of the Dragon Tiger Legion consists of 3,000 T2-class interstellar warships, 300 T3-class interstellar warships, and 3 T4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers, with a construction cost as high as 6 billion star coins. Li Wei carefully explained that considering the previously agreed tenfold profit margin, the procurement prices are 10 billion and 60 billion star coins, respectively. Given the relatively relaxed military procurement schedule of the Starshine Empire, they could focus their efforts on fulfilling the Dragon Tribe's order over the next 2 months. It is estimated that they could provide the Dragon Tribe with military procurement orders worth 4 trillion star coins, including 300,000 Beast Legion spec interstellar fleets and 30,000 Dragon Tiger Legion spec interstellar fleets. For the remaining 400 billion star coins worth of military procurement orders, Li Wei looked to Zhao Chen for instructions. Zhao Chen took over the conversation, stating that this portion would be produced by the Xiaolong star system based on the Dragon Tribe's needs, specifically a few T4-class interstellar warships. This was Zhao Chen's promise to the Dragon Princess. Zhao Chen calculated that the 400 billion star coins procurement allocation might seem substantial, but with a tenfold profit margin, it would only be enough to purchase 2 T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar armored battleships. This favorable profit margin was due to the current alliance with the Dragon Tribe. For other tribes, the profit margin would be at least 30-fold. Delivering more than 300,000 interstellar warships to the Dragon Tribe would be enough to fortify their border defenses. According to the agreement, the Dragon Tribe would directly pay 2 trillion star coins. Although this amount would have delighted Zhao Chen in the past, after a recent war costing several trillion star coins, this 2 trillion would barely cover a few rounds of attacks by the Xiaolong Legion fleet. Zhao Chen told Li Wei, "Let's proceed with the production as planned. It's up to you now, old Li." Li Wei smiled and assured him that the delivery would be on schedule. After the video call ended, Zhao Chen turned to Lilith and instructed her to inform the Dragon Tribe to pay the deposit. However, Lilith pointed out bluntly that according to the recent agreement with and regarding the production of T5-class interstellar warships, at least 1.5 trillion star coins would be needed for production costs. Zhao Chen sighed, lamenting that the money hadn't even arrived yet and it already had its uses. Seeing Zhao Chen's expression, Lilith didn't add salt to the wound, but instead offered some good news. She had already notified Li Yaqi's Northern Dragon Group and Red Rose's Crimson Red Dragon Group to immediately enter the Warhammer market, demanding satisfactory results by the end of the year. Additionally, they plan to send the Beast Legion to control 4-star regions vacated by the mechanical race's retreat from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom's periphery. If everything went smoothly, these 4-star regions could bring in at least 500 billion star coins in monthly revenue. Lilith also mentioned another significant matter. The interstellar warships needed for the Xiaolong 7th Legion were nearly completed and currently in the training phase. The Xiaolong star system had repeatedly inquired about who would command the 7th Legion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen instinctively looked at Xue Xiaoxiao, who was sitting in the captain's chair nearby. Xue Xiaoxiao, overhearing their conversation, clung to the back of the chair and firmly stated, I'm not going to be any commander. I just want to be the captain of my Hades. No one can separate us. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go." Zhao Chen and Lilith exchanged a glance and tacitly excluded Xue Xiaoxiao from the candidate list. Although Xue Xiaoxiao had long been a reserve corps commander, she was like a child who never grew up. Despite her extensive experience commanding interstellar battleships, they couldn't trust her with an entire Legion fleet. Zhao Chen frowned and asked, "So who do we have left?" Lilith suggested it was time to activate the 3rd batch of Xiaolong senior officers. She explained that these officers had passed the Goddess Academy-level starship assessments and had served in various Xiaolong Legion fleets, with some being Zhao Chen's old acquaintances. As the Xiaolong Legion continued to grow, injecting new blood was essential. At Zhao Chen's request, Lilith pulled up two holographic images, recommending two candidates. Qingman, from the Snake Tribe, a former subordinate of Medusa, who had served as a captain and had been in the Xiaolong Legion for over a year, and Wei Shishir, a former soldier of the Starshine Empire, who had been one of the fleet captains of the Princess Legion, served as Zhao Ryue's deputy, and joined the Xiaolong Legion on Zhao Ryue's recommendation after the Starshine Empire's civil war. Following Commander Charlotte and earning her commendation, Zhao Chen was familiar with both candidates. He took a deep breath, swiped his finger, and the two holographic images spun like a roulette wheel, finally stopping on Wei Shishir. It's her, Zhao Chen decided. Thus, the position of the Xiaolong 7th Legion commander fell to Wei Shishir, a sudden appointment that even she probably didn't expect. Just then, Lilith's handheld terminal rang again. She glanced at it and reported to Zhao Chen. It's news from Holy Light Empire's St. Kana. She requests a video call with you. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. It seems Miss St. Kana is in a bit of a rush. When Zhao Chen saw Shang Kana again, he was shocked to find that the once brilliant fleet commander, who had shone like a jewel in a crown, had lost her luster. Her eyes were dull, her expression revealed helplessness, and her overall mental state was in shambles. Only when she saw Zhao Chen's image did a different glimmer appear in her eyes. Miss Shang Kana, how have you been? Zhao Chen asked in the tone of an old friend. Staring directly at Zhao Chen, Shang Kana urgently asked, My lord, does your previous promise still stand? Zhao Chen shrugged in confusion. Miss Shang Kana, there seems to be some misunderstanding. I never made any promises. If you're referring to our previous conversation, it was merely a suggestion from an old friend. Shang Kana suddenly lost control, shouting, Stop beating around the bush. I don't have much time left, and neither do the people here. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, realizing that the situation in the Holy Radiance Empire might be worse than he had imagined. Shang Kana said self-mockingly, Your agents in the Holy Radiance Empire. Don't they know what's happening here? Shaking his head, Zhao Chen explained, I did send some people to the Holy Radiance Empire to relay messages to me. But recently, I've been preoccupied with the war over at Warhammer, so I haven't paid much attention to the Holy Radiance Empire. I only have a superficial understanding of the situation. Shang Kana clenched her teeth, trying to control her emotions, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. She angrily exclaimed, Those bastards, they abandoned 3-star regions, leaving behind 100 trillion lives. How dare they make such a decision? How dare they? She continued, Just today, they established some sort of migration plan. Are they planning to abandon the tens of thousands of trillions of lives in the Holy Radiance Empire this time? They have betrayed the holy light. They have no holy light in their hearts. Zhao Chen suggested, Can you explain it slowly? He needed time to sort through the information he knew. Gradually calming down, Shang Kana began to detail the catastrophic events unfolding in the Holy Radiance Empire. Half a month ago, the wormholes that appeared in the Holy Radiance Empire could no longer be concealed from the public, causing widespread panic. People named this disaster the Great Zerg Catastrophe. It all started with the failed siege operation against the T5 Zerg mothership. Following this, the Imperial Senate quickly split into two factions, the Exiles and the War Party. The Exiles advocated for interstellar exile, taking a portion of the population and all technological advancements. They had found a habitable star region on the other side of the Mechanoid territory, reachable within 6 months. The War Party insisted on fighting the Zerg to the death, vowing to defend the Empire. The conflict between these factions paralyzed the Senate, preventing the formation of new battle plans. Meanwhile, the Zerg launched a massive invasion, spreading like wildfire across the plains, threatening the 3 most densely populated star regions of the Empire, home to 100 trillion citizens. Despite the presence of multiple Imperial legions and the Holy Light Corps, the Senate ultimately decided, after lengthy discussions, to abandon these 3-star regions and ordered all military forces to withdraw. This decision, proposed by the Saint families, sparked intense dissatisfaction among the War Party. Shang Kana, seething with rage, said they should never, under any circumstances, have fled alone, abandoning the tens of thousands of trillions of people in the Empire. I will not allow this to happen. Zhao Chen stared at Shang Kana and asked, So, what do you want from me? Clenching her fists, Shang Kana resolutely said, I need your power. To change everything in the Holy Radiance Empire. To save the Holy Spirit people who are about to lose their homes in this catastrophe. For this, I am willing to pay any price. Even if it means giving myself to the devil. Hey, watch your metaphors. You're making it sound like I'm some kind of villain. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with irritation. He continued seriously, I don't do coercion here. Everything is based on voluntary principles. St. Kana realized she had misspoken in her emotional outburst. She cleared her throat awkwardly, adjusted her posture, and decided to get straight to the point. No need for more words. Since you've already made your decision, let's cut to the chase. She looked Zhao Chen in the eye, her tone firm. First, I'm willing to send troops to help you, but everything must be under my command. Even if I order the abandonment of 3-star regions, you must comply. Zhao Chen looked at Saint Kana seriously, noticing a subtle change in her eyes. He continued, but I can assure you, I will do everything in my power to prevent this disaster. At least compared to those hypocrites who only know how to run away, I can give you a chance to rebuild your home. Saint Kana nodded slightly. You don't need to say more. I'm a soldier. I know when to make decisions. Her tone was resolute and determined. Zhao Chen was pleased with Saint Kana's response. He knew she wasn't the impulsive type. Otherwise, she would have sought his help when the Imperial Senate initially decided to abandon the 3-star regions. It was only when the Imperial Senate made the final decision to completely abandon their home and implement the migration plan that Saint Kana realized the Senate and the Saint clan had betrayed their oath to the Holy Light and their promise to protect this place forever. Zhao Chen continued to lay out his terms. Also, let me be clear. I don't do unprofitable deals. If our cooperation goes smoothly, I will support a faction loyal to us within the Holy Radiance Empire. Additionally, we must control at least 70% of the resource origins in the Holy Radiance Empire for 100 years. Do you agree? Saint Kana had anticipated these conditions. She nodded in agreement. I can promise you that. But you must also promise me not to enslave the Holy Spirit clan's people here. Zhao Chen spread his hands, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. You still don't trust me, do you? You can go and see the Reef Star region, which I've already controlled. What it looks like now is what the future of the Holy Radiance Empire can be. Mentioning the Reef Star region, Saint Kana's expression softened. This was one of the reasons she was willing to trust Zhao Chen. She urgently asked, can we now discuss the aid you can provide? The Holy Radiance Empire's situation is dire. The interstellar insect race. Zhao Chen raised his hand to signal Saint Kana to calm down, interrupting her. The threat from the interstellar insect race to the Holy Radiance Empire is indeed significant. But I believe the immediate priority is not dealing with the insect threat, but unifying our front. Seeing Saint Kana's puzzled look, Zhao Chen explained, you've already abandoned 3-star regions. The situation in those regions can't be changed now, even if I send all my troops. You, as the commander of the Holy Angel Legion, should understand this. Saint Kana nodded quietly, and Zhao Chen continued his analysis. The interstellar insect race will take at least a month to completely consume those 3-star regions. This month is our chance to clear out the internal remnants within the Holy Radiance Empire. As I said earlier, to deal with the insect threat, we must first eliminate any internal concerns. We can't have people dragging us down or taking all the resources while we're fighting on the front lines. Saint Kana caught the implication in Zhao Chen's words. Are you saying we should first deal with the Imperial Senate and the Saint clan? Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. The Holy Radiance Empire is now riddled with both external and internal injuries. To heal, we must first address the internal wounds and strengthen our foundation. I'll give you 1 month to take care of the Imperial Senate and the Saint clan. After that, the entire Holy Radiance Empire must speak with one voice. Yours, Saint Kana. Seeing Saint Kana's hesitation, Zhao Chen added, if you're worried about the Holy Spirit clan people threatened by the insect race, think of it this way. The sooner you deal with the Senate and the Saint clan, the sooner you'll be able to turn your attention to the insect threat. Saint Kana took a deep breath, her eyes becoming resolute. All right, we'll deal with the Imperial Senate and the Saint clan first. But my Holy Angel Legion alone can't accomplish this. Zhao Chen responded immediately, don't worry about that. Just make the plan and send it to me. Once I approve it, you'll get all the support you need. All right, I'll start preparing now, Saint Kana said eagerly. Before ending the communication, she gave Zhao Chen a meaningful look. I hope you won't make me regret this decision. Zhao Chen simply smiled, not saying more. He believed time would give Saint Kana a satisfactory answer. After the video call ended, Lilith approached. She had observed the entire process. Commander, do you really trust her? It's hard to believe that a short video call could decide the fate of an empire. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith teasingly. I have a knack for judging people. Otherwise, how could I have found such a good housekeeper? Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen and walked away. But as she turned, a faint, sweet smile appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, Saint Kana quickly finalized a series of plans. She hadn't eaten all day, and a maid outside the door called out in concern. Miss, you haven't eaten all day? Leave it at the door, Saint Kana replied curtly. If not for hearing her voice, the maid might have forced her way in. Inside, the dim light from her desk's electronic screen was the only illumination. Saint Kana stared at her plans, a nearly manic smile on her face. She was about to dismantle the Empire's political system with no remorse. Perhaps deep down, she had long seen the Senate as a decayed entity. Saint Kana activated her communication device and contacted someone. Inform the Saint clan that we, the Holy Angel clan, agree to the migration plan. But we must have a detailed discussion about it. The location will be at the Imperial Senate. Make sure all families supporting the migration plan attend. After ending the call, Saint Kana stood in the dim light for a long time, contemplating the impending upheaval. 3 days later, on the Imperial Star of the Holy Radiance Empire, the awe-inspiring Imperial Senate stood atop 5 colossal steel statues, each towering 10,000 meters high. These giants held spears in one hand and formed a circle, with their other hands elevating the Senate's castle-like structure. Saint Kana once believed these statues represented the 5 consuls who protected the empire, but her understanding had changed. These symbols of power seemed more like guardians of the elite aristocracy within the Senate. As the shuttle gently landed, Saint Kana disembarked with her father and uncle. She glanced around and was taken aback by the unexpected number of visitors. The Saint Angel family, one of the empire's top 5 families, had hinted at possibly supporting the migration plan, attracting the attention of nearly every influential clan. The bustling crowd was far beyond her expectations, resembling a grand banquet rather than a serious meeting. Why are there so many people here? Saint Kana asked, her brow furrowed. Her uncle smiled and explained, it's only natural. The migration plan involves key position allocations, future resource distributions, and determining how many people from each faction can board the starships. It's all about the distribution of benefits. Saint Kana remained silent as she followed her father and uncle into the Senate's grand entrance. The sight before her was unsettling. The plaza, originally reserved for special ceremonies, was now filled with exquisite food and luxurious decorations, resembling an opulent banquet scene. Elegantly dressed guests mingled, holding wine glasses and engaging in lively conversations, some even accompanied by beautiful companions. The laughter and chatter that filled the air seemed absurd and ironic to Saint Kana. The extravagance of this banquet could support the frontline fleet's logistics for who knows how long, Saint Kana thought to herself, maintaining a stoic expression as she walked through the crowd. Many attempted to engage her in conversation, but she coldly ignored them all. Hey, Saint Kana, people are greeting you. Her uncle apologized to the guests. I'm sorry, everyone. My niece has always been this way. Not very good at these social events. Saint Kana paid no heed and continued forward. Her father, clan leader Saint George, quietly asked, Saint Kana, what exactly are you planning this time? He was still puzzled by his daughter's sudden willingness to consider the migration plan. Father, I have my own plans, Saint Kana replied curtly. As they were about to enter the council chamber, the 5 consuls and several elders emerged. Central Star Region Consul Andrew stood at the center, announcing that the meeting would be held in the plaza. Flanking him were the other 4 consuls: Ernest of the Eastern Star Region, Stanford of the Southern Star Region, Melissa of the Western Star Region, and Gilbert of the Northern Star Region. Andrew proclaimed loudly, after internal discussions within the Senate, the majority has agreed, with a few abstentions, to pass the migration plan. We have gathered everyone here today to finalize the details of the plan. Once confirmed, we will swiftly prepare to carry the seeds of the Empire's hope and seek a future for the Holy Radiance. The plaza erupted in applause and cheers, but Saint Kana's eyes remained cold. She could finally drop her facade and expose the hypocrisy of these individuals. Stepping forward in a sudden burst of anger, Saint Kana pointed at Consul Andrew and shouted, a future for the Holy Radiance? I don't know where that future lies, but I do know that the Holy Radiance will never allow you to abandon the countless trillions of people in this empire just to save yourselves. You are traitors to the Holy Radiance. As soon as Saint Kana finished speaking, the entire hall plunged into an eerie silence. Every gaze was magnetically drawn to her. Governor Andrew's hawk-like eyes fixated on Saint Kana, but he didn't speak. Instead, he turned to Chief Saint George, his voice low and menacing. Saint George, what exactly does your Holy Angel family mean by this? Chief Saint George was in turmoil. Though he had a vague sense that his daughter had a plan, the current situation was dangerously precarious. He looked anxiously at Saint Kana, his eyes filled with worry. Saint Kana returned a reassuring look, as if to say, everything is under control. At that moment, Saint Kana's uncle suddenly stepped forward, his face plastered with a fawning smile as he repeatedly explained, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This is just a joke my niece played on everyone. As he spoke, he kept winking at Saint Kana and Saint George, cursing inwardly. What on earth are these two up to? Do they have a death wish? I still want to live a few more years. However, Saint Kana ignored her uncle's attempt to defuse the situation. She stood tall, her eyes like burning coals, staring down everyone present. This is no misunderstanding. Today, I will cleanse the Empire's Senate of its rot. I will judge you all those who have betrayed the Holy Light and the Holy Spirit family. She raised her hand, pointing at Governor Andrew and the nobles below, her gaze filled with contempt. Her words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Eastern Governor Ernest was the first to react, pointing at St. Kana with a sneer. St. Kana, if you have a death wish, just say so. I can grant it. You think you can judge us? What makes you think you have the right? The nobles below echoed his sentiments, hurling insults. Some who harbored grudges against St. Kana were ready to pounce. Amidst the fury, St. Kana smiled mysteriously. The right? You can try and see if I have it. Normally, this smile might have charmed her admirers, but now it made everyone think she was mad. Seeing the situation deteriorate, her uncle quickly distanced himself. Governor Andrew, I have nothing to do with them, truly nothing. But by now, no one paid attention to his pitiful plea. Just as people were speculating whether St. Kana had lost her mind, a strange noise came from above. Suddenly, dark shadows broke through the clouds, diving rapidly. Warning! Warning! Unidentified aircraft approaching. Activate defense turrets. Piercing alarms blared around the plaza. Dozens of defense turrets emerged from their concealment, aiming at the unidentified objects. A barrage of fire rained skyward, hitting a few shadows but failing to stop the majority. These intruders retaliated, and in a series of explosions, the defense turrets were destroyed. As the shadows lowered, everyone could finally see them clearly. They were advanced starfighter jets. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Security personnel frantically contacted ground forces and space fleets. Ground-based aircraft and drones quickly took off, but against these mysterious invaders, they were like paper. To make matters worse, all communication devices failed, cutting them off from the outside world. Governor Andrew glared at St. Kana, roaring, St. Kana, what have you done? St. Kana shrugged, looking innocent. I told you, I will cleanse the empire of its filth. And it starts with the Senate. Governor Andrew sneered. You think controlling us means you've won? Outside the empire, we still have the Saint Legion. Once they realize we've lost contact, they'll send reinforcements immediately. What will you fight them with? St. Kana narrowed her eyes, as if recalling something. Ah, the Saint Legion. They should be judged first. Her tone turned severe. I discovered an encrypted file about the Saint Legion during my search of military records. During a recent decapitation operation against the T5 Hive mothership, the Saint Legion's commander, fearing heavy losses, withdrew without notifying allied fleets. This led to the collapse of the battle lines. Her gaze locked onto Governor Andrew. Imagine, the Saint Legion deserting in battle. According to our empire's laws, how should deserters be dealt with, Governor Andrew? Or should I call you the patriarch of the Saint family? A flicker of panic crossed Governor Andrew's eyes, but he quickly regained composure. You're slandering us. St. Kana sneered. Seeing is believing. The Saint Legion is your family's pride. Let's see how your pride crumbles. She snapped her fingers. A massive holographic screen appeared above the plaza. As everyone looked up, their expressions froze. Swarms of interstellar missiles were bombarding a fleet of starships, the Saint Legion's fleet. The relentless missile attack lasted for minutes, an endless barrage that left everyone breathless. When the onslaught ended, the screen showed the attacking fleet majestic warships, each emblazoned with a prominent dragon emblem. Not everyone recognized the symbol, but Southern Governor Stanford and Eastern Governor Ernest gasped simultaneously. The Dragonhawk Legion? Thousands of Xylon-class starships, like wolves scenting blood, descended upon the Saint Legion, which had just endured a blanket missile strike. Despite being the mightiest of the 10 holy legions, the Saint Legion now appeared fragile. Explosions and debris silently erupted in the vacuum of space, resembling a magnificent yet brutal firework display. Governor Andrew, seething with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at St. Kana. St. Kana, you conspired with the Xiaolong Legion. You call us traitors, but it's you who have betrayed the holy light. Governor Stanford immediately chimed in, his voice dripping with contempt. I knew this woman had ties with the Xiaolong Legion when I was with the Star Alliance, especially with that Xiaolong lord who knows what sordid relationship they have. St. Kana remained unfazed by the accusations. Her cold gaze swept over Governor Stanford as she spoke with unsettling calmness. Stanford, are you still hoping for your Southern Holy Fleet station nearby? Governor Stanford's expression faltered, but quickly regained his composure, sneering. And what if I am? My Southern Holy Fleet has 200,000 starships. When they arrive, do you think your betrayal will succeed? The guests around them sighed in relief, suddenly recalling this formidable backup. Governor Stanford had long prepared for the Exodus plan, abandoning border defenses to assemble nearly 200,000 starships, ready to embark on their new home. However, St. Kana's next words were like a cold shower. Unfortunately, it seems your Southern Holy Fleet won't be listening to you anymore. She opened a video window, revealing the interior of a command bridge. A man who had been seated in the captain's chair stood up and saluted St. Kana with one hand over his chest. Commander St. Kana. Paul? Governor Stanford recognized the commander of the Southern Holy Fleet's Second Corps, his voice filled with disbelief. Governor Stanford screamed hysterically. Paul, what are you doing? I order you to contact the rest of the Southern Holy Fleet and come to the Imperial Star immediately to quell this rebellion. The Saint Angel family is in league with the enemy and is now the Empire's most wanted. Commander Paul ignored Stanford's outburst and instead looked at St. Kana, bowing slightly. Awaiting your next command, Commander. St. Kana replied calmly, let's not rush. Governor Stanford is probably quite confused right now. Commander Paul, why don't you explain the current situation of his Southern Holy Fleet? Commander Paul turned to Governor Stanford, reporting in a steady voice, half an hour ago, the first corps of the Southern Holy Fleet was completely annihilated. Subsequently, the 2nd, 4th, and 6th Corps all defected. The 3rd and 5th Corps initially resisted but ultimately stabilized after a series of high-ranking officer defections and partial fleet surrenders. The 8th Corps, which was docked for repairs after fighting the interstellar insectoids, has also joined our ranks upon receiving our intelligence. Currently, the Southern Holy Fleet has been fully restructured into the St. Angel's 2nd Corps, with over 150,000 starships under our control. Report complete. The guests were thunderstruck, their faces turning pale. Governor Stanford staggered backward, mumbling in disbelief. Impossible. This can't be. My first corps alone had 30,000 starship show. Could they be wiped out in just half an hour? This must be a trick. You're all lying. My fleet will come to quell this rebellion soon. St. Kana, observing Stanford's breakdown, said to Paul, Commander Paul, are you still at the site where the first corps was annihilated? Yes, I am. Then show Governor Stanford the scene. Give him a chance to mourn his most elite first corps. Paul adjusted the feed, and the scene outside the command bridge's window came into view. A graveyard of starship wreckage floated in the dark void, the remains of once mighty vessels. Among the debris, the identities of some larger ships could still be discerned. T-4 Retribution Angel-class heavy battleships, T-4 Holy Radiance-class light cruisers, and T-4 Messenger-class medium destroyers. These ships, once symbols of the Holy Light Empire's glory, were now mere fragments drifting in space. Suddenly, a massive starship appeared in the distance. As the image sharpened, its immense size became apparent, evoking an indescribable sense of oppression. What kind of starship is that? I've never seen anything like it, a young guest asked, puzzled. Another governor, his face ashen and eyes wide with shock, pointed at the video, his lips trembling. AT-5. That's AT-5 starship. It's the one that annihilated our Holy Wing Corps. At that moment, the truth was finally revealed to all. T-5 starship? The mention of it caused a stir in the meeting room. Attendees exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Though some had heard rumors of the Holy Wing Legion being annihilated by the T-5 starship, the Imperial Senate had suppressed the news to prevent panic, especially with the outbreak of the interstellar Zerg incident. The matter had never been thoroughly investigated. Now, the legendary T-5 starship was right before their eyes, having just decimated the elite First Army of the Southern Holy Fleet Group. The idea that such a powerful fleet could be destroyed in just half an hour seemed unbelievable, but now, everyone believed it. This was indeed the work of the T-5 starship. The expression on Governor Ernest's face confirmed it. The T-5 starship had not only wiped out the Holy Wing Legion but had also annihilated 8 fleet groups and 25,000 starships that had arrived for support. With such astonishing achievements, destroying the First Army of the Southern Holy Fleet Group in half an hour no longer seemed impossible. Governor Stanford collapsed to the floor, muttering, "Everything is over for me." Governor Andrew, clinging to his last shred of dignity, addressed Shinkana. Shinkana, I admit you have skills. Your collusion with the Shalom Legion gives you the courage to stand here and challenge us. But Shinkana cut him off with a cold laugh. But you think the Saint family still has some leverage, right? You believe that even without you, the old patriarch, the Saint family can still hold up half the sky? Do you think I haven't considered this and prepared a special gift for your Saint family? A sense of unease rose in Governor Andrew's heart, but he tried to reassure himself. No, it can't be. It can't be. He began listing the advantages of the Saint family. The stronghold in the Central Star region's 9th Sector J-88 system, the Holy Fleet Group on standby for the migration plan, and the remaining 200,000 starships. After listening, Shinkana gritted her teeth and said, "Do you remember the 3-star regions you abandoned? And the Imperial citizens who have lost, or are losing their homes?" Her eyes burned with fury. "Shinkana, what are you planning?" Governor Andrew shouted, feeling as if he were being pushed to the edge of a cliff. Shinkana enunciated each word clearly. "What am I planning? I've made it clear from the start. I intend to purge the Holy Radiance Empire." Nearby, clan leader St. George felt like he was in a dream, unable to believe his daughter had done so much behind his back. Moreover, these seemingly insane actions appeared to be largely successful. He regretted missing the signs and noticed the strange looks from those around him. At that moment, Shenkana raised her hand again. An ominous feeling washed over the crowd as their attention shifted to a newly appeared video feed. The screen displayed an intense battle, with dense cannon fire illuminating space. "Isn't that the Saint family's home planet?" someone exclaimed. The crowd recognized the familiar planet in the background, the Saint family's home planet. Despite the distance, the planet's dire situation was evident. The spaceport in low orbit was under attack, ablaze with fire. Several space elevators had fallen like fiery chains onto the planet's surface, resembling red scars when viewed from space. "Shenkana, how dare you?" Governor Andrew was so enraged that he spat blood and nearly collapsed, saved only by his attendants. The video began to rotate, showing a fleet of interstellar missile ships unleashing their firepower. Their targets included a group of starships from the Holy Fleet Group. The number of missile ships was staggering, with hundreds launching countless interstellar missiles. The overwhelming firepower left the 200,000 starships of the Holy Fleet Group struggling to retaliate. Simultaneously, 3 groups of Xiaolong Legion ships appeared on the edge of the screen, roughly estimated at 10,000 Xiaolong starships. The Xiaolong Legion's prowess was well known, with rumors suggesting a single Xiaolong Legion could fight 10 times its number. With so many Xiaolong ships and numerous missile ships, the battle's outcome seemed inevitable. "So, isn't it time for you all to make a decision?" Shenkana suddenly spoke. "Let me be clear, this is a one-time offer." Her words left everyone stunned, momentarily unsure who was speaking. At that moment, Governor Melissa stepped forward, standing beside Shenkana with a beautiful smile. "The Saint family abandoned the imperial citizens. Their crime is unforgivable. The imperial senate sheltered the Saint family, becoming their puppets, equally guilty. From this moment, I, Melissa, fully support General Shenkana. For the Empire, we must purge the rot. My fleet is ready to attack the Eastern Holy Fleet Group at any time." "Melissa, how could you betray us?" Governor Ernest pointed at her in disbelief, recalling how she had just vowed to punish his fleet. Then, Governor Gilbert of the Northern Star region stood up, his towering figure blocking Shenkana like a guardian deity. "Commander Shenkana, grant me communication access. I can order my fleet to attack right now." I've long despised Ernest and his hypocritical cronies. The sudden shift in the situation caught everyone off guard. Shenkana, however, maintained a calm smile, as if everything was under her control. You. Commander Andrew pointed furiously at the 2 consuls, incredulous to find them standing in St. Kana's camp. The scene left everyone present in shock, the atmosphere thick with tension. However, Andrew's misunderstanding was only half correct. In fact, the 2 consuls had just made their decision moments ago. Less than half an hour earlier, St. Kana had a brief but crucial communication with them. St. Kana was no stranger to these consuls. Due to the St. Angel family's territory being right at the intersection of their jurisdictions, she had some private interactions with both of them. Consul Melissa, with her striking appearance, was like a rose with thorns. There were rumors in the Imperial Senate about many men being under her spell, but St. Kana knew that Melissa had never truly been intimate with any man. Those men were merely pawns in her control. St. Kana was so certain because she knew Melissa had no interest in men. This secret almost put St. Kana in danger, but instead, it led to a mentor-mentee relationship between them, maintaining a facade of peace. In discussions within the Imperial Senate about dealing with the Zerg calamity, whether it was the migration plan or fighting to the end with the Empire, Melissa remained ambiguous. This did not surprise St. Kana. Melissa was an extremely pragmatic person with weak faith, which had once caused friction between them. Melissa controlled nearly a third of the Empire's internal interstellar trade, and would even use military fleets for escort if it benefited her. In her eyes, everything had value, including sacrificing for the nation. She was adept at adapting to circumstances, and St. Kana was certain that if she didn't step in, Melissa would undoubtedly support the migration plan and leave the Holy Radiance Empire without hesitation. Knowing Melissa's character, St. Kana approached her first, laying her cards on the table. However, the shrewd Melissa did not make a statement on the spot, and St. Kana didn't push her. As for Consul Gilbert, he was straightforward, combative, and passionate, but also the poorest and most downtrodden among the 5 consuls. The Saint family controlled all the military factories supplying his interstellar warships. As a soldier who climbed up from the bottom, he reached his position through countless military achievements. However, his rise to consul wasn't just due to his merits. It was largely because those behind the scenes saw him as the easiest to control. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, Gilbert was always seen as a loyal hound of the Saint family. At this moment, Commander Andrew could never have imagined that his loyal hound would suddenly bite back. "I am the captain of this ship, and I must consider the future of my crew." "I'm sorry, Chief Andrew," Consul Melissa said with a slight bow, her words of apology contradicted by the smirk on her lips. Clearly, she did not agree with the migration plan either, given the interstellar trade empire she had built here. From the moment I became a soldier, my dream was to protect my planet, my star system, my homeland. Consul Gilbert straightened up, as if truly standing tall for the first time in years. Perhaps there was a time when I lost sight of my original purpose. But fortunately, Commander St. Kana awakened me. She showed me the devastation caused by the Zerg in the 3-star regions you abandoned. My faith does not allow me to stand by and watch this happen to the entire Holy Radiance Empire. St. Kana turned to face the nobles in the audience, her gaze like a sharp blade sweeping over each one of them. Though she detested these people, she had to acknowledge their necessity in maintaining the empire's stability. In peaceful times, she might have eradicated them without hesitation. But not now. The empire needed stable order to face the impending long-term war with the Zerg. You all should be aware of the current state of the empire. St. Kana's voice was cold and resolute. Of the 10 Holy Light Legions, the Saint, Saint Wing, Saint Guardian, Saint Cleric, and Saint Spear Legions are all gone. The remaining Saint Maiden Legion, even after regrouping, has only 70% of its full complement of interstellar warships. The Saint Cross Legion has yet to restore its formation, with fewer than 300 warships, barely functional. The only forces truly capable of fighting are the Inquisition Legion, the Holy Radiance Legion, and my Saint Angel Legion. Consul Melissa chimed in at the right moment. The Holy Radiance Legion is now fully under Commander St. Kana's command. The Inquisition Legion's commander is a friend of mine. With my persuasion, he will take no action for the next 24 hours. As for what happens after, she smiled meaningfully, implying that the Inquisition Legion's commander would change his stance as the situation evolved. St. Kana continued. Our empire has 5 fleet groups. The Northern Holy Fleet Group with 200,000 warships, the Western Holy Fleet Group with 230,000 warships, and the Southern Holy Fleet Group with 150,000 warships, nearly 600,000 warships in total, are all under my control. As for the Eastern Holy Fleet Group and the Central Holy Fleet Group, I believe you will soon hear from them. She raised both hands, looking down at the crowd like a judgmental angel. So now, please make your choice. Those willing to stay and fight alongside the Empire's citizens, stand to my left. Those who wish to continue with the migration plan, stand to my right. At this moment, St. Kana's image transformed into that of a stern, judgmental angel in the eyes of the audience. Her left hand symbolized survival, while her right hand signified death. Everyone felt an invisible pressure, knowing they were about to make a decision that could change the fate of the entire empire. This is a straightforward choice. The nobles in the square all moved to stand on the left side of St. Kana. Second uncle, changing his previous attitude, stood on the steps with his hands on his hips, pointing at the nobles on the left, just about to scold them when he was suddenly kicked and sent flying, landing face first on the ground. As second uncle got up, cursing under his breath, he turned to see that the one who kicked him was none other than his elder brother, Chief St. George. Chief St. George glared at his brother with disappointment and sternly rebuked, "You fool, get out of my sight. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll beat you senseless." Second uncle quickly put on a flattering smile, nodding repeatedly as he looked at the indifferent St. Kana, then retreated to the corner of the square. In his mind, he was already fantasizing about a bright future, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Little did he know, St. Kana had already arranged a minor position for him on a remote planet and planned to secretly sterilize him genetically. St. Kana's gaze swept over the nobles on the left. She had a mental list, marked with 3 colors: useful, under observation, and must die. This so-called choice was merely a way for her to assert her authority. The right side remained empty. Suddenly, Governor Stanford roared, "St. Kana, I'll kill you." He pulled out a mini laser gun and aimed it at St. Kana's back. In the next second, his headless body fell to the ground, the neck still smoldering. An interstellar drone, which had somehow infiltrated, hovered above the crowd. It was this drone that had taken out Governor Stanford with its laser cannon. Only then did Governor Ernest realize the shield barrier had disappeared. Governor Gilbert smiled and explained, "Apologies. It seems the security for the Imperial Senate this year is my responsibility." More and more interstellar drones appeared overhead, causing the crowd to remain motionless. Suddenly, 5 interstellar fighters roared in, transforming into massive combat mechs just before crashing into the Imperial Senate, landing heavily and stirring up clouds of dust. St. Kana recognized them as the T-4 Thunder Warrior class medium mechs of the Xiaolong Legion. One mech walked to the center of the square and projected the image of its pilot. The pilot reported that the main military facilities on the planet had been secured, with only a few small and underground facilities remaining. St. Kana thanked the reinforcements and then ordered the surrendering nobles to be escorted to a designated location. Finally, she looked at the Imperial Senate behind her and calmly said, "There is no need for this place to exist anymore." Minutes later, St. Kana boarded a shuttle and ascended into the clouds. Behind her, 5 giant stone statues and the Imperial Senate collapsed into ruins. On the bridge of the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, the situation in various parts of the battlefield was proceeding smoothly, just as Shang Kana had planned. Lilith, the secretary, stood next to Zhao Chen, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Those imperial senate elders and nobles never saw this coming. They were caught completely off guard. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, who would have thought they'd get blindsided like this? But it's all thanks to Shang Kana's plan. His eyes flashed with admiration. This commander of the Holy Angel Legion is more than she appears. Though she looks like a righteous and innocent young girl, she's already built her own network of connections. Makes sense though. People from such prominent families are rarely simple. Lilith frowned slightly, her tone tinged with concern. So, what's your plan for handling the Holy Radiance Empire? This mess? She emphasized the last few words. Zhao Chen sighed and rubbed his temples. A mess. Indeed, the Holy Radiance Empire looks glorious on the surface, but internally it's rotten to the core due to various issues. It's like a dam that's been hollowed out, ready to collapse at any moment. Calling it a mess might even be a compliment. His expression turned serious. Because of the presence of that level 5 permanent cosmic wormhole, the Holy Radiance Empire is like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. And we can't just let it blow up. Zhao Chen stood up and walked to the viewport, gazing at the distant stars. It's like my territory is a village right next to that dam. If it collapses, the flood will definitely affect my village. It's like they say, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. He turned to face Lilith, his brow furrowed. What else can we do? We have to defuse the bomb. We're stuck with this neighbor after all. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples again and continued. On one side, we have the interstellar insects, and on the other, the demon race. The problem is, there's currently no way to close the cosmic wormhole, so as long as it exists, swarms of interstellar insects will keep pouring out, occasionally even a T-5 insect mothership. As for the demon race, they don't pose a constant threat, but you never know when they might attack. And with the current strength and resources of the Xiaolong Legion, we're in no position to launch an expedition to eliminate the demon race. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. Just then, a subordinate entered the bridge and reported, Sir, General Shang Kana has arrived in our ship's hangar with her team and is awaiting your instructions. Zhao Chen immediately ordered, pull up the surveillance feed from the hangar. Lilith quickly operated the controls, and the hangar's footage soon appeared on the large screen. Dozens of shuttles were neatly parked, and hundreds of people were crowded together, surrounded by a team of crew members with laser guns keeping a close watch. Those who once held high positions in the Holy Radiance Empire now huddled together like sheep, trembling with fear, as if they might be slaughtered at any moment. After watching for a moment, Zhao Chen gave his orders. Let Shang Kana choose who to bring to see me. The rest will stay put and await further instructions. With that, he turned off the surveillance and resumed contemplating how to handle the current mess. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's thoughts drifted to his big white cat at home. Its fluffy head and tail were the perfect stress relievers. He couldn't help but miss his cat. Meanwhile, in the hangar, Shang Kana received Zhao Chen's instructions. She approached her father, Governor Gilbert, and Governor Melissa, asking them to follow her to meet Zhao Chen. She then turned to the corner where Governors Ernest and Andrew stood and instructed Gilbert, Governor Gilbert, please escort these two with us. Without a word, Gilbert grabbed each of the governors by the arm and followed Shang Kana. As Shang Kana led her group away, the remaining crowd erupted into chaos. Some pleaded, Lady Shang Kana, don't leave us here. Our families are willing to pledge loyalty to you. Others screamed in terror. Are they going to execute us? I don't want to die. Some even tried to follow Shang Kana. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and the ground was marked with smoking bullet holes. The squad leader shouted, everyone stay where you are, or face the consequences. A hand shot up unexpectedly. A middle-aged man, looking pitiful, pointed to the departing group and said, I'm also from the Holy Angel family. I'm Shang Kana's second uncle. But several laser guns were already aimed at the second uncle's head. An officer sternly warned, anyone not called by Miss Shang Kana is to stay here. Disobey, and you will be shot on the spot. The supposed second uncle quickly retreated into the crowd, muttering, I'm her second uncle. Second uncle? As the people in the hangar panicked, Shang Kana's group arrived at the bridge of the super starship. Governor Melissa began to look around curiously, while the military-trained Governor Gilbert remained serious. The head of the Shang family, on the other hand, was so nervous he kept swallowing. Finally, they saw Zhao Chen lounging on a sofa, looking completely at ease. The scene was nothing like what they had imagined, though Shang Kana seemed unsurprised, having already interacted with Zhao Chen and knowing his personality. Just as Shang Kana was about to introduce them, Zhao Chen interrupted. I know who they are. He stood up, smiling, and walked over to the head of the Shang family, extending his hand. Hello, head of the Shang family. The head quickly grasped Zhao Chen's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. Hello? Zhao Chen smiled and praised. You have a very outstanding daughter. The head of the Shang family nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. I have never met someone as exceptional as you. Zhao Chen then turned to the elegant woman behind him and smiled. Governor Melissa, I've heard much about you. What happened next took everyone by surprise. Governor Melissa slightly bowed, took Zhao Chen's hand, and brought it to her lips, lightly kissing it. This gesture left everyone, including Zhao Chen, stunned. Melissa quickly explained. Oh, did I overstep? I heard that this is an old custom in your Starshine Empire, to kiss the back of the hand. My apologies, my apologies. She looked genuinely embarrassed. Zhao Chen thought to himself, this woman is quite the actress. While others might believe Melissa's gesture was a sincere show of respect, Zhao Chen saw through her little ploy. If it's just a hand kiss, fine, but did you really have to lick it? From that moment, Zhao Chen labeled the elegant governor a smooth talker. After this brief interlude, Zhao Chen turned his gaze towards the three individuals at the back. Governor Gilbert was awkwardly holding two people under his arms, looking rather comical. Apologies, my lord. I'm afraid I can't shake your hand right now, Gilbert said, embarrassed. Zhao Chen pointed at the two officials being held, particularly the elderly man rolling his eyes, and reminded, you might want to put them down. They look like they can't breathe. Gilbert suddenly realized and quickly released his grip. The two men fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Ernest, lying on the ground and retching, complained, Gilbert, when was the last time you took a bath? Your armpits have a unique aroma. He shuddered at the thought of dying under someone's armpit as an imperial governor. Zhao Chen walked over to the old man and nudged him with his foot. Hey, you dead yet? Gilbert hurriedly cautioned. My lord, please be careful. Earlier, someone on the Imperial Star tried to attack General St. Kana with a mini laser gun. No worries, Zhao Chen waved dismissively. I've fought tigers before. I'm not afraid of this old guy. At that moment, Andrew regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen. Are you the Dragon Lord? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. That's me. Don't you have anything to say to me? Andrew was silent for a moment, seemingly accepting his fate. The victor takes it all. Do as you wish. Ernest, on the other hand, was more pragmatic and immediately knelt to beg for mercy. My lord, I am willing to submit. My family will serve you. Zhao Chen sneered. Weren't you quite arrogant when you went to Warhammer to conquer me? I've heard quite a lot about your exploits, like how you plan to annihilate my fleet and make me pay for provoking the Holy Radiance Empire. Now I'm right in front of you. Tell me, what price can you make me pay? Ernest kowtowed repeatedly. I was blind and spoke out of turn. Please, my lord, spare me this once. I will serve you loyally. Zhao Chen ignored him and walked over to St. Kana, whispering in her ear, I know you're trying to impress me, but I don't want to see them. They may be high-ranking officials in your empire, but to me, they're not even worth a dog's attention. Get them out of here. Don't dirty my bridge. St. Kana bowed her head in response, sorry. She was about to escort the two men out when Zhao Chen added, just toss them outside the bridge for now. We have matters to discuss. Gilbert volunteered. Let me handle it. I'm good at this sort of thing. He somehow produced two ropes and tied the men in a peculiar fashion before throwing them at the bridge's entrance. The crew passing by couldn't help but stare, their heads turning sharply. Zhao Chen then looked at the four present, the two governors, St. Kana, and her father. What do you think the Holy Radiance Empire should do next? The question seemed simple, but no one dared to answer lightly. Although it appeared that St. Kana had led the action to overthrow the Imperial Senate, everyone knew that the true mastermind was this Dragon Lord. Seeing no one respond, Zhao Chen continued, since you're not speaking, I'll tell you what I think. Just nod or shake your heads after. The four nodded silently. Zhao Chen began outlining his plan. The current situation in the Holy Radiance Empire is complex. The Saint family has been eradicated, and 3 governors are gone. This is equivalent to cutting off 2/3 of the Empire's leadership. Meanwhile, a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest remains a significant threat within the Empire. In this situation, the Holy Radiance Empire needs unified command, not the fragmented structure of before. Therefore, I suggest temporarily modifying the Empire's system, with Saint Kana assuming the role of Empress, holding all authority. This way, the Empire's resources can be maximally mobilized to handle the crisis. What do you think? The 4 nodded in agreement, but Saint Kana exclaimed, What? Me, an Empress? No, I can't be an Empress. I'm already struggling as a Legion commander. There's no way I can handle being an Empress. Zhao Chen turned to the others. Do you think Saint Kana can do it? Melissa immediately supported. If the Lord thinks she can, then she can. Gilbert also agreed. We've all seen Saint Kana's abilities. I think it's fine. The patriarch of the St. George family, still somewhat confused, also concurred, sure, I guess. Saint Kana continued to protest. I really can't do it. She looked to Gilbert and Melissa for help. Let Gilbert or Melissa do it. They have more prestige than I do. Melissa thought to herself. Sweetheart, this position isn't about who's more capable. It's about who that man wants in the role. Who has the right to sit there? Zhao Chen looked sternly at Saint Kana. Saint Kana, given the current situation, there's no time for you to decide. Didn't you want to change the Holy Radiance Empire and save the Saint Light people from the interstellar insect threat? If so, then you need to bear this responsibility. Or are those things not important to you at all? Besides, this is an extraordinary period. You can always issue an order stating that your reign will only last until the end of the interstellar insect crisis. Saint Kana bit her lip, her eyes filled with complexity and struggle. Finally, she took a deep breath, a new resolve shining in her eyes. All right, I'll do it. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Persuade her to take the position now. Whether she can step down later won't be up to her. After concluding the discussion, Saint Kana swiftly initiated reforms in the Holy Radiance Empire. In just 3 days, the entire empire underwent dramatic changes. Saint Kana was officially crowned as the Empress of the Holy Radiance Empire and was affectionately called the Holy Angel Empress by the people. During the coronation ceremony, she publicly declared that her rule was a temporary measure in response to the current crisis. She also exposed the Saint family and the Imperial Senate's plan to abandon the empire, pledging to lead the empire against the interstellar insect threat and to step down once the crisis was over, allowing the people to choose the most suitable system of governance. Her words immediately won the hearts of the populace. Following this, Saint Kana carried out a series of bold reforms. She disbanded the original 10 Holy Light Legions and reorganized the remaining fleet of over 10,000 warships. She also integrated the Northern, Western, Southern, and Eastern Holy Fleet groups, along with parts of the surrendered Central Fleet, totaling approximately 800,000 interstellar warships. Saint Kana investigated the Empire's confidential archives and discovered that the Imperial Senate had previously commissioned an elite team to calculate the odds of defeating the insect threat. The results showed that even under the most favorable conditions, they had only a 5% chance of success. This explained why the Senate chose to flee despite having 800,000 warships. At its peak, the Empire had 1.5 million warships, and the current losses were enough to shake anyone's confidence. After the reforms, Saint Kana visited Zhao Chen's office restaurant. She wore a luxurious platinum gown and a priceless crown, but upon entering, she casually tossed the crown onto the table and began to remove her gown. Cough, cough. Hey, you're really not treating me as an outsider, huh? Zhao Chen choked on his water, startled by Saint Kana's actions. I have clothes underneath. Saint Kana rolled her eyes. I can't stand wearing this outfit for another second. Only then did Zhao Chen notice that she was wearing a bodysuit under the gown, which accentuated her figure and forced him to take a deep breath to calm himself. Saint Kana sat down unceremoniously on the sofa next to Zhao Chen, enjoying the food on the table while opening an electronic screen to show him. This is the new military system of our Holy Radiance Empire. Take a look. Such important information, and you are just showing it to an outsider like me? Zhao Chen teased, but he still examined it carefully. The new military system abolished the Holy Light Legions, but retained elite forces. Saint Kana formed a Holy Angel Army group, comprising 5 Legion fleets, with the Holy Angel Legion elevated to the First Holy Angel Legion. Each of the 5 major star domain fleets retained 100,000 warships, with an additional 300,000 forming the Holy Light Empress Fleet Group, personally commanded by Saint Kana. In terms of political structure, Saint Kana retained the framework of the 5 major star domains, but replaced the governors with star domain governors, significantly reducing their powers. Gilbert and Melissa, who supported Saint Kana's uprising, were appointed governors of the northern and western domains, respectively. Saint Kana herself took charge of the central star domain, while George, the head of the Holy Angel family, was appointed governor of the eastern star domain. The appointment for the southern star domain caught Zhao Chen's attention. Elizabeth, originally an obscure head of a secondary family, had risen to the Empire's high ranks in this upheaval. To Zhao Chen, she was also known as the Ghost Empress, president of the Star Shark Interstellar Adventurers Guild of the Star Alliance, and the mother of Xue Xiaoxiao. The southern star domain bordered the Star Alliance, and Ghost Empress's appointment to this position was naturally Zhao Chen's request to Saint Kana, which he couldn't refuse. The truth of Elizabeth's identity was no longer questioned. In fact, Ghost Empress had long established an intelligence network within the Holy Radiance Empire under Zhao Chen's directive. Is this Ghost Empress your lover? Saint Kana asked casually while enjoying the food. How can you never stop talking, even while eating? Zhao Chen said as he grabbed a large lobster and stuffed it into Shang Kana's mouth without giving her a chance to protest. Zhao Chen's intentions in planting this ghost princess within the Holy Radiance Empire were clear. On one hand, it was a precautionary measure. On the other, it was to help the ghost princess open up the market within the Holy Radiance Empire. This way, the Starlight Empire, the Alliance of Stars, and the Holy Radiance Empire would all become key parts of Zhao Chen's interstellar trade network. For Zhao Chen, becoming the ruler of an empire was not his goal. He just wanted to be a wealthy merchant in the vast sea of stars. Chewing on the lobster, Shankana had to admit that the meals provided by the Dragon Legion were exceptional. Since being captured and following Zhao Chen, her taste buds had been spoiled to the point that food from the Holy Radiance Empire now seemed bland. By the way, here's the bill, Zhao Chen said, handing Shankana an electronic document. One glance at the bill, and Shankana jumped up in shock. What the hell? Are you robbing me? This much money? The bill showed an astronomical figure of 5 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen smiled and explained, we agreed beforehand that all costs incurred from this military support would be borne by you. Everything is clearly itemized. Besides, just consider the deployment fee for AT-5 interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen wasn't wrong. Everything was indeed clearly priced, though far from cost price. Shankana wasn't foolish and understood the intricacies involved, but she could accept the figure. Without the help of Zhao Chen's Dragon Legion, she wouldn't have been able to execute such a grand plan. I knew your fleet burned money in wars, but this is like burning entire mining planets. Shankana sighed. Luckily, I seized a lot from the Saint family and the Empire's Senate for the migration plan, saving me the trouble of gathering resources myself. With that, she approved the bill with a flourish. So, how much did our Empress make this time? Zhao Chen asked with a sly smile, looking at Shankana as if she were a treasure chest. Shankana gave a mysterious smile and said, that's a secret. Zhao Chen didn't really care about the specific amount. If he wanted, he could easily have someone investigate and find out. But he knew better than to fleece the sheep too much at once. After all, whatever resources Shankana had would ultimately be used to purchase interstellar battleships from him. Shankana was merely a transporter of these resources. Suddenly, Zhao Chen thought of something and turned to Shankana. You know, the level 5 permanent cosmic wormhole on your side can't be completely dealt with in the short term. It can only be slowly controlled and alleviated. And you know there's a significant demon threat emerging on the Warhammer side. I can't ignore that, and my fleet is running low on resources, so I can't offer you much help for now. My suggestion is that you quickly produce interstellar battleships and expand your fleet. The 30,000 battleships of the Holy Empress fleet are far from enough. The interstellar battleships from the Holy Radiance Empire are just not up to par. How about considering our Dragon-class battleships? I can offer you a technical license. Seeing Zhao Chen smirk, Shankana knew he had more to say. Go on. What's the catch? Zhao Chen's smile widened. The technical license comes with a fee. I can offer you most of the T2 and T3 level battleship technologies, and even sell you some T4 level battleships directly. As for the license fee, it's this amount. Shankana glanced at Zhao Chen's fingers and sighed. Do I have a choice? She knew that the Dragon Legion had the power to control the Holy Radiance Empire. Besides, Zhao Chen was right. Relying solely on their own interstellar battleships to fight the cosmic worms was not cost-effective. Even if it meant paying a license fee, the combat effectiveness of Dragon-class battleships was proven. Shankana's own Holy Angels fleet had experienced it firsthand. It's called mutual benefit, Zhao Chen said with a mischievous grin, looking every bit the shrewd businessman in Shankana's eyes. Shankana suddenly grabbed a bottle of wine and downed it in one go. With a flushed face, she looked at Zhao Chen. Tell me, when will you help us deal with this level 5 permanent cosmic wormhole? I know you have one in the Starlight Empire, which is under control now. Even though it can't be eliminated, the cosmic worms are confined to a few star systems. I don't ask for much, just help me achieve that. I'll pay any price. Whatever the Holy Radiance Empire has, I'll give you. The people of those 3-star regions can't wait any longer. With tears glistening in her eyes, Shankana stood up and stared directly at Zhao Chen. She couldn't forget the 3-star regions abandoned by the Empire's Senate. Though they now served as a defensive buffer, the thought of countless lives being ravaged by cosmic worms and planets turning into apocalyptic wastelands kept her awake at night. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, understanding her point. If he had the means, he would do something. But he was stretched thin. I can only offer some advice and help within my capacity to delay the fall of those 3 regions. As for when I can help you solve this problem, I can't guarantee. The demons on the Warhammer side could attack at any moment, and I need to keep enough resources for the Dragon Legion to be battle-ready. I need time, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Shankana swayed and suddenly collapsed into Zhao Chen's arms. Please, as long as you can save those people, I'll give you anything, please. She mumbled, her head resting on Zhao Chen's thigh, clearly drunk. Just then, the door opened, and Zhao Chen's bodyguard, Leopard Woman, walked in. Commander, there's something. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward. Leopard Woman saw Shankana's head on Zhao Chen's thigh, twitching. I'll come back later, Leopard Woman said, closing the door and retreating. Hey, it's not what it looks like. I can explain, Zhao Chen shouted, but then felt a warm sensation on his thigh. Oh great, now you're throwing up. It's really a misunderstanding, Zhao Chen said as he walked, looking down at his vomit-stained pants. He had just changed into a new pair, followed by the barely suppressing Gala leopardess bodyguard. Though she nodded in understanding, her eyes still sparkled with an unmistakable hint of amusement. Zhao Chen couldn't be bothered to explain further, thinking that the truth would speak for itself. Instead, he asked, "So, what's the urgent matter that brought you here?" The leopardess quickly remembered her mission and replied, "Secretary Lilith has something very important to report. She insists you head to the bridge immediately." Zhao Chen frowned slightly at the news. Anything that required Lilith to insist on an in-person report must be significant. He quickened his pace and took the hover elevator to the bridge. As the bridge doors opened, several passing crew members immediately saluted the commander. Zhao Chen nodded slightly and walked straight to the work area behind the bridge command platform, which was specially prepared for him. The command platform itself was fully entrusted to Xue Xiaoxiao. "Commander," Lilith greeted Zhao Chen as he arrived, immediately pulling up several data windows. "What's the situation?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith spoke seriously. "Take a look at these. They are confidential documents from the Saint family and the Imperial Senate that we obtained through Saint Kana. We discovered that the Saint family has actually established contact with the angels." Zhao Chen was taken aback. He had asked Lilith to gather these documents to investigate a mysterious doctor potentially collaborating with the Saint family, but he hadn't expected to uncover such a bombshell. The fact that Saint Kana hadn't mentioned it suggested she might not even be aware. "The angels," Zhao Chen murmured. He had heard of this interstellar race, especially after encountering the demons. If the known universe were a balance scale, the mechanoids would be in the middle, the Galactic Alliance on one end, and the angels and demons on the other. The angels and demons had been in a state of conflict for ages, initially evenly matched, with the angels even gaining the upper hand on some battlefields. But once the demons developed life energy technology, the balance tipped in their favor. Zhao Chen had thought that establishing contact with the angels could be advantageous. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all, and they could use the angels to counter the demons. However, he had found no way to establish contact. Unexpectedly, the Saint family had handed him this gift. How did they establish contact? What's their relationship like? Zhao Chen pressed for details. Lilith began to explain based on the decrypted documents. Everything started when the mechanoids withdrew, leaving open routes on both ends. One of those routes led to the demons' attack on Warhammer, while the other led to the angels establishing contact with the Holy Radiance Empire. A few months after the mechanoids' withdrawal, an angel fleet visited the Holy Radiance Empire, arriving precisely in the Saint family's territory. After initial contacts, they discovered that angel technology far surpassed that of the Holy Radiance Empire, boasting complete T4 and T3 interstellar warships, and even rumored T5 class ships. Angel warships were described as unprecedented works of art, with pure white coatings and streamlined designs, resembling holy maidens. However, the angels had a limited number of warships, following an elite approach, with each ship being incredibly expensive. After secret meetings, the Saint family established basic diplomatic relations with the angels on behalf of the Holy Radiance Empire. The angels, seemingly cautious, repeatedly declined requests for technical exchanges. Then came the interstellar insectoid catastrophe, prompting the Saint family to propose the Exodus plan, with the destination being the angels' territory. After multiple negotiations by the old patriarch Andrew, the angels agreed to lease several star systems as sanctuaries, but required that the fleeing imperial citizens become vassals, subject to their arrangement. These star systems were vacated by the mechanoids, and the angels, with their small population, needed external development. Zhao Chen chuckled. So they're basically becoming laborers? The Saint family sure is something, traveling all that way just to work for someone else. What should we do now? Lilith asked. The latest intel indicates that the angel fleet will arrive in 3 days for another meeting to finalize the Exodus plan. Zhao Chen's lips curved into a smile. We'll proceed according to plan. But this time, the representative meeting them will be different. Lilith keenly picked up on Zhao Chen's hint. She nodded slightly and asked, how should we arrange the specifications for this meeting? We need to show enough enthusiasm. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Instead of answering directly, he asked, any new leads on that mysterious doctor? This guy has caused me 2 problems in a row. I can't sleep well until we find him. Lilith shook her head in disappointment and then pulled up a data file. Compared to the previous data related to the Angel clan, this was a world of difference. Zhao Chen scanned it quickly, absorbing all the details. According to the limited records, the doctor first appeared on the radar of the Saint family during their collaboration with Prince Yan. Only the old patriarch Andrew had private contact with him, but the specifics of their conversation were unknown and unrecorded. After Prince Yan's defeat in the Civil War, the doctor quickly fled. The Saint family, well prepared, had a small fleet lurking at the border of the Starshine Empire to successfully escort the doctor back to the Holy Radiance Empire. Lilith continued, You can probably guess what happened next. The Saint family treated this doctor like a treasure, fully supporting his research in hopes he developed more advanced Zerg technology. However, who could have anticipated that he would be a plague, dragging the Holy Radiance Empire down with him? She shrugged, her tone tinged with helplessness. If old Patriarch Andrew could do it all over again, he would never have anything to do with that doctor. So far, anyone associated with him from Prince Qinming to Prince Yin, and even the Saint family has met a bad end. The Interstellar Research Institute provided for his experiments was completely obliterated by the emergence of a cosmic Zerg nest, and all data on the doctor vanished with it. This is all we could gather. Zhao Chen frowned and said, but what about old Patriarch Andrew? Didn't he have direct contact with the doctor? Lilith explained, we've interrogated old Patriarch Andrew a long time ago, even using technological instruments. But we found his memory had been altered. He knows of the doctor's existence, but remembers nothing about his appearance or their conversations. Zhao Chen was shocked. Memory alteration technology? That's banned within the Galactic Alliance because it's unethical, just like cloning technology. Lilith nodded in confirmation. Exactly. We suspect it's related. Currently, we can't get any valuable clues. Ever since that Interstellar Research Institute explosion and the cosmic Zerg nest appeared, no one knows if he's dead or alive, let alone where he is. Zhao Chen clenched his fist and said in a low voice, so, the guy is hiding again. We can only wait for him to make another move to find him. Lilith apologized. Theoretically, yes. I'm very sorry we couldn't find any useful leads. Zhao Chen relaxed his brow, sighed, and waved his hand. No need to apologize. It's not your fault. You've done your best. The guy is just too cunning. He better stay out of my sight for the rest of his life, or I'll see what kind of devil he is. He continued, this doctor has too much blood on his hands. The citizens of the Shui-Yen starfield who perished at the claws of the Zerg, and the people of the Holy Radiance Empire now threatened by the Zerg, all suffered because of him. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen changed the topic. All right, enough about this damn issue. Go make arrangements. I've already negotiated with St. Kana. We'll authorize them to produce some of our T2 and T3 series starships. Have a few technicians from the Xiaolong system come over to help them set up production lines and get familiar with our shipbuilding technology. Lilith squinted and asked, what about the technology licensing fee? Zhao Chen made an okay gesture. It's all settled. Just collect the money. Lilith nodded knowingly and asked, should we also arrange for our interstellar trade group to get involved? Zhao Chen smiled slyly. Of course. We're always happy to help. If we don't take a piece of the Holy Radiance Empire's pie now, when will we? Under Empress St. Kana's rule, the Holy Radiance Empire began to change gradually. Despite the ongoing threat of the interstellar Zerg, there was a noticeable rise in hope among the populace. Zhao Chen, who had planned to leave early, had to stay longer in the Holy Radiance Empire due to the Angel clan. Eventually, in a small star system at the intersection of the eastern and northern regions of the Holy Radiance Empire, Zhao Chen awaited his guests. Report, an interstellar fleet has entered our radar detection range. Approximately 3,000 ships, with the lowest class being T3 starships and a significant number of T4 ships, at a ratio of about 10 to 1. No energy fluctuations detected from T5 ships, Lilith reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled. It's time to greet our guests from afar. We wouldn't want to scare them, now would we? A quantum communication request using an old Saint family code was sent to the flagship of the approaching fleet. On the flagship of the distant, uniformly white fleet, a beautiful woman with pure white wings and golden eyes sat. She wore a special material armor rather than a military uniform, looking valiant yet carrying an icy, aloof expression. Commander, we've received a communication request from the previous Saint family representative, a subordinate reported. Patch it through. The icy beauty commanded. A video window opened, displaying a man's figure. The angelic beauty frowned, for this was not the Saint family representative she had met before. The man began, hello, my name is Zhao Chen. If you're here looking for the Saint family, I'm afraid they're no more. I now call the shots in the Holy Radiance Empire. The unexpected opening left the angelic beings caught off guard. Zhao Chen smiled and said, you need not worry. We bear no ill will toward your kind. In fact, we could be considered allies of sorts. We've battled the demons and destroyed tens of thousands of their interstellar warships. For the angels today, would you rather have a subordinate race that needs your protection or an ally with considerable strength who can aid you? I believe you need the latter. The female angel commander frowned, skeptical. You destroyed tens of thousands of demon warships? Impossible. Based on our understanding of your sector's technology, if the demons invaded, you wouldn't stand a chance, let alone destroy thousands of their ships. Her tone revealed her fear of the demons. Zhao Chen suggested, seeing is believing. How about we arrange a formal meeting? Then you can decide whether to cooperate with us. Since there's no Saint family here anymore, Why not spend an hour on a meeting that poses no risk to you? The female angel commander frowned. How do I know this meeting isn't a trap? Zhao Chen shrugged casually. How about this? Your fleet stays put, and I'll come to you with just one ship. What is there to worry about? Or are the angels, who dare to fight demons, afraid of a simple meeting? If so, there's nothing more to say. He sighed and shook his head, showing a hint of disappointment. This obvious provocation worked well on the proud angels. The female commander snorted, crossed her arms, and sat back in her chair. Fine, you have 1 hour to convince me. After that, my fleet will head back. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. It won't even take an hour. Once you see me, you'll make your decision. With that, he ended the communication, leaving the female commander and her subordinates staring at each other. A male angel sneered. Where does this human get his confidence? Another female angel, full of confidence, said, exactly. Based on our previous investigations, this sector's technology is around T4. If not for the mechanical race blocking them, we would have controlled this area long ago. An angel adjutant worriedly asked, Commander, are you really going to meet this guy? What if it's a trap? It sounds like they've had contact with the demons. The female commander coldly replied, what are you worried about? We have 3,000 warships. If he tries anything, he's digging his own grave. Time passed quickly, and a sudden radar alert startled all the angel officers. The radar officer shouted, report, our fleet's radar has detected a high-intensity energy unit. It appears to be a T5 level warship. What? A T5 level warship? Could it be the demons? The angel adjutant exclaimed. The angel strategist worriedly said, it must be those humans. They've indeed allied with the demons. We need to retreat immediately. Silence, the female commander barked. If this is an enemy trap, retreating now is too late. Order the fleet to prepare for battle and send out reconnaissance drones to investigate this supposed T5 level warship. Under her command, the angel fleet quickly prepared for battle. Reconnaissance drones were dispatched to investigate the warship that had entered their radar range. The images they returned were shocking. This isn't a demon warship, the male strategist said, pointing at the unfamiliar warship approaching them. Millennia of war with the demons had made them experts on demon warships, and this one was entirely different. The angel adjutant pointed at the ship's side. Look at that emblem. It's not the demons. It's a golden dragon. Is it really not a demon warship? Someone asked in surprise. Someone else suggested, could it be that humans warship? Silence fell around the command chair. This hush lasted several seconds. Though reluctant to admit it, this seemed the most likely explanation. The female commander ordered, activate the long-range radar. Scan for any other warships nearby. The adjutant quickly replied, yes, Commander. No other warships detected within radar range, just this one. This guy sure has guts, coming to meet us alone, the male strategist muttered. Commander, what should we do now? The adjutant asked. A supposed T5 level warship, approaching their fleet, required a response. The female commander said firmly, the fleet will hold position. The flagship will move forward to meet them. What? We're really going to meet them? The male strategist exclaimed. Our orders were to cooperate with the Saint family here. Suddenly meeting someone else, isn't that inappropriate? The female commander stood, staring at the massive warship on the screen. Nothing inappropriate about it. I'm very interested in this man and his faction. He's shown he's worthy of our attention. We should respond with proper etiquette. The Angel flagship slowly departed from the fleet, heading towards the massive interstellar battleship. This decision by the female Angel commander, Tilia, adhered to the protocol of interstellar meetings while ensuring the fleet's safety. Although she agreed to the meeting, she remained cautious of the mysterious man. Outside the porthole, the colossal interstellar battleship loomed closer. The Angel officers were in awe. A male Angel staff officer couldn't help but murmur, how big is this battleship? Our T4 Seraphim-class heavy interstellar battleship looks like a baby compared to it. Tilia calmly analyzed. The ship is at least 100 kilometers long, over 10 times the length of our 9-kilometer Seraphim. In terms of mass, it's probably about 20 times ours. Her eyes scanned every detail of the battleship, her experience as a former Starship technology researcher quickly providing insights. How does it compare to our Angel race's 2 T5 interstellar battleships? The male Angel staff officer inquired. Tilia frowned, thought for a moment, then shook her head. It's hard to assess at this stage. Its shape is between an interstellar battleship and an interstellar battlecruiser, but I noticed it also has dock doors and drone bays. Only in combat can we truly evaluate its combat capabilities. The male Angel staff officer crossed his arms proudly, definitely no match for our Angel race's T5 interstellar battleships. After completing communications and confirming the meeting procedure, the two battleships docked parallel in space. Each sent a shuttle to meet in the middle. As the airlock doors opened, Tilia saw the man she had seen in the video. Up close, she could sense his powerful aura. Hello, I am Lord Zhao Chen from the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen greeted with a military salute. Tilia returned the gesture. I am Tilia, commander of the Angel Race's Blazing Angel Legion's 3rd Fleet. High Angel. After a brief silence, both spoke almost simultaneously. Zhao Chen politely gestured for Tilia to go first. Is this a T5 class interstellar battleship? Tilia asked directly. T5 Hades class interstellar dreadnought. Zhao Chen replied candidly. Interstellar dreadnought? The coldness on Tilia's face slightly thawed. Zhao Chen explained. It's a unique class we developed ourselves. Now, you should believe we have the capability to destroy tens of thousands of demon race interstellar battleships. Tilia pressed. When did you engage in battle with the demon race? Zhao Chen recounted the battles at the Warhammer border against the demon race. As he described the names, appearances, and combat characteristics of the demon race's interstellar battleships, Tilia became convinced of his words. Zhao Chen spoke frankly. Since we are both enemies of the demon race, we should be friends. I hope we can fight against the demon race together. Tilia shook her head, her gaze cold as she looked at Zhao Chen. Cooperation isn't that simple. We know too little about each other. I don't know how many interstellar fleets you have, or how many of these battleships you possess. Under these circumstances, I can't form an alliance with you. Zhao Chen understood and suggested. Then let's establish a verbal agreement for now, at least confirming we are not enemies. We can then send representatives to each other to conduct on-site inspections before deciding on cooperation and its terms. Tilia was somewhat intrigued by this suggestion. The Angel race had been actively exploring unknown star regions, searching for the Holy Radiance Empire, precisely because of repeated losses on the front line against the demon race, which had caused domestic turmoil. They urgently needed raw materials and skilled workers to build more interstellar battleships. However, upon finally finding the Holy Radiance Empire, they discovered it was facing the threat of interstellar insectoids, a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest, a significant threat even to the Angel race. By the way, isn't there a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest within this empire? Have you resolved that crisis? Tilia suddenly remembered and asked in confusion. Zhao Chen shook his head. That problem hasn't been resolved yet. But you don't need to worry. The threat of the interstellar insectoids will soon be under control and won't affect future cooperation. Tilia was skeptical but didn't question him further, as they were not yet allies. Suddenly, Tilia spoke up. May I tour your interstellar battleship? This request surprised the angel officers behind her. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy as he led Tilia, the angelic emissary, on a tour of the Hades. This was not only an excellent opportunity to showcase his strength, but also a chance to secure a powerful ally. With the dual threats of the Zerg and the demons looming, Zhao Chen was in desperate need of an equally formidable partner. As Tilia stepped onto the bridge, her slender fingers brushed against the walls, her eyes sparkling with amazement. Being a starship engineer herself, she could deeply appreciate the exquisite craftsmanship of the Hades, which in some aspects even surpassed the technology of the angels. I wonder if I might have the honor of visiting one of your angelic starships? Zhao Chen asked with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tilia's icy demeanor softened slightly as she smiled back. It would be quite impolite of me to refuse, wouldn't it? She was growing increasingly intrigued by this man who could match her wit. The two then boarded a shuttle and headed to the Angel starship. Upon entering the hangar, Zhao Chen was awestruck by the sight before him. The pristine interior of the ship was a testament to the Angel's obsession with cleanliness. The angelic officers turned their heads, clearly surprised by the presence of a human. I didn't expect you to actually dare to board my starship alone, Tilia remarked, looking at Zhao Chen meaningfully. Zhao Chen shrugged and replied casually, you dared to board my starship. Why should I, a man, have any concerns? He was mentally calculating his options, confident that even if something went wrong, he could pull off a spectacular solo takeover. Tilia introduced the ship. This is the most powerful model in our T4 Starship series, the Seraphim-class heavy star battleship. It is typically used as a flagship or secondary flagship. Zhao Chen meticulously observed every detail of the ship, deducing the characteristics of angelic starship construction. Stringent building standards, even more precise than those of the Dragon Lords. While this approach maximized individual ship performance, it also resulted in exorbitant costs and limited fleet size. After a 5-hour meeting, they returned to the hangar. Standing in front of his shuttle, Zhao Chen turned to Tilia and said, let's agree on a preliminary cooperation. To save time, you can leave a team of angels here for research. Meanwhile, we will send a few starships to accompany you back to the angelic territory. We'll set a date to finalize our cooperation. It shouldn't be too late, as both of us are facing significant challenges. Tilia nodded in agreement and promised to provide a list of the delegation members soon. Zhao Chen extended his hand, hoping that their next meeting would be as allies. After a moment's hesitation, Tilia gently shook his hand. After Zhao Chen left, Tilia's adjutant expressed concerns about cooperating with humans. Tilia explained that in the face of the demon threat, The Angels must seize any glimmer of hope. She arranged for 30 T3 starships to stay as a research delegation to investigate the Dragon Lords. Back on the Hades, Zhao Chen was also pondering the selection of personnel. Lilith suggested that the research mission to the Angels should not only assess their strength but also understand their political, military, and resource structures, as well as their current situation. Given the limited time, they needed to send highly capable individuals. Finally, Lilith said, I have a candidate in mind. Zhao Chen scrutinized the succubus Ludi standing before him. Her petite frame was under 5 feet tall, and her youthful appearance made it hard to believe she was an adult. He cast a skeptical glance at Lilith beside him, his brow furrowed. Commander, am an adult? I'm already 27. Ludi lifted her head, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Zhao Chen was secretly astonished. This baby-faced girl didn't look a day over 17. Seeing his reaction, Lilith explained, Ludi is one of the succubi I found later. She had been hiding in the Warhammer Star region, making money as an interstellar trader. But that was just a cover. Her true specialty is intelligence gathering. Previously, I arranged for her to infiltrate the Holy Radiance Empire with the help of the Ghost Princess and establish an underground intelligence network there. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. I remember now, you mentioned someone skilled in intelligence gathering.
It was her.
He looked again at the deceptively innocent-looking succubus, marveling at how her appearance belied her expertise. Ludi playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed. I had no choice. After being separated from my people, I had to survive in a world where only the strong thrive. I learned to disguise myself, read people, and seize every piece of information and opportunity around me. Despite her playful demeanor, Zhao Chen sensed the hardships she had endured. Nodding, Zhao Chen made a decision. All right, they'll give you 30 interstellar warships, and you can choose your crew. My request is simple. Gather all intelligence on the Angel clan. Ludi immediately stood at attention and saluted. Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the mission. With the personnel decided, Zhao Chen and Tilia exchanged delegation lists and settled on a meeting date a month later. Zhao Chen would personally visit the Angel clan, a proposal Tilia had no objections to. Thus, the connection between the Xiaolong clan and the Angel clan began to take shape. Zhao Chen had also wrapped up most of his affairs in the Holy Radiance Empire. With no urgent matters in the Warhammer region, he decided to return to the Xiaolong star system. Meanwhile, in a demon command center, an emergency meeting was underway. What? Our 23rd Fleet was completely annihilated. A blood-red demon with horns and skin as hard as rock stood up in fury, glaring at the 3 video windows before him. In the windows knelt the commanders of the remaining 3 demon fleets that had been sent on the Warhammer expedition. One of the commanders, trembling, replied, Marshal, we didn't expect the enemy to have a T5 class interstellar warship. They also had many well-equipped T3 and T4 class warships. What's more surprising is that their individual ships' combat power far exceeds ours of the same class, almost like the Angel clan's warships. The Red Demon Marshal clenched his fists, trying to contain his anger. Our Red Demon Legion has already been performing poorly against the Angel clan, while other demon legions have been winning battles. This has greatly displeased the Demon King. I had hoped to use this Warhammer opportunity to expand our territory and restore our reputation. And now, you've lost an entire fleet. The 3 fleet commanders were silent, too afraid to speak. Continuing, the Red Demon Marshal said, we must resolve this quickly and discreetly. Our Red Demon Legion's position is already precarious. If word of this gets out, our military budget and prestige will plummet. He glared at the commanders. Tell me, how many demon fleets will it take to wipe out this so-called Xiaolong Legion? The commanders exchanged looks, and finally, one cautiously suggested, send 5 more demon fleets, preferably with a few T5 class warships. The enemy's T5 super warship is too formidable. Using T4 class warships would result in heavy losses. Only T5 class warships can effectively counter a T5. With a cold snort, the Red Demon Marshal made the commanders shiver. I will send 10 more demon fleets, including the 4th and 5th fleets. This time, don't disappoint me. Hearing that the 4th and 5th fleets would be involved, the commanders were elated. These fleets were among the few in the Red Demon Legion equipped with T5 class warships. With 2 T5 warships, they felt confident in facing the Xiaolong Legion's T5 warship. Rest assured, Marshal, we will crush the Xiaolong Legion, conquer Warhammer, and even more star territories. The Demon King will surely value you more. The commanders vowed. With 2 T5 warships, Warhammer is nothing but an ant. You'll have our victory report within 2 months. The Red Demon Marshal looked at them coldly. Just don't disappoint me again. With that, he closed the video windows. Sighing, the Red Demon Marshal rubbed his temples. Ever since the demons had mastered those dark technologies, their internal strife had worsened. Rumor had it that the Demon King planned to reduce the number of demon marshals, which would also mean fewer demon legions. At this critical juncture, proving capability was essential. He didn't want to be the one cut. Xiaolong Legion, T5 warship. The Red Demon Marshal thought of these terms, but quickly dismissed them. He was confident that these ants would soon be utterly destroyed by his demon legions. In the vast expanse of the Xiaolong galaxy, countless stars shimmered in the night sky. Zhao Chen stood by the spaceship's viewport, gazing out at the nascent empire he had painstakingly built. This time, his departure from the Xiaolong galaxy had been exceptionally long. Though he had returned briefly a few times, those visits were fleeting, never allowing him to truly pause and reflect. Now, Zhao Chen finally had the opportunity to take a moment and reassess the galaxy that had witnessed his rise to power. Distant stars gleamed brightly, while the more remote ones sparkled like scattered diamonds, creating a magnificent cosmic tapestry. Standing beside Zhao Chen was Zhang Hong, the acting governor, holding a datapad. This is the latest development report for the Xiaolong galaxy and the future plans, she reported succinctly. Zhao Chen glanced at the datapad. These plans had already been thoroughly discussed between Zhang Hong and Lilith, and had received Lilith's approval. Therefore, the content presented to Zhao Chen contained no significant issues. The plan outlined a 10-year development blueprint for the Xiaolong galaxy. Given that Zhao Chen's influence now extended to two other major empires, many aspects needed to be reconsidered. The foremost priority was interstellar transportation. The plan proposed the expansion of 10 medium to large stargates, 30 small stargates, and 5 specialized stargates along the periphery of the Xiaolong galaxy. The medium to large stargates, primarily for connecting the capitals and key hubs of the three major empires, would utilize the T4 Traveler-class stargates Zhao Chen had previously acquired. The 30 small stargates, intended for short-distance transport, would link several strategic nodes within the Xingyao Empire, for which Zhao Chen had specifically exchanged T4 Rambler small stargates. The 5 specialized stargates would continue using the T3 Luminous-class stargates, mainly serving the Xiaolong Legion and military industries due to their high cost-effectiveness, despite their limited capacity but extensive range. Such an extensive stargate network construction was naturally closely tied to the future positioning of the Xiaolong galaxy. Although the galaxy had thrived under Zhao Chen's management, its resource limitations meant it could neither become a high-resource area nor serve as a trade hub. Zhang Hong had once suggested relocating the Bayan Group's military industry to the Xiaolong galaxy, but Lilith had vetoed the idea. Her reasoning was that the galaxy's limited scale would lead to population surges and trade transport pressures if a large military industry were relocated there. This would superficially make the galaxy more prosperous, but could actually result in chaotic management, ultimately causing more harm than good. Lilith envisioned transforming the Xiaolong galaxy into a high-value star system. While the military industry was crucial, it shouldn't include low and mid-air industries. For instance, the production of T1 and T2 level starships had been entirely outsourced to external military enterprises under the Bayan Group and the Xiaolong Legion. The Bayan Group would establish branches throughout the Xingyao Empire, driving the empire's overall development. Currently, the production of T3, T4, and the emerging T5 level military industries remain the responsibility of the Xiaolong galaxy's starship manufacturing sector. Zhao Chen carefully examined the planning map, noting a dedicated area for producing these high-end Xiaolong-class starships. Though the output was not high, each starship's profit and value were extremely significant. As the Xiaolong Legion's technology continued to advance, the production tasks for T3 level starships would gradually be phased out and handed over to the Bayan Group. This way, the Xiaolong galaxy, despite not having a vast starship manufacturing industry, would possess the most cutting-edge starship manufacturing technology, which was the core competitiveness it needed. Additionally, the planning map highlighted the Xiaolong Legion's base Xiaolong, base adjacent to the Xiaolong Industrial Zone. The Xiaolong Legion served as a banner. As long as it was stationed in the Xiaolong galaxy, this place would always stand out. The plan also introduced a new area, the Xiaolong Free Trade Zone, composed of several asteroids and interstellar space stations, with future plans for ecological transformation of some planets within the area. All interstellar enterprises under the Xiaolong Legion would establish their headquarters here, and future major transactions would take place in this zone. Furthermore, the Xiaolong galaxy planned to build a high-end academy, akin to a larger, more comprehensive Goddess Academy-class starship. This academy would utilize Zhao Chen's soon-to-be obsolete technology to attract talent for research, teaching, and nurturing the next generation of elites. With this comprehensive layout, the Xiaolong galaxy was poised to become the true center of the three major empires, an uncrowned king. As for how long it would take to achieve this goal, Zhao Chen was uncertain. But he knew it was a necessity. Otherwise, if he were no longer around one day, the technological development of Xiaolong would stagnate, which was unacceptable. Zhao Chen had to plan ahead, ensuring that even if he were gone, the Xiaolong galaxy could still stand against the three major empires with its legacy. It's been almost 4 years, hasn't it? Zhao Chen suddenly murmured. Zhang Hong paused, then understood Zhao Chen's meaning and replied, "It's been 4 years. We're in the 5th year now." Zhang Hong, do you ever feel like all of this is just a dream? Zhao Chen asked with a self-deprecating smile. Jiang Hong assumed the commander was marveling at the rapid development of the Xiaolong galaxy. Indeed, in just 5 years, the once barren galaxy had become the brightest new star in the Xingyao Empire and even in the three major empires. As the acting governor, she now interacted with dukes and marshals. Looking back, everything seemed so incredible. And if this plan succeeded, what a glorious future awaited the Xiaolong galaxy. Yes, it does feel like a dream. Several times, when my secretary reminded me of the day's schedule, I felt as if it wasn't real. Jiang Hong couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Zhao Chen. This man was practically a hands-off leader, delegating everything except the Xiaolong Legion's affairs to her. Outsiders probably thought she was the true ruler of Xiaolong. In fact, Jiang Hong had misunderstood. Zhao Chen's dreamlike feeling referred to his own life's journey. From the dream that started 5 years ago, leading him to this interstellar era, everything now felt surreal. At that moment, a voice notification popped up. Report, Marshal Zhao Ruyu and the Empress request an audience. Zhao Chen was lounging comfortably on the sofa when suddenly the door burst open, and Zhao Ruyue and Qin Xiaolei stormed in. He looked at them in surprise, but before he could say anything, Qin Xiaolei plopped down beside him and grabbed a piece of fruit from the table, taking a big bite. We're spending the week at your place, Qin Xiaolei said between bites. We saw your T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought and figured you were back. We wanted to get in touch anyway, so we decided to come over directly. Seeing Qin Xiaolei's unladylike behavior, Zhao Chen couldn't help but remark, come on, you're the empress of the Xingyao Empire now. You should pay attention to your manners. Qin Xiaolei rolled her eyes. Manners, my foot. I've come to realize you tricked me into this. I'm done being empress. Anyone else can have it. How about I let you take over? Zhao Chen coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough. You can't be careless about this. Right now, you're the only one in the Qin royal family suitable for the role. Do you really think anyone else can manage the Xingyao Empire? Qin Xiaolei snorted. Humph. Once the empire stabilizes, I'll do what you do, delegate all the messy stuff to my subordinates and find a place to relax. You can't be like him, Zhao Ruyue suddenly interjected, glancing at Qin Xiaolei with a sisterly tone. You are the empress. We don't care about your manners in private, but in front of ministers and the public, you must maintain your decorum. Governing the empire is your responsibility. Zhao Chen shifted his gaze, feeling a bit guilty. Jiang Hong, who was accompanying him, nodded emphatically, looking like a victim. Got it, Qin Xiaolei said, pouting. You can lecture me now, but you won't have the chance later. No sooner had she spoken than Zhao Ruyue pinched her ear. I'll keep in touch with your cabinet ministers. If I hear you're slacking off, I'll come straight to the capital. Zhao Chen noticed the respect Qin Xiaolei had for Zhao Ruyue. After all, Zhao Ruyue had been by her side through thick and thin. Without her, Qin Xiaolei might not have survived. Suddenly, Zhao Chen realized something was off in the conversation. Wait, what do you mean by won't have the chance later? Qin Xiaolei put her hands on her hips and looked at Zhao Chen. I'm here for another Riazanto return Ruyue to you. Zhao Chen was puzzled. Return her? What do you mean? Zhao Ruyue explained. I've resigned from my position as the highest commander of the royal fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen was even more surprised. Qin Xiaolei looked a bit reluctant. I don't want to part with Ruyue, but I know the situation in the Xingyao Empire has stabilized. Even the permanent Class 4 cosmic wormhole is under control. The current crisis comes from the permanent Class 5 cosmic wormhole in the Sacred Radiance Empire and the demons beyond the Warhammer border. You need someone as capable as Ruyue more than I do. So, I'm temporarily returning her to you. Once these crises are handled, you better send her back to me. And she's not resigning from her position here. Her role is always open for her return. She glared at Zhao Chen as she finished. Why, little brother, don't you welcome me? Zhao Ruyue asked with a smile. How could I not welcome you? This is great news. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. He had long wanted Zhao Ruyue back in his Xiaolong Legion. Her capabilities had been proven in the previous civil war, and she had a natural talent for command. Now, with a shortage of top talent in his newly formed Xiaolong Legion, her return was a godsend. But I'm not coming back alone. I've brought a group of loyal followers, all skilled warriors, Zhao Ruyue added. Even better, Zhao Chen exclaimed, but he couldn't help but ask, they're all female soldiers, right? Zhao Ruyue shot him a look. I don't know where you got this preference from. Don't worry, they're all female soldiers. But I warn you, no funny business with them. Zhao Chen chuckled. Do I look like that kind of person? The women exchanged glances, but said nothing. The fact that he had established an all-female interstellar fleet was enough to raise suspicions. Zhao Chen continued, however, due to the different systems and starships between our fleets, I can't immediately assign them high positions. They will need to undergo some training on our Goddess Academy class starship. But I promise, if they're capable, they'll be promoted quickly and receive all the benefits they deserve. Zhao Chen was always strict with the Xiaolong Legion, even with his own trusted followers, to ensure the quality of his fleet. I understand. We'll follow your rules, Zhao Ryuan nodded. She knew about the Goddess Academy-class starship. Female officers in the Xiaolong Legion all underwent training there, and the fleet had over 100 such starships, forming an academy district in the Xiaolong star system to continuously supply talent to the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen turned to Qin Xiaolei and asked about a pressing matter. Xiaolei, how's the infrastructure project I mentioned going? You mean the major infrastructure project? Qin Xiaolei recalled. With Ryue's arrangements, everything has been approved and is already underway. The first set of stargates will be operational within 3 months. As for the rest, it's all in progress. This is crucial for the Xingyao Empire. We can't afford any mistakes, Zhao Chen said seriously. The infrastructure project was essentially an expanded version of the Xiaolong star system's development. With advanced technology initially used for military purposes now adapted for civilian use, Zhao Chen aimed to modernize the Xingyao Empire's outdated infrastructure. Some might think it's wasteful to undertake such a project during turbulent times, but it's actually a means to boost the empire's productivity and create a prosperous environment, stabilizing the empire and quickly recovering from the civil war's shadow. Moreover, the Xingyao Empire's technological facilities were outdated. This project would rejuvenate the empire and provide a steady flow of resources to the Xiaolong Legion. A larger and stronger infrastructure would ensure a more powerful Xiaolong Legion. T4 Gemini-class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship Command Center. The command center had been bustling with activity lately. Zhao Chen stood at the entrance, surveying the busy staff. He addressed them. You've all been working hard. Once we get through this intense period, I'll make sure you get a well-deserved break. Commander, it's our duty, a technician responded. The benefits here far surpass anywhere else in the Starshine Empire. It's only right that we work hard for the development of the Xiaolong Legion. The doors to the command center slowly opened, and Zhao Chen walked in. His eyes were immediately drawn to the cluttered desk and the numerous floating holographic screens that hadn't been turned off. Strange, Chief Engineer Annie should be here, the technician said, following Zhao Chen and looking around in confusion. Suddenly, the technician felt something grab her ankle. She looked down to see a hand emerging from a dark corner, followed by a feeble voice, "Vacation. Vacation. A ghost?" she screamed, trying to pull away, but lost her balance and fell backward. Just when she thought she was going to hit the ground, she felt herself supported by someone. The scent of cologne told her it was the commander. Zhao Chen looked down and recognized the disheveled figure. Annie. The technician realized that the one grabbing her was indeed Chief Engineer Annie, who looked utterly exhausted. Chief Engineer Annie. The technician quickly helped her up. Zhao Chen observed Annie's vacant eyes and sighed. I'll grant you a half-day off. This seemed to have a magical effect. Annie perked up instantly, darting to Zhao Chen and grabbing his arm, her eyes wide with hope. Really? Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. When have I ever lied to you? Annie thought for a moment and had to admit he was right. The commander was strict but always kept his word. Why are you suddenly so kind? Annie asked cautiously, taking a few steps back and crossing her arms defensively. Zhao Chen explained. The situation with the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Galactic Federation is stable for now. I've delegated tasks to Charlotte and Lilith, and they'll notify me if anything comes up. We urgently need interstellar warships, and I believe I can be more useful here. Annie's eyes sparkled as she began to ramble excitedly. That's great. I can't even remember the last time I had a break. It's been work, eat, every day for at least 18 hours. My brain is fried. Zhao Chen gently pushed her head to stop her rant. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. If the construction plan is completed smoothly, there will be additional rewards. Hee, then I'll take my half-day off now, Annie said gleefully. I'm going to binge on all the snacks I missed and catch up on my shows. She was about to dash out when Zhao Chen stopped her again. The vacation won't run away, but I need to understand your current work situation first, Zhao Chen said. Go call Nana and Spider Queen Elise. They also have half a day off. Annie reluctantly went to notify the other two chief engineers. Soon, Nana and Spider Queen Elise arrived at the office. They were greeted by the sight of Annie lounging in a massage chair, munching on snacks and sipping drinks. The chair even had mechanical arms to clean up, unwrap snacks, and peel fruit. Annie, you're slacking off again. Nana frowned. Do you know how much work we have? Annie instinctively defended herself. I'm not slacking off, wait. This is the commander's orders. He gave me a half-day off. Zhao Chen nodded in confirmation. You've all been working hard and need a break. I'm here to assist and to ensure you get some rest. Is that all? Elise said excitedly. I don't need a break. I just want to get back to building my interstellar warships. This place is heaven. Nana added seriously. We don't need a break. We have tight deadlines for the expansion plan of the Xiaolong Legion and the T5 interstellar warship construction. If there's nothing else, we'll get back to work. Zhao Chen was deeply moved by their dedication. These were truly 5-star employees. I won't force you to rest, Zhao Chen said, but I need a brief overview of your progress and processes. I'll be staying here to assist you. Nana and Elise's eyes lit up, knowing the commander's expertise in starship technology far surpassed Annie's. These incredible interstellar warships were his brainchild. Although the specifics were a mystery, he always had the answers. The three then delved into an intense technical discussion. I think we can streamline this step to reduce construction time by one. Exactly, just adjust this part of the production line. Annie watched them engrossed in their conversation and whispered, So, can I go now? Zhao Chen glanced at her and waved her off. Annie stuck out her tongue, activated the mobility feature on her massage chair, and leisurely left. However, Annie didn't take the full half-day off. After just an hour and a hearty meal, she was back at her workstation. Despite her constant complaints, she continued to work diligently for her boss. Leona from the Starship Academy lifted her head, her gaze sweeping across the holographic screen in front of her. Displayed on it were the assessment scores for the week, and a familiar name dominated the top spot in every subject: Zhao Ruyu. Leona's name followed closely behind, securing second place. This had been the norm for nearly 50 days. Ever since Leona, on Charlotte's recommendation, joined the Starship Academy in the Xiaolong system for further training, Zhao Ruyu's name had been an insurmountable peak, perpetually in her way. Reflecting on the moment she received Charlotte's suggestion, Leona couldn't help but reminisce. At the time, Charlotte explained that this training would not only prepare her for future service in the Xiaolong Legion, but also give her a deep understanding of the operational systems and styles of the Xiaolong-class starships, soon to be extensively deployed. Leona readily agreed. Over 300 trainees had come to the academy, most of them elite members from various tribes of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, primarily from the Beast Alliance. Charlotte even sent her sister, Middle, despite Middle's extensive battlefield experience, to supplement her theoretical knowledge. When Leona first arrived at the academy, she had toned down her pride a bit after the last encounter with the Demon Fleet, but she still believed that her experience commanding hundreds of thousands of starships would make things easy for her here. However, the first week's assessment results gave her a harsh reality check. She only ranked second, with Zhao Ruyu's name deeply etched in her mind from that moment on. In the following weeks, no matter how hard Leona tried, the results never changed. Zhao Ruyu's name seemed to be rooted in the top spot. Just as Leona was rechecking the scores, a familiar voice spoke beside her. Not bad, you're just a bit behind me in a few subjects this time, Zhao Ruyu said, with a hint of admiration in her tone. Leona crossed her arms and huffed. I'll surpass you next time for sure. Their eyes met, and they saw the competitive spirit in each other's gaze. This mutual respect and rivalry quickly turned them into friends, often helping each other in their studies. At that moment, Middle approached them, looking dejected. Ruyu, I only ranked 5th overall this time. If my sister finds out, she'll definitely scold me. Zhao Ruyu couldn't help but reach out to stroke the head of the white tiger beast girl, feeling the softness. She comforted her. That's already excellent. Besides, you ranked 3rd in the simulated combat. Will my sister still scold me? Middle was still worried. Perhaps it was Charlotte's overwhelming brilliance that put immense pressure on Middle. She worked very hard, but some things couldn't be changed by effort alone. She lacked Zhao Ruyu's talent and Leona's elite upbringing. Leona patted Middle's back heartily. Just try harder next time. And next time, I'll definitely take the top spot. At that moment, many of the trainees' terminals simultaneously beeped, with a message instructing them to gather in a designated area as soon as possible. Zhao Ruyu, Leona, and Middle exchanged glances, each sensing an impending development. The three quickly made their way to the assembly point, where thousands were already gathered. A massive holographic projection appeared before them, and the instructor announced that some trainees had completed their assessments and could officially join the Xiaolong Legion. Within 10 minutes, each trainee's terminal would receive their service information, and they would be assigned to their respective starships within the next 24 hours. Hearing this timeline, Zhao Ruyu frowned slightly. She knew the Xiaolong Legion was known for its efficiency, but they usually allowed 3 days for preparation. This time, only 1 day was given, indicating that the Legion was facing a significant crisis and urgently needed new recruits. Soon, Zhao Ruyu's terminal beeped. She opened the latest message. Cadet A3901. You have completed your academy assessments and are approved for graduation. You will be assigned as the captain and squad leader to the Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser, ship number 038, in the 9th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps. Due to the special nature of your position, you must report to your assigned starship within 6 hours to commence your duties. Zhao Ruyu was not surprised by her assignment. She had long known that outstanding graduates from the Xiaolong Academy, especially those with combat experience, would be directly assigned to important positions. Her identity had been kept confidential at the academy, known only to a few high-ranking officials. Most people knew her only by name and number, unaware that she was the sister of the legendary commander. What truly shocked Zhao Ruyu was the term 9th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps. She remembered that the last established unit was the 7th Legion, commanded by her former subordinate, Wei Shishir. This meant that in just a few months, the Xiaolong Corps had added at least 2, possibly 3 new legions, and they were about to serve in these newly formed units. The speed at which the Xiaolong Corps is expanding its fleet is astonishing, Zhao Ruyu thought to herself, realizing that what lay ahead was likely an unprecedented large-scale war. Ryue, I've been assigned to the 3rd Squad of the 10th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps as the captain of AT-4 Zukla-class medium interstellar cruiser and also the squad commander. Midair excitedly shared her appointment with Zhao Ruyu, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruyu furrowed her brow slightly. The emergence of the 10th Legion confirmed her suspicions. The Xiaolong Corps was undergoing a massive expansion. She quickly calculated in her mind. 10 legions meant over 30,000 combat starships, with over 3,000 of them being T4 class. Adding AT-5 Hades-class dreadnought. Such power was enough to shock the 3 major empires of the Galactic Alliance. Leona, where have you been assigned? Midair turned to Leona, who was standing nearby. Leona calmly replied. The 2nd Squad of the 8th Legion of the Xiaolong Corps, also as a squad commander. There was a faint hint of hesitation in her voice. Midair keenly noticed something different on the information window in front of Leona. Hey, why do you have a countdown on yours? Zhao Ruyue's gaze was also drawn to it. She saw a special message displayed on the window. Cadet A3977, please decide within the next 10 minutes whether to officially join the Xiaolong Corps. If you choose to join, you will need to sign this 10-year contract as a crew member of the Xiaolong Corps. Zhao Ruyue remained silent. As the princess of the Dragon People tribe, Leona had originally come here for further studies. Now, she had to make a decision that would alter the course of her life. Return to her tribe or stay with the Xiaolong Corps. Leona's expression grew serious. She knew that staying with the Xiaolong Corps meant access to more advanced interstellar warship technology and a better chance to avenge her father. But it also meant giving up her identity and responsibilities as the princess of the Dragon People tribe. Suddenly, Leona's face broke into a relieved smile. She opened her communication directory and found the name she had once avoided, Blanche, her half-sister. She quickly sent a message. Blanche, I'll leave the affairs of the Dragon People tribe to you. Without hesitation, Leona then clicked to agree to join the Xiaolong Corps. Zhao Ruyue observed this and couldn't help but admire her brother Zhao Chen's tactics. First, he attracted talent, then catered to their needs, ultimately making them willingly stay. Why are you all looking at me? Leona broke the silence. We're comrades now. Too bad I can't surpass you in the academy anymore, but on the battlefield, I'll definitely outdo your record. I'll climb the ranks faster than you. She challenged Zhao Ruyue. Zhao Ruyue smiled slightly. I'll be waiting for your good news. The 3 of them exchanged smiles before heading back to their dorms to pack, preparing to leave the academy and embark on a new journey. Zhao Ruyue, carrying a suitcase with important items, quickly walked through the corridor and boarded an interstellar transport ship. Her other luggage was arranged for shipping and would arrive at the destination shortly. In fact, even if they went alone, the new recruits could live on the starship, as it had everything they needed. She glanced at her electronic ticket and found her window seat. As the transport ship slowly departed from its dock, she looked out the porthole, watching it head towards the destination. Since the destination was also within the Xiaolong star system, the short trip would take just over half an hour. Zhao Ruyue didn't waste this time. She opened the recently received squad data and the crew information of the starship she would be commanding, studying them carefully. To ensure her starship and squad quickly became battle-ready, she needed to familiarize herself with all personnel in the command system as soon as possible. Just as she was engrossed in the data, a video call request chimed. Seeing the name displayed, Zhao Ruyue accepted it. Sis, you should be starting your service in the fleet today, right? Zhao Chen asked, already knowing the answer. Feigning displeasure, Zhao Ruyue replied, I thought, with my connections, I'd at least be made a fleet commander. Knowing his sister's personality, Zhao Chen chuckled. Unhappy with your current position? Fine. I can arrange for you to be a commander right now. If that doesn't work, you can be my deputy chief commander. Zhao Ruyue rolled her eyes at him. No thanks. I don't want people thinking I got my position through connections. If I'm going to be a commander, it will be through my own skills and merits. Then do your best, sis. I've already saved a spot for you, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Zhao Ruyue's eyelids twitched, realizing there was more to Zhao Chen's words. With no vacant command positions in the 10 Xiaolong legions, there was only one possibility. The Xiaolong Corps had even bigger expansion plans. There might be an 11th, 12th, or even more legions in the future. You, Zhao Ruyue began to question, but Zhao Chen interrupted, sis, I have a lot to handle here. I just took a moment to check in. I believe you'll make great achievements in our fleet. With that, he ended the call. At that moment, Zhao Ruyue's attention was drawn to the scene outside the porthole. Her expression froze. Several enormous ships she had never seen before were sailing by, their hulls emblazoned with the Xiaolong Corps emblem. Zhao Chen ended the call with his sister and cast his gaze over the assembled senior officers of the Xiaolong Legion. Charlotte, Lilith, Qitong, Shenbing, Chu Xian, each of them wore a grave expression, having evidently received the latest intelligence. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. I assume you've all heard the news. Our T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance spacecraft, deployed on the Demon Clan's route to Warhammer, has sent back fresh intel. A fleet known as the Red Demon Legion is assembling, and its massive 10 Legion fleets, over 300,000 demonic starships. They're clearly gearing up for a second wave of attacks. Shin Bing gasped. 300,000 demonic starships? That means at least 30,000 T-4 class warships. Qitong cautiously inquired. Are there any T-5 class warships? Lilith took over, explaining, according to our current information, there are indeed T-5 class demonic warships, but we can't confirm their numbers or models yet. Medusa quickly asked, when are they expected to arrive? Lilith replied, based on intercepted communications, they are expected to reach the Dragon Tribe's border area around December 20th. After a brief rest, they will launch their attack. The supreme commander of this operation is the same demon marshal who previously sent 4 demon legions. Dissatisfied with their earlier failure, he's now deploying 10 legions to reclaim their honor. I anticipate their assault will be swift and fierce. Su Lan furrowed her brow. The 20th? That leaves us with only 5 days to prepare. Chu Xian highlighted the current predicament. Our 3 newly formed Xiaolong legions have just been commissioned and lack combat experience. Additionally, we have 3 Xiaolong legions assisting the Holy Radiance Empire against the interstellar insect swarm. Recalling them now could destabilize the hard-won order in the Holy Radiance Empire, which would be detrimental to their political stability. Charlotte resolutely proposed. I believe we should aim for a swift victory. Shin Bing cautioned. We're talking about 300,000 demonic starships, not the small-scale forces we encountered in the Starlight Empire or Warhammer. Considering our other battlefronts, a swift victory won't be easy. Charlotte gave a mysterious smile, but we now have a game-changer. At these words, the other commanders' eyes lit up, and they all turned to Zhao Chen. Zhao Wanner couldn't wait to ask, brother, could it be our? Zhao Chen nodded but added, however, these starships won't be integrated into the regular Legion fleets for now. They will follow my direct orders and execute special missions on the battlefield. Although disappointed that they couldn't immediately upgrade to new flagships, the commanders still felt proud of the Xiaolong Legion's new game-changers. Zhao Chen agreed with Charlotte's proposal and unveiled a large star map depicting Warhammer and its northern territories. Pointing to a narrow route, he said, don't you see? This only passage to our side is our advantage. We can set an ambush here. Zhao Wanner quickly grasped her brother's plan, exclaiming, are we going to use the T-3 Ranger-class interstellar warp interceptors? Zhao Chen added, I've also had Annie rush the production of a batch of T-4 class interstellar warp interceptors. We can use these 2 types of interceptors in tandem. Qitong cautiously pointed out a potential issue. The enemy seems to be anticipating this. The 3 demon legions that escaped the previous battle are now guarding the route's entrance. Our large fleets would have a hard time passing unnoticed. If we force our way through, they'll alert their rear guard, making them much more cautious, which would ruin our ambush. Also, due to the unstable space around the route, using T-4 Hui Guang class interstellar jump ships is highly risky. Zhao Chen confidently smiled. We've considered that. We won't use spatial jumps. We'll go in directly. Qitong suddenly realized and urgently confirmed with Lilith. How long does it take for the 10 demon legions to travel from the demon clan's territory using warp speed? Lilith replied, 20 hours. Qitong excitedly looked at Zhao Chen. Commander, you plan to exploit the 20-hour window when the 10 demon legions are in warp speed and unable to communicate via quantum channels. During that period, we can annihilate the 3 demon legions at the entrance and set up the interstellar warp interceptors for an ambush. Zhao Chen nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Setting up the ambush will take 5 hours. So, I need you to devise a plan to annihilate those 3 demon legions within 15 hours. The Demon Clan's P-91 military starport, once a quiet border outpost, is now bustling with activity. 30,000 demon interstellar warships are neatly docked, their sheer numbers nearly obscuring the starry sky. This massive fleet is composed of 10 legions from the Red Demon Army, gathered here for one singular purpose: to launch an expedition against the Warhammer Star forces and annihilate the Xiaolong Legion. In a spacious conference room, 10 fleet commanders sit around a round table. Though they appear to hold equal status, the seating arrangement reveals that 2 commanders are given particular importance. All eyes are on these 2, the commanders of the 4th and 5th fleets of the Red Demon Army. These fleets are among the elite units equipped with T-5 class interstellar warships and are leading this expedition. Are all the Legion's fleets assembled? The 4th Legion commander asked in a deep, authoritative voice. Reporting, sir. All combat and logistics fleets are ready and waiting for orders. The other commanders replied in unison. their voices tinged with a mix of tension and anticipation. The 4th Legion commander nodded with satisfaction. Good. Let's finalize the departure time. Also, contact those 3 failures and tell them to prepare for our arrival. His tone was dripping with undisguised contempt as he mentioned the 3 failures. None of the other commanders reacted to this derogatory term. It was as if such disdain was the norm. After all, in the previous battles against the Warhammer and Xiaolong legions, the Demon 23rd Legion had been completely wiped out, and 3 other legions had suffered heavy losses. To make matters worse, they had been defeated by a fleet of fewer than 30,000 ships. Although the enemy possessed a T5 class warship, such a defeat was a colossal disgrace for the glory-seeking Demon clan. Under the brutal laws of the Demon clan, the fate of these losers was already sealed. At best, they would be stripped of their ranks. At worst, their entire families would be implicated. The Demon clan had no use for failures. This was their harsh and simple rule of survival. The 5th Legion commander spoke up, his tone more measured than that of the 4th Legion commander. I suggest we send a batch of interstellar reconnaissance ships ahead to scout the route. Is that necessary? The 4th Legion commander frowned. His Majesty has warned us never to underestimate any enemy, the 5th Legion commander calmly explained. The previous 2 legions failed because they underestimated the enemy's strength. We can't afford to make the same mistake. The other commanders voiced their opposition, confident that the scale of this expedition was enough to crush their opponents. They mocked the enemy's strength, treating the upcoming battle as if it were merely a hunting game. Despite the 5th Legion commander's repeated emphasis on the importance of caution, he ultimately had to compromise in the face of unanimous opposition. They decided to divide the route into 2 segments, with a single stopover point in between. Then it's settled, the 4th Legion commander concluded. Deploy an interstellar reconnaissance fleet to the midpoint of the route. Once we receive confirmation that it's safe, we'll depart. We'll stop at the midpoint for 5 hours, and after confirming with the front line that there are no anomalies, we'll proceed. All the commanders raised their hands in agreement, including the sighing 5th Legion commander. Thus, they finalized their action plan, expecting to reach the front lines in 35 to 40 hours. Little did they know, had they heeded the 5th Legion commander's advice, they might have avoided the impending disaster. Unfortunately, they made the worst possible choice, setting the stage for the calamity to come. On the outskirts of the P-91 military starport, a T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance starship, cloaked in invisibility, was closely monitoring enemy movements. The tension on the bridge was palpable, nearly tangible. Captain, the enemy fleet is on the move. It looks like they're preparing for pre-warp travel, a crew member suddenly reported loudly, breaking the silence. The captain's heart skipped a beat. She had just received orders from the commander. They had to relay information immediately after the enemy initiated warp travel. Upon receiving the intel, the Xiaolong Corps would launch a surprise attack on the 3 Demon Corps. Seconds ticked by as the captain kept a vigilant eye on the enemy's every move, and the atmosphere on the bridge grew increasingly tense. Report. Several enemy starships have entered warp travel, a crew member shouted excitedly. The captain remained silent, focused on her observations. However, minutes later, something unusual happened. The subsequent Demon starships were preparing for warp travel but hadn't yet initiated it. More than half an hour passed, and the vice captain looked at the captain with concern. What's going on? Pull up the recent footage, specifically the ships that just entered warp travel, the captain ordered decisively. The footage was quickly displayed. The captain scrutinized the starships, drawing on her experience from the recent stealth mission, having become familiar with various Demon vessels. These are Demon reconnaissance starships, along with a few escort and destroyer ships. This must be their reconnaissance fleet, the captain analyzed. Reconnaissance fleet? What are they scouting for? Could they have discovered our plans? The vice captain asked, worry evident in his voice. The captain frowned, pondering for a moment before giving orders. Increase our infiltration of the enemy's communication network, boost the frequency, especially target the enemy's flagship and main starships. Also, instruct the other T-4 Banshees to execute this task. But doing so increases our risk of exposure, the vice captain reminded, aware of the danger they faced in enemy territory. This is crucial for the commander's operation and our Xiaolong Corps. Execute the order, the captain commanded firmly. As the infiltration of the enemy's communication network began, the tension on the bridge heightened. Everyone moved more cautiously, their breaths shallow. Even though they knew these actions wouldn't affect their stealth, the anxious atmosphere was palpable. Time dragged a known hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours. Finally, a crew member shouted excitedly, "We found it! We found it!" The captain and vice captain rushed to the crew member's station to review the intercepted Demon communication. The detailed content revealed the operational plans of 10 Red Demon Corps fleets. They had dispatched a reconnaissance fleet to a midpoint in their route, and the 10 Red Demon Corps fleets would depart once they received the all-clear, stopping at this midpoint for 5 hours. The vice captain let out a sigh of relief. So that's their plan. Now we know. However, the captain's expression grew more serious. She immediately ordered, cease intercepting enemy communications. Navigate to a safe location and contact headquarters immediately. Captain, what's wrong? The vice captain noticed the captain's grim demeanor. The captain explained solemnly, I didn't expect the demon commander to be so cautious. They're not heading directly to the target, but stopping midway. This means the commander's original plan can't proceed. If they reach the midpoint and contact the 3 demon core, and there's no response, they'll become more cautious and alter their plans. If there is a response, it means our Xiaolong Corps hasn't taken them down yet, which spells trouble for our ambush. The vice captain realized, so the commander's plan can't go ahead. Should we notify the commander to cancel it? This is too important for me to decide. We have to inform the commander and await further instructions, the captain sighed. The perfect operation was now jeopardized by this unexpected twist. It wasn't just a failed plan. It meant the Xiaolong Corps would have to face 30,000 demon starships hidden. Though she believed in the Xiaolong Corps' strength, it would come at a high cost, one no one wanted to pay. Every second felt like an eternity for the captain. Finally, the T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance starship reached a safe location and sent a quantum message to headquarters, detailing the situation. Now, they had to wait for the commander's new orders. Waiting was the hardest part. Eventually, a reply came from headquarters. The message was concise. Confirm if the 10 Red Demon Corps would stay at the midpoint for 5 hours. If confirmed, proceed with the original plan. Send the signal when the 10 Red Demon Corps fleets depart. The commander still wants to go ahead with the original plan, the vice captain asked, covering his mouth in surprise. The captain thought for a moment and then said solemnly, the commander and the other officers are taking a gamble. If the enemy departs from the midpoint, we'll have 10 hours. If our Xiaolong Corps can eliminate the 3 Demon Corps and set up the ambush within that time, the original plan can proceed, but we only know they'll stay at the midpoint for 5 hours. We can't monitor their departure. If our Xiaolong Corps acts too soon, and the enemy gets wind of it, the ambush will fail. The vice captain expressed his concerns. The captain nodded. You're right, I think. The commander is betting on our Xiaolong's luck. On the bridge of the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the holographic projections of the female officers. Their original battle plan had been completely disrupted by unexpected news from the T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ship ahead. Since we've decided to stick to the core of this operation, the first thing we need to determine is, when should we launch our attack after receiving news of the enemy's main fleet departure? Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the bridge, emphasizing the gravity of the decision. Charlotte stepped forward, her fingers flicking to unveil a holographic star map. The narrow passage became the focal point of everyone's attention. Assuming the enemy's intermediate stop is at the midpoint of this 20-hour journey, Charlotte traced her finger across the map. The Demon Race's 300,000 interstellar warships will arrive here 10 hours after receiving the all-clear from their reconnaissance fleet. According to intelligence, they will stay here for 5 hours before traveling another 10 hours to reach the 3 Demon Legion fleet's positions. She marked 3 key points along the route and then highlighted a conspicuous red dot closer to their position. This was our original ambush site and remains our best option. Initially, we had 20 hours to prepare. Now we have only 10 hours, maybe less. We must adapt our plan and act swiftly. Zhao Chen nodded, his gaze shifting to the Demon Race's stronghold. There are 60,000 enemy ships here. The original plan was to annihilate them within 15 hours. Can we shorten that time? Xin Bing quickly responded, if all 10 Xiaolong legions are deployed, we should be able to finish the battle in 5 hours. No. Su Lan immediately pointed out, we must consider post-battle rest and resupply. Going all out may affect the subsequent ambush. Chu Xian proposed a new idea. Who says we need to destroy all 60,000 enemy ships? We could just carve out a passage, leaving some legions to engage the enemy while the rest conserve strength for the ambush. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. The key is deciding who will carry out this mission. How many legions should we deploy? Can they clear a passage within the time frame? Charlotte analyzed. The task force should not exceed 2 legions, or it will impact the ambush's effectiveness. The T-5 Pluto-class dreadnought and 2 special fleets need to be reserved for the ambush. Given the time constraints, we should launch the attack in the 14th hour after the enemy's departure, giving ourselves a 1-hour buffer. This means the task force must clear a passage through the enemy's stronghold within 4 hours. Qitong, Medusa, and Su Lan almost simultaneously volunteered. After discussion, it was decided that Qitong's 2nd Legion and Su Lan's 4th Legion would undertake this arduous task. Zhao Chen solemnly issued the order. Your mission is to clear a passage through the enemy's stronghold within 4 hours and ensure it remains open for 1 hour. 16 hours after receiving the enemy fleet's departure information, you launch the attack. Understood? Understood. Qitong and Su Lan responded in unison. Zhao Chun then turned to the other officers, assigning the remaining tasks. As the orders were issued, The difficulty of the operation became glaringly apparent, and everyone felt unprecedented pressure. No one could guarantee the success of the mission, but they had no choice but to give it their all. And then, the long wait began. Ahead of the Demon Tribe's stronghold, more than 30,000 Xylon-class interstellar warships lay in silent ambush. Although the Demon Tribe starships occasionally conducted patrols, the T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ships timely relayed intelligence, allowing the Xiaolong Legion to skillfully evade enemy detection. This left the three demon commanders at the stronghold completely unaware of the lurking danger right under their noses. On the bridge of the flagship of the Xiaolong Second Legion, Qitong looked at the holographic image of Su Lan beside her and said, "When the time comes, we'll proceed according to this plan." Su Lan nodded. "All right, let's do it." After speaking, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. Noticing the change, Qitong asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Su Lan hesitated before speaking cautiously. "Well, it might not be the right time to ask this, but how can you, facing the demon tribe, still come up with such an excellent battle plan? Doesn't it affect you at all?" Qitong smiled faintly and explained calmly, "Perhaps you see the demon tribe as my kin. That's because you don't understand them. Even I don't know much about the demon tribe, as my ancestors fled from them when I was very young. But from the words of my elders and parents, I learned that the demon tribe is more like an alliance, similar to Warhammer. The individual differences are vast. You can hardly believe they belong to the same group." Qitong continued to explain the history of the demon tribe. Legend has it that the demon tribe didn't exist in ancient times. They were just distinct groups scattered across different star systems. It was the first demon king who unified all these groups under his banner, forming the current demon tribe. They then launched external wars, giving weaker groups two choices: join the demon tribe or be annihilated. Initially, their expansion was smooth until they encountered the angel tribe. The angel tribe seemed to be the natural enemies of the demon tribe, and wars erupted as soon as they discovered each other, leading to the millennia-long war we know today. Qitong paused before continuing, "So to me, the demon tribe isn't really my kin. My mother always told me, wherever brings us peace, equality, and prosperity, that is our home. To me, Xiaolong is my home." She then revealed, "I've discussed with the commander. Once the current crises are resolved, he will send the T5 Creator-class starship to my family's barren star system for ecological transformation. This will provide our people with a better living environment, and even build stargates to establish external communication channels." Qitong's eyes sharpened. "So, these demon tribe starships are my enemies. They are here to destroy the hard-won peace of my home. For that, I am willing to give everything and fight to protect it." Hearing Qitong's words, Su Lan was deeply moved and even more impressed by Qitong. She also admired the man who led so many to regard Xiaolong as their home and fight for it. His charisma was undeniable, attracting even high-ranking officers of Xiaolong. Su Lan mused that she might be among them. Su Lan smiled. "Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Commander Qitong, let's fight to protect everything we hold dear." Qitong and Su Lan exchanged a look, a glance that seemed to make them lifelong friends. Next was the wait for the T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ships to relay information from the demon tribe's territory. The waiting was long and torturous, but eventually, they received the crucial intel. The commander's communication arrived almost simultaneously for both of them. A video window popped up in front of Qitong and Su Lan. Zhao Chen began, "We have intel that the main demon fleet has set off. Commence operation countdown. 16 hours. 16 hours from now, you may proceed with your attack without further reporting." "Understood." Qitong and Su Lan responded in unison. A 16-hour countdown timer appeared before them. Another long wait ensued. Qitong and Su Lan took turns resting on the captain's chair, ensuring they remained in peak condition and ready to handle any emergencies. Meanwhile, at the demon tribe's stronghold, the three demon commanders were basking in the anticipation of imminent victory. "Did you hear? Our third wave of 300,000 starships has set off," one demon commander exclaimed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, finally! 300,000 starships, plus the Red Demon 4th and 5th Legions. This time, we can avenge our previous defeats," another chimed in. "Yes, that damn T5 starship and that Xiaolong Legion. This time, we'll wipe out our shame," the third commander vowed. They continued discussing, "Remember, our chance to redeem ourselves depends on our performance in the coming battle. I have connections with the Red Demon 5th Legion's commander. He told me that once they arrive, they'll assign us important tasks. If we excel, we'll offset our past failures. Even if we can't keep our current positions, at least our families won't suffer." The three demon commanders were ecstatic, already shouting about how they would exact revenge on the Xiaolong Legion and Warhammer. They even boasted about turning all interstellar species in this galaxy into their slave farms to provide a continuous supply of life energy for their starships. They were eager to engage the Xiaolong Legion. As if their wishes moved the gods, they soon received a message from the main demon fleet. The main fleet was departing from the Midway station and would reach their position in 10 hours. This news boosted their morale even further. However, less than 10 minutes after receiving this message, another shocking report arrived. Report: 2 Xiaolong legions, 6,000 starships, are heading toward our position. The sudden news startled the 3 demon commanders. What? The Xiaolong Legion is attacking. Damn, why now? One commander exclaimed. But they quickly regained their composure and began organizing their defenses. Don't panic. The enemy only has 6,000 starships, and our main force will arrive in 10 hours. This might be our chance to make a name for ourselves. They never expected the Xiaolong legions to be so relentless, launching an all-out assault regardless of the cost. Their ferocity even left the battle-hardened demon commanders in awe. The Starhawk Legion's interstellar warships surged forward like a torrent of steel, bravely advancing into friendly fire. Interstellar missiles exploded around the ships, and the star shields were battered by the shockwaves. This near-suicidal assault was a stark contrast to their usual tactics, where missile ships typically provided a preliminary barrage. Today, however, they advanced in unison with the main fleet. The vanguard of the assault formation consisted of powerful ships like the T-4 Azure Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleships and T-4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile cruisers. Under the covering fire of 60 T-3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships, they charged into the smoke-filled battlefield like a pack of ravenous wolves. Commander Qidong of the 2nd Starhawk Legion stared intently at the interstellar tactical map, closely monitoring every tactical detail. She was acutely aware of the risk of friendly fire with this strategy, but such is the nature of war, risk and opportunity coexist. She had faith in her captain's professional skills, and indeed, every missile hit its intended target with precision. On the fleet's star map, red circles clearly marked the attack zones. By avoiding these areas, they could minimize risk. This tactic initially achieved great success, easily breaking through the enemy's front lines. However, as they penetrated deeper into enemy territory, resistance grew stronger. The enemy began to concentrate their forces, with numerous T-4 Demon-class interstellar warships gathering like boulders, blocking the path of the assault. Order the T-4 Gorgon-class heavy interstellar artillery ships to carry out precision bombardment. Qidong commanded decisively. 10 artillery ships quickly took position, their cannons aimed at the boulders ahead. Heavy artillery, fire. The captain's command unleashed a terrifying barrage. One by one, the Gorgon-class ships joined the fray, and under their devastating fire, nearly 100 T-4 Demon-class interstellar warships were reduced to ashes. The assault fleet pressed on without pause, advancing over the burning wreckage of enemy ships. They had only one goal: to clear this route within 4 hours. In just half an hour, a quarter of the demon stronghold's front lines had been breached. Simultaneously, Commander Sulan of the 4th Starhawk Legion commenced her operation. Standing on the command platform of the bridge, she orchestrated the battle like a maestro conducting a grand symphony. Interstellar destroyers and frigates, prepare to secure the route. Carrier starships, deploy fighter and drone squadrons. Sulan's orders echoed through the bridge. A series of interstellar destroyers and frigates spread out like a blossoming flower, forming defensive positions along the flanks of the assault route. The line of defense, comprising T-4 Skull King-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers and T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar armor destroyers, provided robust protection for this vital lifeline. Meanwhile, the carrier starships took their designated positions. The T-3 Phoenix-class and T-4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carriers opened their hangar doors, releasing swarms of interstellar drones like a hive of bees, swiftly forming into combat formations. Following them were the more formidable interstellar fighters, racing down the runways and flying in formation to their respective battle stations. This massive aerial force had a crucial mission: to ensure the route remained open and secure for the next several hours. Faced with such a sudden and fierce assault, the 3 demon commanders were perplexed. What are they trying to do? One commander muttered. It seems like they just want to carve a path through our lines rather than annihilate us. At that moment, a crucial piece of intelligence provided the answer to their confusion. Report: we have detected 8 enemy Legion fleets stationed at a distance, totaling nearly 25,000 interstellar warships. The news sent chills down the spines of the 3 demon commanders. One urgently inquired, do they have any movements? None. The 8 Starhawk Legion fleets have remained stationary, not launching any attacks. It appears they're waiting for something. Waiting. One demon commander suddenly realized, and all the clues connected in an instant, revealing a terrifying truth. They're targeting our main fleet. The demon commander's voice echoed in the command room, his finger jabbing forcefully at the star map. On the map, 6,000 Xiaolong starships were slicing through the demon defenses like a blade, creating a secure passage. Because we are blocking this path, their 30,000 starships can't bypass us quickly. So, They're opening this corridor to let the 8 Xiaolong legions behind them pass through and ambush our 300,000 demon fleet. Ambush? Another demon commander widened his eyes in disbelief. How can over 20,000 ships ambush 300,000? That's absurd. Facing his comrades' doubts, the insightful demon commander replied sternly, "Don't forget the interstellar warp interceptors, the special fleet of missile ships, and that powerful T-5 starship. Even if they can't execute a perfect ambush, they will inflict significant damage on our fleet." But how do they know our fleet is on its way? The third commander frowned. There's no time to ponder that now. The first commander interrupted decisively. Contact the main fleet immediately and report the situation. Have you forgotten? The second commander said with a bitter smile. The main fleet has already departed and is in warp travel mode. We can't reach them. The 3 demon commanders felt a palpable sense of dread from the Xiaolong legions, as if a pair of hawk-like eyes were locked onto their prey. What should we do now? The 2 commanders looked simultaneously at their wiser comrade. The demon commander clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "We have no choice. At all costs, we must stop their plan and prevent them from getting through. Order all starships to launch a full-scale assault on the enemy's corridor and destroy it." With the order given, the demon starships intensified their attack. However, the defensive positions around the corridor were like an impenetrable fortress, unmoved by the relentless assault. On the front lines, the leading starships were depleting their resources rapidly. Many had exhausted their expendable ammunition and had to rely on energy weapons, which required longer charging times. Noticing this, Qitong immediately ordered, "The first wave of ships can withdraw now and assist in the defensive positions." She added, "If the drill bit is worn out, replace it with a new one. The withdrawing ships can bolster the defensive firepower." With the second wave of starships taking over, the attack efficiency increased significantly. Within the first hour, Qitong advanced 3/10 of the distance. By the second hour, 5/10. By the third hour, 7/10. Finally, 3 hours and 40 minutes into the assault, Qitong's fleet successfully broke through the enemy's bridgehead positions. The first 3 hours grew increasingly difficult, but the last hour saw reduced resistance, as most of the enemy's logistical and support ships were concentrated at the rear. Meanwhile, Commander Su Lan was steadfastly holding the corridor. No matter how fiercely the enemy attacked, the corridor remained firmly under her control. Su Lan seemed to have everything under her command. "Report, Commander," an officer reported. "Many of our carrier starship pilots have completed over 10 missions and are physically exhausted. Some even fainted upon disembarking." Su Lan responded gravely, "Send those who fainted to the medical bay immediately. Those who can continue, let them keep fighting. Just one more hour. Tell them this is my request." "Understood. I'll relay the message right away," the officer replied and left. At that moment, a video window appeared before Su Lan, showing Qitong's face. Noticing the sweat on Su Lan's forehead and the bloodshot eyes, Qitong asked with concern, "Looks like you're under a lot of pressure there. Did you break through?" Su Lan asked. "We did," Qitong confirmed with a nod. "Now it's up to you." Su Lan gave a tired but determined smile. "We've held out for 4 hours. What's one more?" Qitong then informed Charlotte. Upon learning the corridor was clear, Charlotte immediately ordered the 8 Xiaolong legions to proceed as planned, with the 1st Legion covering the rear. The Xiaolong 10th Legion was the first to enter the corridor. Commander Pei Xingnan's voice echoed through the communication channel. "Repeat. Pass through the corridor quickly. Do not engage with anything happening around you. Any ship that disobeys will face military justice." After issuing the order, Pei Xingnan gazed out of the porthole. The calm corridor sharply contrasted with the chaotic battle outside. Xiaolong starships stood like guardians, protecting this lifeline. Whenever a ship was engulfed by enemy fire, others immediately filled the gap. If ships couldn't reach in time, swarms of drones and fighters would rush in. Watching the small fighters bravely face the enemy's massive T-3 and T-4 starships, Pei Xingnan clenched her fists, speechless. "Commander, I heard you used to be a fighter pilot?" A voice broke the silence. Pei Xingnan looked at an open communication window, seeing the fleet captain of the 10th Legion's 3rd Squad, Maidair, Charlotte's sister. "Yes," Pei Xingnan recalled, "I piloted T-3 Phoenix-class fighters from the T-3 Phoenix-class carrier starship, T-3 Firebird-class heavy stealth bombers, and T-4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier starships, T-4 Fallen Angel SI and SII heavy stealth bombers. Later, the Legion needed me to study fleet command. I did well at the academy, and with my previous combat record, I rose to my current position. But honestly, I still prefer flying fighters." Pei Xingnan's gaze returned to the fighters battling on the front lines, her voice filled with respect. "So, I deeply understand the immense pressure those pilots are under right now. They are the finest warriors of our Xiaolong Legion." Following this, the fleets of the Xiaolong Corps passed through the channel one by one. The demon fleet, like enraged beasts, yearned to tear apart these audacious invaders. However, the impenetrable defense line stood like a chasm before them, making any advance impossible. The three demon commanders, witnessing this, were furious but helpless. They could only watch as the Xiaolong core fleets traversed the channel and disappeared into the distance. What was originally estimated to take an hour was completed in just 40 minutes, thanks to Charlotte's meticulous planning. The first Xiaolong core and the T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought were the last to pass through the channel. Finally, the beleaguered second and fourth Xiaolong Corps could begin their slow withdrawal from the front of the channel. Yet, some ships would never make it out, lost forever in the vastness of space. Throughout this process, Zhao Chen stood silently on the bridge, gazing through the porthole at the warships of the two Xiaolong Corps that had been battling for nearly 5 hours. He remained silent, his eyes following them until his own ship had completely crossed the channel, heading towards the other 7 Xiaolong Corps fleets. The channel that had been held for nearly 5 hours finally vanished. The ships of the 2nd and 4th Xiaolong Corps regrouped, but their numbers were no longer the same as 5 hours earlier. 2 video windows appeared before Zhao Chen, showing Qitong and Su Lan. Commander, the 2nd and 4th Xiaolong Corps have completed their assigned missions. Qitong reported. Excellent work, both of you. Zhao Chen praised. But next you. Su Lan smiled slightly. Commander, you can proceed with your mission without worry. Leave this to us. We've been holding back, but now, we can show them our true strength. According to the original plan, the 2nd and 4th Xiaolong Corps were to remain and continue battling the remaining demon fleet after completing the first phase of their mission. This was a daunting task for the two corps, who had just endured a fierce battle, and any misstep could lead to their total annihilation. However, from a strategic standpoint, it was unavoidable. The remaining 8 Xiaolong Corps had to reach the ambush site, with no other options. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and saluted Qitong and Su Lan. I'll leave this in your hands. Qitong and Su Lan returned the salute. We'll be here, waiting for your triumphant return, Commander. After the video windows closed, Lilith noticed Zhao Chen's worried expression. You don't need to worry too much. We have contingency plans in place. Zhao Chen sighed. I'm not worried about them failing. I'm worried about their casualties. What are the losses for the 2nd and 4th Xiaolong Corps after the 5-hour battle? Reluctantly, Lilith reported the numbers, seeing Zhao Chen's determined gaze. So far, the 2nd and 4th Xiaolong Corps have lost nearly 3,000 ships, including a third that had to be abandoned due to severe damage. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, silently absorbing the numbers. To put it in perspective, their first battle against the demons had also cost them 3,000 ships. Lilith added, however, they managed to destroy nearly 20,000 enemy ships, a 6-to-1 loss ratio, which is quite impressive. Although this ratio didn't match the 15-to-1 of their first battle, considering that this time only 2 Xiaolong Corps were involved without the assistance of T5 starships and missile fleets, and they had to break through enemy lines and maintain a safe passage, achieving a 6-to-1 loss ratio was remarkable. So, the enemy still has 40,000 ships, Zhao Chen murmured. Lilith nodded, remaining silent. Zhao Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. We won't let the sacrifices of the 2nd and 4th Corps be in vain. Let's give our demonic guests a proper welcome. I want all 30,000 of their ships to stay here. His tone was as firm as a command. Meanwhile, after the main Xiaolong fleet had departed, the demon commanders, seeing no hope of intercepting the fleeing ships, directed all their fury at the remaining 2nd and 4th Xiaolong Corps. With 40,000 ships, they launched a ferocious assault on the remaining 3,000 Xiaolong ships, even beginning to form an encirclement, determined to annihilate them completely. The demon commanders issued frantic orders. Tear them apart. Tear them apart. Destroy every single one of them. If we are to be punished by our emperor, we must make them pay in blood. Under the onslaught of 40,000 demon ships, the 3,000 Xiaolong ships seemed like tiny boats in a storm, teetering but holding firm. At that moment, both Xiaolong and demon radars detected massive energy readings. In the distance, the engines of countless ships glowed like stars. Several video windows connected to Qitong and Su Lan's command. Princess Blanche smiled. Sorry we're late. Our Dragon Corps fleet, 20,000 strong, is here to support. This time, the Dragon people will make these demons pay. Hehehe, finally my turn. Beast Corps, 20,000 ships ready for battle. Roared Bear Tribe Chief Xiongda. Charlotte's father, Chief Ted, smiled. I've been ordered to lead the Tiger and Dragon Corps fleet, 10,000 strong, to support 50,000 ships. Though not as many as the Xiaolong Corps, they were more than enough to deal with the remaining demon fleet, especially with the support of the 2nd and 4th Xiaolong Corps. This local war seemed to have just begun. The fleet of 8 Xiaolong Legion squadrons arrived in a pitch-black starfield after an hour of warp travel. The Fleet Command Center delivered a concise report. All starships are in position, ready to commence the ambush. Lilith turned to Zhao Chen, her eyes questioning. Zhao Chen responded in a deep voice, let's get started. The decision to set up the ambush 1 hour's travel away from the demon tribe's stronghold was due to their uncertainty about where the enemy's 300,000 warships would exit warp travel. To avoid a missed ambush, they had to choose a more distant location. Originally, the plan was to travel for 3 hours, but with the timeline compressed to 9 hours, they had to settle for this. Zhao Chen silently prayed that the demon tribe's warships wouldn't exit warp too early. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa in the command room, his eyes fixed on the real-time feed of the ambush setup. On the screen, T3 White Whale class and T4 Giant Whale class heavy transport ships were moving to their designated positions. Upon arrival, their hatches opened, and shuttles and small transport ships emerged, carrying dodecahedral T3 Ranger class and cuboid T4 Tombstone class warp interceptors, dispersing to various coordinates. The vast ambush net was gradually taking shape, its scale so immense that it exceeded the radar scanning range of the T5 Hades class dreadnought. Although the T4 Tombstone class interceptors were only 1% of the T3 models in number, they were positioned at the core, forming a matrix with the T3S to achieve optimal effect. What would typically require 5 hours of setup was compressed to 3 hours under Lilith's meticulous planning. From initiating the operation to completing the ambush, the total time spent was less than 9 hours. Zhao Chen finally allowed himself a moment of relaxation. Charlotte reported, "Commander, all interceptors are operational and can run for 50 hours. All warships are in position." Zhao Chen decisively ordered, "Excellent. From now on, you have full command, including this Hades-class dreadnought. I have only one requirement. Make sure the enemy doesn't escape." Charlotte saluted crisply, "Understood, sir. We'll complete the mission." The Legion commanders held their breath, and all cannons were on high alert. They knew how crucial this battle was for the Xiaolong Legion. Failure to effectively crush the enemy would result in immense future pressure. Wolfwoman by Xue double-checked, "Are all missile launchers ready?" Her subordinate confirmed resolutely, "Over 300 missile ships are fully prepared and can launch all missiles within 10 minutes. Bai Xue licked her red lips, "Remember, be fast and accurate. Assign strike tasks within 10 seconds of the enemy's appearance." Serpentwoman Qing Man, though experienced, felt immense pressure as a newly appointed Legion commander. She flicked her tongue, trying to stay calm. Meanwhile, 6th Squad Fleet Captain Zhao Riyue looked at the Xiaolong emblems around her, filled with pride. This was the Legion her brother had built. As time ticked by, everyone held their breath. Suddenly, a strong fluctuation appeared on the data panel. A crew member shouted, "Detected warp travel fluctuations, very strong." Charlotte immediately ordered, "Prepare to fire." One by one, Demon Tribe warships exited warp travel and appeared in the designated area. Before the enemy captains could react, they were engulfed in a barrage of concentrated fire. The commander of the Red Devil's 4th Legion abruptly opened his eyes, confronted by a harrowing scene. His fleet of interstellar warships was being bombarded fiercely. Even more troubling was the fact that the ships were packed much closer than standard regulations allowed, nearly shoulder to shoulder. "What's happening?" the commander demanded sharply, his brows furrowed. The adjutant, gasping for breath, responded, "Sir, we seem to have encountered a warp interception." Warp interception? The words hit the commander like a sledgehammer. He knew all too well what that meant. Without hesitation, he issued a series of rapid commands. Order all interstellar warships into combat status. Increase the distance between ships and activate the star shields immediately. Interstellar frigates, intercept the enemy attacks at all costs to buy the fleet some time. This order spread like a lifeline to the other 9 commanders of the Red Devil's legions. Many of them were still reeling from the sudden attack, but the directive provided a clear course of action. As the orders were being relayed, a video window suddenly appeared before the commander. It was the commander of the 5th Legion, another key leader in this military operation. The 5th Legion commander's voice was grave. "The situation is dire. The enemy's warp interception technology is extremely advanced. They not only intercepted us, but also forced our ships into a tight cluster. The distance between our ships is now less than a quarter of the standard. We're sitting ducks for their cannons." He continued, "According to the latest intel, we're under attack by our target, the Xiaolong Legion. They've assembled nearly 25,000 interstellar warships here." Xiaolong Legion? Damn it. The 4th Legion commander gritted his teeth. What were those 3 commanders thinking? They assured us everything was normal before departure. How did so many enemy warships ambush us here? If I catch those idiots, they'll shove a cannon up there. The 5th Legion commander interrupted calmly, "Now's not the time for blame. We need to find a way out of this mess. If we don't handle this right, we'll lose a significant portion of our fleet here. None of us can face the Marshal if that happens." Despite their usual disagreements, both commanders knew what needed to be done. The 4th Legion commander admitted, "My mind's a bit scrambled right now. Do you have any suggestions?" The 5th Legion commander pondered for a moment before replying, "The enemy is well prepared, with fleets surrounding us. Our only option is to break through. I suggest using our two T5 interstellar warships to open a path. It's risky, but it's the only way to minimize our fleet's losses. Once we break out, we can regroup in a more open sector and then counterattack. After weighing the options, the 4th Legion commander agreed. Let's do it. Break through, minimize losses, then organize a counterattack. They'll make those ambushers pay dearly. However, the 5th Legion commander cautioned, don't rush. We can't afford a hasty breakout. According to my intel, the enemy has 2 trump cards, a T5 class warship and a special fleet of interstellar missile ships. We need to wait for them to use these before we break through. The 4th Legion commander frowned. Wait for their attack? Won't we suffer significant losses? The 5th Legion commander explained, some losses are unavoidable. But if we break through after they've used their trump cards, we can minimize our overall losses. The 4th Legion commander hesitated, but ultimately agreed. Just then, they saw a barrage of interstellar missiles raining down on the demon fleet. With 300,000 demon warships crammed into a small area, it was a perfect target for missile attacks. The 4th Legion commander watched in horror as his warships exploded one after another. The outer regions turned into a sea of fire, littered with the wreckage of destroyed ships. Some didn't even have time to activate their shields before being obliterated. Even T4 class warships, with their shields activated, struggled to survive the intense bombardment. Worse still, the close proximity of the ships meant that the explosion of one often led to the destruction of others nearby. The missile barrage lasted nearly 10 minutes. The 4th Legion commander's eyes bulged, veins throbbing, as if he might explode at any moment. By contrast, the 5th Legion commander remained much calmer. He observed the apocalyptic scene carefully, reassessing the Xiaolong Legion's capabilities. Preliminary reports indicated that nearly 5 million missiles, including high-grade ones from T4 class missile ships, had struck their fleet. The initial casualty count showed at least 50,000 warships destroyed, with a similar number damaged. If not for their numerous T4 warships absorbing some of the firepower, the losses would have been even more catastrophic. In just the opening moments of the battle, they had lost a sixth of their combat strength. Neither commander had ever faced such a brutal engagement in their lives. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen, the commander of the Xiaolong Legion, had mixed feelings. Watching the near trillion starcoin worth of ammunition he had just launched and the destruction of enemy warships, he felt both pained and a twisted sense of satisfaction. Zhao Chen's emotions could best be described as a mix of agony and ecstasy. When do we get started? Shui Xiaoxiao asked impatiently, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Zhao Chen. Around them, interstellar battleships were fiercely exchanging fire, and her fingers drummed restlessly on the control panel. Zhao Chen smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the Hades isn't meant to deal with these small fry. Just then, a subordinate reported, Sir, our T4 Banshee scans have detected 2 T5 class interstellar battleships among the enemy fleet. They are medium-sized battlecruisers of the Demon Tribe's Terror Blade class. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, confirming what he had anticipated. This was the exact intel brought back by the T4 Banshee previously sent to the Demon Tribe's territory. Commander, are those 2 big ships our target? Shui Xiaoxiao asked excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhao Chen didn't answer directly but smiled, and Shui Xiaoxiao immediately understood, getting ready for action. However, the battle did not unfold as expected. Although the Demon Tribe's battleships attempted to break through, their efforts were insufficient and were easily contained by the Xiaolong Legion. The 2 T5 Terror Blade class ships remained hidden, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Time passed, and the Demon Tribe's fleet suffered increasing losses. At least 300 T3 class or higher interstellar battleships were being destroyed every minute, putting them in a precarious situation. We can't wait any longer. Break through now. The commander of the Red Demon 4th Corps roared, his heart aching. Seeing this, the commander of the Red Demon 5th Corps immediately proposed a breakout plan. We'll organize feint attacks in 3 directions while gathering 5,000 T4 battleships to escort the 2 T5 flagships through the breach. The plan was quickly set into motion. The feint attacks from 3 directions put considerable pressure on the Xiaolong Legion, but thanks to the advantageous battlefield conditions, they maintained control. Enemy fleet is attempting a breakout, Lilith reported solemnly. 2 T5 Terror Blade class battleships leading, escorted by 5,000 T4 battleships. If they break through, other demon battleships are likely to follow. Zhao Chen sneered. It's time to move. Following Charlotte's command, Shui Xiaoxiao immediately directed the T5 Hades to intercept at full speed. Coincidentally, the enemy's breakout direction was right where the Xiaolong 1st Corps, the most powerful unit, was positioned. Instead of directly blocking the enemy, the Xiaolong 1st Corps retreated, creating a brief illusion for the enemy. Suddenly, a massive object appeared in front of the demon fleet, even larger than the 2 T5 Terror Blades combined. The commander of the Red Demon 4th Corps was puzzled. Are they using a T5 battleship to intercept us? The 5th Corps commander quickly analyzed. According to the intel, Their T-5 has limited-range electromagnetic interference capabilities. As long as our two T-5 terror blades keep their distance and aren't interfered with simultaneously, we have a chance to break through. The three T-5 battleships formed a tense triangular formation, ready for a showdown. Meanwhile, a few mysterious interstellar battleships in a nearby starfield were undergoing final checks. Confirm space warp safety again, the captain ordered. Report, the risk factor for short-distance space warp is only 0.017. We can proceed, a subordinate assured. The captains held their breath, knowing this would be the maiden voyage of this new battleship model. As the command windows lit up, they almost simultaneously issued the order, inputting coordinates and preparing for the space warp. Three T-5 interstellar battleships were currently positioned in a strategic, triangular formation on the battlefield. Inside the bridge, a crew member hurriedly approached the command station and reported anxiously, "Sir, enemy T-5 interstellar battleships are within attack range." Upon hearing this, the commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion immediately turned to the video window beside him and exchanged a glance with the commander of the 5th Legion. With a deep voice, the 5th Legion commander ordered, "Commence the attack. Advance the entire fleet, but maintain distance and be wary of enemy countermeasures." Both demon commanders issued the attack order almost simultaneously. In an instant, two T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers launched their assault. Each ship extended two main cannons from its bow, resembling sharp blades gleaming brightly from a distance. Seconds later, four beams of light shot towards the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought from two directions, striking its stellar shield heavily. Alarms blared inside the ship. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Stellar shield under attack! Stellar shield under attack!" The crew on the bridge all turned to Captain Xue Xiaoxiao, awaiting her command. Surprisingly, Xue Xiaoxiao remained calm and composed, saying, "Hold on, let them get a bit closer." As other T-4 Demon interstellar warships closed in, they too joined the attack. Under such intense firepower, even the stellar shield of the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought began to rapidly deplete. The crew's tension grew, their eyes darting between Captain Xue Xiaoxiao and Commander Zhao Chen. Commander Zhao Chen, however, appeared unusually relaxed, lounging on a sofa with his legs crossed, seemingly indifferent to the dire situation. Minutes ticked by. After 3 minutes of relentless bombardment, the stellar shield of the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought had only just dropped to 50. At this point, the distance between the interstellar warships had further shortened, and the medium and short-range cannons of the demon warships started posing a threat to the T-5 Pluto-class dreadnought. At this critical moment, Xue Xiaoxiao decisively ordered, "Now, target coordinates, deploy the Pluto field." Upon authorization, a blip on the starship radar indicated an explosion at the left flank of the demon fleet, precisely covering the position of one of the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. The bridge of the Red Demon 5th Legion commander was suddenly plunged into darkness, all control panels going dark instantly. Faced with the sudden change, the crew fell into chaos. However, the commander remained calm, issuing orders steadily, "Everyone stay at your stations. Follow my previous instructions and reboot all systems immediately. Once communications are restored, contact the other interstellar warships at once." The commander moved to the porthole and used a deep space telescope to observe the external situation. Despite the limited view, it was better than knowing nothing. He saw the commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion launching a fierce attack as planned. Suddenly, the enemy T-5 interstellar battleship unleashed a formidable beam of light. Even through the deep space telescope, the demon commander could sense its immense threat. The beam first struck a T-4 Stone Guard-class medium interstellar frigate, shattering its stellar shield instantly, and then obliterating the famously defensive ship. Wherever the beam traveled, it left a trail of destruction. Clearly, its ultimate target was their T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. However, the demon commanders were prepared. Numerous T-4 Stone Guard-class medium interstellar frigates surged forward, using their shields and hulls as barriers to protect the flagship. This strategy proved effective. Ultimately, the devastating beam hit the T-5 Terrorblade-class battlecruiser but dissipated before breaching its stellar shield. The demon commander pondered how much shield energy the Terrorblade had expended. Before reaching the Terrorblade's shield, the beam had already destroyed at least 1,000 T-4 interstellar warships. The demon commander became deeply interested in the enemy's T-5 interstellar battleship. Its massive size implied a powerful heart, and its strategic weapons were particularly unique. He hoped that by destroying this T-5 battleship, they could salvage enough technology to study. If they could develop a new T-5 interstellar warship for the demon race, even the loss of 300,000 warships would be worthwhile, and the Demon King might even reward them. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaoxiao muttered in frustration, "Too bad we're out of energy, or we could have blasted that ship to pieces in one go." With the energy reserves down to a critical 10, she had no choice but to cease the attack. She then issued a new order with determination. Open the hangar doors and release the fighters. Ram those bastards. On either side of the colossal hull of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, massive gates slowly descended, revealing a series of recessed openings. The commander of the Red Demon 4th Legion watched in confusion, silently speculating if this T-5 starship had some unknown trick up its sleeve. His questions were soon answered. A few starships began to emerge, their black and red prows adorned with long spears catching everyone's attention. The commander's eyes widened in disbelief as 10 identical starships gradually emerged from the T-5 behemoth. This type of starship had never appeared in the enemy's fleet, nor was it found in their intelligence database. The deputy officer whispered, "The hull looks like an interstellar destroyer, but it's several times larger than the conventional T-4 class destroyers. Could it be a T-5 class interstellar destroyer?" Hearing this, the commander swallowed hard. He had witnessed the terrifying combat power of the Xiaolong Legion starships on the front lines and dared not underestimate any of their ships, especially a potential T-5 class. However, the pride of a demon commander forbade him from showing any fear. He feigned calmness and said, "Impossible. Even if it is a T-5 destroyer, so what? We have several thousand T-4 starships and 2 T-5 Terrorblades. They are no match for us." He then issued an order, "Fleet, continue the full-speed assault. Eliminate all enemy ships ahead as quickly as possible." The order was swiftly relayed, and the T-4 Demon starship fleet began their attack. However, events unfolded beyond their expectations. The 10 unidentified T-5 interstellar destroyers gradually accelerated, leaving the protective shield of the massive T-5 starship and charging directly at the Demon fleet. Initially, the Demon commanders thought the enemy had gone mad. 10 destroyers, even if T-5, dared to charge at a fleet of thousands of T-4 starships? But as the fleets engaged, they realized their grave mistake. First, these 10 T-5 destroyers seemed to lack long-range attack capabilities, only engaging at mid to close range. Yet their attack intensity was terrifying. 100 heavy mid to short-range, rapid-fire pulse cannons continuously fired, simultaneously suppressing the firepower of dozens of T-4 starships. In response to the Demon starships' attacks, the 10 T-5 destroyers exhibited formidable defense capabilities. They were equipped with 300 fully automated medium electromagnetic close-in defense cannons, boasting an astonishing interception rate. As the distance between the fleets closed, the Demon fleet faced a tricky problem. The enemy ships were too close to their frontline ships, risking friendly fire if they attacked recklessly and potentially obstructing attack paths. Just as the Red Demon 4th Legion commander failed to grasp the true terror of these 10 T-5 destroyers, they rammed their dark red spears straight into the Demon starship's shields. Initially, the Demon commanders, including the captains of the rammed ships, didn't realize the severity of the situation. They mocked the enemy for using such an outdated ramming tactic. However, when they saw the shield energy levels plummet at an alarming rate, they realized something was terribly wrong. In just a few seconds, the shield energy of a T-4 starship was entirely depleted. The Demon captains initially suspected a monitoring system malfunction, but as the shields dissipated, they knew this was no accident. Immediately, the enemy T-5 destroyers, previously blocked by the shields, accelerated and pierced the Demon starship's armor with their spears. Before they could react, alarms blared across the fleet. High-intensity electromagnetic field detected. Evacuate immediately. Within seconds, all systems of the starship failed, and many crew members died instantly. The ship's hull was then torn apart, split in two. The T-5 destroyer that caused this devastation moved on to its next target, seemingly unscathed. This scene repeated itself. The Red Demon 4th Legion commander was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan, yet helpless. Even his T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers could not quickly sink a single T-5 destroyer. They couldn't comprehend how such seemingly small ships could sustain such massive shield energy. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen sat on a sofa, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. He marveled at how smoothly the first battle of the T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers went. Though ramming seemed like an outdated tactic, it was highly cost-effective on the battlefield. Compared to other Star missile ships with their massive consumption, this was practically an economical choice. With their Chaos spears, these ships could rapidly siphon energy from enemy shields, either to release electromagnetic attacks or replenish their own shields. Their performance in close combat was hair-raising. These 10 T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers were one of the trump cards that allowed Zhao Chen to confidently have the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought stand alone. The number was achieved through Zhao Chen's collaboration with Annie and other chief engineers, working tirelessly to optimize and expedite production. Given their relatively small size, Xue Xiaoxiao had a sudden inspiration before the battle to store these small ships in the docks of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. Theoretically, the docks of the T-5 Hades class could accommodate 300 T-4 class destroyers or frigates. These docks, being modular, could be reassembled like building blocks. Although not as effective as the original arrangement, it was perfect for the current battle. After a successful trial, Xue Xiaoxiao's T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought managed to house 10 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers. This led to their stunning performance in the current battle. Xiaolong First Fleet, launch. Commander Charlotte's order thundered through the air. The previously retreating Xiaolong First Fleet surged back into the battlefield like a tidal wave. Despite having fewer than 3,000 starships, this elite fleet posed a significant threat to the Red Devil Legion. The Red Devil 4th Legion's commander was in a state of panic. Learning that the enemy was taking the initiative only added to his anxiety. Their fleet's formation had been disrupted by a few T5 starships, and an attack from the elite enemy fleet at this moment could be disastrous. Contact the commander of the Red Devil 5th Legion immediately, he ordered urgently. The adjutant reported, Commander, we lost contact with some of the ships on the flank a few minutes ago, including the flagship of the 5th Legion, the T5 Terrorblade 017. The commander roared, I don't care. Find a way to get in touch. Inform the other legions in the rear that we've made a breakthrough and need immediate support to assist in our escape. Yes, sir. The adjutant promptly executed the order. Minutes later, the Xiaolong First Fleet ships reached the rear of the T5 Pluton-class dreadnought, sharing the brunt of the fire and putting immense pressure on the Devil Fleet. At this moment, the previously unreachable commander of the Red Devil 5th Legion finally made contact. He concisely stated, I understand the situation. Listen, my ships need another minute or two to fully recover. You must gather all your ships and attack the enemy's T5 starship at any cost. I predict its shields are nearly depleted. Destroying it now could demoralize the enemy and turn the tide of battle. The 4th Legion's commander hesitated. Can it be done? You have no other choice. The 5th Legion's commander said firmly. All right, I'll do it. The 4th Legion's commander agreed to the plan. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen sat in the command room of the T5 Pluton, watching the shield energy drop into the yellow alert zone, below 30. Secretary Lilith asked anxiously, Commander, should we pull the Pluton back? Zhao Chen replied resolutely, Lilith, I won't let the Pluton be branded as a coward. Trust in our ships, trust in our fleet, and trust in our commanders. Lilith sighed but knew that Commander Charlotte had anticipated this. Part of the Xiaolong First Fleet's escort ships had already taken up the task of protecting the flagship, with 30 T4 Paladin-class heavy missile frigates ready to deploy their shields at any moment. At this time, the over 2,000 Devil Fleet ships that had been electronically paralyzed, including the T5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruiser, fully recovered and began to support the battlefield at full speed. Their target was clearly the Xiaolong Fleet's T5 starship. Simultaneously, other Red Devil legions within the encirclement began to converge in this direction. This maneuver put pressure on the Xiaolong First Fleet, but also created opportunities for the other Xiaolong fleets. The other 7 Xiaolong fleets seized the moment, sending out strike teams that sliced through the Devil Fleet like a knife through butter, encircling and annihilating them one by one. However, the pressure mounted in the local battlefield where the T5 Pluton-class dreadnought was stationed. As the over 2,000 Devil Fleet ships and the T5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruiser were about to enter combat range, an unexpected event occurred. 3 light points suddenly appeared in a previously empty area on their trajectory. These points rapidly expanded, like stars bursting into life. Soon after, 3 unprecedented starships materialized in front of the Devil Fleet. The Red Devil 5th Legion's commander was stunned as he looked at these massive ships, which were likely T5 class. The prominent golden Xiaolong crest on their hulls was a glaring sight. More T5 starships, he thought in despair. Just how many T5 ships does this Xiaolong fleet have? The Lightning Phantom 001 completed its space warp. All systems are normal. Zhao Chen heard the first captain's report through the Charlotte command system. Soon after, the 002 and 003 ships reported the same status. These 3 vessels were the T5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers designed by Zhao Chen, the first products of their rushed manufacturing effort. These warships, equipped with subspace warp engines, appeared suddenly on the battlefield. Although they couldn't perform long-distance jumps like the T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnoughts, their short-range warps were perfect for this unstable region. Their warp distance was equivalent to a 20-minute journey using conventional engines, allowing them to evade enemy radar detection. Charlotte cleverly utilized this advantage, positioning the 3 warships to appear at critical moments. Her core strategy was to feign weakness, and the T5 Lightning Phantoms were perfect executors of this tactic. As the 3 T5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers stood majestically in space, they resembled towering deities facing over 2,000 demon interstellar warships led by the Red Devil 5th Fleet Commander. The Red Devil 5th Fleet Commander gritted his teeth and ordered, What are 3 T5 interstellar warships? Continue the attack, full speed ahead. However, at that moment, a barrage of meteor-like attacks erupted from the outskirts of the battlefield. targeting the area where the Red Devil 5th Fleet Commander was located. Detected interstellar missile attack. Attention! Attention! Alarms blared across the bridges of the demon warships. Recalling the previous brutal scenes, the Red Devil 5th Fleet Commander quickly changed tactics. Abort the attack, intercept the incoming missiles with full force. Although the order was given promptly, the intense firepower made some losses unavoidable, turning the entire area into a sea of flames. Standing on her T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship, the Wolf Girl by Shui, with one foot on the captain's chair, excitedly watched the distant bombardment scene, her tail wagging joyfully. However, this thrill was short-lived. A few minutes later, the 300 interstellar missile ships in the area had fallen silent, as if the recent bombardment had nothing to do with them. Bai Shui shook her head in regret. Well, that's it. Interstellar missile ships are fun, but the fun never lasts. She knew they would now have to wait for new missile supplies before rejoining the fight. As the missile barrage ended, the 3 T-5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers launched a fierce attack. Their firepower far exceeded that of the T-5 Chaos Knights and even surpassed the T-5 Terrorblade-class interstellar battlecruisers on the opposing side. With 38 heavy rail main guns, 300 heavy electromagnetic pulse rapid-fire guns, and 300 fully automated medium electromagnetic close-in defense guns, these ships dominated the battlefield. In the earlier missile strike, nearly a third of the Demon T-4 warships had been lost. The survivors had depleted their shield energy and were in disarray. In this situation, the 3 T-5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers moved unchallenged, with the Demon warships unable to mount an effective counterattack. The Red Devil 5th Fleet Commander shouted continuously over the communication channel, "Stay calm. Reorganize around the flagship." However, few Demon warships could maintain composure and quickly recover. Meanwhile, the situation for the Red Devil 4th Fleet Commander was even worse. With reinforcements delayed and the addition of the Xiaolong 1st Fleet, the Red Devil 4th Fleet's Demon warships were in chaos. At that moment, several blades targeted the flagship of the Red Devil 4th Fleet Commander. He realized with horror that 6 T-5 interstellar destroyers had closed in on him. Before he could react, the rams of these T-5 destroyers struck the shield of his T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. This T-5 Terrorblade had previously endured the main gun attack from a T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, leaving its shield energy nearly depleted. The special capabilities of the T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers allowed their Chaos Spears to drain shield energy at an alarming rate. The Red Devil 4th Fleet Commander watched in panic as the shield energy indicator rapidly shifted from green to yellow, and then to red in less than 30 seconds. He frantically shouted, "Support! Have all warships support us immediately." Other Demon warships saw the flagship under threat and attempted to assist. However, the firepower of the Xiaolong 1st Fleet and the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnoughts was too overwhelming, preventing many warships from returning. The few that did return were unable to inflict significant damage on the T-5 destroyer's formidable shields. Soon, the shield energy of the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser was completely exhausted. The 6 T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers, like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey, revealed their fangs. Attack! The captains of the 6 T-5 Chaos Knights gave the order almost simultaneously. 6 Chaos Spears, like scythes of death, aimed directly at their target. The bridge of the flagship of the Red Devil's 4th Fleet, the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser 023, was shaking violently, as if hit by a massive earthquake. The 4th Fleet's commander, seated in the captain's chair, suddenly felt the right side of the bridge tilt sharply upwards, reaching an angle close to 60 degrees. Crew members were thrown to the floor, and alarms blared. Warning! Warning! The midsection of the starboard hull has been hit. Armor integrity is rapidly decreasing in the affected area. Before the announcement finished, the bow of the ship jerked upwards, this time tilting nearly 90 degrees. The Demon commander was thrown backward, sliding off the captain's chair and crashing to the floor, rolling several times until he collided with an obstacle. The system warnings continued to sound off. Warning! Warning! The lower bow has been hit. Armor integrity in that area is warning. Chaos engulfed the bridge. The Demon commander struggled to stand, but the violent shaking made it nearly impossible. He could even hear the grating sound of the ship's material under stress, adding to his anxiety. The deputy captain staggered over to the Demon commander, helping him up and urgently saying, "Commander, this flagship is beyond saving. Your safety is the top priority now. We must evacuate immediately using the shuttle." The Demon commander looked around, unable to accept that AT-5 Terrorblade was being destroyed under his command. He couldn't fathom the consequences. Seeing his hesitation, the deputy captain reiterated, "No matter what, preserving your life is paramount." Hearing the increasingly loud screeching of metal, the demon commander realized the ship's structural integrity was severely compromised. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Let's go. Quietly, the commander led a few trusted officers and guards through a hidden passage to a secret hangar. The bridge was so vast that most people hadn't realized the commander had already abandoned them. The hidden hangar was close to the bridge, reachable quickly even without auxiliary transport. It was an escape route prepared for the ship's high command. As soon as the deputy captain entered the hangar, he activated the emergency protocol, lighting up the dim space instantly. A shuttle was ready for departure. Commander, hurry aboard, the deputy captain urged, opening the hatch and volunteering to pilot. The commander took a seat near the window. The hangar's flight corridor opened, and the shuttle launched at high speed. Seconds later, the escapees saw a shocking scene through the window. Their proud T-5 Terror Blade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser was like prey under siege. 6 enemy T-5 interstellar destroyers had rammed the flagship from different directions. Some had pierced the starboard, others the port side, and still others attacked from the rear and the underside. Most astonishingly, one T-5 destroyer had rammed the lower bow, its ram's tip protruding from the upper bow. Everyone gasped. The pierced area was critical, including the bridge. This flagship is done for. The demon commander muttered. Xiaolongkou, what is this Xiaolongkou? The deputy captain, piloting the shuttle, said gravely, no matter who they are, their strength warrants our attention. We must survive to report this to the marshal. Perhaps this way, the marshal might spare us from death. These words brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. Although the loss of the T-5 Terrorblade was a grave failure, they might have a chance if the enemy's overwhelming strength was taken into account. Clenching his fists, the demon commander resolved, when I return, I will tell the marshal everything that happened here. The marshal will surely lead the Red Devils to sweep away all the interstellar races here. Let them. At that moment, a crew member in the weapon control department of the T-5 Chaos Knight class Heavy Assault Interstellar Destroyer 006 noticed a distant explosion and quietly remarked, "It looks like a shuttle just appeared over there." A shuttle? Probably the enemy abandoning ship. Ignore it, replied a nearby crew member nonchalantly. Little did the demon commander know, he was still fated to die. Whether his final wish would be fulfilled depended on his marshal. Meanwhile, in the Xiaolongkou Command Center, Lilith reported to the commander, "Commander, the Red Devil's 4th Fleet flagship has been rendered completely powerless by our multiple T-5 Chaos Knights." Zhao Chen nodded. I see. Remind Charlotte to preserve the main structure of the enemy's T-5 Terrorblade as much as possible. The Xiaolong Military Academy needs samples from other interstellar forces. The Xiaolong system was establishing its research base. Although its interstellar warship technology was advanced, the complexity made it difficult for students to learn. To enhance their research and innovation capabilities, Zhao Chen had recently collected technology from the Starshine Empire, Warhammer, and the Holy Radiance Empire for study. Previously captured demon interstellar warships were also sent for research, with several chief engineers doubling as research fellows. Before the war began, Chief Engineer Nana and Chief Engineer Spider Queen Iris had privately requested Zhao Chen to provide research samples of demon T-5 interstellar warships. Zhao Chen was happy to oblige. Zhao Chen's gaze turned to the last T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. For the demon fleet, it was their final hope, and Zhao Chen was ready to extinguish it completely. Time slowly ticked away, and the demon fleet found itself trapped in a quagmire where any struggle only hastened their demise. The encirclement by the Xiaolong Legion was like an unbreakable wall, blocking every possible escape route. The relentless barrage of interstellar missiles and heavy artillery had stripped the enemy of air superiority. Their fighters and drones were shot down within minutes of taking off. On the battlefield, ghost-like assassins roamed, targeting high-value interstellar warships. Their primary targets were the T-4 Demon Hunter-class medium battlecruisers and other main battleships. These elite units swiftly destroyed enemy warships with minimal losses, significantly demoralizing the demon forces. Report, our breakout attempt has failed again, the deputy reported to the Red Demon 5th Legion's commander. The demon commander remained expressionless, having grown accustomed to such news. He had heard similar reports countless times in the past few hours. With the destruction of the Red Demon 4th Legion's flagship, their elite fleet was annihilated in a short time. Desperately, the demon commander abandoned the breakout and regrouped the remaining elite forces with other legions. Subsequent breakout attempts also ended in failure. We've lost our best chance, the demon commander said despondently. They won't give us any more opportunities to escape. They aim to annihilate us here. He stared at the interstellar map, showing the demon fleet divided into several pockets. How many warships do we have left? The deputy hesitated before replying softly, less than 100,000, 800,000 ships. The demon commander smiled bitterly. The number seemed large, but he knew they were like a tiger without claws in the face of a formidable enemy, posing no real threat. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. 2 T5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruisers, 1 destroyed, 1 heavily damaged. Of the 30,000 T4 warships, fewer than 5,000 remained, all in poor condition. The rest were T3 warships. Enemy interstellar missiles seemed endless, launching area-wide strikes every hour. Worse still, the enemy's warships far outperformed their counterparts. "Commander, should we try again?" the deputy asked cautiously. "Try again?" The demon commander shook his head, a flash of despair in his eyes, quickly masked. "All right, one more attempt, but this time, not for ourselves." He issued an order: "Gather all available T4 warships. In 20 minutes, launch a final breakout with my flagship, Terrorblade 017, leading the charge." The deputy and surrounding officers were stunned by the order, realizing it was a suicide mission for the flagship. The T5 Terrorblade leading the charge would undoubtedly be the primary target, and they could already envision the ensuing carnage. "Commander," the deputy and others tried to dissuade him, but the demon commander remained seated in the captain's chair. "No need to say more. This is my order. This ship and I are destined not to leave this place. At least, with me and this ship, we can create a slim chance for others." At that moment, everyone understood the commander's intent. Even though he didn't believe the plan would succeed, it was their only option. Quickly, the demon fleet organized one last elite breakout force. The T5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruiser 017 led the charge, firing all weapons like a rampaging beast. "Is this a final desperate struggle?" Lilith muttered as she watched. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up, and he stood up. "No, this isn't a desperate struggle. Look at the rear of the breakout fleet. A large number of ships are ready to follow. I didn't expect such a commander among the demons, using his flagship as the vanguard. This significantly increases the chances of breaking through and the success rate for the rest of the fleet." Lilith was shocked. "Doesn't that put our encirclement at risk?" Zhao Chen shook his head. "The outcome of this war is already decided. This commander's spirit is commendable, but it won't change anything. With the loss of their 2 T5 flagships, our T5 warships have no match and can hunt freely on the battlefield. Most of their T4 ships are destroyed, and the remaining ones are nearly combat ineffective. Their spearhead is broken." Charlotte Xiaolong 1st Legion quickly responded to the enemy's move. Several T4 Gorgon-class heavy artillery ships locked onto the leading T5 Terrorblade and began sustained bombardment. Although T4 ships, they were more than enough to deal with a heavily damaged T5 Terrorblade. The Terrorblade's shields were quickly depleted, exposing the hull to direct fire, which soon became riddled with damage. Several T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault destroyers moved in, using tractor beams to capture the flagship intact. However, the flagship's commander was determined to go down with the ship. Just as the flagship was about to be fully controlled, multiple explosions occurred simultaneously, triggering a chain of secondary explosions. The damage far exceeded that of the previous T5 Terrorblade, even affecting the nearby T5 Chaos Knights, though not causing severe threats. Thus, both T5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruisers of the Demon Fleet had fallen. As the last 2 T5 Terrorblade-class medium star battlecruisers fell, the Demon Fleet's breakout attempt was swiftly blocked by the Xiaolong 1st Legion. On the battlefield, the demon starships floundered like trapped beasts, struggling in vain against the encircling forces. Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen through the video window, "Commander, the situation is under our control. Ending this war is just a matter of time." Zhao Chen nodded slightly and then reminded, "Don't rush. Leave them some seemingly hopeful gaps to avoid pushing them too hard. Our primary goal is to minimize our own losses, not to achieve a quick victory." He paused and added, "We can accept those willing to surrender and guarantee their safety." Despite the ferocity of the demon fleet, Zhao Chen understood that many of their warriors were excellent laborers, even superior to the Halfric race. Properly relocating these talents to mining planets for or extraction would be a significant human resource. With the Holy Light Empire and the Warhammer Empire withdrawing from the former mechanized race territories, Zhao Chen directly controlled a star domain as vast as 3 empires, urgently needing a large workforce for expansion. Charlotte grasped the commander's intentions and immediately adjusted the deployment. The previously airtight encirclement suddenly showed several uncontrolled gaps. The desperate demon starships, seeing a glimmer of hope, began to break through these gaps frantically. In the process, they abandoned attacks on the Xiaolong starships, focusing solely on escaping. In the chaos, some demon fleets, losing upper-level command, failed to communicate and even collided or fired upon each other. This was precisely the scenario Zhao Chen hoped for. Instead of letting the enemy erupt in a desperate fight, it was better to give them false hope, allowing the Xiaolong Legion to deplete them calmly. For those demon starships that managed to break through, Zhao Chen was prepared. His initial order was to annihilate the demon fleet, so the escapees had only 2 fates: surrender or be destroyed. To this end, Charlotte prepared 2 strategies. First, Zhao Wanner's special fleet, composed of star stealth bombers, was deployed on the battlefield's periphery to hunt down escaping enemy ships. Secondly, each legion formed hunter squads of star battlecruisers and star cruisers to chase down large-scale enemy fleets attempting to flee. With Charlotte's meticulous planning, the war became a game under Zhao Chen's control. As time passed, the number of demon starships dwindled, with some choosing to surrender. These surrenders would become new forces in Zhao Chen's endeavors, contributing to the empire's expansion. Following Zhao Chen's instructions, the Xiaolong legions slowed their offensive pace. Ensuring the enemy couldn't escape, letting them live a bit longer was acceptable. As the battle extended into the 20th, 30th, 40th, and even 50th hour, it gradually turned into a real-world training exercise. For the newly enlisted Xiaolong 8th, 9th, and 10th legions, it was an excellent opportunity to gain combat experience. The veteran legions cooperated in the drill, using the remaining demon starships as training targets for the new troops. As Zhao Chen began to nod off, a faint alert sounded in his mind. If it had been during intense combat, he might have ignored the sound. But with nothing pressing at the moment, he realized it might be related to a system task. Maintaining his relaxed posture, he opened the system page. Zhao Chen saw a task completion notification. T5 Mall Activation Task. Completion. 100. System prompt. Please make selections according to the task prompts. Upon reaching 100 completion, the T5 system mall will be unlocked. The rewards for the following options can be stacked and are valid for 3 months. Option 1. Eliminate 3,000 demon starships to achieve 5 completion. Completed. Option 2. Eliminate 30,000 demon starships to achieve 10 completion. Completed. Option 3. Eliminate 300,000 demon starships to achieve 20 completion. Completed. Option 4. Eliminate 300 T4 demon starships to achieve 5 completion. Completed. Option 5. Eliminate 3,000 T4 demon starships to achieve 10 completion. Completed. Option 6. Eliminate 30,000 T4 demon starships to achieve 15 completion. Completed. Achieving an additional 35 task completion will grant an extra reward task. Congratulations on receiving a T5 Mall gift pack. Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement. During the initial battle with the demons, he had only completed the simpler options of the T5 Mall activation task. But as the completion rate had reached 100, the T5 Mall was unlocked, achieving his primary goal. He hadn't paid much attention to the remaining task options, not expecting to trigger a hidden reward this time. This demon fleet had inadvertently gifted him a significant prize. Zhao Chen immediately opened the T5 Mall gift pack. The system prompted. Opening the T5 Mall gift pack, congratulations on obtaining a T5 Super Soldier Serum, T5 Dragon Emperor Class Star Command Ship, Dragon Emperor Core Matrix. Seeing the 3 rewards, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. To be precise, there were 2 rewards that caught his attention. The T5 Super Soldier Serum was something he was very familiar with. The previous 4 injections, especially the excruciating pain of the 4th one, still made his bones ache and gave him chills when he thought about it. However, the benefits of the serum were undeniable. Zhao Chen had secretly examined his body and found that many of his metrics exceeded the detection range for intelligent life forms, with his predicted lifespan surpassing 500 years. This serum had completely altered his genes. No wonder he could tear apart combat mechs with his bare hands and punch through the armor of interstellar warships. Zhao Chen couldn't help but wonder, if the T4 level was this powerful, what kind of effects would the T5 Super Soldier Serum have? Could it actually turn him into a superhuman? He swallowed hard, resisting the urge to inject it immediately. Now was not the right time. Especially on the bridge, he still remembered the embarrassing scene from his last injection. He then turned his attention to the other reward, the T5 Dragon Emperor Class Interstellar Command Ship and the T5 Dragon Emperor Matrix Core. This was similar to his current T5 Hades Class Interstellar Dreadnought and its Hades Matrix module, but far more specialized. Zhao Chen pulled up the data on the T5 Dragon Emperor Class Interstellar Command Ship. While its combat capabilities were not on par with the T5 Chaos Knight or the T5 Phantom Lightning, it was crucial for a massive interstellar fleet. If the T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought was the spear of the Xiaolong Legion, the T5 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship was its brain. This specialized command ship was equipped with an extremely robust communications network, radar detection, anti-radar detection, anti-stealth radar systems, and powerful data processing capabilities. It could quickly analyze battlefield data and provide commanders with optimal options, forming a comprehensive command system. Although the Xiaolong Legion had always had command functions, they often relied on multiple flagships working together. For instance, the current battle was being co-directed by Charlotte's T4 Blue-Eyed White Dragon-class heavy interstellar battleship and Zhao Chen's T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. While effective, it was not as efficient as a specialized interstellar command ship. Historically, major factions had not placed much emphasis on this type of ship due to its lackluster combat performance and high construction costs. Many commanders preferred to ride on combat-oriented interstellar warships, making command ships a less popular choice. However, as the Xiaolong Legion rapidly expanded, with its fleet growing from a few thousand ships to tens of thousands, the existing command system could no longer keep up. This T-5 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship perfectly addressed this issue, greatly improving Zhao Chen's mood. He glanced at other system tasks. The annual task, which rewarded the T-5 Galactic-class interstellar large industrial-based technology blueprint, was almost within reach, just a few days away. The quarterly task was also completed, with the Xiaolong Legion's active T-5 interstellar warships reaching 14, exceeding the target. This would earn him 1,400 task points, resolving the urgent need for system task points. With a joyful heart, Zhao Chen stood up. His loyal guard, the Leopardess, immediately asked if he had any orders. Zhao Chen, feigning fatigue, said he wanted to return to his quarters to rest and told her not to follow. Learning that Lilith was not on the bridge, he instructed her to inform Lilith that he had gone to rest when she returned. Leaving the bridge, Zhao Chen stood on the floating elevator without immediately entering a destination. He took out the blood-red T5 super soldier serum from the system, recalling the painful experience of his previous injections. To avoid damaging his quarters again, he decided to go elsewhere. Take me to Training Ground 1, Zhao Chen commanded the elevator. Each interstellar battleship is equipped with a training area primarily used for the daily exercises of its crew. Despite the fact that in this era of interstellar warfare, battles are mainly between starships, every ship still maintains an interstellar marine squad to handle emergencies. These training areas are not only for the crew's use, but can also simulate combat matches. Zhao Chen stood at the entrance of Training Area 1, staring at the doorplate. As he approached, a holographic projection appeared before him. A mechanical voice echoed, scanning identity, verifying access permissions. A few seconds later, the hologram announced, identity confirmed, highest clearance. You may freely use Training Area 1. The door slowly opened, revealing the spacious interior of the training area. Zhao Chen stepped inside, turning back to instruct, do not let anyone else in. Understood, the hologram responded. As Zhao Chen entered, the door gradually closed. Time ticked by, and muffled thuds could be heard from within the training area, even through the thick walls. At that moment, a figure rode the hover elevator past the training area. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the corridor. The elevator, already passed, returned under the passenger's control, and a graceful figure stepped out. Lilith eyed the door to Training Area 1 suspiciously. While noises from the training area were normal, during this time of war, all crew members should be at their battle stations. Why would someone be training? More importantly, her succubus sixth sense told her something significant was happening inside those walls. Lilith approached the training area door, and the hologram reappeared. The mechanical voice stated, training area in use. Who's using the training area? Lilith demanded. Apologies, you do not have the necessary permissions to query, the mechanical voice replied. Lilith frowned, muttering incredulously, no permissions to query? How is that possible? Just then, a loud bang came from the wall, creating a web of cracks with debris scattering on the floor. The protruding section was at least 10 centimeters deep. Lilith's pupils contracted, and she immediately became alert. She retrieved a mini laser gun from a concealed location. Although as a secretary she typically wouldn't openly carry a weapon, caution was warranted in this situation. She assumed a combat stance, glaring at the training area door, and demanded sharply, I'll ask one more time. Who's inside? Apologies, you do not have the necessary permissions to query, the mechanical voice repeated. Open the door, I need to get inside. Lilith commanded. Apologies, you do not have. Impatiently, Lilith raised her hand, summoning a virtual interface, and a virtual token appeared. The mechanical voice immediately changed its tone, detected highest clearance. This was a special clearance Zhao Chen had prepared for Lilith, with some limitations but usable in emergencies. The AI detected this clearance and instantly lifted Lilith's restrictions. Open the door. Lilith ordered sharply, while simultaneously commanding the bridge via internal communications to send reinforcements, with the nearest interstellar marine squad also on their way. The door slowly opened, revealing an unexpected scene. The once pristine training area had turned into a pile of rubble, almost unrecognizable. In the center of the debris, a figure stood unsteadily, leaning forward with both hands clutching his head. His shirt was gone, revealing a chest with bulging veins and bloodshot eyes, lost in madness. Despite his frenzied state, Lilith immediately recognized the person. Commander! Commander! Lilith realized something was wrong and called out loudly. Hearing her voice, Zhao Chen lunged at Lilith like a predator. Just as his hand was about to touch her cheek, he suddenly stopped. Get out! Zhao Chen roared, starting to retreat. Commander, what's wrong? What happened? Lilith asked, approaching despite the danger. This time, Zhao Chen didn't respond, only raising his eyes again, filled with ferocity. Lilith was prepared. activating her succubus abilities to intervene in Zhao Chen's consciousness. She sensed that his pain wasn't physical but mental. Though she didn't know the cause, she believed soothing his mind might help. Lilith's abilities took effect. Zhao Chen's pained expression gradually faded, and the ferocity in his eyes slowly diminished. However, Lilith was now drenched in sweat, realizing that the commander's mind was in utter chaos, filled with negative emotions. She couldn't suppress this chaos for long, but leaving it unchecked was not an option. Suddenly, an idea struck Lilith. If the commander's violent emotions could be redirected, maybe it would help. Seizing this chance, she began to create a dream within Zhao Chen's mind, filled with enchanting fairies, dressed in sheer, alluring garments. Soon, Zhao Chen's expression changed, with a more intense emotion replacing the previous ferocity. Lilith breathed a small sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be overwhelmed by violent emotions. However, in the next moment, Zhao Chen pounced on her, tearing at her clothes like a beast, as if she were a helpless prey. Lilith had intended to soothe the commander's state of mind, making him dream a pleasant dream. But she hadn't anticipated that his condition was so severe that even with his mind under control, his body acted on primal urges. At this moment, Lilith was powerless to stop him. She bit her lip and slowly closed her eyes. She then used the internal communication system to command the approaching guards and interstellar marines to return to their posts. In a weak, breathy voice, she said, "Close the door. No one is to enter without permission." The hologram responded slowly, "Understood." The door to training area 1 quietly closed, concealing all within. Charlotte frowned as she looked through the video communication link at Captain Xue Xiaoxiao of the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought. She had just finished handling battlefield affairs, only to find she couldn't reach the commander. Xue Xiaoxiao, still immersed in the aftermath of the battle, glanced at the empty sofa and shook her head. No idea. Charlotte's frown deepened. It was extremely rare not to be able to contact the commander. Another person immediately came to her mind. What about Lilith? Xue Xiaoxiao scanned the bridge, but saw no sign of Lilith, the secretary officer. Lilith isn't here either, she replied. Both the commander and Lilith were missing, causing a sense of unease to rise within Charlotte. Just as she was about to contact Lilith, Zhao Chen's face suddenly appeared in the video window. "Here I am, Charlotte. What's up?" Zhao Chen waved from a distance at the video window. Charlotte lowered her hand, which she had been about to use to contact Lilith, and asked in confusion, "Commander, I've been trying to reach you, but it kept showing you were unavailable." Zhao Chen looked puzzled and glanced at his empty right wrist. He explained, "I was discussing internal finances and combat readiness with Lilith and accidentally blocked external communications. Is there something urgent to report, Charlotte?" Without further suspicion, Charlotte reported, "The battle is essentially over. We have dealt with all 10 of the enemy's demon fleet, totaling 300,000 interstellar warships. Now it's just the post-battle cleanup." Zhao Chen thought of Qidong and Su Lan, who were still engaged in combat, but Charlotte continued, "Their battle has also concluded. With reinforcements from the Warhammer side, the remaining demon interstellar warships were either destroyed or surrendered. What's the damage to Qitong and Su Lan's fleets?" Zhao Chen asked with concern. "Each of their fleets lost about 2,000 interstellar warships, totaling 4,000, Charlotte replied. The reinforcements led by Princess Blanche, clan leader Ted, and clan leader Xiong suffered losses of 30,000 interstellar warships. Zhao Chen understood that the timely arrival of these reinforcements had taken on the main combat tasks, relieving the pressure on Qitong and Su Lan's fleets. Charlotte inquired about Lilith's whereabouts again, and Zhao Chen had to dodge the question by saying she was still busy, instructing the secretary department to handle post-battle affairs. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen let out a deep breath. Xue Xiaoxiao blinked at him and said, "Commander, it seems like you're hiding something from General Charlotte." Zhao Chen lightly tapped Xue Xiaoxiao on the head. "Don't talk nonsense. What could I be hiding? Instead of overthinking, focus on learning fleet command from the other fleet commanders. Don't think you can escape." Xue Xiaoxiao stuck her tongue out at Zhao Chen and muttered, "A woman's intuition is very keen. Besides, I'm not leaving my beloved Pluto." Zhao Chen sat back on the sofa, frowning with a guilty conscience. He pondered silently. Was I that obvious? How did even Xue Xiaoxiao notice? Could a woman's sixth sense really be that accurate? He leaned back on the sofa, staring at the bridge ceiling, covering his face with a sigh. The side effects of this T5 super soldier serum are really severe. Hard to guard against. A few hours later, Lilith's holographic image suddenly appeared in the bridge's command center. Her voice was clear and firm. "Quickly compile the post-battle data. Also, assess whether our accompanying interstellar transport ships are sufficient to carry the wreckage from this battlefield. If not, contact the Warhammer unit immediately and request the necessary transport ships." Even as a hologram, Lilith was meticulous in her instructions. After she finished, a curious secretary asked, "Lady Lilith, Why aren't you here in person? You usually handle the data compilation yourself after important battles. Lilith's eyes flickered for a moment before she replied, I have other matters to attend to right now, and it's also to train your capabilities. The Sky Dragon Legion will face more and more wars in the future, and I won't be able to oversee everything personally. You need to be able to handle things on your own. Complete these tasks well, and I'll be there shortly. With that, she ended the hologram transmission, never glancing towards the commander's chair. Back in her room, Lilith lay on her bed, exhausted. She had wanted to return to the bridge to oversee the work herself, but her physical condition wouldn't allow it. Reflecting on recent events, she buried her face in the pillow, feeling a mix of sweetness and fulfillment. Suddenly, a communication window popped up, showing Lilith under the covers. Commander Zhao Chen's voice came through. Lilith? Hearing his familiar voice, Lilith froze, slowly emerging from under the blanket to see Zhao Chen in the video window. She was momentarily at a loss, her mind blank. Noticing her unusual behavior, Zhao Chen coughed lightly and said, Ahem, I just wanted to say. If you're not feeling well, you should rest a bit more. I can handle things here. Lilith softly responded with an. Both fell into an awkward silence until the video call ended. Zhao Chen stared at the darkened screen with a wry smile. A few hours later, Lilith appeared on the bridge. Dressed in her secretary uniform, she walked in with her usual commanding presence. Though observant onlookers might notice a change in her gait, Lilith, who was usually decisive and swift, was now walking more slowly. Zhao Chen, surprised to see her, said, You? Lilith calmly replied, Commander, I'll return to my duties now. Once the post-battle data is compiled, I'll report to you. She then walked towards the command center, as if nothing had happened earlier. Zhao Chen watched her work, noting her occasional signs of discomfort and her reduced movement, but her work ethic remained as strong as ever. A few hours later, Lilith stood before Zhao Chen once more. Commander, the summary of the post-battle data is ready. The detailed report will take more time. Zhao Chen said, Just give me the summary for now. Inform me of any critical data. Glancing at her legs, he added, Why don't you sit down to report? Understanding his concern, Lilith bit her lip and whispered, No need, Commander. I'll report like this. She began summarizing the battle. It lasted 3 days, destroying over 300,000 enemy starships, including 2 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruisers and 30,000 T-4-class starships. Estimated enemy casualties exceeded 500 million, with over 6,000 enemy ships and nearly 10 million demon soldiers captured. These prisoners would be assigned to Zhao Chen's territory for development or mining. The Sky Dragon Legion deployed 8 fleet groups, 2 special operations fleets, and 14 T-5 starships, totaling nearly 25,000 starships. They lost over 6,000 ships destroyed, 5,000 severely damaged, and nearly 3 million crew members killed. The war consumed approximately 1.3 trillion star credits, half of which was spent on interstellar missiles. Notably, the Special Operations Fleet led by Wolfgirl by Shui conducted 5 rounds of covering fire strikes. Including the battle damage data from Qitong and Sulan, the entire Sky Dragon Legion lost 10,000 starships and nearly 5 million crew members, with the war costing 1.5 trillion star credits and an overall loss rate exceeding 30. Hearing these numbers, Zhao Chen's expression grew serious. Compared to the Demon Fleet's losses, the loss ratio was about 36-1. This was even with the advantage of an ambush and support from missile ships. Zhao Chen couldn't help but wonder how much more his fleet would have suffered in a direct confrontation. He deeply felt the threat posed by the demon race. This was merely 13 demon fleets. There could be more in the future. This realization weighed heavily on Zhao Chen, like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Zhao Chen asked in a deep voice, What's the financial situation of our Xiaolong fleet? Lilith shook her head, her expression serious. Not optimistic. Maintaining our current Xiaolong fleet's industrial system and building interstellar warships is barely manageable. But if another war of this scale breaks out, we don't have enough war resources in reserve. This war has nearly depleted our funds. She paused and added, according to the calculations of the Secretarial Department, if the enemy had 10,000 more interstellar warships, the outcome of this battle might have been different. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, a determined look flashing in his eyes. It's time to speed up. We need to make the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom realize their potential, while also developing the resources of those 10 newly added star regions. Lilith, already anticipating the commander's thoughts, immediately responded. The development plans for those 10 star regions are already being prepared. We could have a rough plan in place by the end of the year. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. If all 15 star regions are fully developed, the monthly resource output could reach 2 trillion star coins. Moreover, if we create habitable planets within these regions, their value will continue to grow. Switching to a more serious tone, Lilith continued, however, these 15 star regions must have a complete institutional framework for efficient management. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Since you brought it up, you must have some ideas, right? With a gentle wave of her hand, an electronic document appeared in the air, titled Xiaolong 15 Star Regions. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Chen quickly interrupted. No talk of founding an empire, please. Just the thought of it is exhausting. Even when Qin Xiaolei offered me a regent title, I couldn't be bothered. Understanding the commander's character, Lilith shifted her approach. Even if we don't establish an empire, we still need a system. She waved her hand again, revealing a pyramid structure. Zhao Chen noticed familiar names. Northern Yin Group, Earth Dragon Group, Northern Dragon Group, and Rose Red Dragon Group. At the top of the pyramid was Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group. Lilith explained, the situation has changed. Binding these groups to us publicly will be more beneficial for development. This Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group encompasses all modules, including the Xiaolong fleet. This way, even without establishing an interstellar empire, you can still become the uncrowned king of the Galactic Alliance. Narrowing his eyes in thought, Zhao Chen mused, Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group? Interesting, but something feels off. As Lilith continued to elaborate on the advantages of this system, Zhao Chen, unable to come up with a better suggestion, agreed to the idea. With permission granted, Lilith's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to herself that this was just a starting point, and adjustments could be made as needed. She firmly believed that Zhao Chen was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the universe, and she was there to pave the way. After the briefing, Zhao Chen said, now that only post-war cleanup remains, the Xiaolong fleet can prepare to return home. This intense combat has left everyone exhausted. They need a good period of rest. Lilith nodded in agreement. I'll make the arrangements. Subsequently, the Xiaolong fleet left part of its intact interstellar warships to guard the battlefield remnants while the rest of the fleet set course for home. A few hours later, the Xiaolong fleet appeared near the battlefield where Qitong's second fleet and Su Lan's fourth fleet had intercepted the demon fleet. The local fleets initially went into combat readiness but quickly recognized them as allies, their excitement evident. Zhao Chen received multiple video communication requests simultaneously from Qitong, Su Lan, Princess Blanche of the Dragon Corps, Commander Xiongda of the 100 Beast Corps, and Acting Commander Ted of the Tiger and Dragon Corps. He accepted all requests at once. As several video windows appeared, the anxious commanders waited in silent agreement. Finally, Princess Blanche couldn't hold back. My lord, the battle on your side? Zhao Chen calmly replied, it lasted 3 days. We annihilated 30,000 interstellar warships of the demon fleet. This brief statement left everyone stunned. Although they had anticipated victory, hearing the result firsthand made it hard to contain their excitement. They had won. In the northern territories of the Warhammer Galactic Federation Kingdom, Zhao Chen and his team did not immediately return to the Xiaolong star system. Standing on the observation deck of the command ship in a starfield that had just endured a fierce battle, Zhao Chen watched the damaged starships slowly drifting in the distance. He ordered the most urgently needed warships to return first to avoid congestion at Xiaolong's repair facilities. Seizing the opportunity with all the high-ranking officials present, Zhao Chen convened a brief but crucial meeting. In the meeting room, the officials sat around an oval holographic table, with Zhao Chen standing at the head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Although this battle is over, the threat of the demon tribe is far from eliminated, Zhao Chen's voice echoed in the room. We must prepare for the future. He then outlined plans to stimulate industrial revival and encourage interstellar trade, but the most striking part was a major decision he unveiled. Zhao Chen traced his finger across the holographic star map, drawing a circle near the entrance of the demon route, just outside the northern territories. We will build a new military base here, Zhao Chen announced. This location is strategically advantageous for defending against the demon tribe. Princess Blanche frowned and said, starting a base from scratch requires significant investment and time. If the demon tribe attacks again during this period, we might be caught unprepared. Zhao Chen confidently responded, I've set the timeline 3 months. By the end of March next year, this base will be operational. He detailed the resource allocation plan. The interstellar industrial fleet would be provided by Xiaolong, raw materials would be split evenly, and Warhammer would provide all the labor force. Chief Ted and Chief Xiongda fell into deep thought, while Princess Blanche quickly analyzed the situation. She expressed Warhammer's willingness to bear half the cost but requested a specific figure. She also doubted the 3-month timeline, considering the construction requirements. Zhao Chen reassured, don't worry about the timeline. As long as we have the manpower and funds, we can get it done. At this moment, Lilith, the steward, stepped forward and quoted a staggering figure. According to the projected plan, we need materials or funds worth 5 trillion star coins within 3 months. Hearing this astronomical number, even Zhao Chen was taken aback. But he quickly recognized the multiple strategic significances of the base. Not only could it defend against the demon tribe, but it would also enhance Xiaolong's military deterrence, secure future trade systems, and even intimidate potential threats within Warhammer. Princess Blanche, though aware of the base's potential impact on Warhammer, had no choice in the face of the demon tribe's threat. All right, we will arrange it as soon as possible, she said, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. After the meeting, Zhao Chen and Blanche walked side by side. Zhao Chen suggested visiting her sister Leona, but Blanche teased, "Quite the feat, my lord, convincing my sister to join the Xiaolong Corps." Zhao Chen chuckled, explaining Xiaolong Corps' promotion mechanism, emphasizing that Leona had earned her position commanding 300 starships through her capabilities. He half-jokingly invited Blanche to join Xiaolong as well. Blanche smiled and declined. "Thank you for the offer, but someone needs to manage the Dragon People tribe." Her tone carried a hint of resignation, yet also revealed her steadfast commitment to her responsibilities. After parting ways with Blanche, Zhao Chen arrived at a luxurious private room in the Starship's restaurant, ready to hold a post-battle meeting with the commanders of the Xiaolong Legion. The spacious room featured a large round table laden with a sumptuous feast, surrounded by a dozen comfortable chairs. 10 Legion commanders, 2 special fleet commanders, the acting captain of the T5 Pluto, and Zhao Chen's secretary Lilith were already seated. As Zhao Chen stepped into the room, he immediately sensed the heavy atmosphere. He glanced around and asked, "What's going on? This is supposed to be a celebration banquet for you all. Why does everyone look so down?" He walked around the table and took the main seat. Lilith and Charlotte sat on either side of him. The others stood up to greet him, but Zhao Chen motioned for them to sit down. "Come on, tell me what's bothering you," Zhao Chen said, sampling the food. However, no one responded. Scanning the room, Zhao Chen noticed the 8th Legion commander, Yi Xiaodong, with her head down, her eyes swollen. Even the usually strong 3rd Legion commander, Shun Bing, and the 7th Legion's Wei Shishir turned their faces away, seemingly hiding their tears. "Speak up, don't keep it bottled in," Zhao Chen urged as he chewed. Still, no one spoke up. Zhao Chen turned his gaze to Shun Bing. "Shun Bing, you've been with me the longest. What can't you say openly? We're all old friends here. Think of it as venting." Clenching her fists, Shun Bing finally broke the silence. "Commander, I'm really sorry. I know I shouldn't lose my composure in this setting, but I can't help it. I've been through many battles and thought I was used to it. But when I saw my friend's name on the casualty list, She choked up, unable to continue. Lilith interjected at the right moment, explaining, "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably Huang Chi-Chi, the fleet commander and deputy commander of the Xiaolong 3rd Legion's 2nd Fleet. She was a junior at the Northern Star Military Academy, introduced to the Xiaolong Legion by Shan Bing. During this battle, her fleet faced a fierce enemy attack, and after a desperate fight, fewer than 30 ships remained. Huang Chi-Chi was killed in action." Hearing this, Shan Bing bowed her head in guilt, tears streaming uncontrollably. She sobbed. "Chi-Chi, like me, came from a humble background and was a top student at the Northern Star Military Academy. We became good friends, and she often helped me. I was the one who brought her into the Xiaolong Legion. She still has parents and 2 younger brothers. Her family was originally very poor, and their lives only improved because of the Xiaolong Legion's benefits. After she was promoted to deputy commander, she was eligible to bring her family to live in the Xiaolong star system." Shan Bing choked up. "I've met her family. They're wonderful people. I promised to take care of her like my own sister. Now, I don't know how to face her parents." Shan Bing's words seemed to resonate with the others. Yi Xiaodong couldn't hold back her tears either. My 2 younger sisters. Both died in this battle. And my former comrades." Wei Shishir clenched her fists, her eyes red. "The 368 sisters who trusted me and followed me from the Imperial Princess Fleet to the Xiaolong Legion. We had already lost 37 before. This time, we lost 277 more. Seeing these usually formidable commanders showing their vulnerable sides, Zhao Chen understood. To the outside world, they were always the unyielding warrior goddesses, but only in front of him, their commander, could they show their true emotions. Sensing the increasingly heavy atmosphere, Zhao Chen put down his chopsticks. "I understand your feelings. I have something to tell you later. But for now, I want you all to finish this meal." Though curious about what Zhao Chen had to say, everyone picked up their chopsticks. However, they were clearly distracted and barely touched their food. Seeing this, Zhao Chen put down his chopsticks again. "All right, it seems you can't eat like this. Lilith, connect us to the other side." Lilith immediately understood Zhao Chen's intention and initiated a communication request. Soon, a video window appeared before them. "Commander, what can I do for you?" Ayun, who was in charge of the Rebirth project, appeared on the screen. Zhao Chen said, "Ayun, could you locate Huang Chi-Chi for me?" She was the fleet commander of the Xiaolong 3rd Legion's 2nd Fleet and deputy legion commander. Hearing this, Shan Bing looked up at Zhao Chen in surprise, not quite understanding his meaning. Ayun replied, "Huang Chi-Chi, I know her. Because of her high rank, I paid special attention to her. I'll bring up her recovery room's feed right away." Soon, the screen showed a misty room. Ayun's voice continued. Miss Huang Chi-Chi, the commander wants to see you. As the camera zoomed in, they saw a woman relaxing in a hot spring, her face covered with a mask. A wooden tray with drinks and snacks floated beside her, and a massage robot was attending to her. Chi-Chi, Shin Bing exclaimed, jumping up. Even with the mask, she immediately recognized her friend Huang Chi-Chi. Huh. Huang Chi-Chi, still a bit dazed, opened her eyes and saw the video window with Zhao Chen, Shun Bing, and the others on the other side. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Zhao Chen covered his face with one hand, struggling to hold back his laughter. Ayun, that girl, had the nerve to start a video call in someone else's room without any warning. This was beyond awkward. Fresh out of the hot spring, Huang Chi-Chi wrapped herself in a bathrobe, nervously glancing at Commander Zhao Chen on the screen. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she thought, oh no, the commander must have seen everything just now. Huang Chi-Chi. Shin Bing raised her voice. She noticed her friend's gaze constantly drifting towards the commander, clearly distracted. Huh. Bing Bing. What is it? Huang Chi-Chi snapped back to reality, but her eyes still occasionally darted towards the commander. Shin Bing asked, puzzled. Weren't you killed on the battlefield? I saw your ship get destroyed with my own eyes, and even received your final communication. She recalled her own grief-stricken state and then looked at her carefree friend, feeling a mix of emotions. Huang Chi-Chi looked confused. I don't know. One moment I closed my eyes, and the next, I was here. They told me I needed to recuperate and couldn't contact the outside world. Everyone, especially the previously emotional Wei Shishir and Yi Xiaodong, eagerly looked at Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and decided to reveal the truth. It's time to tell you a secret. Our Jiaolong Legion has a piece of advanced technology, the T4 Rebirth-class clone starship. He explained in detail how this technology captures the soul's consciousness and injects it into a clone, achieving resurrection. Rebirth and resurrection? Chu Xin gasped, covering her mouth. Zhao Chen continued. This technology is extremely advanced and couldn't be disclosed earlier. But now, considering our strength and personnel losses, it's time to lift the highest level of secrecy. However, it still needs to be kept at level 3 confidentiality. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. Wei Shishir, overwhelmed with joy, eagerly asked, can we contact those who have been resurrected now? Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Although Wei Shishir was impatient to contact her comrades, she restrained herself given the current situation. She raised a bottle and, without waiting for Zhao Chen's response, took a big swig, immediately lightening the mood in the room. Shin Bing pretended to be angry at Huang Chi-Chi on the screen. I was so worried about you. Wait till you get back. You're in for it. Huang Chi-Chi quickly apologized. Bing Bing, I really know I was wrong. If I could contact you, you'd be the first I'd reach out to. When I get back, I'll take you to a hot spring and give you a back rub, okay? Seeing Shin Bing's expression soften, she quietly added, oh, and can you take some photos of the commander for me? I want to. Before she could finish, Shun Bing abruptly ended the call. Curious, Zhao Chen asked, why did you end the call? Through gritted teeth, Shun Bing replied. Let her stay where she is. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and aggressively grabbed a piece of meat, as if punishing the heartless friend. She resolved to make up for all the meals she missed out of worry in the past few days. Suddenly, Charlotte, sitting next to Zhao Chen, sniffed him a few times and asked, puzzled, Commander, why do I smell something peculiar on you? Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat, thinking, how is her sense of smell so sharp? It's been days. He quickly changed the subject. What smell? You must be mistaken. Anyway, why don't we have any snail noodles here? Get me a serving. No, 10 servings of snail noodles. The grand hall was enveloped in silence. The assembled generals held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The only noise was the heavy breathing of the Red Demon Marshal seated at the head of the room, echoing through the vast space. So, you're telling me that my 300,000 demon interstellar warships are completely destroyed? Not a single one returned, correct? The Red Demon Marshal's eyes remained closed, his voice low and menacing. A trembling general responded, why, sir? We lost contact with all 10 Red Demon legions, so we dispatched an interstellar reconnaissance ship to investigate. We found battlefield wreckage and depleted warp interceptors some distance from the front lines. He took a deep breath and continued. We also received an encrypted message from the commander of the 5th Legion before he died. The transmission was slow, and we only recently received it. It confirmed that our 300,000 warships were ambushed by an enemy known as the Xiaolong Legion. They used warp interceptors to destroy our entire fleet. The Red Demon Marshal's fingers dug deeply into the armrests of his chair, his knuckles turning white. 300,000. All gone? He suddenly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. All gone. The generals in the hall were petrified, not daring to breathe. The Red Demon Marshal abruptly stopped laughing and squinted his eyes. You said, Who did this? The, the Xiaolong Legion, the general stammered. The Xiaolong Legion? The Red Demon Marshal savored the name, a vicious glint in his eyes. I've got it. Relay my orders. Assemble the entire Red Demon Legion fleet. I will embark on a crusade against this Xiaolong Legion and obliterate any star systems and planets associated with them. I will tear them apart. A bold subordinate, trembling, reminded him, Marshal, we need to report to His Majesty the Demon King before the entire Red Demon Legion can embark. Before he could finish, a pair of crimson boots appeared before him. A heavy blow struck his jaw, followed by several fierce punches. The subordinate lost consciousness instantly, collapsing to the ground as the Red Demon Marshal continued to vent his fury. 300,000 warships, the Red Demon Marshal roared, plus the nearly 120,000 we previously deployed in that battlefield. We've lost a total of 420,000. At its peak, my entire Red Demon Legion had just over 1 million ships, and now we've lost nearly half. His gaze swept over the generals in the hall, his bloodthirsty eyes making each one shiver. I am well aware that such a massive deployment requires His Majesty's approval, but his voice dropped to a threatening whisper. If His Majesty learns that I've lost over 400,000 warships, including 2 T-5 Terror Blade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers, do you know what will happen? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, His Majesty will kill me just as I killed that man earlier, and you all will not fare any better. So, this matter must be kept from His Majesty. Our only chance for redemption is to annihilate the enemy and seize their territories. Only with victory can we atone and save our lives and those of our kin. Do you understand? You have no other choice. After a brief silence, one general shouted, Blood for Xiaolong. Soon, a second and third general echoed, Blood for Xiaolong. Blood for Xiaolong. Finally, under the Red Demon Marshal's command, the expedition against the Xiaolong Legion was set in motion. The remaining fleet of the Red Demon Legion began to assemble urgently, while the annihilation of the 10 legions was kept under tight wraps. The generals departed, leaving only 2 behind. The Red Demon Marshal sat back down, the anger on his face replaced by deep fatigue. The commander of the 2nd Legion spoke, Marshal, we support your expedition plan. However, the execution requires careful consideration. The Xiaolong Legion defeated our 300,000 warships, indicating they are formidable. According to the final transmission from the 5th commander, the enemy possesses multiple T-5 warships. This is likely their main strength. Additionally, the unique nature of that route makes it difficult to attack. If we warp directly again, we risk another ambush. Moreover, we no longer have a foothold. The commander of the 3rd Legion added, furthermore, our current available forces include only 20 demon legions, totaling 600,000 warships. Given the current threat level of the Xiaolong Legion, this may not be sufficient to ensure their complete destruction. After listening to his trusted aides, the Red Demon Marshal replied gravely, I understand your concerns, but we have no more troops at our disposal. Marshal, we could borrow some. The commander of the 2nd Legion suggested cautiously. Borrow? The Red Demon Marshal fell silent, his expression darkening. Borrowing is not that simple. Those guys are cunning. If I ask for their help, they will surely demand steep terms. The commander of the 3rd Legion spoke solemnly, Marshal, do you think their conditions are more important than the survival of the Red Demon Legion? Time is of the essence. If His Majesty learns of this, he will surely blame us. Combined with his previous intention to reduce the power of the Demon Marshals, our Legion will be the first to suffer under the new policy. Please, Marshal, reconsider. The Red Demon Marshal took a deep breath. I understand. I'll handle it. You two start preparing the expedition plan. I want a battle strategy in the shortest time possible. Yes, sir. The 2 commanders saluted and left. The Grand Hall was now empty, save for the Red Demon Marshal. He took a long moment to compose himself before activating his communication device to contact the one person he least wanted to speak to. In the New Year's Eve of Galactic Year 3034, the entire Xiaolong star system was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Continuing the tradition of New Year holidays, the Xiaolong Legion, having just emerged from a major battle, was generously granted a 7 to 15-day break by Zhao Chen. He implemented a shift system to ensure that every member could enjoy at least 7 days of vacation. Despite this, all posts maintained a minimum number of on-duty personnel, especially in the starship manufacturing department. The production lines could not halt and had to keep running smoothly. To reward the Legion members, the expenses for the 7-day break were entirely covered by Xiaolong. Even more exciting, everyone received shopping cards of varying amounts based on their rank, allowing them to indulge in the joy of shopping. However, Xiaolong's celebration caused unease among some high-ranking nobles of the Xingyao Empire, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, and the Holy Radiance Empire. On the last day of 3034, the Xiaolong Legion announced the establishment of the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group. Though it appeared to be merely an interstellar trade organization, It had already taken control of 15 star regions, named Xiaolong 15-star District. The scale of this trade organization made the nobles of the major empires nervous, fearing that this giant dragon might someday devour them. In a quiet office, Zhao Chen quietly approached Charlotte, who was working diligently. He playfully pretended to shed hair, to which Charlotte rolled her eyes and retorted, "You're the one shedding hair." Seeing the dense data panels in front of Charlotte, Zhao Chen asked curiously, "Didn't I arrange a holiday for you? Why are you still working here?" Charlotte explained, "Lilith and Nana, the chief engineers, are inquiring about the New Year's starship construction plans. I need to provide suggestions as soon as possible." Zhao Chen gently hugged Charlotte from behind and advised, "You don't have to rush. Don't exhaust yourself." But Charlotte's expression was serious. "The Red Demon Legion and the Demon Race won't stop here. Next time, they might send more warships. We must be prepared." Looking at the workaholic Charlotte, Zhao Chen sighed and sat next to her, saying, "All right then, I'll help you." Charlotte reminded, "Don't you have to attend the New Year's Eve party?" Zhao Chen shrugged. "I've had Lilith record a holographic message for me. It will be played at the event. In such gatherings, everyone would feel more relaxed without me. I'd rather stay here with my dear wife. Besides, if I'm not here, the construction plan you write might need revisions tomorrow." "What do you mean? Why would it need revisions tomorrow?" Charlotte asked, puzzled. Zhao Chen didn't answer directly but said, "I'll write the starship expansion plan for the coming year. You handle the other tasks. Let's finish quickly and then enjoy some quality time together." Thus, the two worked quietly. Suddenly, a clock chime, set intentionally by Zhao Chen, startled Charlotte. "Time's up. Let's put work aside for now," Zhao Chen said, raising his hand. Instantly, the office scene transformed. Charlotte found herself in a pavilion floating in space. Though she knew it was a holographic projection, the realism was astonishing. She soon saw fireworks blooming in the starry sky, dazzling and brilliant. These were optical simulation fireworks missiles launched by the Xiaolong Legion's interstellar missile ships, specially for festive celebrations. Hugging Charlotte from behind, Zhao Chen softly said, "Thank you for all your hard work this year, my dear." Charlotte held Zhao Chen's hand tightly, her eyes moist. Suddenly, she turned and bit Zhao Chen's wrist, saying fiercely, "I'm not a big white cat. I'm a tiger. A fierce, man-eating tiger." With that, Charlotte pinned Zhao Chen down, and they started a playful tiger versus dragon battle. Charlotte began with a tiger leaps prey, countered by Zhao Chen's dragon soars to the sky and dragon's regret. Not to be outdone, Charlotte used tiger's heart strike, to which Zhao Chen responded with two dragons play with a pearl. The two engaged in a lively back and forth, culminating in a scene of dragon and tiger dance, ending with the resonant echoes of tiger's roar and dragon's chant. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Annual task completed. Rewards available. Followed by quarterly task completed. Rewards available. Zhao Chen thought, this system sure picks its moments. Can it see I'm busy? Ignoring the system notifications, he focused on more pressing matters. Hours later, Zhao Chen looked at the sleeping Charlotte, draped his military coat over her, and sat on the nearby sofa, finally opening the system interface. The quarterly tasks showed, having 3 active T5 class interstellar warships, 100 task points. Having 5 active T5 class interstellar warships, 200 task points. Having 8 active T5 class interstellar warships, 300 task points. Having 10 active T5 class interstellar warships, 400 task points. For each warship beyond 10, an additional 100 task points. Zhao Chen clicked to claim, and his system account showed 1420 task points. Next, he reviewed the annual tasks. 1. Qin Ming's death completed. 2. Control at least 4-star regions of the Xingyao Empire completed. 3. Control 4-star regions of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation completed. 4. Ensure that by the end of the year, the Dragon Tribe and Warhammer Interstellar Federation territories are not overrun by demon fleets completed. Annual task reward. Completing all 4 annual tasks grants the T5 Galaxy-class Interstellar Large Industrial Base Blueprint. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked Claim. Zhao Chen stared at the technical blueprints of the T5 Galaxy-class Large Industrial Base in his hand, but his heart remained calm. He had expected to be ecstatic, but perhaps he had anticipated this moment, and now he felt unusually serene. Casually, he opened his personal data page, and familiar information appeared before him. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, top starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck boost, eye of insight. System points, 79 million. Monthly fleet earnings, 39 million points. Task points, 1,430. Number of starships, 73,321. Tasks, annual task updating, quarterly task updating. Inventory, T5 Galaxy-class large industrial base blueprints, T5 Dragon Emperor-class Star Command ship blueprints, Dragon Emperor core matrix. With 3 months of accumulation and quarterly task rewards, Zhao Chen's resource reserves were quite substantial. The two T5 technologies in his inventory were particularly pleasing to the eye. However, upon closer reflection, Zhao Chen noticed a shortcoming. The T5 Dragon Emperor-class Star Command ship and the T5 Pluto-class Dreadnought are both special flagships, likely producible only in single units. While the T5 Galaxy-class large industrial base represents the future industrial foundation of the Xiaolong Legion, it does not contribute to combat power. Currently, the only mass-producible T5 combat starships in Zhao Chen's possession are the T5 Chaos Knight-class Heavy Assault Star Destroyer and the T5 Lightning Phantom-class Heavy Assault Star Cruiser. Considering that the Demon Fleet would inevitably return, Zhao Chen urgently needed more main combat T5 starships, especially aircraft carriers and battleships. He quickly searched the T5 store and soon locked onto his targets. Consume 40 million system points and 700 task points to redeem the T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy armored battleship blueprints? Without hesitation, Zhao Chen confirmed the exchange. The system notification sounded, and his resources promptly decreased. Upon seeing the lengthy name of this battleship, Zhao Chen found it a bit of a mouthful. But after reviewing the technical specifications, he was convinced that this was precisely the main combat starship he needed. A single T5 Holy Redeemer class could, under the right circumstances, take on 10 T5 Terror Blade class medium star cruisers. Not stopping there, Zhao Chen spent another 38 million system points and 700 task points to redeem the T5 Fire Cheeling class heavy aircraft carrier blueprints. This series of actions nearly depleted his points and task resources, but the acquisition of these two main combat starship technologies made his eyes light up. Zhao Chen immediately opened multiple operational interfaces to draft the expansion plan for the Xiaolong Legion. He decided to gradually increase the current fleet from 3,000 ships to 10,000, and then further to 30,000, matching the Demon Legion's strength. Additionally, he planned to expand special fleets, such as the missile ship Special Fleet led by Wolfgirl by Shui. Leveraging the newly acquired T5 Galaxy-class large industrial base technology, Zhao Chen crafted a series of ambitious blueprints. In his planning notes, he frequently mentioned Chief Engineer Annie's name, clearly placing high expectations on her. At this moment, Annie, who was vacationing on the Siren Tribe planet within the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, was focused on grilling a human-sized fish. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed past, causing her to shiver. Looking back, she saw her family joyfully enjoying the holiday, except for her sister Nana, who was still working in her swimsuit. Annie shook her head and sighed, deciding to ignore her workaholic sister and continue focusing on her grilling task. Annie lazily lay on the beach, the gentle sunlight caressing her skin. She glanced at the makeshift fishbone tent not far away, then patted her little belly, a smile tugging at her lips. "This is the dream life," she murmured softly, "with sea breeze, sunshine, delicious food, and the ocean. No endless work, no commander." Suddenly, Annie's voice trailed off. She blinked in confusion. "Strange. Why do I hear the commander calling me? Must be hearing things from being overworked." Shaking her head, she decided to continue enjoying her fully reimbursed vacation. However, the call in her ears grew clearer. Annie slowly sat up, took off her sunglasses, and to her surprise, saw Commander Zhao Chen's holographic projection suspended in the air, surrounded by her excited family members. A communication drone hovered above, and a mischievous thought flashed through Annie's mind. Should she try to knock it down with a stone? Commander Zhao Chen greeted warmly. "How are you all enjoying yourselves? Satisfied?" Annie's father quickly responded, "Lord Commander, you take such good care of us. 15 days of vacation. How could we deserve such generosity?" Zhao Chen smiled and said, "You've been responsible for our basic industrial manufacturing and haven't taken a break for over a year. I greatly admire your dedication, and Nana has inherited that spirit. But work shouldn't overshadow life." Zhao Chen chatted amicably with Annie's younger siblings, who soon relaxed and chattered around him. In contrast, Annie stood to the side, listening absent-mindedly. Nana suddenly asked, "Commander, do you have any work for us?" Annie felt a wave of dread, wishing she could disappear. She silently chanted, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Sensing the situation, Annie's father said, "Annie, the commander has some work to discuss with you. Let's give them some space." He led his wife and other children away, giving his eldest daughter an encouraging look as he left. Inside, Annie was wailing, "Don't go. My vacation." Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "There are some things I need to inform you about in advance, but don't worry, it won't affect your vacation plans. The promised 15 days will remain intact." Hearing this, Annie perked up. "Commander, whatever you need, just let us know. We'll handle it after the vacation." Zhao Chen began introducing 4 T5 class interstellar warships. Nana rushed forward, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Annie, too, was astonished that he could unveil 45 warships at once. Zhao Chen detailed the features of each warship, especially the impressive efficiency of the T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base. Nana listened intently, even expressing a desire to return to the Xiaolong star system immediately. Annie was dumbfounded. How did this conversation suddenly turn into us going back? Zhao Chen reassured them, I'm just informing you ahead of time. Continue to enjoy your vacation. With that, he ended the holographic projection. Over the next 3 days, Nana couldn't stop thinking about the industrial base's technology and eventually decided to cut her vacation short to return to the Xiaolong star system. Annie's father kept urging her to learn from her sister and be grateful to the commander. Reluctantly, Annie also ended her vacation after just 7 days and returned to work. Though she was a bit unwilling to return early, the unique nature of what the commander had presented sparked a hint of anticipation in her. The air on home planet 01 of the Xiaolong galaxy remains somewhat murky, with desolate deserts and cracked terrain visible in the distance. However, in some regions, green grasslands and low shrubs have begun to dot the reviving landscape. This planet is the first target of transformation for the T5 Creator Starship, and after nearly 4 months of effort, the progress is evident. It is expected to take another 6 months to complete the full transformation, but in 3 months, it should reach habitable standards. Inside the shuttle, Zhao Chen observed the changes on the planet's surface through the porthole while listening to Lilith's report. He asked, how many planets like this have been transformed? Lilith promptly replied, currently, the T5 Creator Starship has transformed 172 planets. Among them, 140 are in the Xiaolong galaxy, 30 are scattered within the Xiaolong 15-star region, and 2 are within the White Tiger domain of the Warhammer sector. We've invested nearly 200 billion star coins for this. Hearing about the massive expenditure, Zhao Chen looked at the vibrant planet before him and didn't feel it was a bad investment. He thought that once these planets were fully transformed, various departments within the Xiaolong system could establish bases and cities here, leading to greater prosperity in the Xiaolong galaxy, a prosperity that would extend to the Xiaolong 15-star region. Are there any places with better environments? Zhao Chen inquired. There's an island with quite a nice view, Lilith responded. Zhao Chen stretched, glanced at Charlotte, who was still engrossed in her research, and said, let's go there for a break and have a picnic. It's rare to get our general out for a vacation. We should find a good place to rest. Charlotte merely rolled her eyes at him and continued focusing on her data. Soon, the shuttle landed on an island that resembled a pearl in the ocean. Birds flew through the green forest, and fish could be seen swimming beneath the sea surface. Zhao Chen stepped off the shuttle, looked around, and pointed at the fish leaping out of the water, asking, are these fish edible? A guard quickly scanned with an instrument and confirmed, they are safe to eat. Then let's catch our own fish and eat them, Zhao Chen said enthusiastically. The guards immediately began setting up fishing gear and a grill. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, who was still in the shuttle, and called out, Charlotte, come take a break. I'm busy, she replied curtly. There will be grilled fish soon, Zhao Chen called out again. This time, Charlotte finally stepped out of the shuttle, glanced at the sea, and sat in a prepared chair, continuing her work. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. It's rare to have a vacation. Can't you just relax? Even Spider Queen Iris is the same. I gave her a break to visit her tribe, but now she's stuck in the lab. Lilith gave Zhao Chen a look. It's all because of the stuff you brought out, Commander. 4T5 Interstellar Warship Technologies, including AT5 Interstellar Industrial Base. With Spider Queen Iris's personality, how could she think about taking a vacation? Zhao Chen smiled silently and cast his fishing line. He knew he hadn't forced them to keep working. It was entirely their choice. Lilith continued her report during the fishing break. It's not just Charlotte. Because of your 4 interstellar warship technologies and the expansion plan for the Xiaolong Legion over the next year, my secretarial staff is working overtime to organize everything. Our starship industry has also immediately started the construction project for the T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base. The construction of such a large industrial base requires meticulous planning and deployment of raw materials. Zhao Chen said helplessly, I know, but there's no choice. Facing the threat of the demon race and the ticking time bomb of the interstellar insect race, we must speed up our expansion. As for other difficulties, we'll find solutions. Lilith continued, there's currently a major challenge, the construction of our first T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base. The site has been decided in the Xiaolong Galaxy Industrial Park. However, the cost of such a base is 5 trillion star coins, an enormous sum for us right now. Just so you know, the annual production value under the Xiaolong system is barely over 1 trillion star coins a month. There's a significant funding gap. Zhao Chen understood that the 5 trillion star coins price tag even exceeded that of AT5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. But this was a crucial boost for Xiaolong. Once this T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base was built, it would exponentially increase Xiaolong's shipbuilding capabilities, especially for the T5 series interstellar warships. Funding? We can figure something out, Zhao Chen proposed. The three major empires must have some financial and material reserves. We can borrow from them, promising to repay with interstellar warships, specifically the T4 series they want. Zhao Chen added, we could also establish an interstellar investment bank tied to our Bayin Group. The interstellar warships produced by Bayin Group are in high demand. We can set additional terms. Anyone willing to invest with us will be repaid with interstellar warships when the contract matures, with terms set for 6 months to a year. Moreover, for those with long-term savings reaching a certain amount in our interstellar investment bank, they can become our VIP partners. They could engage in various interstellar trade cooperations with us, even getting a 5 discount. For even larger savings, they could become our diamond VIPs. If our own pockets aren't enough, we can always look into others. Hearing the commander's words, Lilith couldn't help but show a wry smile. She shook her head and remarked, now I understand why some people call you a shrewd businessman. Your keen business acumen is truly a waste if not put to use as a CEO. Lilith's expression turned serious as she analyzed Zhao Chen's proposal. Your idea is indeed feasible. Considering that the Xiaolong Galactic Group has just been established, implementing this system is like giving the noble factions of the three major empires a pledge of allegiance. They will surely be willing to spend money for peace, and among them, there will undoubtedly be ambitious individuals eager to collaborate with us. She continued, funding shouldn't be an issue. With Xiaolong Group's industrial prowess, we are essentially a money-making machine. It's just a matter of time. What concerns me more is the construction timeline. Zhao Chen squinted, voicing his concern. Preliminary data suggests that if a single T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ship were to undertake the construction of a T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base, it would require 2,000 months of labor. Lilith nodded in agreement. Indeed, the time factor is a significant issue. However, our Xiaolong Group currently possesses 130 T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships and 5,000 T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. That many? I remember last year's plan was to have 100 T4 Geminis and 5,000 T3 Furnaces. Lilith explained. Last year's projects went smoothly, and our efficient planning saved a lot of time. With the extra time, we naturally produced more. Additionally, the Bayin Group now has 100,000 T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, and after opening up T3 furnace production rights, President Li Wei went all out. The number has already surpassed 2,000 and is still rapidly increasing. Zhao Chen was incredulous. 2,000 T3 furnaces? How did Li Wei manage that? Lilith replied, as far as I know, President Li Wei postponed some less critical production plans of the Bayin Group and focused all efforts on producing T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships once he got the production rights. Zhao Chen frowned. Postpone deliveries? Would the clients agree to that? Did Li Wei use our Xiaolong name to intimidate them? Lilith shook her head. The Xiaolong name did help a bit, but it was more about President Li Wei's negotiation skills. He didn't force the postponement. Instead, he contacted all buyers and let them choose. In the end, all buyers voluntarily agreed to the delay, with some even willing to wait for years. Zhao Chen realized, I see. What terms did Li Wei offer? Lilith elaborated. The core of the deal was that all delayed orders would receive a discount the longer the delay, the bigger the discount. Zhao Chen nodded, unconcerned about the discounts. He knew how incredibly profitable the Xiaolong interstellar warships were. Even with significant discounts, they would still be lucrative. Lilith continued her report. Based on discussions with Chief Engineer Nana and Chief Engineer Spider Queen Elise, we plan to distribute the construction tasks of the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base as much as possible. The less technically demanding parts can be handled by T3 furnaces, while the critical core areas will be managed by T4 Geminis. If necessary, we can even call upon some industrial ships from the Bayin Group, including T2 Hammers. She paused, her expression grave. Even with full effort, it would still take at least 5 months. And during these 5 months, our related interstellar warship production would decrease by 90. Zhao Chen decisively shook his head. No, 5 months is too long. He opened the star map, pointing to the demon route. We don't have much time. This is a major issue. Lilith added, regarding this, I asked Charlotte to predict the next wave of the demon race's attack. She believes that the demons will be much more cautious next time, not underestimating us as they did before. They might send interstellar reconnaissance fleets at regular intervals, with the main fleet advancing gradually. Moreover, the next wave of demon fleets will be at least 3 times larger than this one. Zhao Chen's expression turned grim. So, based on the prediction, the next wave of demon fleets will arrive in about 100 days. We must complete the construction of the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base within 3 months. Lilith pondered for a moment and proposed 2 options. We have only 2 choices. Either we abandon the construction of the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base and focus on preparing for battle, or we mobilize the industrial capabilities within the three major empires, letting them handle some of the mechanical modules and components. However, this carries the risk of leaking technical information. Since this involves T5 technology, even a slight leak could lead to rapid technological advancements in their respective fields. Zhao Chen stared at the calm sea, deep in thought. Abandon the construction of the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base? No, that was out of the question. Falling behind now would mean falling behind forever. He would likely face the entire demon race's invasion in the future and needed to seize the time to gain stronger military power. And to achieve that, the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base was indispensable. Gazing at the gently swaying buoy in the distance, Zhao Chen made his decision. He turned to Lilith, his expression resolute. Lilith, find a way to contact the family powers involved in starship manufacturing within the three major empires. While fishing, Zhao Chen donned his sunglasses and reclined leisurely in a beach chair. However, he wasn't truly idle. He opened the system interface, where new annual and quarterly tasks had appeared. The annual task was straightforward: eliminate 6 demon generals and destroy their commanded demon armies. The reward was an annual grand prize, with higher rewards for quicker completion. Zhao Chen frowned in thought. Handling even one red demon general required the full effort of the Xiaolong Legion, so dealing with 6 would be no easy feat. He decided to take it one step at a time. The quarterly task was even more challenging: establish formal ally relations or declare war with the Angel clan, with a reward of 500 task points. Zhao Chen chuckled bitterly to himself. The system was truly ruthless, forcing him to either become allies or enemies. For him, it seemed there was no other choice. Convincing the Angel clan would be no easy task. It looked like he would need to reveal some of his cards in the next meeting. Suddenly, Zhao Chen remembered there was an Angel clan research team on his territory. He inquired with Lilith about the team's activities. Lilith provided a detailed report on the Angel clan team's activities. They started by investigating the fall of the Saint family in the Holy Radiance Empire and contacted Saint Kana. They then split into 2 groups, heading to the Starshine Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. They showed little interest in Warhammer, but upon hearing the possibility of war with the demons, they went to investigate, only to be restricted to the northern territories due to the state of war. They were more active in the Starshine Empire, meeting with Empress Qin Xiaolei. Finally, they arrived in the Xiaolong star system, conducting research within permitted areas, and were repeatedly denied access to the interstellar industrial zone. Zhao Chen was unconcerned about the angels snooping around his territory. Instead, he reminded Lilith that the agreed meeting time with the angel Tilia had arrived. He instructed Lilith to communicate with the research team and, after the New Year holiday and arranging matters for the coming months, he would personally visit the Angel clan. Facing increasing confrontations with the demons, establishing a stable and powerful alliance became the best option. Lilith was surprised by Zhao Chen's decision to go personally. Zhao Chen half-jokingly said he was the only one with free time. Lilith suspiciously hinted at whether he was going because of the beauty of the angel women, and Zhao Chen feigned anger and denial. For safety reasons, Zhao Chen decided to take the Pluto with him. Lilith teased him, hoping he wouldn't bring back a group of angel beauties. Just then, Zhao Chen's fishing rod moved. He quickly reeled it in, pulling out a half-meter-long plump fish. Charlotte approached, suppressing her appetite, and presented some interstellar warship plans. She asked if they were discussing the construction plans for the coming year. Lilith confirmed that Zhao Chen had decided to build the T5 Galactic-class large industrial base within 3 months, regardless of the cost. Charlotte agreed and suggested prioritizing the construction of several warships, especially the T5 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship. Charlotte detailed the specifications of the Dragon Emperor: 20 million star shield energy, 1,600 knots cruising speed, level 9 warp engine, 68 kilometers in length, 31,880 tons weight, and a capacity for 50,000 personnel. Its weapon systems included 12 conventional rail electromagnetic main cannons, 300 fully automated medium electromagnetic close-in weapons, and 30,000 interstellar drones. Special features included a spatial warp engine, Dragon Emperor quantum transmission, and Dragon Emperor Super War AI. Charlotte emphasized that although the Dragon Emperor's combat capability was not high, its strategic value was immense. It could provide a unified command system for the Xiaolong Legion, significantly enhancing overall combat effectiveness. Zhao Chen carefully reviewed the data and found that apart from the weapon systems, the Dragon Emperor's other functions were extremely powerful. It not only had the same long-distance spatial warp capability as the T5 Pluto, but also boasted the critical technologies of Dragon Emperor quantum transmission and Dragon Emperor Super War AI. The Dragon Emperor Super War AI is a system specifically designed for warfare, capable of assisting fleet command systems in making the quickest and most appropriate decisions. The Dragon Emperor quantum transmission, which initially appears to be an information transmission technology, is actually a revolutionary human teleportation technology. Within a certain range around the T5 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship, Specialized transmission equipment and beacons can enable direct human teleportation. For instance, a captain can be transported directly from the bridge of an interstellar battleship to the T5 Dragon Emperor, significantly enhancing mobility. This seemingly ordinary technology can be used for personnel evacuation, emergency meetings, and redeployment at critical moments. The only limitation is that it must be within the specific range of the T5 Dragon Emperor. Lilith added that the cost of a single T5 Dragon Emperor is as high as 3 trillion star coins, and even with the T5 Star River-class interstellar large industrial base handling the construction, it still takes a full month to build. However, the T4 Gemini can assist in the construction. Charlotte excitedly introduced another flagship. The T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored battleship is the pinnacle of interstellar battleships. She could hardly contain her excitement as she detailed the ship's astonishing parameters: 20 million units of star shield energy, a cruising speed of 800 knots, equipped with a level 9 warp engine, 46 kilometers in length, a mass of 26.88 million tons, and requiring 20,000 personnel to operate. The most notable feature is its main weapon, a 300mm caliber, 3-kilometer-long super electromagnetic railgun, capable of firing two types of special shells: Redeemer Impact and Cluster. Additionally, it is armed with 4 Holy-class cluster laser cannons, 1820mm caliber heavy electromagnetic cannons, 366 8-barrel heavy particle energy rapid-fire cannons, and 1,000 fully automated high-density 8-barrel Closian laser cannons. Zhao Chen was deeply impressed by the 300mm caliber railgun as he looked at the data panel. Charlotte, excited, exclaimed, "My goodness! This barrel could fit an entire T2 interstellar battleship." Lilith added that the cost of this starship is 4 trillion star coins, and it also takes just 1 month to build. She glanced at the commander with hesitation, clearly indicating that the cost of strategic super starships like the T5 Hades and T5 Dragon Emperor should have been higher, but the core technology modules provided by the commander significantly reduced the costs. No one dared to question the many secrets surrounding the commander. Zhao Chen noticed Lilith's glance but pretended not to see it, jokingly saying, "When this interstellar battleship comes out, Shui Xiaoxiao's indecisiveness might flare up." He went on to explain the 2 types of special shells for the 300mm railgun. The Redeemer Impact Shell is essentially a hard stone made from the hardest known material in the universe, which, through the ultra-long barrel and electromagnetic acceleration, strikes the target at an incredible speed. The Redeemer Cluster Shell, on the other hand, contains numerous smaller shells that can deliver area attacks on dense fleets or defensive star shields, with firepower in some aspects even surpassing interstellar missiles and heavy cannons. Lilith then introduced the T5 Fire-killing class heavy carrier starship, also costing 4 trillion star coins with a 1-month construction time. This colossal ship is 98 kilometers long, weighing 13.888 million tons, and can accommodate 3 million people. Its impressive feature is its capacity to carry over 30 million various types of interstellar fighters and drones, including 1 million conventional fighters, 100,000 heavy fighters, 10,000 transformable dual-purpose fighters, 100,000 heavy stealth bombers, and millions of various drones. Charlotte marveled. Who could withstand its interstellar air combat? Zhao Chen recalled Su Lan's excellent command of interstellar fighters and drone swarms in previous battles and believed she would certainly love this carrier starship. Finally, Zhao Chen, in an uncompromising tone, told Lilith, "Once the T5 Star River-class interstellar large industrial base is completed, I want at least one of each of these 3 interstellar warships to be operational by the end of April." Charlotte also looked at Lilith with anticipation. The housekeeper helplessly looked at the two and said, "I'll discuss it with Annie then." On the bridge of the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, Zhao Chen stared at Lilith's face in the video window and asked, "How did the talks go with those guys?" "Smoothly, I hope." Lilith nodded slightly, a confident glint in her eyes. "Very smoothly. All 68 industrial entities we selected, which have the capability to produce T3 and T4 interstellar warships and components, have agreed to join the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group's industrial system. This includes 29 from the Holy Radiance Empire, 21 from the Starshine Empire, and 18 from the Warhammer Interstellar Federal Kingdom. We've already dispatched personnel to these military enterprises, and the upcoming production tasks will be jointly determined by our team and the company representatives." Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but reflect. "I promised those military enterprises an average annual profit growth of 30 over the next 10 years, aiming to increase their profits tenfold in a decade and integrate them into the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group's supply chain. The family powers behind these enterprises were eager to cooperate with us, readily agreeing to our terms of holding 45, the Holy Radiance Empire's Emperor holding 10, and them retaining 45. Lilith's lips curled into a knowing smile. Those guys are all about profit. They know exactly what they stand to gain. With enough incentives, they'll bow to us. On the surface, we seem to be giving a lot, but in reality, we're gaining much more. These established military enterprises may not match our own capabilities, but they have existing frameworks, craftsmen, and technicians, which accelerates our development. As for that betting agreement, increasing profits tenfold in 10 years is quite achievable for us now, isn't it? Zhao Chen smiled in agreement, recalling how the Beiyin Group had multiplied its profits several times in just 5 years. Achieving a tenfold increase for these military enterprises within a decade was indeed feasible, and it also allowed them to gain control and share half of the profits. Charlotte, and you will handle things at home. Zhao Chen turned to another video window showing Charlotte. I'll be heading to the angelic race's territory this time. If all goes well, I'll be back within half a month. We'll stay in touch, and if anything important comes up, contact me immediately. If you can't reach me, you have the highest level of command authority to make decisions. Charlotte responded concisely. Stay safe, Lilith added. Keep in touch. After the video communication ended, Zhao Chen's acting captain, Shui Xiao, excitedly announced, We've arrived at the largest starport in the northern Holy Radiance Empire. For this trip to the angelic race's territory, Zhao Chen was accompanied only by Shui Xiao and a temporary succubus secretary, Nancy, assigned by Lilith. The fleet consisted of the T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought and 30 interstellar warships. Standing beside Zhao Chen, Nancy reported nervously, Commander, Empress Saint Kana of the Holy Radiance Empire and the captain of the angelic race's research fleet request an audience. Zhao Chen stretched and said, We have time. Let's meet them. Under Nancy's arrangement, Zhao Chen first met with Empress Saint Kana of the Holy Radiance Empire. Zhao Chen noticed that in just 2 months, Saint Kana's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, evolving from a warlike spear to a goddess-like figure gazing down from above. Saint Kana got straight to the point. How long will you be with the angelic race this time? Zhao Chen replied, At least half a month, but I'll definitely be back by the end of March at the latest. Saint Kana continued, I heard your Xiaolong Corps completely annihilated the demon race's fleet of 300,000 interstellar warships in the Demon Passage battle, but with over 30 losses on your side? Zhao Chen admitted frankly, yes, the losses were quite significant. After a moment of hesitation, Saint Kana brought up a previous promise, about your promise to handle the permanent level 5 cosmic anomaly in the Holy Radiance Empire's territory. Zhao Chen had anticipated this and asked, What's the current situation on your end? Saint Kana opened a star map and explained, It seems we've been lucky. In the past 2 months, the number of fleets emerging from this level 5 cosmic wormhole has been relatively low, and no second T5 Hive mothership has appeared. The first T5 Hive mothership has remained around the wormhole, seemingly in a dormant state. On the battlefield spanning 3 star regions, the situation has been somewhat contained. The invasion speed of the interstellar insect race has significantly slowed, and 5 billion citizens have been successfully evacuated from the danger zones. Despite this, Saint Kana's brow remained furrowed as she turned to Zhao Chen, a hint of concern in her voice. Although the situation has improved, danger still looms. I need to ask you, when can we completely neutralize this threat? Zhao Chen was silent for a moment, taking a deep breath before replying, Honestly, I can't give you a definite timeline right now, but I can promise you this. If an uncontrollable disaster occurs here, I will do everything in my power to help you manage it. However, we are also facing threats from the demon race, and we must address these issues simultaneously. He paused, then continued, I can give you a time frame, 6 months. By mid-year, I will launch a military campaign against the interstellar insect race. While I can't completely seal off those cosmic insect nests, I will find a way to limit their activity range. Zhao Chen explained that this 6-month period coincided with the completion of the new industrial system and the commissioning of a new batch of T5 interstellar warships. By then, the Xiaolong Legion would be able to allocate some resources to handle matters concerning the Holy Radiance Empire. Saint Kana thoughtfully repeated, 6 months. She looked directly at Zhao Chen. I'll be waiting. Saint Kana then briefly reported on the development of the Holy Radiance Empire, and the meeting concluded. Next, Zhao Chen went to meet the representatives of the Angel Research Fleet. A silver-uniformed angel saluted him and introduced herself. Greetings, Lord. I am Tabitha, a representative sent by Lady Tilia. Zhao Chen smiled and asked, Miss Tabitha, what are the results of your investigation this time? Tabitha looked Zhao Chen in the eyes and said straightforwardly, To be honest, there has always been a mystery in our research of this star region, and that mystery is you. Your emergence has turned the once barren Xiaolong star system into the most powerful entity in the Starshine Empire, indirectly controlling the Warhammer Interstellar Federation and the Holy Radiance Empire. The interstellar warship technology that Xiaolong possesses, especially the T5 interstellar warship technology, seems like something out of legend. Now, this legendary figure stands before me. May I boldly ask, how did you achieve all of this? Zhao Chen shrugged slightly and smiled. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? I have mine, and am sure your angel race has yours too. Sensing Zhao Chen's intention to evade the question, Tabitha shifted her inquiry. At the end of last year, it's said that you ambushed 300,000 demon interstellar warships in the Demon Passage. I've heard many versions of the story. Could you, as the leader, tell us what really happened? Zhao Chen calmly replied. It lasted 5 days. We incurred a 30 casualty rate and annihilated 300,000 demon interstellar warships. Tabitha pressed on. How many T5 demon warships were destroyed? 2. Zhao Chen answered succinctly. Tabitha fell silent, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Chen asked, So, can I hear your evaluation of us, Miss Tabitha? Or rather, do you think there's a possibility for an alliance between us? Tabitha sighed. Lord, from my personal perspective, you and Xiaolong are the ideal allies for our angel race. We share common enemies, and Xiaolong possesses formidable combat capabilities. However, she paused, our situation is quite complex. I can't be certain that our higher-ups will agree to an alliance with you, but I will relay all my findings and recommendations to Lady Tilia. I believe she will support an alliance with you. Zhao Chen and Tabitha shook hands, and both parties returned to their ships, preparing to depart. Zhao Chen was eager to collaborate with the angel race, not only to complete the system tasks, but also because of Xiaolong's current predicament. An alliance with the angel race was undoubtedly the best choice. 31 Xiaolong warships slowly departed the starport, accompanied by 30 angel research fleet ships. The system indicated that the coordinates had been entered, and a 10-day warp journey was about to begin. On the bridge of the angel fleet's flagship, the adjutant pointed at the nearby Xiaolong fleet in surprise. My lady, are they taking 30 T4 interstellar warships with them? Through the porthole, 30 interstellar warships could be seen surrounding a massive warship. Over time, they had become familiar with Xiaolong's warship classifications and levels. Tabitha gazed at the scene, a hint of caution in her voice. 30 T4 interstellar warships plus 1 T5 interstellar warship. The combat power of this fleet. I hope our superiors can clearly recognize Xiaolong's value through our report. Such an entity can only be a friend. A ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. If it becomes an enemy, then it must be eliminated quickly. Developing such power in just 5 years, Xiaolong's terror far exceeds that of the demon race. Her subordinates nodded in agreement. When they first arrived in this star region, they had an arrogant mindset, thinking it was just a backward area. Initial observations seemed to confirm this, but soon, they realized they were wrong. While many places here were indeed backward, any area associated with Xiaolong was changing at an astonishing rate. For instance, a Holy Radiance Empire star system they first visited was initially obscure. Just over a month later, upon revisiting, it had undergone a dramatic transformation, with numerous new projects under construction. All of this was brought about by Xiaolong, especially the feat of using 30,000 interstellar warships, with a 30 casualty rate, to annihilate 300,000 demon interstellar warships, had completely convinced them of Xiaolong's terrifying power. This was an entity that could only be a friend. Beep beep beep. Zhao Chen, who was in a deep sleep, was jolted awake by the piercing alarm blaring in his ears. Warning! 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 Massive cosmic storm detected. Emergency shutdown of warp drive mode initiated. Please replot your course. The bridge was bathed in the flashing red lights of emergency status, and chaos ensued. Zhao Chen quickly crawled out of his stasis pod, surveying his surroundings. Crew members were scrambling back to their stations, some still looking bewildered, but years of rigorous training had ingrained in them an instinctive response to emergencies. Commander, a massive cosmic storm has appeared along our planned route, Shui Xiaoxiao reported solemnly to Zhao Chen. Frowning, Zhao Chen observed the scene outside the starship through a holographic projection. Ahead of the fleet lay a turbulent zone, with surreal purple and blue auroras interweaving beautiful yet deadly. Even a T5 class starship would find it perilous to enter, let alone the T4 ships and the T3 ships of the Angel fleet accompanying them. Why wasn't this danger foreseen when we planned our route? Zhao Chen asked. Secretary Nancy looked guilty. We calculated and probed the route repeatedly and confirmed it was safe. We didn't anticipate this happening. Shui Xiaoxiao added. It's not Nancy's fault. I reviewed the data myself, and there were no signs of danger at the time. The Angel fleet reached the same conclusion. This seems to be a sudden cosmic disaster. The flank of this route has always been a disaster-prone area, and we've unfortunately encountered a rare event that occurs once in tens of thousands of years, right within its affected range. Do we have any options? Zhao Chen inquired. Nancy replied. Although we haven't entered the disaster zone yet, sensors indicate we will be affected within 10 minutes. We must evacuate quickly, but our way back is blocked, and even warp travel can't ensure safety now. Our only escape route is... She pointed to the other side of the path, hesitating, toward the mechanoid territory. Zhao Chen and Shui Xiaoxiao were silent for a moment. Then Zhao Chen swiftly made a decision. Contact the Angel fleet immediately and inform them of our decision. Have them follow us to evacuate. Yes, sir. Shui Xiaoxiao and Nancy began implementing the orders without delay. With a cosmic disaster looming, time was of the essence. The Angel fleet also agreed to the plan. There was no other choice. The two fleets, comprising over 60 starships, quickly changed course and sped toward the mechanoid territory. The cosmic disaster behind them loomed like a massive wave, relentlessly closing in. We're running out of time. The cosmic storm is advancing faster than our ships can travel. System calculations show we'll be overtaken in 10 minutes at most. Nancy reported anxiously. Zhao Chen made a swift decision. Order both fleets to cluster around the Pluto. No matter what happens, push forward at all costs. Xiao, when we're about to be overtaken, activate the star shield to cover the entire fleet and break through. Nancy was frantic. Commander, no? What about your safety? I suggest letting other starships cover the Pluto to ensure your safety. As long as we escape the disaster zone, at least you'll be safe. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa and smiled faintly. Nancy, you still don't understand me. I'm afraid of death, but I can't hide behind my crew to survive. The Pluto is a T5 class ship with stronger defenses than T4 and T3 ships, and its starshield has more energy. It's best suited for this task. No more arguments. Execute the order. Xiao glanced at Zhao Chen and silently went to carry out his command. She knew this old friend better than Nancy had done crazier things before. As time ticked away, the cosmic disaster began to catch up with the fleet. The deadly multicolored aurora started to engulf the unfortunate fleet. The Pluto activated its star shield just in time, blocking the danger and protecting over 60 starships. Everyone on the bridge couldn't help but watch the star shield energy indicator as it dropped from green to yellow, then from yellow to red. The terrifying aurora seemed endless, and they couldn't break free. Warning, warning, warning. Star shield energy is below 1, about to shut down. The system's alert made everyone's hearts sink. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, showing no sign of panic. Soon, without the system's prompt, he felt the star shield's protection vanish. The bridge shook violently, and the creaking of the ship's armor under assault was audible. Even the bridge's electronic systems became unstable. At this moment, the entire fleet's fate was left to the whims of the universe. Suddenly, a starship emerged from the cosmic disaster zone. Though its hull was marked with damage, it could still navigate, indicating it was relatively intact. Then a second ship, a fifth, a 10th followed, including both the Dragon Fleet's and the Angel Fleet's ships. Meanwhile, the cosmic storm ceased its advance. We made it out. Angel Tabitha leaned back in her captain's chair, exhaling deeply. No one could have predicted such a perilous situation. Thankfully, that Lord's T5 starship's starshield had protected them. Without it, the T4 and T3 ships' shields would have long been depleted, leaving them to vanish in the cosmic storm. Yes, we're finally safe, her deputy said with relief. But the Dragon Fleet's T5 starship, it hasn't come out yet. An Angel officer suddenly reminded them. Angel Tabitha stood up abruptly, her anxious eyes scanning the surviving fleet. Most of the Dragon Fleet and Angel Fleet were there, except for the T5 Pluto-class dreadnought. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, clutching his head as a severe headache hit him. Looking around, he saw crew members sprawled across the bridge, indicating that he wasn't the only one who had lost consciousness. Thanks to his body modifications, he was the first to regain awareness. Suddenly, a mumbling voice reached his ears. My cannon! My cannon? Zhao Chen felt a hand fumbling at his waist. It was acting Captain Xiao, seemingly still lost in her dreams. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen kicked her away, but she remained unconscious. Zhao Chen quickly got to his feet and hurried to the control platform. Despite his seemingly idle demeanor, he was intimately familiar with every model of starship in the Xiaolong fleet. He expertly brought up the relevant interfaces and began rebooting the starship systems. As the system rebooted, the lights on the bridge gradually came back on. However, the data panel was filled with alarming red dots, each representing a malfunction. Zhao Chen quickly scanned the data. The hull armor was 13 compromised overall, with some areas exceeding 40. The communication equipment was severely damaged. Both the warp and hyperdrive engines were malfunctioning, and most concerning of all, the core energy reserves were down to just 3. Fortunately, the core energy system was intact and could recover on its own. Basic life support systems were still operational. Zhao Chen immediately activated the ship's intelligent medical and repair robots to treat the injured crew and fix the damaged modules. The software issues, however, required the starship system to self-reconstruct. Multiple digital screens popped up in front of Zhao Chen, and his fingers flew over the keyboard as he raced against time to make repairs. Half an hour later, the crew members on the bridge began to regain consciousness. Thankfully, no one had died, and most injuries were minor, caused by collisions while unconscious. Zhao Chen speculated that some kind of high-energy wave had caused the mass blackout. Xiao, rubbing her still aching head, approached Zhao Chen and asked, Commander, where are we now? Without turning, Zhao Chen replied, I'm not sure. The starship's navigation system is down, and the communications are still being repaired. Xiao frowned. Does that mean we're likely outside the Mechanical Empire's territory? Even though the Mechanical Empire hadn't appeared in years, Their past dominance over various empires still struck fear into people's hearts. Just then, Secretary Nancy, who had woken up earlier, came running over to report, "I've dispatched some repair teams to check the malfunctioning areas. The issues are manageable and within reparable limits. We should have everything fixed within 50 hours, with the communications module taking at least 20 hours. 50 hours? We're stuck in this godforsaken place for that long?" Shui Xiaoxiao spread her hands in exasperation. Nancy noticed something odd on Shui Xiaoxiao's face and, stifling a laugh, pointed, "Captain, there's something on your face." Shui Xiaoxiao froze and then pulled up a mirror, only to find a clear shoe print on her face. She exclaimed, "Why is there a shoe print on my face?" Ignoring Shui Xiaoxiao's outburst, Zhao Chen continued to focus on repairing the software, especially the communications module. Restoring communication was crucial to contacting the outside world and checking on the safety of their accompanying fleet. Hours later, order was mostly restored aboard the Hades. The injured crew members were treated, and Zhao Chen turned to Shui Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, the starship drone control system is back online. Deploy some reconnaissance drones to patrol the area around us. Also, set all weapon modules to standby. We can't afford to be careless in mechanical empire territory." "Understood," Shui Xiaoxiao nodded. 15 hours later, with 5 hours left until the communication system was restored, Zhao Chen's work was mostly done, leaving the starship system to finish self-repairing. Stretching, he sat on a sofa and took a sip of the drink brought by his bodyguard. At that moment, an urgent alarm sounded from the radar department. The officer in charge reported, "Sir, our reconnaissance drones have detected energy signatures from an approaching fleet. They will reach our position in half an hour." Hearing this, Shui Xiaoxiao and Secretary Nancy immediately went on high alert, looking to Zhao Chen for orders. Zhao Chen calmly instructed, "Don't alert them. Try to move out of their path." The Hades began to move slowly, but soon, another alarm sounded. "Sir, another fleet has appeared behind us, and multiple energy signatures are now surrounding us. They're closing in from all directions." "We're surrounded," the radar officer reported anxiously. The situation had turned dire. Surrounded by numerous starships in this isolated area was a death sentence. Zhao Chen ordered firmly, "Prepare for battle, but do not fire without my command." "Yes, sir." Shui Xiaoxiao immediately began battle preparations. Weapon systems were activated, and cannons were aimed at the distant enemy. The shields were raised, and all crew members entered combat readiness. Soon, the reconnaissance drones transmitted images of the approaching fleets. Hundreds of starships appeared on the screens, and this was just from one direction. Counting all directions, there were tens of thousands of starships, all unmistakably belonging to the mechanical empire. The bridge fell into a deathly silence. Secretary Nancy was frantic, knowing that her life mattered little, but if the commander perished, she could never atone for it. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Sir, we're receiving a communication request from the other side." The communication officer's voice broke the silence, bringing a glimmer of hope to the beleaguered Hades. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the communication channel. "We are the fleet of the mechanoids. We request your highest commander to come for a meeting. We will send a shuttle to pick them up. Please prepare within 10 minutes. On the bridge, Secretary Nancy's voice trembled. "We need to find a way to break through." She knew very well that even a T-5 class starship would struggle to escape. Zhao Chen stood up and scanned the radar star map. "Don't waste your energy. There are at least 10 T-5 class starships among the mechanoid fleet surrounding us." 10? Shui Xiaoxiao stared at the star map in shock. Zhao Chen pointed to several locations. Although the signal strength resembles T4, there are subtle differences. They likely activated cloaking devices. Zhao Chen turned and walked towards the bridge door. "Xiaoxiao, Nancy, you are in full charge of the Pluto. If anything unexpected happens, break through immediately and don't worry about me." Shui Xiaoxiao immediately protested. "That's not acceptable. I came out with you. If I don't bring you back, how will I face Charlotte, Lilith, and Senior Su Lan?" "The only way is to meet them," Zhao Chen said calmly. The loyal Panther woman firmly declared. "Then I'll go with you, Commander." Zhao Chen gave her a cold look. "I'm safer alone." The statement made the Panther woman tremble and clench her fists. Seeing that Shui Xiaoxiao and Nancy still wanted to say something, Zhao Chen barked, "Follow orders." Without looking back, he strode towards the hangar. By the time Zhao Chen reached the hangar, a mechanoid shuttle was already hovering outside. It released a circular disc that landed in front of Zhao Chen. The mechanical voice sounded again. "Please step on." Zhao Chen stepped onto the disc and was instantly enveloped in a transparent beam, as if he were in a display case. The crew in the hangar raised their laser guns in agitation, but Zhao Chen scolded, "Did you forget what I just said?" The crew reluctantly lowered their weapons, some with tears in their eyes, others angrily pounding the walls. The transparent display case slowly floated into the shuttle, which then returned to the mechanoid fleet. A strong light shone on Zhao Chen's face as he squinted at the opening hatch. Inside the shuttle, Zhao Chen saw no intelligent mechanical life forms. Standing below the hatch were two female robots made of steel, their faces like stainless steel basins reflecting Zhao Chen's image. These mechanical maidens had perfect figures, adhering to the golden ratio, skillfully incorporating human-female aesthetics. Their bodies were outlined with patterns resembling clothes, stockings, and even adorned with feminine accessories and golden hair. The two mechanical maidens bowed respectfully, welcoming Zhao Chen. He glanced around and realized this was the starship's hangar, filled with multiple shuttles and a cold atmosphere. Various robots, spider-like, crab-like, and track-based, were working. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Zhao Chen asked. The mechanical maiden on the left responded, her voice cold yet almost human-like. Although we withdrew from the original Galactic Alliance battlefield, we are not ignorant of what transpired there. As for our identity, our master will provide you with the answer. Where is your master? Zhao Chen pressed. Please follow us. The two mechanical maidens led the way, and the three of them took a mechanical floating elevator, quickly descending into the starship's depths. During the journey, Zhao Chen confirmed that this starship was indeed T5 class. He wondered why the mechanoids had never deployed T5 class starships in their previous battles with the Galactic Alliance. With these questions in mind, Zhao Chen was led into a vast, dimly lit hall. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from above, illuminating the center of the hall. A little girl in a princess dress was swinging her legs on an oversized high chair. Master, the two mechanical maidens kneeled on one knee. The little girl said sweetly, "You may all leave. I want to chat with this big brother." The mechanical maidens respectfully exited and closed the door. Now, only Zhao Chen and the little girl bathed in the light beam remained in the hall. Zhao Chen looked incredulously at the girl, who seemed about 7 or 8 years old, still with baby fat. You are their master? The little girl blinked and smiled, revealing 8 teeth and dimples on her cheeks. Yes, I am. Not only am I their master, but I am also the supreme ruler of the entire mechanoid race. Zhao Chen stood in the reception hall of the mechanoids, facing a little girl who seemed innocent and harmless. She sat on a high stool, her legs swinging leisurely. The scene contrasted sharply with the cold, metallic surroundings. You must be surprised. The little girl suddenly giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Didn't expect the nightmare of the Galactic Union to look like this, did you? Zhao Chen was indeed stunned. He tried to adjust his expression, but the shock was hard to hide. The little girl continued, "Don't worry, this is just a hologram. My real body is elsewhere. For us mechanoids, appearance is optional." However, she blinked. "I particularly like this form." Zhao Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "Why did you call me here?" he asked bluntly. The little girl tilted her head, giving an innocent smile. "I want to invite you to join our mechanoids." This response left Zhao Chen astonished once again. He instinctively took a half step back, his brows furrowed. "Join? What do you mean?" The girl's expression suddenly turned serious. "I've been observing you for a long time, Zhao Chen. Your company, Xiaolong, has launched many advanced starship technologies in a short period. But I've investigated, and you don't have a large RD team. These technologies all come from you, right?" Zhao Chen watched her warily. "Do you think I'd tell you?" "Of course not," the girl replied straightforwardly, then looked curious. "Are you wondering if I might imprison you or dissect your brain?" Seeing Zhao Chen's expression, the girl made an exaggerated face of disgust. "That's gross. We would never do something like that. Besides, even as mechanoids, we can't extract complete information from a resisting subject." Zhao Chen frowned, unable to decipher the little girl's intentions. "So, what exactly do you want?" "I told you," the girl said, swinging her legs lightly. "I want you to join us. We need your skills and talent." Zhao Chen suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. The scene reminded him of his own attempts to recruit talent in the past. Shaking his head, he refused. "I won't join you." The girl shrugged, seemingly unsurprised. "Well, I figured you'd say that, but I had to ask personally." After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen tentatively asked, "So, can I leave now?" "Of course," the girl yawned. "But we welcome you to change your mind anytime. If you join us, we can help Xiaolong grow, fend off the demon clan, and repel the insectoid invasion." She struck a muscle-flexing pose. "I'm quite capable." As Zhao Qian turned to leave, he couldn't help but consider the tempting offer. "Wait," the girl suddenly called out. "Let's fix your battleship first, especially the communication equipment. You should contact your subordinates soon to prevent any rash actions against the Angel clan. It'll take an hour, but you'll need to notify your crew first." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qian sent an encrypted message to Xue Xiaoxiao and Nancy, allowing the mechanoids to proceed with repairs. "Since we have some time," Zhao Chen turned to the girl. "Was that cosmic storm that hit us you're doing?" The girl shook her head. "No, that was just a coincidence. We did plan to contact you, but we didn't expect such timing. As for deploying so many ships, she winked playfully, you carbon-based life forms can be quite impulsive, so we had to be cautious. Zhao Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he asked, with your advanced technology, why do you need me? The girl fell silent for a moment, her voice lowering. To you, we mechanical beings possess immense intelligence and computational power. We are efficient, free from emotions and physical limitations, and we don't bicker among ourselves. But, she looked Zhao Chen in the eyes, we have a fatal flaw, intelligent mechanical beings, lack creativity. The three great empires are in a state of high tension. The Xiaolong star system of the Starshine Empire is at the forefront, with all fleets of the Xiaolong Legion fully mobilized, and interstellar warships crossing stargates in an orderly manner. This large-scale deployment was anything but secretive, causing interstellar merchants conducting business in the Xiaolong star system to sense something was amiss. They inquired with insiders, but no useful information was forthcoming. Soon, the Xiaolong star system declared a state of emergency, with the order issued by acting Lord Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong's subordinates were shocked upon receiving the order, as it was the first time they had seen a look of panic on the normally stern acting lord's face. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong Legion fleets stationed in the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom were also moving toward the nearest stargates. Princess Blanche immediately sensed something was wrong, as these stargates were under the jurisdiction of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. Through her intelligence network, she learned that the fleet's destination was the Holy Radiance Empire. Two possibilities flashed through Princess Blanche's mind. Was the Holy Radiance Empire about to go to war with the Xiaolong Legion? Or had the permanent level 5 cosmic wormhole in the Holy Radiance Empire gone out of control? She quickly dismissed both theories. The first was illogical because the new empress of the Holy Radiance Empire was supported by the Xiaolong Legion, and the Xiaolong Legion was too powerful to start a war lightly. Even if war were imminent, the Xiaolong Legion, known for its blitzkrieg tactics, would not opt for the less efficient stargates but would instead use T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships. The second theory also didn't hold, as her intelligence agents near the permanent level 5 cosmic wormhole in the Holy Radiance Empire reported everything was normal. This unknown situation made Princess Blanche extremely uneasy. Outside the largest starport in the northern territory of the Holy Radiance Empire, the Xiaolong Legion had already taken control. Commander Charlotte sat in the captain's chair of the flagship, her face grim as she listened to the report. The entire Xiaolong 3rd Legion is in position. The Xiaolong 7th Legion will be in position within half an hour. The home base has arranged for the interstellar supply and transport ships. The Bayan group will also provide us with the necessary support. Beside her, Lilith stood with bloodshot eyes, exuding a murderous aura. Suddenly, a video communication request popped. It was Empress Shenkana of the Holy Radiance Empire. She urgently inquired about Lord Zhao Chen's whereabouts, but Lilith shook her head in response. Shenkana continued to ask if there had been any contact with the accompanying fleet starships, to which Lilith coldly replied, 30 Xiaolong interstellar warships, including over 30 angelic starships, are all out of contact. Shenkana swallowed hard. She had never seen Lilith in such a state, like a demon god ready to erupt at any moment. Upon learning that the Xiaolong Legion was preparing to move all its forces to the angelic clan, Shenkana tried to dissuade them, suggesting that they first send representatives to understand the situation. But Lilith was resolute. The commander went missing on the way to the angelic clan. The angelic clan must give us an explanation. If they can't, we will turn their territory upside down to find our commander. Shenkana realized that if the angelic clan couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, the Xiaolong Legion would likely declare war. Although the angelic clan was strong, the Xiaolong Legion was formidable and could inflict significant damage. Shenkana attempted to calm the situation, stating that if the angelic clan was indeed responsible, the Holy Radiance Empire would stand with the Xiaolong Legion. However, when she met Charlotte's gaze, it felt like plunging into an icy abyss, her eyes filled with killing intent. Lilith gave a terse response and then cut off the communication. Shenkana sat on her throne, looking at her anxious ministers, and said helplessly, Zhao Chen, you better be safe. If something happens to you, it will be complete chaos. Please, let it not be the angelic clan's doing. She knew the extent of the Xiaolong Legion's reverence for Zhao Chen. If anything happened to him, the Xiaolong Legion would stop at nothing to wage a relentless interstellar war against the angelic clan, even if it meant certain death. Meanwhile, Tilia of the angelic clan also learned about the missing Xiaolong fleet. A representative from the Xiaolong Legion, the succubus Ludi, barged into her office, angrily demanding, tell me, does the disappearance of our commander have anything to do with your angelic clan? Tilia responded seriously, Miss Ludi, I can assure you that the disappearance of your Xiaolong lord has nothing to do with us. We have also lost contact with our angelic fleet, and are trying to establish communication. We are very concerned about the safety of your commander. Ludi was not entirely convinced and pointed directly at Tilia. This had better have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I guarantee that your angelic clan will face the wrath of the Xiaolong Legion. At this moment, Zhao Chen had no idea that his disappearance had thrown the outside world into chaos. When the little girl mentioned the word creativity, Zhao Chen was visibly taken aback. Sensing his confusion, the girl continued to explain. Let me give you an example. Suppose our mechanical race was placed in an interstellar era with only conventional engine technology. We might be able to advance starship engine technology to its peak, even surpassing you carbon-based beings in efficiency. But we wouldn't be able to develop more advanced warp drives, let alone space-folding engines. Zhao Chen suddenly understood the limitations of intelligent mechanical life in terms of innovation. He immediately asked, so where did your current technology come from? And you have T5 interstellar battleships, why didn't you use them when attacking the three major empires of the Galactic Union? The little girl blinked mischievously and replied, join us and I'll tell you. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes, now certain that the mechanical race held many secrets. All right, your communication devices are almost fixed. Time for you to go. I'll arrange for a fleet to escort you, the little girl said, waving her hand to signal the end of the conversation. Realizing he wouldn't be able to extract more information, Zhao Chen turned and walked towards the exit. Just before stepping out, he suddenly turned back and asked, can I contact you in the future? Contact me? Why? The little girl asked curiously. In case I change my mind someday and decide to join you, I need a way to reach you, Zhao Chen shrugged. The little girl smiled and made a slight motion in the air. Zhao Chen's handheld device vibrated. I've added a small program to your communication software. Just activate it if you want to contact me. Don't worry, I didn't install any backdoors on your device, the girl said innocently, her legs swinging leisurely on the bench. When Zhao Chen checked his device, he indeed found a program with a cartoon avatar of the little girl, looking like some kind of game. As the grand hall's doors opened, two mechanical maidens stood outside. Zhao Chen retraced his steps back to the shuttle, and within minutes, a transparent glass dome transported him back to the hangar of the Pluto. Inside the hangar, the crew members who had been anxiously awaiting Zhao Chen's return erupted in joy upon seeing him safe and sound. Carry on with your duties, Zhao Chen said, heading straight for the bridge. As soon as he entered the bridge, all eyes turned to him. Shui Xiaoxiao, Secretary Nancy, and his personal guard, Leopard Lady, immediately surrounded him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Commander, are you all right? Did those mechanical beings do anything to you? They asked with concern. I'm fine. Is the Pluto's communication equipment fixed? Zhao Chen inquired. Nancy nodded and replied, the communication equipment has been repaired. With the help of the mechanical repair robots, other faulty modules are expected to be fully restored within an hour. Immediately contact the other missing interstellar warships and also reach out to Charlotte, Zhao Chen ordered. Soon, communication was established with the 30 accompanying Dragon warships. Upon hearing that the commander was safe, the captains all breathed a sigh of relief. Nancy reported to Zhao Chen, according to the information, all the accompanying interstellar warships are accounted for, though their hulls have sustained some damage. All of their communication equipment malfunctioned, and only a few have managed to restore short to medium-range quantum communication. They still can't contact our side or the angel race. Have them send their coordinates. We'll rendezvous with them, Zhao Chen instructed. Shortly after, a video window popped up, revealing the anxious faces of Charlotte and Lilith. Seeing the commander unharmed, the words they had prepared seemed to stick in their throats. All right, I know you were worried. I'm fine. See, how are things on your end? Zhao Chen asked. After calming herself, Lilith briefed Zhao Chen on the current situation. Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead in exasperation, realizing that his brief disappearance had almost sparked a war between the dragon and angel races. Thankfully, things hadn't reached an irreparable stage. Zhao Chen explained that their disappearance was due to a cosmic storm, not an angel conspiracy. Since I'm safe, you can go back to your original positions, he said. Are you still planning to proceed to the angel territory? Charlotte asked worriedly. Since we're already here, we should finish what we came for. Zhao Chen nodded. I'll personally lead a dragon corps to ensure your safety, Charlotte volunteered. Zhao Chen politely declined her offer. Stick to the original plan. Don't worry about me. After finally reassuring the two ladies, the episode came to a close. Under the escort of the mechanical fleet, the Pluto quickly reached the coordinates of the scattered fleet. As he watched the mechanical fleet depart, Zhao Chen immediately ordered, conduct a full data scan of the entire Pluto. Perform a thorough body check on me. Only after confirming there are no issues should we rendezvous with the fleet. Better safe than sorry. About a week later than expected, Zhao Chen finally arrived in the Angel territory. As the first angelic starport came into view, the 30 interstellar warships of the Xiaolong fleet lined up to enter. Unfortunately, the starport lacked the facilities to accommodate the T5 starship, forcing the Mingwang to hover in the docking area while other auxiliary ships handled its resupply and maintenance. Zhao Chen, accompanied by his secretary Nancy, boarded a shuttle to the starport. The moment they stepped onto the deck, they were greeted by a world of pure white. The entire starport, inside and out, was dominated by white hues, evoking a sense of sanctity. Intricate religious motifs adorned the surroundings, enhancing the sacred atmosphere. Commander! Succubus Ludi hurried over to Zhao Chen, her eyes sparkling with delight as she snapped to attention. Good job, Zhao Chen said, patting Ludi on the shoulder. His gaze shifted past her to the neatly assembled ranks of angel warriors. A familiar face stepped out from the formation. Angel Tilia gracefully performed an angelic salute. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our angelic territory. We deeply apologize for the troubles you encountered on your journey. It must have been a frightful experience for you, my lord, she said, her voice filled with remorse. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, Miss Tilia, it's not your fault. No one could have predicted we would encounter such a cosmic disaster. Tilia looked earnest. You are our guests, and your safety is our responsibility. Although it was a cosmic disaster, some blame lies with us. We will cover all the repair costs for your starships as a token of our apology. Seeing how insistent Tilia was, Zhao Chen did not refuse further. Tilia then led Zhao Chen and his entourage on a tour of the starport. While it was neither the largest nor among the top 10 starports of the angelic race, its proximity to the Holy Radiance Empire made it the chosen site for receiving Zhao Chen's delegation. During the tour, Zhao Chen noticed the unique design philosophy of the angelic race. Most striking were the ubiquitous flight windows. Openings in hallways or passages allowed angels to spread their wings and fly directly to their destinations. Though there were hover elevators and flying cars, their usage was minimal, primarily by non-angelic interstellar species. The sight of angels fluttering their white wings was so frequent that Zhao Chen almost felt he had wandered into a mythical paradise. The angels were indeed remarkably attractive, both men and women. Zhao Chen glanced at his reflection and felt a sense of pride. Though the male angels possessed a delicate beauty, it paled in comparison to his innate rugged masculinity, further enhanced by multiple super soldier serum modifications. This is the resting area we prepared for you. Tilia indicated a spacious suite. If your crew needs to rest here, we have staff ready to assist. Over the next few days, I will personally accompany you on a tour of our angelic regions. As Zhao Chen opened the door, he was momentarily stunned. Instead of a standard guest room, it was a miniature resort or park, spanning thousands of square meters with a 10-meter-high ceiling. Grass, fountains, and flowers were scattered throughout, with several standalone houses dotting the landscape. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Miss Tilia, Zhao Chen said sincerely. Please rest here for now. Someone will come to invite you to the welcoming banquet later, Tilia said, then departed with Angel Tabitha. Once inside the suite, Zhao Chen's team closed the door. Secretary Nancy exchanged a knowing glance with the bodyguard leopard woman, who immediately led her team to conduct a thorough security sweep. Despite the low likelihood of surveillance devices, standard safety protocols were followed. Once the area was confirmed secure, Zhao Chen sat down and turned to Succubus Ludi. Let's talk about what you've learned here. Tilia had likely left this rest period to confer with Tabitha about the information they had gathered on the Xiaolong fleet, which would shape their subsequent diplomatic stance. Ludi began her detailed report on the angelic territory, while Secretary Nancy diligently took notes. The angelic realm covered an area equivalent to 2 Starshine empires, but recent defeats and conflicts with the demons had resulted in significant territorial losses. The demonic territory was twice that of the angels, but mostly consisted of medium to low-quality star regions. In terms of population, the demons outnumbered the angels by nearly 100-fold. The governance structures of the two races also differed. The demons operated more like a federation of hundreds of interstellar species, while the angels maintained a hierarchical system, offering protection to willing interstellar civilizations. The angels allowed their protected entities to exist in any form, including establishing interstellar kingdoms, but imposed strict limits on their military capabilities. Within the angelic territory, angels themselves made up less than 1/10th of the population, with the majority being other interstellar species. Angels had low reproductive rates but long lifespans, averaging 500 years. Although technology could extend their lives to 1,000 years, angels had a particular aversion to technological modifications, viewing the natural cycle of life and death as an inviolable order. The angelic race, a civilization with a long history and advanced technology, stands at the forefront of interstellar fleet technology. They have mastered the construction of 2 types of T5-class starships and are rumored to be secretly developing new T5-class starships. Their society is strictly hierarchical, ruled by 3 angel kings whose power sits at the pinnacle of a pyramid, overseeing the entire angelic civilization. Below the angel kings are 6 angel guards, with each king selecting 2 high-ranking angels to serve as their closest aides. Further down the hierarchy are the high, middle, and low-ranking angels. This rigid structure is like a towering ladder, with each rung clearly defined and insurmountable. The angelic race practices a system where every citizen is a soldier. Every adult angel must serve as an interstellar warrior. However, the concept of warrior in the angelic race is broader, encompassing not just those who engage in direct combat, but also those involved in scientific research, technological development, interstellar industry, and trade. They all consider themselves warriors of the angelic race, embodying the unity and strength of their people. Zhao Chen was listening intently to the succubus Ludi when a startling piece of information was revealed. Talia was one of the angel guards. This position placed her nearly at the top of the angelic power hierarchy, as one of the 6 angel guards. More specifically, she was a confidant of the sacred angel, Angelia, with the authority to command an entire angelic legion. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Chen asked, "How many fleets does the angelic race have? What is the scale and structure of their fleets?" Ludi explained, "The angelic race has 23 angelic legions, 3 of which are the personal guards of the angel kings. The remaining 20 legions are led by high-ranking angels, with each angel guard commanding 1 legion. Each legion is composed of multiple independent fleets, with a standard fleet comprising 3,000 warships. However, the size of the legions varies. The largest has nearly 200,000 warships, even surpassing the size of the Angel King's legions, while the smallest may have only 10,000 warships, made up of just a few fleets." Zhao Chen was visibly surprised. This kind of deployment either indicated a chaotic military system or that each legion had its unique developmental trajectory. Considering the angelic race's long-standing dominance over the demonic race, the latter seemed more likely. So, how many interstellar warships does the angelic race have in total? How many of them are T5 class? Zhao Chen continued to inquire. Ludi responded, "The total number of warships is estimated to be between 2 and 3 million. As for T5 class warships, the exact number is highly classified, but I would estimate there are at least 100. Each angelic legion has at least 1 to 3 T5 class warships serving as flagships or secondary flagships." The numbers were staggering but made sense. The angelic race had managed to resist the demonic race, which possessed vast fleets and malevolent starship technology, thanks to their formidable military strength. Ludi then shared more intelligence she had gathered. Despite their strength, the angelic race was currently being suppressed by the demonic race. Without a breakthrough strategy, their disadvantage would become increasingly apparent, potentially leading to their eventual downfall. This precarious situation was causing instability within their ruling system. Meanwhile, Angel Talia was receiving a report from Angel Tabitha about the Xiaolong. "So, you believe the Xiaolong have great potential? And if we don't form an alliance with them, they could become a threat?" Talia asked, her tone tinged with doubt. Angel Tabitha nodded solemnly, "Yes. If we don't ally with the Xiaolong, we might coexist peacefully as long as there are no conflicts of interest. But if any disputes arise, the consequences could be dire. The Xiaolong's development over the past 5 years shows that any adversary attempting to obstruct, interfere, or invade them has met a grim fate." She continued, "The region of the former Galactic Alliance is now under Xiaolong control. They have established the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group, which, on the surface, appears to be an interstellar trade organization but has infiltrated the foundations of 3 empires. Given time, it will become an even more formidable entity than the original Galactic Alliance. Their military strength is also not to be underestimated," Tabitha added gravely. "Recently, they ambushed a fleet of 300,000 Red Demon soldiers, losing only 10,000 ships while annihilating the enemy and destroying 2 T5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. Although the Red Demon Legion isn't the strongest among the demonic race, if we faced such a fleet, what price would we have to pay to win?" Tabitha's tone grew more earnest. "My lord, we must handle our relationship with the Xiaolong carefully. Given the current situation of the angelic race, forming an alliance is the best option. Even if we can't ally with them, we must not become their enemy." Talia fell into deep thought, then waved her hand. "I understand. You may go now. Record all the intelligence and your personal recommendations. I will report them shortly." "Yes," Angel Tabitha replied, leaving the room. She knew she had fulfilled her duty, and the next steps depended on the higher-ups. After Tabitha left, Talia paced the room, pondering for a long time. Finally, she sent a communication request. Soon, a holographic projection appeared before Hera's stunning angel with pure white skin and feathers, golden eyes. Although Talia's appearance was equally striking, the aura of the figure before her was vastly different. Talia knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "My Lord Angel King, I have important matters regarding the Xiaolong to report." Over the next 5 days, Zhao Chen toured various star regions of the Angel Clan, guided by the Angel Tilian. The level of development within the Angel Clan left Zhao Chen deeply impressed, making the original 3 empires of the Galactic Alliance seem quite backward in comparison. "Mr. Zhao Chen, what do you think of our Angel Clan?" Tilian's tone had become more familiar over the days they spent together. Zhao Chen nodded and genuinely praised, "Very impressive. The level of development is extremely high. No wonder your Angel Clan is such a powerful presence in this universe." Tillian's eyes showed a hint of helplessness as she softly replied, "Perhaps we were once the most powerful in this universe. But now, the invasion by the demon clan has put us in an unprecedented crisis. That's why we need to cooperate." Zhao Chen responded with a serious expression, "I hope for the same. But this decision is not mine to make." Tillian continued, "Tomorrow, I will take you to the sacred hall of the Holy Angel King. There, you will meet with the other two Angel Kings to finalize the alliance cooperation." She looked at Zhao Chen and candidly said, "To be honest, I am not optimistic. Compared to the Angel clan, your Xiaolong is quite insignificant. It will be hard to establish an equal alliance." The implication in Tillian's words was clear: forming an equal alliance would be difficult, but a subordinate relationship might have a higher chance of success. Zhao Chen confidently replied, "You needn't worry about that, Miss Tillian. I am confident that the value of Xiaolong will convince your three Angel Kings." Tillian said no more. Zhao Chen then asked, "What is your view on the mechanical clan?" Tillian's eyes immediately showed hostility. "Heretics, evil heretics. Even more evil than the demon clan. If it weren't for the attacks by the mechanical clan during this thousand-year war, we might have already eradicated the demon clan and wouldn't be in this situation." "And what about the strength of the mechanical clan?" Zhao Chen pressed. Despite her hostility, Tillian gave an objective assessment. "They are very strong and mysterious, surpassing our Angel clan. But they haven't reached a level that we can't handle." "Have they used T5 class starships in battles against you?" Zhao Chen continued his inquiry. "Of course," Tillian answered directly. Zhao Chen's eyes slightly widened. He had anticipated this answer, but getting confirmation made him even more curious about the mechanical clan. They clearly had T5 starships and used them against the Angel clan. So why hadn't they appeared in battles against the three empires of the Galactic Alliance? It didn't make sense. "Do you have any related data? May I look at it?" Zhao Chen asked. Tillian raised her hand and opened a file, projecting a hologram of a starship. It was a fully black ship with a strong mechanical design. "This is the only known T5 class starship of the mechanical clan, called the T5 Steelclaw class Heavy Star Destroyer," Tillian explained. "Its combat power is not as strong as our T5 starships, but they have many of them. As far as we know, the mechanical clan has at least 300 of these ships, and over 50 have been destroyed according to our records. No one knows exactly how many of these damn things they have." Zhao Chen carefully observed the T5 Steelclaw class Heavy Star Destroyer. He recalled the other mechanical clan starships he had seen before, especially those he had identified as T5. Indeed, among them was the T5 Steelclaw class Heavy Star Destroyer. But the question remained, why had these ships not appeared in battles against the Galactic Alliance or the Angel clan? The mystery surrounding the mechanical clan deepened. "All right, I need to prepare for today's meeting. I'll come to get you later," Tillian said as she departed. Zhao Chen waited in anticipation of the next day's meeting with the three Angel Kings. The next day, Tillian brought Zhao Chen to a star region. There, Zhao Chen saw a breathtaking sight: not a planet, but a massive mountain floating in space. The entire mountain seemed to be encased in a transparent glass dome, suspended in the void. The mountain's surface glowed with countless light points, exuding a holy and pure aura. "This is our Angel Sacred Mountain, also known as the Holy Mountain," Tillian explained. "There are three of them, each corresponding to one of the three Angel Kings." Zhao Chen and Tillian boarded a shuttle heading towards the Holy Mountain. Along the way, Zhao Chen noticed something and asked, "Is this Holy Mountain also a starship?" Tillian looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. "I had heard you were a starship engineer. I didn't expect you to recognize it after just a few glances." She turned to the Holy Mountain, a proud expression on her face. "Yes, it is a starship. It's the pinnacle of the Angel clan's technology, incorporating a lot of T5 level technology. Although it has no weapon modules, it can perform space jumps. These three holy mountains are symbols of faith for our Angel clan." Mobile palaces. Zhao Chen noticed that no starships were allowed to approach the Holy Mountain, indicating a restricted zone. Entry was only possible via shuttle, with all starships having to dock at a certain distance. This was to protect the Holy Mountain's safety. Outside the restricted zone, Angel clan starships patrolled, their hulls adorned with golden angelic patterns, distinct from other Angel clan fleet insignias. Zhao Chen deduced that these were likely the personal guard of the Angel Kings. Soon, Zhao Chen and Tillian's shuttle entered the Holy Mountain's range and landed at the base's docking area. Zhao Chen looked up at the mountain's peak, roughly estimating its height to be at least 100,000 meters. According to the Holy Mountain's rules, no flying vehicles can land anywhere but the base. "We need to take the hover elevator up," Tillian explained to Zhao Chen. Accepting the situation, Zhao Chen followed Tillian onto the hover elevator. Despite the Holy Mountain's towering height of 100,000 meters, the high-speed elevator reached the top in just a minute. Standing at the peak, Zhao Chen gazed at the enormous, majestic, and sacred palace before him, feeling a profound sense of awe. Zhao Chen quickly discovered the reason for the serene feeling this palace evoked. His gaze fell upon the pure white walls, and he realized that the sanctuary was built using a rare mineral. Tilia explained that this mineral had magical properties that greatly enhanced one's mental state. Her eyes shone with a pilgrim's reverence as she gazed at the open doors. Before entering the sanctuary, Tilia signaled Zhao Chen to wait. She stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and solemnly declared, "Angel guard Tilia, entrusted with bringing the Lord of Xiaolong for an audience." A melodious female voice echoed from within the palace, "Enter." Tilia stood up, stepped aside, and made a gesture of invitation. Zhao Chen stepped forward, with Tilia following closely behind. As Zhao Chen entered the palace, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The entire space was predominantly white, accented with golden patterns. White pearls, walls, and angel statues were omnipresent. At the far end, 3 pure white thrones stood atop a staircase. 2 were unoccupied, while a woman sat on the central throne. Zhao Chen's eyes were immediately drawn to this woman. She was the Angel Queen, with a jade-like beauty and an ethereal aura. Her pure white wings were folded behind her, giving her an otherworldly presence. Dressed in a simple white gown with no makeup, she exuded an untouchable, sacred aura. As Zhao Chen looked into her eyes, he felt as if he were gazing into a boundless starry ocean, impossible to fathom. Tilia softly introduced, "This is our holy Angel Queen, Lady Angelia." Zhao Chen noticed that the other 2 empty thrones were different. One was carved with a sword and shield, while the other featured a book and scales. Just as he pondered their significance, 2 beams of light descended, illuminating the thrones. Suddenly, a male and a female angel appeared on either side of Angelia. Tilia immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings to the Angel King of War, Lord Valles, and the Angel King of Judgment, Lady Reina." Zhao Chen speculated that this was likely a holographic projection. He carefully observed the 2 angel kings. The Angel King of War, Valles, sat on the throne adorned with the sword and shield. Despite his delicate appearance, typical of male angels, his proud and cold eyes revealed the scars of countless interstellar battles. The Angel King of Judgment, Reina, sat on the throne with the book and scales. Her eyes were wrapped in white cloth, giving her a mysterious aura, yet her presence felt unexpectedly subdued. Zhao Chen calmly replied, "Yes." Valles sneered, "You seek an alliance with us?" "That's correct," Zhao Chen stated directly. Valles smirked disdainfully. "Do you know that in our great angelic history, we have never allied with any interstellar civilization or race? They are only permitted to join us." Zhao Chen retorted without hesitation, "It's a pity that your great angelic history is now teetering on the brink, soon to be utterly destroyed by the demon race." Surprisingly, Valles did not become angry but instead laughed. "Indeed, our current situation with the demon race is dire. But I've heard that your side is also under threat from the demon race. It seems to me that you're here not to form an alliance, but to seek our protection." Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "If that's how you see it, then it appears you have no interest in our proposed alliance. In that case, there's no need for me to waste any more of your time. Farewell." With that, Zhao Chen turned decisively and began walking out of the sanctuary, maintaining a calm exterior while internally shouting, "Call me. Stop me. Why aren't you stopping me?" Just then, a gentle female voice called out, "Wait." This voice was like a spring breeze, and Zhao Chen was certain it was Angelia speaking. He stopped, turned around gracefully, and looked at Angelia sitting on the central throne, asking, "Is there something else?" Angelia spoke softly, "Valles' words may have been inappropriate earlier, and I apologize on his behalf. However, if we are to truly cooperate, we need to see the value in this partnership." Zhao Chen glanced at the silent Valles before explaining, "To my knowledge, the demon race is putting immense pressure on you, causing your angelic frontline fleet to lose at least 100,000 starships each month. Although your military industry is strong, it can currently only cover half of this monthly loss. At this rate, your forces will collapse within 6 months." Seeing that none of the Angel Kings interrupted, Zhao Chen continued, "What if I told you that the Xiaolong are willing to produce these starships for you? Would this value be sufficient to establish an equal alliance between us? Outsourcing the production of starships?" Hearing such a suggestion, the Angel Tilia, standing behind Zhao Chen, was momentarily stunned. The War Angel King on the throne narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You want to produce starships for us? If I remember correctly, your Xiaolong fleet has only a little over 30,000 active starships. How much industrial capacity do you have? How many can you produce in a month?" Zhao Chen remained unfazed, looking directly into the War Angel King's eyes. "It's true that the Xiaolong Legion has only a bit over 30,000 active starships, but that doesn't mean our industrial capacity is lacking." The Judgment Angel King's cold voice interrupted them. "Words are not enough. How will you prove you can produce for us?" More importantly, why should we trust you with our starship blueprints? Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. You're right. Words alone aren't enough. How about a test? You can place an order with us now, say, 1,000 of a certain type of angelic starship. The Xiaolong Legion guarantees completion within the agreed time frame. He continued. As for the confidentiality of the technical blueprints, the solution is simple. You only need to provide 90 of the non-core technology. We will handle the production of these 90 components and then deliver them to you. The remaining core parts can be completed by your side. This way, it will save you a significant amount of time compared to producing them entirely on your own. As Zhao Chen finished speaking, the three Angel Kings fell into deep thought. They realized that this proposal could indeed drastically shorten the production cycle of starships. Given the urgent need for warships, they were willing to accept it even if the costs tripled or quadrupled. The War Angel King still had reservations. Can you really produce starships for our angelic fleet? Zhao Chun was confident. Why not give it a try? The Holy Angel King spoke gently. Tilia, please escort Mr. Zhao to rest and show him around Mount Sacred. After leaving the hall, Tilia asked curiously, I didn't expect you to propose such terms. But producing our angelic starships is highly challenging. Zhao Chen smiled. Once you see the angelic starships we produce, you'll understand that this is a win-win collaboration. Shortly after, Zhao Chun received a response from the angelic faction. In the now empty hall, the Holy Angel King softly said, We've decided to give you this opportunity. We'll provide the blueprints for AT-3 Radiance-class medium star destroyer, minus the core technology. You need to deliver the components for 10,000 units within a month. Zhao Chen quickly sensed the angel's caution and asked, How will the cost of this order be calculated? Tilia intervened quickly. Our T3 Radiance-class medium star destroyer costs around 30 million star coins per unit. Excluding the core modules, it's about 20 million star coins. What do you think is a fair price, Lord? Zhao Chen raised one finger. Tilia misunderstood and was surprised. 40 million star coins? No, 10 times that. 200 million star coins per unit. Zhao Chen corrected. Seeing Tilia's shocked expression, Zhao Chen explained, considering the angelic faction's urgent needs and the transportation costs we will bear, this price reflects our sincerity. Keep in mind, we usually make a 30-fold profit selling our own starships. The Holy Angel King gazed at Zhao Chen. Are you certain you can deliver 10,000 T3 Radiance-class medium star destroyers within a month? Zhao Chen answered without hesitation. Absolutely, without a doubt. After concluding their visit to the Angel Tribe, Zhao Chen and his team prepared to return to the Xiaolong Galaxy. On board the Pluto, Xue Xiaoxiao was flipping through the newly acquired data, her brow furrowed. 2 billion star coins per ship? That's just 10 times the profit, which seems too little. Why not directly sell them our interstellar battleships? She looked up at Commander Zhao Chen, who was focused on analyzing the technical schematics of the Angel Tribe's T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer. Zhao Chen glanced up and responded, If your own forces are strong and your fleet already forms a cohesive system, would you accept someone suddenly selling you their interstellar battleships? Especially when there's been no prior cooperation between the two parties? Xue Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and shook her head. No. Zhao Chen nodded and continued. In the future, we will definitely sell our Xiaolong interstellar battleships to the Angel Tribe. But first, we need to earn the trust of this behemoth. Also, who said our profit is only tenfold? He smiled slightly. Xue Xiaoxiao was taken aback and pointed to the data in her hand. Doesn't it say here that the procurement price for this interstellar battleship is 30 million star coins? And even excluding their confidential core modules, it still costs 20 million star coins? Nancy, the secretary, interjected at the right moment. The Angel Tribe gave us the procurement cost, not the actual construction cost. Xue Xiaoxiao didn't immediately grasp the point. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Did you stuff your brain into the main cannon of an interstellar battleship at Northern Star Academy? Xue Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, and Zhao Chen, uninterested in further explanation, focused back on the technical schematics. Nancy took over and explained in detail the difference between the Angel Tribe's procurement cost and the actual construction cost, as well as the self-sufficiency advantage of the Xiaolong Galaxy. So, how much would it cost us to produce this interstellar battleship? Xue Xiaoxiao asked curiously. 5 million star coins, Zhao Chen calmly stated. Xue Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she quickly calculated. If we deliver at 2 billion star coins, that's nearly 40 times the profit. Zhao Chen sneered and pointed to the technical data. Those guys were saying how sophisticated the Angel Tribe's interstellar battleship technology is. But now that I look at it, it's nothing special compared to our Xiaolong interstellar battleships. Our technology is far superior. He continued to analyze. This T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer is on par with the T3 Flame Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer I used to fool Old Man Chu. I suspect the Angel Tribe's military-industrial production system is quite backward. The same components can be produced by our Xiaolong military industry in less time and with less material waste. That's where the profit comes from. Zhao Chen added with a cold smile. Those three Angel Kings haven't truly acknowledged our Xiaolong yet, especially the War Angel King. Frankly, I don't care about them either. But they have money. He recalled the previous investigation report by the succubus Tina, confirming that the Angel tribe was indeed extremely wealthy. Now, under the attack of the Demon tribe, they couldn't even spend their money. Despite the arrogant attitude of the three Angel Kings on Holy Mountain, especially the War Angel King, Zhao Chen remained amiable. To him, they weren't just haughty Angel Kings but adorable cash cows. We're providing these interstellar battleships to the Angel tribe so they can fight the Demon tribe on the front lines. This reduces our own casualties, helps divert the Demon tribe's attention, and earns us funds from the Angel tribe. It's a win-win-win situation. Zhao Chen showed a cunning smile. Xiaolong was currently in dire need of funds, and with the Angel tribe as a wealthy patron, Zhao Chen wouldn't miss this chance to profit. As for fulfilling the order of 10,000 interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen had already calculated that it would take just the production capacity of 500 T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships to complete this within a month. Currently, the Bayan Group alone had 2,000 T3 furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. This meant Zhao Chen could complete the production task without even tapping into Xiaolong's military-industrial resources. By doing so, he could not only form an alliance with the Angel tribe, but also directly gain nearly 2 trillion star coins in revenue. Indeed, nothing is more profitable than selling arms. When Zhao Chen returned to the Sacred Radiance Empire spaceport, January was nearly over. From a distance, he could see a fleet of Xiaolong interstellar warships already waiting. A shuttle smoothly detached from one of the ships and directly entered the hangar of the Pluto, a privilege few in the Xiaolong Legion enjoyed. Before long, Zhao Chen noticed the bridge door slide open, and a white figure darted out like an arrow. In the next second, he felt a firm but soft impact on his chest. If he weren't in peak physical condition, that collision could have seriously injured an ordinary person. I'm fine, aren't I? Why did you all come here specially? Zhao Chen looked down at Charlotte in his arms, then glanced up at Lilith, who was entering the bridge at a leisurely pace. Charlotte glared at Zhao Chen. We came to see if you lost an arm or a leg. Realizing the other's gazes, she reluctantly stepped back from Zhao Chen. Lilith approached, examining Zhao Chen closely, as if finally relieved of a heavy burden. It's good to have you back safely. Be extremely careful on your next mission, she cautioned. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. I mean, running into a cosmic disaster that happens once in hundreds of thousands of years, what could I do? Lilith rolled her eyes and changed the subject. I heard the meeting with the Angel clan went well. Zhao Chen nodded and pulled a data drive from his pocket. This contains 90 of the technical schematics for the Angel clan's T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer. I negotiated with the three Angel Kings. If Xiaolong can supply parts for 10,000 of these destroyers within a month, we can form an alliance with the Angel clan. Furthermore, we will be contracted to produce a large number of interstellar warships for them. Lilith frowned slightly. Our own production tasks are already overwhelming. Building another 10,000 interstellar warships for the Angel clan. I've done the math. The order costs us 50 billion star coins, but it's worth 2 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen's words immediately changed Lilith's expression to one of seriousness. This military contract is something we can definitely handle. Even after deducting shipping and other costs, Xiaolong will net at least 1.9 trillion star coins. That's almost 2 months' revenue for the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Corporation. Get in touch with Li Wei from Bayan Group and hand over the technical data to him. Tell him to complete it in 20 days. Then contact Chief Engineer Annie for me, Zhao Chen instructed. Lilith hesitated. Commander, although Chief Engineer Annie is incredibly talented, she's been stretched very thin with all the work. Even the best sheep can't be oversheared. It's just a small task. If necessary, have Chief Engineer Nana assist her, Zhao Chen replied, knowing Annie's limits well. At this moment, Charlotte spoke up with a serious expression. We have an urgent situation. 5 days ago, Marshal Red Devil led his Red Devil Legion with 600,000 interstellar warships, along with 200,000 warships each from the Ghoul Legion and the Balam Legion, forming a million-strong Demon Legion expeditionary fleet. They are on their way to launch a new offensive against us. Zhao Chen's face darkened upon hearing the news. Because he had been in warp speed travel, he hadn't received this information immediately. He realized Charlotte and Lilith were here partly out of concern for him and partly because of this emergency. He paused and asked, do we know the current location of their Demon Legion expeditionary fleet? Charlotte quickly pulled up a star map, revealing the Demon's path. This time is different from before. The Demon Legion is more cautious due to their previous losses, making their progress slower. This has allowed our T4 Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to shadow them. Over the past 5 days, they've only covered less than a tenth of the Demon's path. With potential long pauses for rest, they are not expected to reach us until mid-April, around 2 months from now. Mid-April. We have some time, but this puts immense pressure on Xiaolong. 1 million interstellar warships. Marshal Red Devil is really going all out this time. Zhao Chen mused. Charlotte, what do you think our chances are if we rely solely on Xiaolong? Charlotte paused to think, then replied solemnly, less than 30, and it would be a Pyrrhic victory. 30%. A Pyrrhic victory? This was not the outcome Zhao Chen desired. He scratched his head in frustration. Among their million warships, we know there are nearly 10 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. While Xiaolong's T-5 warship production plan can match theirs, the issue is the fleet size. Charlotte shook her head helplessly. By mid-April, Xiaolong's fleet will barely reach over 50,000 warships. The numerical gap is 20 times larger than in the previous battle, doubling the difference. This isn't just a simple addition. Lilith added, if the Demon Legion were delayed by a few months, our T-5 Galactic-class large interstellar industrial base could handle the production tasks, and the situation wouldn't be this dire. It seems we can't rely solely on ourselves. We need outside help, Zhao Chen muttered. And who better for this role than the Angel Clan? If they form an alliance, the Angel Clan wouldn't abandon their ally. Sending reinforcements would be a given. Of course, all this hinged on successfully forming an alliance with the Angel Clan. This alliance had to be foolproof. In mid-March of Galactic Year 3035, the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group seemed to be experiencing a brief period of calm. However, beneath this tranquility, there was a flurry of activity. Interstellar transport ships were bustling back and forth, and the traffic of interstellar battleships in the Xiaolong system was steadily increasing. In the newly planned 10 sectors of the Xiaolong 15-star region, significant resource mining areas were undergoing dramatic changes at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, the construction of the Xiaolong military base, the front line against the demon tribe's threats, was also accelerating. Upon learning of this, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom extended its support, providing various forms of assistance for the base's construction. At the core of the Xiaolong system's interstellar industrial zone, a massive interstellar base stood tall. Its brand new facade indicated that it had just been completed, yet it was already fully operational. Transport ships continuously delivered raw materials, starships were being assembled in the dockyards, and nearby production lines were busy manufacturing modules and components needed for the warships. The sheer scale of this base made the industrial fleet of T-4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships in the distance seem insignificant. This was the first T-5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base to enter service. T-5 Galaxy Base 1, completed over a month ahead of schedule. Zhao Chen, accompanied by Chief Engineer Nana, inspected this super starship factory. His gaze was drawn to a massive dock frame in the distance, where the silhouette of an interstellar battleship was beginning to take shape. Is that the T-5 Dragon Emperor interstellar command ship? Zhao Chen asked, pointing. Chief Engineer Nana nodded in confirmation and proceeded to explain the construction plans for the 3 types of T-5 interstellar battleships. To meet Zhao Chen's deadline for delivery by the end of March, they divided the construction plan into 2 phases. The first phase was undertaken by the T-4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, and once T-5 Galaxy Base 1 was completed, the semi-finished framework would be transferred there for further construction. Zhao Chen expressed his satisfaction with this arrangement and praised the team's perseverance in overcoming challenges. He reminded Chief Engineer Nana that, given the threat from the Demon Tribe, their upcoming tasks would be even more demanding, and there was a significant shortfall in the supply of interstellar warships. Chief Engineer Nana solemnly promised that they would supply the Xiaolong Legion with the highest number of interstellar warships in the shortest time possible, vowing to contribute their utmost to the Xiaolong Legion. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed a small figure busily working in a large control room in the distance. To his surprise, it was Annie. Nana explained that Annie had played a crucial role in the early completion of T-5 Galaxy Base 1. It turned out that Nana had described to Annie the horrifying consequences of a potential demon tribe invasion, the loss of the Eden ship, the Lord planets, and even enslavement. This sparked a sense of urgency in Annie, driving her to work with unprecedented fervor, even cutting down her meal times to gain an extra minute of work. Zhao Chen silently admired Nana's professional prowess and then inquired about the progress of a special task he had previously assigned. Nana confirmed that the task was completed but expressed curiosity about its purpose. Zhao Chen explained that it was their calling card to address the resource shortages faced by the Xiaolong Legion due to large-scale expansion. Before departing, Zhao Chen mentioned that he would soon be heading to the Angel Tribe and hoped to see the completion of the 3 T-5 interstellar battleships upon his return. Nana confidently assured him of this. In the distant control room, Annie continued her frantic work, muttering to herself, "Damn demon tribe. You won't take Annie's Eden. You won't take Annie's Lord planets. You won't take Annie's food. You bad guys. Just wait until you see the interstellar battleships Annie builds. I'll crush you. I'll ram you." The Angelic clan is currently facing a dire situation. The demonic clan's attacks are becoming increasingly fierce, with 2 key strategic locations lost and nearly 300,000 interstellar warships destroyed within just 2 months. Tilia, an angel, stood before the Holy Angel King, reporting the grim state of affairs. Our military industry can barely replenish 100,000 warships, Tilia said with a note of helplessness in her voice. Although we've destroyed nearly 500,000 of the demonic clan's warships, their production rate far exceeds ours. Worse still, ever since they acquired that sinister technology, the combat effectiveness of their warships has significantly increased. Standing nearby, Angel Guard Susan frowned and added, in the past, our battle loss ratio against the demonic clan was often 5-1, sometimes even higher. Recently, this ratio has plummeted. It's now less than 2-1. The Holy Angel King showed a worried expression and sighed softly. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Tilia's eyes. Your Majesty, we still have a ray of hope. You mean the Xiaolong? Susan interrupted coldly. Are you really pinning your hopes on them? Even if they have the capability to produce T3 Glimmer-class medium interstellar destroyers, it would take time to absorb our technology and establish a production line. There's no way they can produce 10,000 ships in just 1 month. Tilia retorted. You must have seen the Xiaolong's data. They have developed rapidly and even possess several T5 interstellar warships. Commander Zhao Chen wouldn't have taken the order if he wasn't confident he could fulfill it. As the two angels continued to argue, the Holy Angel King raised a hand to stop them. Regardless, if they can complete even half the order, it will exceed our expectations. It was the Judgment Angel King who suggested we raise the requirements to leave room for future negotiations. At that moment, Tilia's communication device suddenly buzzed. After quickly scanning the message, she announced excitedly, it's a message from the Xiaolong leader. They have brought the goods as requested and are about to arrive at our starport, requesting immediate docking for delivery. Susan was incredulous. They really completed the order? 10,000 T3 Glimmer-class medium interstellar destroyers? If the quality doesn't meet the standard, it doesn't count. Tilia glared at Susan. Please, stop being so prejudiced against the Xiaolong. Is it appropriate to judge without even seeing the goods? As the two were about to argue again, the Holy Angel King stood up and said, Enough. We'll know once we inspect them ourselves. Tilia, get ready, and notify the other two Angel Kings. Your Majesty, you're going in person? Susan asked in surprise. The Angel King responded sternly, Susan, excessive arrogance is not a virtue. This matter is crucial for us. If the Xiaolong can deliver on time, it will prove their capability. With their support, continuously supplying us with warships, it might change our precarious situation. What's wrong with me going personally for something this important? With that, the Holy Angel King strode out of the temple. Susan, having subdued her arrogance, followed silently. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong fleet once again visited the angelic border starport. This time, the scale was far greater than before, with thousands of interstellar transport ships majestically arriving, creating a spectacular scene. This quantity was unprecedented for the starport, leaving everyone in awe. In the space outside the starport, thousands of interstellar transport ships hovered in groups, creating a breathtaking scene. This massive fleet far exceeded the starport's capacity, raising numerous questions. What is that fleet's emblem? I've never seen it before, an observer exclaimed. Look over there. That T4 class interstellar transport ship is even bigger than ours. Another person pointed out in astonishment. Every vantage point within the starport was packed with people, all drawn by the sheer number of ships. What was even more shocking was that the entire fleet consisted solely of T3 and T4 class interstellar transport ships. This unusual situation also puzzled the starport's highest administrator. As he wondered how to respond, an urgent notification arrived. The starport was to immediately enter emergency control mode. All navigable starships were to leave within a limited time, and any requests from the incoming Xiaolong fleet were to be met. The notification also mentioned that the Holy Angel King was about to arrive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the starport administrator swiftly began making arrangements to accommodate the Xiaolong fleet to the highest standards. He personally contacted them to inquire about their needs. Just prepare energy supplies and don't disturb us, came the straightforward reply. Shortly after, the fleet of the Holy Angel King arrived, with 3,000 interstellar warships advancing in a grand procession. From afar, Angel Tilia could see the massive transport fleet, roughly estimating 5,000 to 6,000 ships, with about a fifth being T4 class. The sight filled her with excitement. Angel Guard Susan observed the scene with a furrowed brow, still harboring doubts. Soon, under Tilia's direction, a video window opened, revealing a man seated on a sofa. As promised, I've brought the order of 10,000 T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyers, Zhao Chen said with a smile. The three angels were momentarily speechless, clearly still in shock. Noticing their reaction, Zhao Chen added, You can send someone to inspect the goods. Allow me to go. Angel Guard Susan immediately volunteered, eager to verify the unbelievable news herself. After receiving approval, Susan promptly went to inspect. Meanwhile, Lilith inquired about the payment. which was to be in raw materials worth 2 trillion star coins. Tilia and the Holy Angel King then realized an awkward fact. They hadn't prepared the payment yet. Tilia hastily explained, "We have the materials ready, but we didn't expect you to fulfill the order so quickly. The raw materials are being dispatched and will arrive within 2 days." Zhao Chen eased the tension, "We understand, but by protocol, we must exchange goods and payment simultaneously. However, we can allow you to inspect the goods first." As time ticked by, Susan's return was delayed. An hour later, Tilia finally contacted her. On the video screen, Susan's expression was dazed, as if she had witnessed something incredible. "Susan, how was the inspection?" the Holy Angel King inquired. Susan swallowed hard, her voice trembling. I inspected 36 transport ships. The quality of the T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer modules and components is flawless. In fact, they surpass those produced by our own race." Hearing this evaluation, both the Holy Angel King and Tilia were visibly astonished. For Susan, with her prideful nature, to give such a commendation indicated just how impressive she found the sight. They could even imagine Susan frantically inspecting the ships over the past hour. In the cargo hold of the T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship, Angel Tilian's gaze swept over the neatly arranged T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer modules. Standing beside her, Zhao Chen introduced, "Here are all the components for 10,000 T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyers. Based on our calculations, it would take about 10 days to produce the core parts and assemble them in your factory. Of course, this doesn't include transportation time." Angel Tilian's mouth slightly parted, her shock evident. Nearby, Angel Susan put away her previous arrogance, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. The Seraph King stared at Zhao Chen and asked, "Lord Xiaolong, your industrial capabilities are astounding. How do you manage to produce so many high-quality T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyers in such a short time?" Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "If you have the time, we would be delighted to welcome you to visit the Xiaolong star system. I would be more than happy to show our home to our friends. There, you will find your answer." Though he knew well that a Seraph King was unlikely to risk traveling to the Xiaolong star system, especially with the ongoing conflict between the angels and the demons, the Seraph King politely nodded in gratitude, though it was clearly a formality. Angel Susan shifted the topic, asking curiously, "Did you also build this interstellar transport ship yourselves?" Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively, "Yes, this is a T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship. We also have several T3 White Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ships. This military purchase order relies entirely on them." He then turned his gaze to the Seraph King. "In fact, if we could establish a long-term cooperative relationship, I have 2 suggestions that might significantly enhance supply efficiency and increase the number of warships on the front line." With the Seraph King's permission, Zhao Chen proposed his first suggestion: "We could establish a dedicated Stargate route between our territories, significantly reducing the round-trip transportation time." The Seraph King frowned and said, "Your suggestion is good, but the route between us is very unstable due to the nearby cosmic disaster zone. Stargate travel through subspace poses too great a risk." Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Then we can place the Stargates slightly away from that area, for example, within the territory of the mechanoids." While this proposal avoided the instability of the space, the Seraph King still had concerns. The threat from the mechanoids remains. Although they have withdrawn and ceased military actions in recent years, who knows when they might return? Zhao Chen responded directly, "All construction and maintenance of the Stargates would be handled by us, the Xiaolong. We only need your side to provide a construction site within your territory, allow us to lease it long-term for free, and let us have full control. If any accidents occur, we will bear all the losses." The 3 angels were stunned by this request. It offered them significant benefits, but allowing the Xiaolong to build and control a Stargate within their territory was extremely risky from a military standpoint. The Seraph King cautiously responded, "We need to consider this proposal carefully." Zhao Chen nodded in understanding and didn't press further. Then, with a hint of a mysterious smile, he invited the 3 to the hangar. For the second suggestion, "I might need you to come with me for a bit." As they walked to the hangar, Angel Susan asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" Zhao Chen pointed outside the hangar, where a T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer was docked. The 3 angels were visibly surprised. The warship was hovering in the middle of the interstellar transport fleet, and due to the fleet's massive size, they hadn't noticed it earlier. What puzzled them more was that the technology for the T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyers provided to the Xiaolong did not include the core energy and engine systems. Without these, even a fully assembled ship would be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal with no combat or navigation capabilities. Yet here they were, witnessing the warship hovering, its engines glowing and evidently operational. Angel Susan couldn't help but ask, "What have you done?" Zhao Chen responded nonchalantly, "I merely used our technology to complete this interstellar warship, This was the small task he had assigned to Chief Engineer Annie and her team, with Zhao Chen himself taking the lead role. On the bridge of the T-3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer, Angel Tilia looked around, her brow furrowed. Although the exterior of the warship was familiar, the interior was surprisingly brand new. If this can still be called the T-3 Radiance, she murmured, is this the surprise you brought us? When the three angels boarded the supposedly familiar ship, they found it had undergone a complete overhaul, especially in its software systems. What shocked them the most was that core technologies, never shared with Xiaolong, were also present. Zhao Chen chuckled as he explained, we upgraded the basic T3 Radiance technology you provided, integrated it with what we deemed suitable starship energy cores and systems, and ultimately created this unique T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer. His tone was casual, as if discussing a simple toy. However, his words stirred a storm in the hearts of the three angels. Xiaolong had not only mastered the technology they provided in a short time, but had also created this entirely new warship without the core technologies. This undoubtedly showcased Xiaolong's remarkable prowess in starship technology. The Holy Angel King took a more serious look at the man she had initially thought unremarkable. Zhao Chen had a fair and handsome face, his smile exuding confidence. His demeanor was distinctly different from the angelic males, more composed and seasoned despite a hint of rebelliousness. Zhao Chen continued, in fact, producing and transporting parts separately as you requested is too time-consuming. If Xiaolong handles the entire production and delivers the complete ship directly, wouldn't that be more efficient? Angel Susan frowned and asked, how do we know the performance of your T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer? Her tone had lost its arrogance and now held a touch of respect. Zhao Chen responded with a smile. Consider this T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer a gift from me to you. It's yours now. I believe it will speak louder than my words. The Holy Angel King did not refuse the gift, curious about the performance of this Xiaolong version of the T3 Radiance-class warship. Thank you, Lord Xiaolong. You've brought us quite the surprise. Zhao Chen then set a deadline. I hope we can establish a formal partnership soon. My time is limited. If we can't reach an agreement by the end of the month, I'll prepare to return. The sudden deadline caused the angel's expressions to change. Angel Tilia looked anxiously at the Holy Angel King, hoping to negotiate for more time. However, Zhao Chen was firm. If your side is sincere about cooperation, you won't keep a friend waiting too long. The Holy Angel King reluctantly agreed. Understood, Lord. I will provide an answer by the end of the month. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile, already calculating the system's quarterly tasks. At the high-level meeting of the angels, the War Angel King asked in disbelief, are you saying he really brought us 10,000 T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyers? And the quality of the parts far exceeds our own production? The Holy Angel King nodded. Yes, we've thoroughly inspected them and found no issues. Additionally, the Xiaolong Lord brought a complete version of the T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer. A complete version? We didn't give them the full set of technologies, the War Angel King exclaimed. The Holy Angel King explained, that Lord developed the core technologies based on the partial information they received and built what I call the Xiaolong version of the T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer. The Judgment Angel King finally spoke. How's its performance? We tested it. Its comprehensive combat performance exceeds our T3 Radiance by nearly 30. The new energy system, engine core, and other components surpass our original technologies. The Holy Angel King's answer left the room in a brief silence. The War Angel King sighed. I didn't expect Xiaolong to be this capable. They are indeed qualified to collaborate with us. The frontline situation is deteriorating, and some industrial star zones have been affected, potentially reducing future starship production. If Xiaolong can continuously supply interstellar warships, that would be ideal. The Holy Angel King mentioned Zhao Chen's two suggestions, including the plan to build a stargate within the mechanical tribe's territory. The War Angel King was surprised. A stargate? He's confident he can build a stargate within the mechanical tribe's territory? It was well known that the mechanical tribe's strength deterred all factions from acting rashly. The Holy Angel King added, that's what he said. If he can do it, it would greatly benefit our cooperation. Also, the Xiaolong Lord gave us a deadline. We must respond by the end of the month. There's only one day left, and we need to decide. The War Angel King was silent for a moment, then turned to the usually reticent Judgment Angel King. Let's meet the Xiaolong Lord once more. As Zhao Chen stepped into the Grand Hall of the Sacred Angel King's sanctuary, the three Angel Kings were already present. Unlike usual, they were not seated high on the dais but were gathered around the center of the hall, leaving an empty chair. The Sacred Angel King stood up and smiled, inviting him, Lord of the Xiaolong, please have a seat. The other two Angel Kings, perhaps due to being holographic projections, did not rise. Zhao Chen couldn't help but notice the change in their treatment. During his first visit, they had sat high above, without even offering him a chair. Now, they treated him as an equal, almost like old friends. undoubtedly due to the power he had demonstrated. He sat down silently, his expression calm. The sacred angel king got straight to the point. Lord of the Xiaolong, the payment has been made. Are you satisfied? Zhao Chen nodded. My people have already verified it, and everything is in order. Currently, both parties are coordinating the delivery of goods and payment. Given the sheer volume, this process will take a few days. After all, it involves parts for 10,000 interstellar warships and materials worth 2 trillion star coins. The War Angel King appeared somewhat eager, looking directly at Zhao Chen. Let's get straight to the point. This cooperation has been very successful. We acknowledge the military capabilities of Xiaolong and are willing to continue our collaboration. Let's discuss the specifics. All right, Zhao Chen agreed. The four of them then delved into the details of their cooperation. The main dialogue was between Zhao Chen and the War Angel King, as the latter was an expert in interstellar warship procurement. The Sacred Angel King occasionally interjected, while the Judgment Angel King, who wore a blindfold, remained mostly silent. Soon, they reached a general agreement. The Angel tribe would place additional military orders with Xiaolong, focusing primarily on T3 class interstellar warships. This would expand from the single T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer to nearly all T3 ship types. Zhao Chen took the opportunity to promote Xiaolong's interstellar warships, but the three Angel Kings did not immediately agree, stating that they needed to consider it. Clearly, they were concerned about disrupting their established Angel-class interstellar warship system. Zhao Chen was not in a hurry, understanding that such integration needed to be gradual. During the conversation, the Angel Kings expressed their willingness to accept military technology assistance from Xiaolong, especially regarding the improved T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer. Ultimately, the three Angel Kings agreed to let Xiaolong directly produce and supply the complete version of the improved T3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyer. The War Angel King still had some doubts. Are you sure you can produce interstellar warships worth 5 trillion star coins each month for us? Zhao Chen confidently replied, currently, it's 5 trillion, and there is room for increase in the future. However, this is contingent on you agreeing to the conditions I previously proposed. Otherwise, the efficiency will be significantly reduced. Hearing this, the War Angel King fell silent. Clearly, the condition of building a star gate made them uneasy. After a moment, he spoke, we can allow you to build a star gate within our star territory, but the jurisdiction must be handed over to us. Zhao Chen shook his head. I cannot agree to that. To ensure the safety and efficiency of trade, this Stargate route must be under our control. He then added, however, I understand your concerns. I can assure you that within the Stargate jurisdiction, Xiaolong will deploy no more than 300 combat-type interstellar warships for security and patrol. Outside the jurisdiction, you can station your troops to ensure external security and handle the handover of military orders. For example, establishing a trade starport. The three Angel Kings fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, the War Angel King and the Sacred Angel King exchanged a glance. The Sacred Angel King spoke, we accept your proposal, but regarding the location and lease period of the Stargate, the first phase can only be for 10 years. Whether you will continue to manage it afterward will be discussed then. Zhao Chen readily agreed. All right. At that moment, he heard the notification for completing his quarterly task in his mind. The Sacred Angel King said calmly, then in the coming days, our personnel will finalize the detailed cooperation agreement. Zhao Chen nodded, knowing that this meeting was only to set the general direction and that the specific agreement would need to be drafted by specialists. His secretary Lilith was already prepared. At this moment, Zhao Chen showed a meaningful smile and looked at the three Angel Kings. According to our discussed cooperation agreement, part of it involves establishing an alliance. If either party faces a military attack that threatens our cooperation, we will provide military assistance within our capabilities. The War Angel King's heart tightened, suddenly realizing that this young lord of the Xiaolong seemed to have been well prepared. What? 1,000,000 demon starships are going to attack your universe? The King of War Angel's face turned grim upon hearing the news. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly, looking defeated. The demon race is ruthless. Ever since the mechanical race withdrew, creating that demon pathway, they've been eyeing us hungrily. They've launched several attacks already, and our Xiaolong Legion paid a heavy price to fend off their 300,000 warships. Now they're coming back with 1,000,000, aiming to annihilate all forces in this universe. Zhao Chen feigned weakness, as if in need of protection. The King of War Angels looked at him with disdain, thinking, weak? Destroying 300,000 enemy ships with just 30,000 of your own, that's weak? We fear you building stargates in our territory precisely because of your strength. If it weren't for the limited number of your combat ships, we wouldn't consider cooperation at all. However, facing the threat of 1,000,000 demon warships, even the powerful Xiaolong Legion would struggle to hold them off. The King of War Angels frowned in thought. He was reluctant to send his troops to fight in someone else's territory. Zhao Chen sighed. I understand. Our cooperation agreement isn't finalized yet. and any assistance is voluntary. I won't force the angel race to aid us. I will lead the Xiaolong Legion to fight the demons to the death, but the outcome is likely grim. The demons will then annex vast star regions, gaining massive populations and resources. At that point, we won't be able to supply the angel race with the warships you need. The demons will. Enough. The King of War Angels interrupted, sensing the threat in Zhao Chen's words. The Holy Angel King saw through the negotiation tactics and asked, "How many warships do you need?" "As many as possible," Zhao Chen replied with a wink. "Why not send 1,000,000 to support us?" The King of War Angels suppressed his anger. "No more than 200,000. Zhao Chen countered. 800,000. After intense bargaining, the Holy Angel King intervened. "I can mobilize part of the Angel Fleet and have Tilia's Archangel Legion handle the support. We can muster 400,000 warships for 3 months." Zhao Chen accepted the terms. Although it wasn't his initial goal, having Tilia's elite fleet involved was still a good outcome. The King of War Angels added, "You'll cover the battle expenses." Zhao Chen agreed to offset the costs with warship orders, thus achieving all his objectives for visiting the angel race. Back on the bridge of the underworld, Zhao Chen relaxed on the sofa, listening to Lilith's report. He ordered the new angel warship tech blueprints to be handed over to Annie and her team, urging them to develop stronger warship versions quickly. Gradually, we'll sell Xylon-class warships to the angel race, Zhao Chen planned. They'll milk this cash cow dry. He also proposed constructing a Stargate pathway to the angel race within 2 months. Although the route mostly passed through mechanical race-controlled areas, Zhao Chen was confident. "Leave this to me." Recalling his previous encounters with the mechanical race, Zhao Chen realized they didn't seem hostile to other races, and that mechanical girl had shown interest in him. Zhao Chen thought to himself, how could I not take advantage of such a great opportunity? A familiar young girl's face appeared before Zhao Chen. She looked at him in surprise. "You contacted me so quickly. Does this mean you've agreed to join my side?" Zhao Chen shook his head and got straight to the point. "This contact isn't about joining you. But if you can help me with something, I might seriously consider your proposal." The young girl stared at Zhao Chen suspiciously, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and explained, "I've reached an agreement with the angel race to produce interstellar battleships to help them resist the demon race invasion. But as you know, the existing safe routes are highly inconvenient for interstellar travel and can't accommodate the construction of stargates. I want to borrow 3 territories from the mech race to build stargates leading to the angels. I need just 3 nodes where we can construct these gates." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's request, the young girl seemed to understand but pouted in displeasure. "For this? You won't join me but want my help? Shouldn't you show some sincerity first? Besides, this would put you in a position to leverage against me, allowing you to use your mechanical army to clear out my star gates in your territory anytime." Zhao Chen put on a serious expression. "It's precisely because I trust you that I'm making this request. Otherwise, why would I reach out to you?" The young girl wore a thoughtful expression and muttered quietly, "That makes some sense." Seeing this, Zhao Chen immediately softened his demeanor, speaking persuasively, "This is a collaboration between us, a step to bring us closer. Who knows, I might decide to join your side one day. We need to build mutual goodwill first, don't we?" The young girl's expression softened considerably. She blinked and asked, "All right, where do you want to build the stargates?" Zhao Chen quickly displayed a star map, marking 3 points on it. According to his calculations, constructing 3 T4 Traveler-class medium stargates would be necessary to establish a route to the angels. These 3 stargates would be positioned along the existing route, as close to the mech race's controlled territory as possible. The young girl examined the map and nodded. "These 3 locations are acceptable." Just as Zhao Chen was about to celebrate, she added coldly, "But there are conditions. Your interstellar industrial ships must operate under the supervision of my fleet, confined to designated routes and areas. Once the stargates are built, their operational range will also be restricted. Beyond serving as travel nodes, no more than a limited number of interstellar warships are allowed within the stargate zones. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." Zhao Chen agreed to these conditions without hesitation. For Xiaolong, establishing this stargate route would significantly increase their influence with the angels, making these restrictions acceptable. "Then it's a deal," Zhao Chen said with a happy smile. The young girl blinked and suddenly giggled. "You're quite an odd one." Zhao Chen looked puzzled. "Why do you say that? Reports say you're very capable, but your decision now seems almost whimsical," the young girl said, tilting her head. "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? After all, the mech race has always been your enemy, with a deep-seated grudge against the Galactic Alliance." Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm aware of these facts, but I trust my instincts about people. I believe in you." He glanced at the time. "I have other matters to attend to. We'll discuss the Stargate construction further later. You can contact me directly if needed." With that, Zhao Chen ended the communication. He leaned back on his office sofa, exhaling deeply. He then noticed a figure in the corner. "Lilith. Do you really trust her?" Lilith asked. Yes, Zhao Chen nodded. It's probably just my sixth sense. I've always been good at judging people. Besides, I've calculated the potential risks. I believe the benefits of this plan far outweigh the risks. Even if betrayed, we'd only lose 3 stargates and some military supplies for the Angels. But without this route, we could miss out on over 5 trillion star coins in monthly military orders. Lilith nodded in understanding. Such large orders were something the 3 major empires couldn't currently provide. Moreover, if the Angels' war stabilizes or they gain an advantage, these orders would decrease. Zhao Chen continued, as the saying goes, opportunity knocks but once. We have to seize this chance. The cost of building 4 stargates is only 2 trillion star coins. I have a feeling that if we don't take every opportunity to develop Xiaolong now, we might face great danger in the future. Thinking about the sinister technologies of the insect race, the mech race, and the demon race, Zhao Chen felt uneasy. Lilith sternly reminded, your plan is fine, but remember, this amounts to cooperation with the mech race. Don't forget, the mech race has a deep-seated enmity with the 3 major empires of the former Galactic Alliance. Even within our Xiaolong Legion, there are those who harbor grudges against the mech race. People like Chu Xian, the Chu family, and Marshal Chu Changhe. How do you think they'll react when they find out about this cooperation? Zhao Chen scratched his head, looking troubled. I've considered that. But for now, let's take it one step at a time. If necessary, I'll personally explain it to Old Man Chu. As for Chu Xian, Zhao Chen knew the mech race was a hot potato, but given the current situation, he had no choice. In a mechanical palace, 2 mechanical maidens gazed at the little girl before them, their eyes filled with confusion. Master, Zhao Chen refused to join and made such a demand. Why did you agree to it? If others find out about this, they asked in unison, their voices tinged with worry. The little girl sat on a high chair, her legs swinging leisurely. Her eyes sparkled with cunning, and a slight smile played at her lips. Because I believe this will benefit us, she said softly, her tone brimming with confidence. We can't allow the Demon Clan to grow stronger, yet we can't directly interfere in the war between the Angel Clan and the Demon Clan. Now that Zhao Chen is willing to help the Angel Clan, it's perfect. Plus, we get to see if the person we've chosen is truly worth it. Her expression suddenly turned serious. As for those you're worried about, she chuckled softly, although they've gained some abilities over the years, at least in this place, I have the capability to ensure the 3 stargates built by Xiaolong operate smoothly. A fleeting look of displeasure crossed the little girl's face as she seemed to recall something unpleasant. Her voice became low and filled with anticipation. Zhao Chen, don't let me down. The messier this gets, the better. As time passed, the galactic calendar reached early April 3035. The war between the Angel Clan and the Demon Clan raged on, and the T-3 Radiance-class medium interstellar destroyers produced by Xiaolong had been deployed to the front lines. The Stargate routes between the Holy Radiance Empire and the Angel Clan were under construction, with 4 Stargates being built simultaneously, expected to be completed by the end of May. This Stargate route would significantly shorten the transport time of the second batch of interstellar warship orders. Meanwhile, a fleet of 400,000 Angel warships arrived at the Holy Radiance Empire, escorted by the Xiaolong fleet, heading to the Warhammer front lines. They would provide Xiaolong with 3 months of military assistance. The industrial area within the Xiaolong star system was bustling with activity. In the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base, the 3 interstellar warships that once occupied most of the construction space had quietly disappeared, replaced by the skeletal frameworks of new interstellar warships under construction. On the bridge of the T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, Zhao Chen sat on a sofa, his brow furrowed, deep in thought. Deputy Secretary Nancy stood nearby, her expression tense. Commander, is there a problem? She asked. Zhao Chen snapped out of his thoughts and waved a hand. No, I was just thinking about something else. He pondered silently, noting that it was already several days into April, yet the system's quarterly mission had not been refreshed. This unusual situation made him uneasy, as if something significant was about to happen. Based on past experience, a delayed release of the quarterly mission often meant a major event was on the horizon. Relieved that it wasn't her fault, Nancy let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chief Secretary Lilith approached Zhao Chen. Nancy stepped aside with a slight bow, giving way to Lilith. Due to Nancy's excellent performance and Lilith's heavy workload, Lilith had appointed Nancy as the Deputy Secretary of the Interstellar Warship, responsible for handling various internal affairs. Lilith reported in a serious tone, latest update. A million-strong demon fleet is expected to reach our Xiaolong military base at the Demon Route in 15 days, based on their current speed. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, contemplating. 15 days? That's half a month. Slightly later than expected. He analyzed. Mobilizing 1 million interstellar warships is no simple task. Plus, with previous experiences, the demon army is advancing with extreme caution. In this situation, using any small tactics might be impossible. We can only prepare for a direct confrontation. Zhao Chen then asked, how are our preparations? Lilith responded, all construction phases of the Xiaolong military base have been completed. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. What's the status of our fleet? Lilith raised her hand, summoning 10 windows that appeared before Zhao Chen. These windows represented Xiaolong's 10 fleets, each displaying the respective highest commander's portrait. Lilith provided a detailed report. Over the past 3 months, we've expanded by nearly 35,000 interstellar warships. Currently, we have over 65,000 combat interstellar warships. This includes 17 T5 class interstellar warships, over 6,000 T4 class interstellar warships, with the remainder being T3 class interstellar warships. Zhao Chen calculated silently. In 3 months, they expanded by 35,000 warships, despite part of the production capacity being used to build the T5 Galaxy-class large interstellar industrial base. If not for the critical importance of the T5 Galaxy-class industrial base, they could have produced even more warships. However, with the demon army pressing in, this was a risky move. Zhao Chen continued, what's the status of the first phase of the fleet expansion? Lilith explained, according to your Indo-Fire plan for the second phase expansion of Xiaolong's 10 fleets, the first phase is to expand from 3,000 to 10,000 warships, and the second phase from 10,000 to 30,000 warships. Currently, the first 5 Xiaolong fleets have completed the first phase, each with 10,000 warships. The remaining 5 fleets still have 3,000 warships each. Due to the significant disparity in combat power, General Charlotte suggests categorizing them as main fleets and auxiliary fleets. Zhao Chen decisively agreed. Implement Charlotte's suggestion. All military matters can be handled by Charlotte, with reports submitted afterward. Understood, Lilith acknowledged, then continued, additionally, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom is also preparing for war, including the Tiger Dragon fleet with 100,000 warships, the Dragon fleet with 200,000 warships, the Beast fleet with 200,000 warships, and the Federation Kingdom fleet with 200,000 warships. The Holy Radiance Empire, due to the threat of the interstellar insect race, has indicated through Empress Saint Kana that they cannot provide assistance. The Starshine Empire, through Empress Qin, has stated that we may freely mobilize any of their interstellar warships. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, convey my gratitude to them. We'll decide later if we need their help. He knew that most of these interstellar warships were outdated products discarded by the Xiaolong fleet. Though they had some combat power, they would be mere cannon fodder against the demon fleet. If it came to the point of needing their fleets, the entire galaxy would already be struggling under the demon clan's iron heel. Zhao Chen then asked, have the 400,000 interstellar warships from the Angel clan arrived? Lilith replied, they will reach the Xiaolong military base within 5 days. However, several Angel commanders have requested a meeting with you. Zhao Chen instructed, arrange it. Even if they are coerced reinforcements, we should still show the proper respect. Zhao Chen gazed at the angel before him, Tilia, who was flanked by 2 imposing angels. Tilia gave a slight bow and introduced them. These are Jesse, the Supreme Commander of the Rose Angel Legion, and Berkeley, the Supreme Commander of the Storm Angel Legion. Each commands a fleet of 200,000 interstellar warships. Additionally, I have brought 30,000 angels from the Dominion Angel Legion. We are here to assist the Skylark Lord in combating the Demon Clan. Zhao Chen returned the greeting courteously, noting that although the 2 high-ranking angels reciprocated, their expressions retained a hint of arrogance typical of their kind. Tilia got straight to the point. This meeting is primarily to discuss our upcoming battle plans. Just as Zhao Chen was about to respond, Angel Berkeley spoke coldly, Lord, while we are here to assist, we must also consider our own casualties. We reserve the right to be informed of and assess any military actions we participate in. The implication was clear they didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Zhao Chen understood but kept a composed smile. Rest assured, we are all intelligent individuals here. No need for roundabout talk. The battle plan is already set. We'll confront the invading Demon Clan fleet at the Skylark military base. The Skylark Legion will handle the main assault, while your 400,000 angel warships will support from the flanks, eliminating any fleeing or scattered enemies. The 3 high-ranking angels were taken aback. Jesse asked in surprise, you mean we won't be engaging the Demon Clan Heathen? Zhao Chen confirmed with a nod. Berkeley frowned and said, as far as we know, the invading Demon Clan fleet numbers 1,000,000 warships, while the Skylark Legion has only about 60,000. Isn't that too great a disparity? Zhao Chen responded calmly, we wouldn't put ourselves in jeopardy. As for how we will achieve victory, you will see soon enough. If things go awry, I trust you will make wise decisions. Tilia looked worried. Lord, are you certain about this? Zhao Chen replied with confidence, rest assured, I never fight unprepared battles. With the briefing concluded, the meeting ended. Zhao Chen exited the holographic projection and found Lilith ready with detailed reports on the angel legions. Lilith reported, The three Angel Legions have a total of 430,000 interstellar warships, including 9 T5 class, 50,000 T4 class, and the rest are T3 class. Zhao Chen remarked. As expected from an established interstellar power, their strength is formidable. If not for the mechanical clan acting as a buffer, the Galactic Alliance would have been dealt with by them long ago. He continued, this time, we not only need to win but also showcase our interstellar warships to these esteemed guests, so they can report back. Lilith, you understand what I mean, right? Lilith nodded, grasping Zhao Chen's long-term visionto integrate Skylark interstellar warships into the angelic military system through combat demonstration. Zhao Chen inquired about their battle readiness, and Lilith replied, we have prepared nearly 5 trillion star coins worth of resources, with significant contributions from Warhammer and Starlight, especially Warhammer. If needed, we can mobilize additional resources quickly. Zhao Chen leaned back on the sofa, as if the upcoming battle was more of a performance than a fierce struggle. Since everything is ready, let's properly welcome the Red Demon Marshal. The massive demon fleet navigated through the narrow passage and finally reached their destination. Along the way, they witnessed the aftermath of a fierce battle, the wreckage of 300,000 Red Demon Legion starships scattered across space. Despite the Scale Dragon Legion's efforts to clear the battlefield, countless fragments still floated in the void. The Red Demon Marshal gazed at the battleground, fury burning in his chest. Those ships had once been his meticulously crafted fleet, now reduced to cold space debris. He silently vowed to exact his revenge personally. At that moment, a subordinate hurried over to report, Marshal, according to our reconnaissance, we will encounter the enemy in 5 hours. The Scale Dragon Legion has established a military base at our former bridgehead, and we've also detected the Angel Legion fleet nearby. It appears the enemy is preparing to confront us there. The Red Demon Marshal sneered. Ha, they have some nerve, waiting for us here. So, it's the angels behind this. I knew the forces in this wretched place couldn't stand up to us. He raised his hand and ordered, summon all fleet commanders. We will hold a pre-battle rally. Soon, the bridge was filled with the holographic images of over 30 Demon Legion commanders. Among them, a few clad in distinctive uniforms stood out. They were reinforcements the Red Demon Marshal had acquired at great cost. The Red Demon Marshal surveyed the group and spoke in a booming voice, ladies and gentlemen, we have come this far to conquer this star region. However, some forces dare to resist us and even ambushed our fleet of 300,000 ships. Today, we will settle this blood debt. Ahead of us, the Scale Dragon Legion has allied with the Angels, hoping to thwart our grand plans. What should we do? Crush them? Destroy them? Rip the wings off the Angels? The commanders roared, their bloodlust palpable. The Red Demon Marshal nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is the ferocity I expect from my warriors. Remember, the enemy may have T5 starships, but we have 1,000,000 ships. Today, there is only one word: fight. Those who perform well, destroy the most enemies, and take down T5 ships will be richly rewarded. Those who do poorly will find themselves under my boot. Fight, fight, fight. The bridge echoed with thunderous shouts. After the rally, the Red Demon Marshal began to study the battle plan. A holographic star map appeared before him, displaying detailed information about the Scale Dragon Legion's base. One advisor analyzed, this base has numerous military starports and defensive structures. The enemy is clearly prepared. However, we estimate that the station fleet does not exceed 100,000 ships. According to our intelligence, the Scale Dragon Legion currently has just over 60,000 ships, though the number of T5 ships is unknown. Another advisor pointed out, I believe the Scale Dragon Legion and this base might be a decoy. The real threat is the Angel Legion. The Dominions, Rose, and Storm Angel Legions collectively have over 400,000 ships. The Dominion Angels, in particular, are the elite guard of the Seraph King and are extremely powerful. The Red Demon Marshal narrowed his eyes, clearly agreeing with the latter assessment. To him, the Scale Dragon Legion was a minor threat. The real danger lay with the Angels. He even suspected that the Angels had orchestrated the previous ambush. So, how should we respond? The Red Demon Marshal stared at the military base projection, his eyes blazing with anger. I want the Scale Dragon Legion annihilated. They have angered me, and they must pay the price. An advisor suggested, Marshal, we could turn their strategy against them. Since the enemy intends to confront us at this base, we should give them that chance. But we must have a fallback plan. If the Angel Legion is using this base as bait, we can counter by threatening it. The Angel Legion will likely react, and we can then shift our focus to attacking them. With our 1,000,000 ship advantage, even in a prolonged battle, we can call for reinforcements from the rear. The Red Demon Marshal nodded in approval. We'll do as you suggest. He paused, then added, however, I would prefer we handle this ourselves. I don't want to share our prey. Thus, a colossal showdown involving 1,000,000 starships was about to unfold. Who would be the hunter, and who the prey? The answer would soon be revealed. Above the Xiaolong military base, a colossal starship hovered, resembling a floating fortress. Its unique design made it stand out among the fleet of warships. At the top of the ship were several dragonhead-like structures, and the most prominent part of the hull bore a golden emblem of a dragon, followed by the name Dragon Emperor. This was the second limited edition T-5 starship crafted by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen sat comfortably on a sofa, surveying the bridge. At first glance, the bridge of this starship seemed no different from others, but a closer look revealed its enormous scale compared to the rest of the ship, like a super brain controlling the massive vessel. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of Zhao Chen, followed by several beams of light materializing into human figures. Whoa, we really got transported directly? Shui Xiaoxiao exclaimed, inspecting her body excitedly. Check me out, am I missing any limbs? After confirming she was intact, she relaxed slightly. Something seems a bit smaller, Snake Woman Qingman teased from the side. Following Qingman's gaze, Shui Xiaoxiao instinctively touched the relevant area and then glared angrily at Qingman. Smaller? You're the one who's small. Your whole family is small. Qingman crossed her arms and gave Shui Xiaoxiao a disdainful look. Shui Xiaoxiao scoffed. Who cares anyway? Secretary Lilith stood beside Zhao Qian and reported, Commander, all the commanders of the Xiaolong Corps are in position. At this moment, everyone stood at attention, their eyes focused on Commander Zhao Chen, who was seated on the sofa. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the female officers. Charlotte, commander of the 1st Corps, Qitong, commander of the 2nd Corps, Shen Bing of the 3rd Corps, Su Lan of the 4th Corps, Chu Xian of the 5th Corps, Medusa, Wei Shishir, Yi Xiaodong, Snake Woman Qingman, and Pei Xingnan, along with Snow White, commander of the Xiaolong Starship Missile Fleet, Zhao Wanner, commander of the Xiaolong Starship Stealth Bomber Fleet, and Shui Xiaoxiao, captain of the T-5 Hades. Zhao Chen stood up, his tone grave. Ladies, 1,000,000 demon starships are only 3 hours away from our base. Among them are nearly 10 T-5 starships, close to 100,000 T-4 starships, and the rest are all T-3 class. We are significantly outnumbered. He paused before continuing. Some might think we have the 40,000-strong Angel Corps to assist us, but sometimes, we must rely on ourselves. We can't place all our hopes on others. Behind us is our homeland, and we must prepare for the worst. But I don't want to see the worst outcome. Zhao Chen's gaze swept across the room, his voice resolute. When it comes to warfare, I'm not as skilled as you. So I'll be here, waiting for your triumphant return. I'll have a feast ready to celebrate your victory. He finished with a salute, his expression solemn. The commanders responded in unison. Rest assured, Commander, we will prevail. After the rousing words, everyone returned to their respective ships via the T-5 Dragon Emperor's quantum transmission, except for Charlotte, who stayed behind. Is everything set up? Zhao Chen asked as Charlotte approached. Charlotte nodded. Everything is in place. The command system of the Dragon Emperor is directly linked to my station. I've also selected a capable team to form the Xiaolong General Staff, who will assist me in analyzing, deploying, and adjusting our strategies. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good. I'll be here waiting for your good news. Charlotte stood tall, her voice filled with conviction. Rest assured, Commander, I will not let the demon army breach this line. With that, she transformed into particles and returned to her post. Zhao Chen sat back on the sofa, observing the bustling bridge. Although he was nominally the captain of the Dragon Emperor, he wouldn't interfere with its operations. Charlotte had already organized the various staff departments. Zhao Chen saw himself more as a mascot, a role he didn't mind. He believed in leaving professional matters to the professionals, offering suggestions occasionally but never imposing. The second in command here was Lilith. As the steward of the Xiaolong Corps, she managed logistics and supplies, crucial to the Corps' operations. The staff needed to work closely with Lilith's secretariat, forming the left and right brains of the Xiaolong Corps. Lilith, is everything ready? Zhao Chen asked. Yes, all fleet units are prepared for battle. Lilith replied firmly. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the holographic war map. The core area was the Xiaolong military base, 10 T-3 Storm Fortress-class large starports, hundreds of interstellar war fortresses, and over 1,000 defensive facilities forming the base's defensive network. It also included the 10 core fleets of the Xiaolong Corps, 65,000 combat starships, nearly 5,000 support starships, 1 T-4 Voyager-class medium stargate, and 2 T-4 Wanderer-class small stargates. Everything was ready, awaiting the impending storm. Not far away, at the Angel Corps fleet's position, High Angel Berkeley frowned in confusion. Do they really intend to face the million-strong demon fleet on their own? My lord, what should we do? High Angel Jesse looked at Tilia, a High Angel with the additional title of Angel Guardian. Tilia pondered for a moment before giving a low command. Order all starships to prepare for battle. The Xiaolong Corps is crucial to us. Their industrial capabilities can alleviate our frontline starship needs. In the silent expanse of the universe, 1 million interstellar warships advanced like a vast, ominous, black cloud. Facing this massive demon fleet, the Xiaolong Legion's military base stood resilient like a rock against the tide, seemingly vulnerable yet unyielding. As the two sides were about to enter firing range, the demon fleet suddenly halted. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen anticipated a declaration of war or a demand for surrender from the enemy, but nothing of the sort occurred. 10 minutes later, the first line of the demon fleet launched an assault, quickly followed by the second line. The entire fleet advanced in varied formations such as cross, fish scale, and wave patterns. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "Interesting." He realized that the Red Devil Marshal had clearly studied the Xiaolong Legion's combat strategies, particularly their three-pronged missile bombardment tactics. This attack method cleverly dispersed the fleet, effectively minimizing potential casualties. Inside the Dragon Emperor's bridge, the staff and the Dragon Emperor's Super War AI simultaneously sprang into action. A holographic image of a woman in punk-style clothing and curved glasses in AI calling herself Zilongnu appeared behind Zhao Chen, softly suggesting, "Commander, we should shift from blanket firepower to precise, small-scale strikes on specific areas. Focus on the enemy's T4 main battle interstellar warships and let other ships handle the T3 demon warships. This will significantly reduce our missile ships expenditure." Zhao Chen covered his face in exasperation and said to the talkative AI, "Just assist the staff. No need to brief me on the battle." Zilongnu giggled and replied, "Zilongnu is here to keep you company, Commander. It doesn't affect my assistance to the staff at all. This only uses 0.00000, of my processing power." The battle raged on fiercely. After 5 hours, the Xiaolong military base remained unscathed, while the demon fleet had lost nearly 30,000 warships. In contrast, the Xiaolong Legion had lost fewer than 2,000 ships, with over 5,000 damaged but quickly withdrawn for repairs, ready to return to the fray. The Angel Legion, observing the battle, was astounded by the Xiaolong Legion's performance. High-ranking Angel Jesse remarked, "Is this the Xiaolong Legion's famed missile offensive? It's like they have an endless supply." High-ranking Angel Berkeley, intently watching the battlefield, praised, "Look at that. Even when there's a change in a local skirmish involving dozens of ships, they immediately make optimal adjustments. Every damaged ship that withdraws is instantly replaced by another, and they always manage to precisely strike the demon fleet's elite units." However, Angel Tilia remained composed, stating, "The real show hasn't started yet. Neither side's T5 interstellar warships have entered the fray. That's where the true power lies." As the battle continued, the confrontation between the two armies grew increasingly intense, with an even greater showdown seemingly on the horizon. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. The Demon Legion fleet noticed the strong defenses of the Xiaolong Legion's military base and had to slow down their attack. They began to withdraw heavily damaged fleets from the front lines for rest, while dispatching new Legion fleets to charge. This strategy not only improved their attack efficiency but also reduced their own casualties. 20 hours into the war, the Xiaolong Legion had lost over 10,000 interstellar warships, while the Demon Legion had lost 100,000. Prolonged combat had significantly weakened the Xiaolong Legion's firepower, causing their once solid defense line to waver. Red Demon Marshal keenly identified 2 breakthrough points and immediately ordered the Demon Legion fleet in those areas to launch attacks at all costs. Simultaneously, he quickly dispatched 2 elite fleets straight to these breaches. Each elite fleet included 3 T5 terrifying Blade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers and 10,000 T4 interstellar warships, clearly intending to break through the Xiaolong Legion's defenses in one decisive move. High Angel Berkeley exclaimed excitedly, "The Demon Legion is finally getting serious." However, High Angel Jesse was a bit doubtful. "This opportunity doesn't seem quite right." Angel Tilia calmly analyzed, "That's because Red Demon Marshal is getting anxious. Losing nearly 100,000 interstellar warships in a day, without making any progress. Such losses would typically take 10 days in a stalemate with the Angel race. Moreover, not only is the Xiaolong Legion here, but we are also watching closely. If you were Red Demon Marshal, what would you do?" High Angel Berkeley suddenly understood. Red Demon Marshal doesn't want to continue like this. Because of their fear of our presence, they've been on edge. If this continues, even if they gradually gain an advantage, prolonged combat will lead to a decline in their combat effectiveness. If we were to launch an attack at that time, it would be the worst scenario for the Demon Legion. So, Red Demon Marshal prefers to take risks to establish a battlefield advantage, quickly to counter our potential support. Angel Tilia squinted, thoughtfully looking towards the Xiaolong military base. "I think that the Lord's request for us to send a Legion fleet for support may not be expecting us to make a significant impact on the battlefield. It's merely leveraging our presence, or perhaps even a reminder for us." The 2 high angels fell into deep thought. If Tilia's analysis was correct, the seemingly ordinary and gentle Xiaolong Lord might be hiding deeper intentions. At that moment, 2 high-energy fluctuations appeared on the battlefield. On the screen, two unknown Xiaolong interstellar warships emerged. High Angel Jesse immediately recognized. Those should be the Xiaolong Legion's latest T-5 interstellar warships. Judging by their appearance, it's a carrier starship and a battleship. High Angel Berkeley was astonished. How many tricks does Xiaolong have up their sleeve? Earlier intelligence reported that the Xiaolong Legion already had 3 models of T-5 interstellar warships, and now there are 2 more. This is more than double what we Angels have. Angel Tilia said solemnly, "It seems we need to reassess Xiaolong's strength and report back to the 3 Angel Kings." The attention of the 3 High Angels focused on the debut of these 2 Xiaolong T-5 interstellar warships. On the bridge of the T-5 fire-killing class heavy carrier starship, a striking figure stood on the central command platform. She was surrounded by countless holographic screens, with over 50 different data panels of various sizes. This was Su Lan, commander of Xiaolong's 4th Legion, and the most capable commander of carrier starships in the Xiaolong Legion. Su Lan's voice echoed throughout the bridge. "Activate all flight decks and hangar bays. Prepare to deploy interstellar fighters and drones. Logistics department, stand by." The massive carrier starship began its debut. Multiple flight decks appeared on the back of the ship, and interstellar fighters launched like scattered flowers. Due to their vast numbers, the fighters assembled in formations and immediately set off. The carrier starship alone housed 1.32 million manned interstellar fighters, and even with optimized launch procedures, it took 10 minutes for all of them to take off. Simultaneously, multiple hatches on the belly and sides of the carrier starship opened, revealing densely packed interstellar drones. As the signal lights flashed, these drones swarmed out like a cloud of bees, presenting a breathtaking scene. The fire-chillant starfighter and drone fleet quickly formed a combat formation, launching a fierce attack on the Demon Legion's fleet that was about to breach the defense line. The tactical configuration was meticulously organized. The HV multifunction drones created an attack environment for the HI conventional fighters and HI heavy fighters, which then directly assaulted the enemy starships. Faced with the star shields, the heavy fighters were the first to strike. Equipped with short-range antimatter beam weapons, they could tear temporary holes in the shields. Conventional fighters seized this opportunity to break through and deliver precise attacks on the starships. This tactic proved overwhelming even for T-4 class ships, let alone T-3 class targets. Many enemy vessels were destroyed despite their star shields being fully charged, creating a scene reminiscent of a locust swarm. When the enemy's fighters and drones entered the fire-chilling drone's attack range, it was like prey thrown into a school of pyranhas. The more they struggled, the more ferocious their opponents became. The Demon Legion's star corvettes attempted to intercept, but with minimal success. The fire-killing class heavy carriers had anticipated this and targeted these anti-aircraft capable ships in their initial strike. HIV heavy stealth bombers silently approached these ships, deploying high-explosive disruption bombs to create breaches in the star shields. Following this, other fighters drove straight in for lethal attacks. Additionally, the FI electronic disruption stealth drones played a crucial, albeit unseen, role in helping Allied forces eliminate key targets. Thus, a single T-5 fire-killing class heavy carrier managed to plug the gap in the defense line that was on the verge of being torn open. However, the battle was far from over. The Demon Legion dispatched 3 T-5 Terrorblade class medium battlecruisers for a fierce counterattack, aiming to exploit the carrier fighters' need to return for resupply. Report: the enemy is attempting a counteroffensive, a subordinate reported to Commander Su Lan. "Is everything ready?" Su Lan asked coldly. "All ready." Su Lan raised her hand and commanded, "Deploy everyone." Immediately, more fighters and drones joined the fray. As the commander of the 4th J-Dragon Legion, Su Lan controlled the most powerful carrier fleet, 50 T-4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carriers, and 2,000 T-3 Phoenix class heavy carriers. In a legion of 10,000 ships, such a configuration underscored her unique combat style. After more than 20 hours of restraint, this sword finally unsheathed. The sheer scale of fighters and drones overloaded many T-3 enemy ships' radar systems, rendering them unable to accurately scan the battlefield. Even the observing T-5 angelic warships struggled to grasp the full picture. Incredible. The carrier composition. High Angel Jesse marveled. Indeed, their carrier combat system far surpasses ours, High Angel Berkeley admitted candidly. A larger swarm of locusts began attacking the Demon Legion fleet. Even with a strike fleet of 10,000 T-4 ships, they found it challenging to withstand such an onslaught. Their only hope seemed to lie in the 3 T-5 Terrorblade class medium battlecruisers. Su Lan's hands moved slightly, enlarging the holographic image of the 3 T-5 Terrorblades, making them look like tiny toys floating in her palm. She decisively ordered, "Next phase target. Eliminate those 3 T-5 Terrorblades." In the ensuing battle, other T-4 and T-3 Demon warships were left to the Allied forces. The fighters and drones dispatched by the fire-killing class heavy carrier focused solely on one mission: destroying the T-5 Terrorblade class medium battlecruisers. The tactic remained: Stealth bombers first breached the star shields, drones covered the fighters and heavy fighters as they approached. Given that the targets were T-5 ships, the star shield strength was higher, and the breaches often closed instantly. Unlucky fighters collided with the restoring shields, getting sliced in half or destroyed. However, the other pilots remained unfazed, continuing their mission. Electronic disruption stealth drones simultaneously interfered with the electronic systems of the three T-5 Terrorblades, severing their communications with other ships. Despite this, the T-5 ship's hull armor remained a significant challenge. At this point, the Fire-Chiel and HII variable dual-purpose fighters made their appearance. Dozens of fighters rushed to the surface of a T-5 Terrorblade, transforming into crimson combat mechs just before contact. These Fire-Chiel mechs stood firmly on the hull armor, activating thermal weapons to carry out precise destruction. The alarm pierced through the bridge of the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. A system alert chimed in the captain's ear. Warning, warning, multiple breaches in the hull armor. The captain's gaze locked onto the holographic display in front of him. Several small red dots flickered on the ship's outer perimeter, each smaller than the impact zone of a direct enemy cannon shot, yet rapidly corroding the hull armor. Suddenly, a more urgent alarm blared. Warning, unknown energy source detected in compartment 1017 of the left-wing C3 sector. The demon captain immediately pulled up the surveillance footage. The screen displayed a compartment the size of a football field, with a hole on one side. The pressure differential caused chaos inside, with unsecured equipment being sucked out into space. There were no crew members in sight. As the captain pondered the situation, a crimson figure emerged through the wholly of fully armed combat mech. Two more similar mechs followed, quickly forming a combat formation. They paused momentarily, then locked onto their target and opened fire on the bulkhead with their cannons. Under the intense barrage, the bulkhead was instantly riddled with holes. The screams from the adjacent compartment lasted only a few seconds before falling silent. One of the mechs activated a unidirectional star shield, holding it like a shield in front of itself, and then kicked through the shattered bulkhead. The adjacent compartment's horrific scene came into view. A wasteland strewn with blood and flesh, bodies shredded by the mech's firepower. The three crimson mechs stepped over the debris, advancing towards the key weapons compartment, controlling the main cannon. Simultaneously, dozens of similar mech squads were launching operations throughout the interstellar warship, targeting weapon modules, ammunition depots, energy cores, and even the bridge. The demon captain, drenched in sweat, dispatched the space marines for support, but the lightly equipped soldiers stood no chance against the T-5 class red mechs. Support. Request immediate support, the demon captain roared. The communications officer, sweating profusely, reported shakily, Captain, our communication devices are being jammed. We can only maintain internal communications. External contact with other ships or for support is impossible. Hearing this, the demon captain collapsed into his chair. He gazed out the porthole at the massive crimson carrier starship in the distance, murmuring, Marshal, what kind of terrifying opponent have you chosen for us? We should never have been here. Suddenly, the bridge shook violently. From the outside, an explosion was visible in a section of the interstellar warship, evidence of the mech squad's successful mission. Two other T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers were also in similar predicaments. Commander Su Lan watched these three prey with a cold gaze, awaiting their destruction. Other demon warships, realizing their main forces were in trouble, attempted to provide support but were blocked by dense swarms of starfighters and drones, creating an impassable barrier. Within minutes, one of the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers began emitting black smoke. External attempts to contact the three ships were futile. High Angel Berkeley was in awe. One carrier starship has completely suppressed three T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. Its combat capability is astonishing. As millennium-long adversaries of the demon race, they were well-versed in the combat parameters of the T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. High Angel Jesse, with a stern expression, said, "Three pitiful prey are being dragged step by step into the abyssal maw of this crimson beast." On Commander Su Lan's side, the T-5 Fire-Killing-class heavy carrier starship made its debut with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a pure white starship was performing its own inaugural waltz. The Demon Legion seized the opportunity to split their forces and attempted to break through the Xiaolong Legion's line. This assault fleet faced equally formidable opponents. At the same moment the T-5 Fire-Killing-class heavy carrier starship appeared, a pure white starship slowly emerged from the Xiaolong fleet. Unlike the T-5 Fire-Chielin, which required coordination with other starships, this pure white vessel moved alone towards three T-5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruisers. The surrounding Xiaolong starships did not follow, allowing it to penetrate the enemy formation. On the bridge of the T-5 Terrorblade 037, the demon captain observed the unexpected starship. The first officer quickly searched the database and shook his head. Sir, our database has no information on this starship. It's a new model from the Xiaolong Legion, likely a T5 class battleship. The demon captain glared at the first officer. I'm not blind. I can see it's a T5 battleship. He pondered. 3 T5 Terrorblades against 1 T5 battleship, a disadvantage in class, but an advantage in numbers. More importantly, the enemy ship had separated from its fleet, and they had nearly 10,000 T4 starships nearby. Notify ships 044 and 071 to coordinate an attack on the T5 battleship. Also, deploy surrounding T4 starships to support and minimize damage to our T5 Terrorblades, ordered the demon captain. The battle plan was quickly approved, and 300 T4 starships were mobilized. The first officer reported, based on observations, the enemy's main weapons are 4 laser cannons. The demon captain cautioned, be careful. The Xiaolong Legion has destroyed 2 of our Terrorblades before. The 3 T5 Terrorblades quickly took positions, surrounding the enemy ship from 3 angles, with T4 starships leading the attack. However, all attacks were blocked by the enemy's star shield. Suddenly, the white starship counterattacked. 18-20 caliber heavy electromagnetic cannons, combined with 366 8-barrel heavy particle rapid-fire guns, unleashed a barrage that overwhelmed the surrounding T4 demon starships. Captain, the T4 starships are requesting fire support. The enemy's firepower is too strong, the first officer urgently reported. Hold on, the demon captain said sternly, eyes fixed on the white T5 battleship. As time passed, more T4 demon starships were destroyed, and the number of supporting T4 ships increased. The 3 T5 Terrorblades stayed at the edge of the attack range, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, the enemy ship's 4 laser cannons fired. 4 beams of light instantly obliterated 4 T4 Demon Hunter-class medium battlecruisers. What power! The demon captain marveled. It's truly a T5 battleship, powerful indeed. He felt relieved that he hadn't rushed forward. Otherwise, even if they survived the first attack, their star shield energy would be nearly depleted. Taking advantage of the enemy's main cannons cooling down, the 3 T5 Terrorblades closed in, unleashing their main and secondary cannons. Explosions rippled across the enemy's star shield, far more powerful than the T4 starship's earlier attacks. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy armored artillery battleship, a figure sat in the captain's chair. This was Zhao Ruyue, the captain of the T5 Holy Redeemer's lead ship. Captain, 3 enemy T5 Terrorblades are approaching, the first officer excitedly reported. Zhao Ruyue calmly glanced at the star map and said, no rush, let them come closer. Minutes later, the 3 T5 Terrorblades had positioned themselves around the T5 Holy Redeemer, seemingly ready to tear the Xiaolong starship apart. Activate the super electromagnetic railgun, load the Redeemer impact shells, lock onto the enemy ships, and prepare to fire, Zhao Ruyue suddenly ordered. The first officer immediately executed the command. The upper front section of the T5 Holy Redeemer slowly opened, revealing a massive black cannon. Damn, what is that? The demon captain's face turned pale, staring at the at least 300-meter caliber cannon. His T5 Terrorblade was directly in its line of fire. Dodge! Dodge now! The demon captain shouted in panic, but it was too late. The massive cannon had locked onto its target. As the 300 caliber super electromagnetic railgun of the Redeemer began to charge, a blue light flashed, and a gigantic shell hurtled towards the T5 Terrorblade-class medium battlecruiser at an incredible speed. A blinding flash suddenly erupted on the battlefield the moment a massive shell struck the star shield of a T5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. The impact point flared like a miniature star, dazzling everyone who witnessed it. They held their breath, hearts pounding in their chests. In the next instant, spiderweb cracks spread across the star shield. The shell paused briefly, then surged forward again. Though its speed had slowed, it still easily shattered the ship's armor, piercing through and emerging from the other side. Internal explosions followed, triggering a chain reaction of secondary blasts. Clearly, the shell had hit the ammunition depot. Even without the secondary explosions, the starship had lost all combat capability. In a single shot, a T5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser was utterly destroyed. Witnessing this, the demon captains of the other 2 T5 Terrorblade-class ships were thrown into a panic. Unsure of what to do, they urgently sought guidance from the Red Demon Marshal. After a long silence, the Marshal ordered them to continue fighting and to destroy the enemy's T5 interstellar battleship as quickly as possible. Reluctantly, the 2 T5 Terrorblade-class ships braced themselves to face the formidable enemy vessel, hoping that its giant cannon had a long reload time. Meanwhile, aboard the T5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, the 300 caliber super electromagnetic railgun's loading crew was working frantically. The department sergeant meticulously checked every loading detail, glancing through the transparent floor-to-ceiling window at the massive chamber outside. Faster! Faster! The captain has ordered another Redeemer impact shell to be loaded, the sergeant shouted through the command channel. Although 99% of the loading process was automated, the remaining one required manual intervention. Giant mechanical arms slowly maneuvered a 300 diameter shell, resembling a moving mountain. Despite having seen it many times, the sergeant couldn't help but swallow nervously. With the operator's assistance, the massive cannon was finally loaded. It then began charging, preparing for the next shot. Minutes later, the sergeant reported to the bridge. Redeemer-class 300 caliber super electromagnetic railgun loaded with Redeemer impact shell. Charging complete. Awaiting orders. The bridge promptly issued new attack coordinates. At this moment, the two T-5 Terrorblade-class ships adopted guerrilla tactics. Using their high speed, they maneuvered around the enemy ship, never staying in one place for too long, even sacrificing some firepower for greater mobility. Having witnessed the power of the enemy's giant cannon, they dared not risk their own ships. They deliberately avoided the enemy ship's bow, using their superior agility and steering to employ a kiting strategy, hoping to wear down their opponent. The demon captains felt a smug sense of confidence. As long as the giant cannon couldn't aim accurately, it was just a useless decoration. However, their confidence quickly turned to fear. The enemy's giant cannon began to move in not slowly. Damn it! It's not a fixed gun. One demon captain cursed in terror, immediately ordering his ship to pull back and calling for nearby T-4 demon starships to assist in defense. The other Terrorblade-class ship quickly followed suit. The demon captains watched the rotating barrel of the enemy's giant cannon with dread, praying fervently that it wouldn't target them. Eventually, the cannon locked onto a retreating T-5 Terrorblade. Damn it! Order all nearby starships to provide cover immediately. That's an order, the unfortunate demon captain roared, desperately trying to minimize his risk. Target locked. The deputy captain reported to Captain Zhao Ruyue. Fire! Captain Zhao Ruyue ordered coldly. 10 minutes later, the terrifying giant cannon roared again. A massive shell shot out at incredible speed. This time, a dozen T-4 demon starships had formed a defensive line in front of the target T-5 Terrorblade. They all deployed their star shields, and every Closian weapon system fired frantically, attempting to intercept the shell. However, against this indestructible shell, all interception efforts were futile. Even if they managed to hit it, they could only leave a cloud of smoke at the impact point. The T-4 demon starships that tried to block it with their bodies had slightly more success. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the first T-4 demon starship hit by the shell instantly turned into a massive fireball. Its star shield was obliterated upon impact, and the entire ship was vaporized in moments. It all happened so quickly that no one had time to react. The second fireball blossomed in the dark expanse of space, followed by the third, the fifth, and finally the 10th. In mere seconds, a dazzling path of destruction spread across the starry sky. The T-4 Blade-class light interstellar interceptors, T-4 Demon Hunter-class medium interstellar battlecruisers, and T-4 Gargoyle-class heavy interstellar frigates all crumpled like paper before this barrage, transforming into brilliant fireballs. The unlucky demon captain's eyes widened as he watched the approaching explosions. His heart pounded in his throat, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Finally, the fateful projectile struck the star shield of his own T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. Blinding light persisted for several seconds before the shield shattered, and the projectile continued on, crashing into the ship. This T-5 Terrorblade-class warship was slightly more fortunate than its predecessors. Perhaps the sacrifices of the previous dozen interstellar ships had provided some buffer, for the projectile ultimately struck the rear section, blowing it to pieces. The massive shockwave sent the behemoth spiraling out of control in space. Report: the attack has successfully hit the target's hull, the vice captain informed Captain Zhao Ruyue. Though we haven't completely destroyed the enemy ship, we have obliterated its rear. Evaluations indicate that this T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser has lost its navigational abilities and star shield, posing minimal threat to us. Zhao Ruyue accepted this less-than-perfect result and curtly ordered, "Have the other interstellar ships ensure it's completely incapacitated." She then turned her gaze to the last remaining Targeta fleeing T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruiser. "Chase," Zhao Ruyue commanded with a single word. The T-5 Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship immediately pursued the escaping enemy. Even surrounded by hundreds of T-4 Demon interstellar warships, this formidable battleship showed no fear. Its powerful firepower cut through the enemy ranks like a hot knife through butter, engaging in fierce combat with the surrounding interstellar ships. 10 minutes later, the massive cannon was reloaded. "Report: reloading complete," the vice captain said. "The target ship will be out of our effective range in 3 minutes." Captain Zhao Ruyue stared at the radar, deep in thought. If the demon captain were here, he would be shocked to discover that the firepower coverage displayed on the radar far exceeded the initial range of the 3T-4 Terrorblades patrolling the perimeter. Clearly, Zhao Ruyue had been bluffing from the start. That range was not the true limit. Destroy it, Zhao Ruyue ordered calmly. The vice captain relayed the command while discreetly observing her captain. She had served under Zhao Ruyue for some time, and knew her welcome to the point of being mechanical, with barely any visible emotion. Yet her command was incredibly skilled. It was said that Zhao Ruyue had been promoted to captain of AT-5 interstellar battleship less than 6 months after graduating from the Xiaolong Goddess Academy, a testament to her formidable prowess. In the brief moment, the vice captain's mind wandered. The attack had concluded. When she looked back at the screen, she saw the shattered remains of an interstellar ship drifting in space. Judging by the damage, the projectile had pierced from the rear to the front of the ship. Compared to the previous 2 T-5 Terrorblades, this one was undoubtedly the most devastated. The wreckage even drifted some distance, nearly reaching the rear lines of the Red Demon Corps. The Red Demon Marshal sat expressionless in the captain's chair, surrounded by silent demon officers. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Can anyone tell me what's going on with these 2 T-5 interstellar warships from the Xiaolong Corps? No one dared to respond. The next moment, the Red Demon Marshal drew his laser gun and fired at a demon officer, splattering blood as the officer collapsed with a hole in his head. The rest of the officers, witnessing this, didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Speaking up now was the most dangerous move. I've lost 6 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. Can no one give me an explanation? The Red Demon Marshal's voice was chilling, devoid of anger. But everyone knew this was when he was most furious. If they couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, none of them would escape death. At this critical moment, 2 communication windows appeared, saving them. Red Demon Marshal, why weren't we informed about these 2 T-5 interstellar warships from the enemy? One voice demanded. Marshal, the situation is dire. Another voice followed. There are 40,000 Angel interstellar warships watching closely. If we continue fighting, even if we defeat the Xiaolong Corps, we could be ambushed by the Angel Corps, resulting in even greater losses. I suggest we retreat and reassess. These voices belong to the highest commanders of the Ghoul Corps and the Balam Corps, who were supporting the Red Demon Corps in this operation. I demand we continue the attack, the Red Demon Marshal said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Your T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers must join the battle. However, the 2 demon commanders were unmoved. One even replied with a hint of disdain. Red Demon Marshal, understand this. We serve the Ghoul Marshal. Our participation in this operation is out of goodwill. I must prioritize our own fleet. If you insist on not retreating, we will withdraw from the battlefield. Though the Red Demon Marshal was a formidable figure to them, his corps was destined to be disbanded eventually, and he would meet a grim fate. The priority now was to preserve their own fleets. Anyone could see that the Xiaolong Corps was a tough opponent. The Red Demon Marshal clenched his fists. If these 2 were in front of him, he would have killed them without hesitation. But the current situation forced him to compromise. Fine, retreat for now, he reluctantly agreed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The order was quickly disseminated, and the demon fleets began to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen, lounging on a sofa with his chin resting on one hand, smirked. Think you can come and go as you please? This isn't some playground. Wanna leave? Not without my permission. As the demon fleet began to slowly retreat, a small point of light suddenly appeared behind them. The light quickly expanded, and a massive interstellar battleship materialized out of thin air. Report to the commander and General Charlotte. The Hades is in combat position. Xue Xiaoxiao's slightly excited voice reached Zhao Chen and Charlotte's ears. This long-prepared hunter had finally bared its fangs. Begin, Zhao Chen commanded calmly. Xue Xiaoxiao understood immediately. She had been waiting for this moment for over a day. Previously, the Hades, which she was responsible for, had only made a symbolic appearance on the front lines before retreating for rest. Hades' sword, activate. Following Xue Xiaoxiao's command, the main cannon of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought began to charge, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. On the demon side, an adjutant quickly reported to Marshal Red Devil. Report, the Xiaolong Legion's T-5 interstellar battleship named Hades has suddenly appeared in our retreat path and is activating a high-risk weapon. Marshal Red Devil's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Damn these bastards. Relay the order. Prepare to withstand the enemy's attack. After the enemy's attack, continue the retreat. At this moment, the Marshal could only pray that his fleet's losses would be minimized, allowing as many demon ships to escape as possible. In the audience, 3 high-ranking angels were stunned. The 2 T-5 interstellar battleships used by the Xiaolong Legion had shown incredible combat capabilities, and now they witnessed one of these legendary T-5 ships jump directly behind the demon fleet. From their vantage point, they also noticed a large number of interstellar battleships and cruisers from the Xiaolong Legion attempting to penetrate the demon fleet's formation. Leading these assault fleets were the T-5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers, which would eventually converge with the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. Suddenly, the rumored powerful weapon of the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought was revealed. A massive beam of light shot from its bow, turning demon ships into cosmic dust in its path. The beam, like a sharp sword, carved a beautiful arc in space, clearing 99 of the demon ships in a short time. Incredible! This weapon? How did the Xiaolong Legion develop such technology? High-ranking Angel Berkeley exclaimed, finding the scene before him unbelievable. Using his intuition, high-ranking Angel Jesse quickly calculated an astonishing figure. Just one shot destroyed over 10,000 demon ships, including severely damaging a T-5 Terror Blade-class medium interstellar battleship. The heavily damaged T-5 Terror Blade-class medium interstellar battleship, although not destroyed outright, had its energy shields depleted and a deep gash on its hull, exposing dozens of compartments to space, sealing its doomed fate. Angel Tilia examined a real-time battle damage report. It showed that the Xiaolong Legion had lost about 11,000 ships, including over 100 T-4 ships. In contrast, the Demon Fleet had lost 150,000 ships, including 5 T-5 Terrorblades destroyed and 2 heavily damaged, as well as nearly 40,000 T-4 Demon ships. Despite the still considerable size of the Demon Fleet, the earlier battle had cost them more than half of their elite and main combat ships. With the Angel Fleet watching closely, the Demon Fleet had no choice but to retreat. At this point, the battlefield dynamics radically shifted due to the T-5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought's stunning performance. The Xiaolong Legion launched a counterattack, led by the T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers that had yet to engage. This caused chaos within the Demon Fleet, making their retreat disorganized and panicked. "It's our turn to act," Angel Tilia said. High-ranking Angels Berkeley and Jesse looked at her in unison. Since they invited us to help and have such a significant advantage, it would be ungracious of us Angels not to assist. After all, the Xiaolong Legion is our ally. Angel Tilia then issued her orders: Rose Angel Legion, support the left flank. Storm Angel Legion, support the right flank. My Seraphim Legion will penetrate the enemy formation to create further chaos. Aim to destroy as many demon ships as possible. Yes. The two high-ranking Angel commanders immediately started directing their fleets into battle. They had been eager to join the fray and showcase their prowess. Riding her angelic interstellar ship, Angel Tilia instinctively glanced towards the Xiaolong military base. She thought to herself, that man probably foresaw all this and knew she would engage after assessing the situation. Perhaps he was also testing whether this alliance was truly worthwhile. He was indeed inscrutable. With the Angel fleet joining the battle, the collapse of the Demon fleet accelerated. Initially, there was some resistance, but as more T-4 demon ships were destroyed, control of the situation was lost. Worse still, the Ghoul Legion and Baram Legion began to retreat independently, abandoning the Red Devil Legion. Thus, the scales of war tipped decisively. The battle turned into a one-sided hunt. An angel and a dragon were chasing the fleeing demons across space, toying with them like hunters with their prey. The Red Demon's fourth expedition, the Battle of the Griffin Dragon, lasted 10 days, marked by fluctuating fortunes. On the first day, both sides were evenly matched, and the battle was in a deadlock. However, on the second day, the Demon Legion suddenly collapsed, plummeting from heaven to hell. Over the next 8 days, 3 Demon Legions fell into a full retreat, desperately seeking a way out. The Griffin Dragon Legion and the Angel Legion launched a relentless pursuit that lasted over a week. Even in defeat, the Demon Legion still had over 800,000 interstellar warships. The Griffin Dragon and Angel Legions, determined to hunt down their prey, eventually destroyed 600,000 demon warships. However, 200,000 managed to escape into the demon route. Due to insufficient military supplies and an overextended supply line, the pursuit had to be called off. The battle concluded with the annihilation of 800,000 demon interstellar warships. The Griffin Dragon military base lost nearly 15,000 warships, with a casualty rate of 23. Additionally, many warships sustained varying degrees of damage. The T-5 class warships fared relatively well. Only the T-5 Pluto and the T-5 Holy Redeemer had their hull armor partially attacked after their star shields were depleted. These damages were not severe and could be repaired quickly for redeployment. In terms of personnel, nearly 5 million soldiers sacrificed their lives in this battle. All life information has been received by the rear, and the necessary posthumous procedures are underway. During the campaign, the Griffin Dragon Legion consumed combat supplies worth 60 trillion star coins, exceeding the original budget of 50 trillion. The extra 10 trillion star coins were urgently allocated from Warhammer. As Lilith was reporting these battlefield statistics to Zhao Chen, a figure suddenly appeared on the couch's backrest. Little dragon girl swung her legs, smiling as she pointed at herself and said, "I compiled all these data. Without my help, the secretarial department would have needed at least 5 times longer. She looked expectantly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen briefly praised her. You did a good job. Thrilled by the compliment, little dragon girl continued. I also managed the logistics allocation. I calculated that our military supplies were insufficient and notified Sister Lilith to contact Warhammer in advance. The logistics from Warhammer were also my doing. Thanks to data sharing, I know exactly how many supplies are in each starport and planetary warehouse. I can come up with the best plan in the shortest time. And Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that while this AI was exceptionally capable, she talked too much and he wished he could just mute her. At that moment, Secretary Nancy reported, 3 Angel Legion commanders request an audience. Zhao Chen immediately stood up and instructed, arrange for them to meet me in the conference room. Dragon Girl, although the war is over, there are still many tasks you need to handle. Continue assisting everyone on the bridge. He swiftly left the bridge. Yes, Commander. Dragon Girl stood at attention, mimicking a military salute like the other crew members. After boarding the ship, the 3 high-ranking angels quickly traversed the starship via a hover elevator. High-ranking Angel Jesse analyzed, this starship is unique. It must be the rare interstellar command ship. High-ranking Angel Berkeley was surprised. Did Griffin Dragon really develop a special command ship just for directing operations? Another high-ranking angel lamented. It's a pity we can't fully understand the capabilities of this command ship. They soon reached their destination. Zhao Chen was already waiting in the conference room. He warmly embraced Angel Tilia and high-ranking Angel Jesse, but only shook hands with high-ranking Angel Berkeley, catching the 3 angels off guard. Once inside the conference room, Zhao Chen smiled and asked, what brings you here? The 3 high-ranking angels felt a bit uneasy facing Zhao Chen's smile. Angel Tilia began. It's about the agreement for our support. Zhao Chen interjected. You mean the consumption of your military supplies, right? No problem. Go ahead. How much is it? Angel Tilia replied. According to our calculations, our military supply consumption for this battle is 300 billion star coins. 300 billion star coins? That's quite cheap, Zhao Chen remarked in surprise. Angel Tilia didn't quite grasp his comment, but it was indeed Zhao Chen's genuine reaction. The Griffin Dragon's 60,000 warships burned through 60 trillion star coins in this battle, whereas the Angel Legion's 400,000 warships only cost 300 billion star coins, which seemed incredibly economical. Zhao Chen generously said, we'll deduct that 300 billion from our future military procurement agreements as per our arrangement. Angel Tilia didn't expect Zhao Chen to be so straightforward. The 2 sides discussed the battle details further, with high-ranking Angel Berkeley constantly praising the performance of the Griffin Dragon warships. At that moment, Zhao Chen suddenly heard a system prompt. Beep beep beep, system notification, quarterly mission updated. Commander Zhao, is everything alright? Angel Tilia noticed Zhao Chen's distraction and asked. Nothing, please continue. Zhao Chen replied calmly while opening the system interface. The delayed quarterly mission update finally refreshed, making Zhao Chen a bit uneasy. The system displayed, quarterly mission updated. Swarm tide will commence in 100 hours. In 100 hours, the swarm onslaught will begin. Zhao Chen had long sensed something ominous, and now this overdue quarterly mission had finally appeared, confirming his fears. He quickly opened the mission details, his eyes scanning the screen rapidly. Quarterly mission, swarm onslaught. Mission objective, in 100 hours, defend against the swarm fleet emerging from the permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest. Mission evaluation. Completion will be assessed based on the outcome of the battle with corresponding rewards. Time until mission starts, 99 hours 59 minutes. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed. The long-dormant permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest was finally stirring, ready to unleash chaos within the Holy Radiance Empire. The system's timing was likely accurate, meaning that in 100 hours, a massive swarm fleet would pour out like a flood, possibly including the dreaded T5 Hive mothership. However, the system mentioned nothing about the mission's danger level or end time, which only increased Zhao Chen's unease. There were too many unknown factors. Worse still, the Dragonhawk Legion had just been through a fierce battle and suffered heavy losses. Supplies were depleted, and many warships were in dire need of repair. The little over 4 days left were simply not enough to restore the Legion's strength. Zhao Chen cursed the ill-timed mission under his breath. Given the current state of the Dragonhawk Legion, even with the Holy Radiance Empire's home fleet, it would be difficult to fend off this catastrophic invasion. While mission failure wouldn't result in punishment, the consequences would be dire. If the Holy Radiance Empire fell, the Swarm would use it as a base to expand throughout the universe. At that point, both the Star Shimmer Empire and Dragonhawk would be doomed. Zhao Chen could not allow this to happen. He urgently needed powerful reinforcements, and they had to be capable of standing against the interstellar swarm. His gaze involuntarily fell on Angel Tilia, who was still speaking eloquently. 400,000 angelic starships. Despite the previous battle, this fleet had lost fewer than 30,000 ships, with its strength largely intact. They had the upper hand, with the Demon Legion already in retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse me for a moment. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Zhao Chen suddenly stood up, feigning urgency as he left the conference room, leaving the three high-ranking angels exchanging puzzled glances. 10 minutes later, Zhao Chen re-entered the room with a grave expression. Angel Tilia, sensing something was amiss, tentatively asked, Lord Dragonhawk, is there something wrong? Zhao Chen took a deep breath, looking seriously at the three high-ranking angels. Yes. I just received a message from the monitoring outpost at the permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest in the Holy Radiance Empire. We suspect that in about 4 to 5 days, a large number of interstellar swarms will emerge from there and attack the Holy Radiance Empire. He sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead with a troubled look. Under normal circumstances, I would have confidence in repelling the swarm. But now, you know the state of my Dragonhawk Legion. With a battle damage rate exceeding 20, supplies nearly exhausted, and many warships in urgent need of repair and resupply, I simply cannot mobilize an elite fleet to fend off this disaster in such a short time. If the interstellar swarm is allowed to ravage the Holy Radiance Empire, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's what's been troubling me. The three high-ranking angels looked visibly shaken. Archangel Berkeley frowned and asked, Do we know the scale of the interstellar swarm? Zhao Chen shook his head. Our research division can only detect energy fluctuations and estimate their arrival time. We don't know the exact scale, but I estimate there will be at least several T5 hive motherships. At this, even Angel Tilia gasped. For the angels, who possess T5 level starships, 1 or 2 T5 hive motherships would not be a threat. But their presence signified a massive swarm fleet and innumerable swarm units. The angels had previously clashed with the interstellar swarm and knew well the terror of this alien race. Moreover, this was a permanent level 5 cosmic insect nest. No one knew how many swarms would emerge. The three high-ranking angels exchanged worried glances, clearly realizing the situation was beyond their initial expectations. They had come to aid the Dragonhawk Legion against the demon race, not anticipating an interstellar swarm would appear out of nowhere. Zhao Chen continued, I understand that according to our original agreement, your assistance was only meant to help us against the demon race. You are not obligated to help us fight the interstellar swarm. I won't force you. The originally planned 3-month period can be cancelled, and you may leave at any time. The three high-ranking angels looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, not expecting him to decline their help and even offer to let them leave. Zhao Chen added gravely, However, I cannot guarantee that my Dragonhawk forces will help this universe survive this swarm disaster. Therefore, regarding our military procurement contracts and agreements, I cannot guarantee their fulfillment. I am deeply sorry. At this, the three high-ranking angels were dumbfounded. They had traveled a great distance to support Dragonhawk, primarily to ensure its continued existence and rely on its starship manufacturing industry to supply the angelic frontlines. If the interstellar swarm destroyed this place, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? At this moment, the angel Tilia faced an incredibly difficult choice. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she hesitated to speak. The turbulence within her clearly reflected in her deep blue eyes. Zhao Chen keenly noticed her hesitation, his lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. The seed has been planted. It's time to water it. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and slowly began. We, the Xiaolong, are willing to offer some compensation for the assistance of the Angel Clan. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Tilia's gaze immediately sharpened, and she instinctively asked, What kind of compensation? Her voice carried a hint of anticipation, though she tried not to show it too obviously. Feigning hesitation, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a moment, he looked up with a resolute expression. We are willing to grant the Angel Clan access to purchase Xiaolong T3 class interstellar battleships. This proposal sparked evident interest in the eyes of the three senior angels present. They exchanged meaningful glances, clearly impressed with the Xiaolong Legion's combat capabilities. High-ranking Angel Berkeley couldn't wait to speak. We want your T5 class interstellar battleships. His tone was tinged with urgency, as if afraid the opportunity might slip away. Zhao Chen's expression darkened instantly. He stood up abruptly, slamming his hands on the conference table. Impossible. T5 class interstellar battleships are absolutely not for sale. Berkeley stared coldly at Zhao Chen. Lord Zhao, this concerns the life and death of the Xiaolong. Isn't that worth a few T5 class interstellar battleships? Besides, we're not asking for the technology. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Chen spoke deliberately. You should know the cost of building a T5 class interstellar battleship. We don't even have enough for ourselves. How could we possibly sell them? This request is out of the question. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Senior Angel Jesse interjected at the right moment. Lord Zhao, we also wish to help the Xiaolong. But your sincerity seems insufficient to justify the risk we're taking. Zhao Chen sat back down and closed his eyes in contemplation. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and spoke firmly. I can sell you some T4 class interstellar battleships from the Xiaolong fleet. We want the technical schematics. Berkeley immediately demanded. Technology is absolutely off the table. Zhao Chen replied decisively. Jesse followed up with another question. Do these T4 class interstellar battleships include missile ships and cannon ships? No, they do not. Zhao Chen replied bluntly. Seeing the negotiations reach an impasse, Tilia stepped in to mediate. All right, such an important matter is beyond our authority to decide. Lord Zhao, please give us some time to contact the Angel King. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement and then left the conference room, his face still showing signs of displeasure. The three senior angels, led by Xiaolong crew members, exited the interstellar battleship. Inside the shuttle, they began discussing the negotiations. Berkeley expressed regret over not securing the T4 class missile ships, while Jesse believed that obtaining T4 class interstellar battleships was already a good outcome. Tilia reminded them not to celebrate too soon, as they still needed to convince the Angel King. She instructed Jesse to use long-range communication equipment to contact the Angel King and report the situation as soon as they returned. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen watched the Angel shuttle depart through the porthole. The earlier look of grief and helplessness on his face had vanished, replaced by a faint, enigmatic smile. This negotiation was nothing more than a carefully orchestrated performance. Turning his back to the porthole, Zhao Chen murmured to himself, "The swarm tide." His gaze shifted to the dark expanse of the universe, as if contemplating an even more distant future. During the few hours waiting for a response from the angelic race, Zhao Chen urgently summoned Charlotte and Lilith to inform them about the impending insect swarm crisis. When asked how he predicted this catastrophe, Zhao Chen simply explained that it was based on analysis of spatial anomaly data. His two trusted aides did not question this explanation and immediately began preparing a response plan. Lilith was the first to suggest, "We should prepare for the worst-case scenario. I propose we transfer all military supplies to the Holy Radiance Empire and mobilize the fleets from the Starshine Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. While they may not be very effective against the demon race, they could be useful against the interstellar insect swarms." Charlotte then added, "I'll arrange for heavily damaged interstellar warships to return to the Xiaolong base for repairs, aiming to get them back in action as quickly as possible. Lightly damaged ships can go to military starports in Warhammer or the Holy Radiance Empire to ease the workload at Xiaolong base." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement with their plans and assigned tasks accordingly. "Proceed with your plans. I'll contact Empress Qin and Empress Saint Kana. Charlotte, you'll coordinate with Warhammer. Also, notify the three empires to enter an emergency war mobilization state and requisition all military supplies and raw materials from both official and unofficial sources, sending them to the Holy Radiance Empire. Post-war, we will compensate at market price or offer Xiaolong system products as reimbursement, with a 30% discount on Xiaolong system products." Zhao Chen emphasized, "For this operation, you have my authority to issue orders. Handle any unexpected situations immediately." With their orders, the two women promptly began their tasks. Meanwhile, Angel Tilia sent a response from the angelic race via video link. She got straight to the point. "Our Holy Angel King agrees to assist in repelling the insect swarm invasion, but with several conditions. If our casualty rate exceeds 30, we will withdraw from the battlefield. The value of any lost Angel Fleet warships will be compensated with Xiaolong system interstellar warships. Additionally, we want the sales rights for the T4 interstellar missile ships." After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Chen made a decision. "I can grant sales rights for the T4 Judgment Angel class heavy interstellar missile ships, but on one condition. For every 1,000 T4 level insect hive motherships or 1 T5 level hive mothership you destroy on the future insect battlefield, you may purchase 1 T4 Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile ship and 10 matching interstellar missiles." After a brief consideration, Angel Tilia agreed to this proposal. "We will proceed according to your terms. Our 3 Angel fleets will follow your command, but we require you to provide military supply support." Zhao Chen agreed, though he was secretly calculating. The angelic race seemed to overlook a crucial point. Interstellar missile ships are high-consumption warships, heavily reliant on their interstellar missiles for combat effectiveness. Once they run out of missiles, they would have to purchase more from the Xiaolong system. In the end, Zhao Chen was confident he would profit tenfold from this deal. The news of the joint victory between the Xiaolong Legion and the Angel Legion quickly spread among the upper echelons of the 3 major empires. However, the atmosphere of celebration was short-lived, as a top-level emergency war mobilization order struck like a thunderclap. Families and lords were left bewildered, with only a few key phrases in their messages. Permanent Level 5 Cosmic Insect Lair, Insect Swarm, full mobilization. Meanwhile, the large-scale emergency deployment by the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group underscored the severity of the situation. The joy of defeating the demon clan quickly gave way to a new shadow over their hearts: the imminent threat of the interstellar insect race. Most factions, upon understanding the details, immediately made arrangements to unconditionally support Xiaolong. They knew well that compared to the demon clan, the interstellar insects were far more terrifying. To the insects, they were merely food. With no other choice, the conditions Xiaolong offered post-war compensation, requisition materials, and discounted exchange rights prompted swift decisions. However, some short-sighted families and factions only symbolically contributed a small portion of their resources, hoping to preserve their strength for future contingencies. Unbeknownst to them, these dissenting factions had already been blacklisted by Xiaolong's intelligence organization and would soon be dealt with by various means by the empires. Zhao Chen's stance was clear. If they refused the clear path given, they would be escorted out. The scale of this mobilization was unprecedented. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom deployed 200,000 Beast Legion troops, 200,000 Dragon Legion troops, 100,000 Tiger Dragon Legion troops, and even drew 100,000 interstellar warships from its weakest Federation regiment. The Starshine Empire dispatched nearly 600,000 interstellar warships, including the elite Chu family fleet and the former Princess Royal fleet. As the main battlefield, the Holy Radiance Empire, under Empress Saint Kana's command, ordered 5 stellar fleet groups totaling 500,000 interstellar warships to rush to the front lines. She personally led a 300,000 strong Empress's Radiant fleet to the battlefield. In total, about 2 million interstellar warships were converging on a single coordinate, the permanent level 5 cosmic insect lair. All of this was triggered by the order of one man. Who would have thought that a single command could mobilize such vast military forces across 3 empires? The industrial base of the Xiaolong star system was bustling. Besides the ongoing starship production lines, all efforts were redirected to producing interstellar missiles and military supplies. Newly completed interstellar warships were immediately repurposed for missile production. All products followed emergency procedures, heading straight to the front lines of the Holy Radiance Empire. Chief Engineer Nana was rapidly adjusting all production tasks, following orders from Secretary Lilith. Fighting the interstellar insects was entirely different from combating the demon clan. The key was ensuring sufficient ammunition and energy supplies for the interstellar warships. Lilith had even established a dedicated transport route, with a fleet of interstellar transport ships ferrying supplies directly from the Xiaolong star system to the front lines. At this moment, all stargates within the 3 empires were under strict control. Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group's warships had the highest priority, followed by the fleets heading to the battlefield. The entire empire was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. At the command base of the Cosmic Insect Lair No. 1 frontline in the Holy Radiance Empire, a massive T-5 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship hovered. Secretary Lilith was reporting to Zhao Chen. Within 10 days, all combat-ready interstellar warships would be in place. Thereafter, all Stargate pathways would prioritize interstellar transport ships for frontline supplies. All military starports and industrial bases were on standby to receive damaged warships. After hearing the report, Zhao Chen gave some instructions and walked towards the front command hall. There, a state-of-the-art interstellar battlefield data sandbox awaited him. Charlotte, Saint Kana, and Xiaolong were waiting for him. Zhao Chen stared at the sandbox, where a large red area marked the insect lair location, along with various military bases, defense positions, and ready interstellar warships. Charlotte pointed out the current major issue. Besides the lair area, there were 3 star regions where interstellar insects had not been completely eradicated for various reasons. They feared these remnants would cause trouble when the insect swarm began. Saint Kana's expression was grave. These 3 star regions' insects had always been a thorn in her side. Zhao Chen also remembered this issue but had been too busy to address it. Now, all problems were surfacing at once. At that moment, a task timer in front of Zhao Chen showed a particularly striking countdown. 73 hours and 35 minutes until the insect swarm frenzy began. There are 73 hours and 35 minutes left until the swarm onslaught begins. In the Star Command Center, Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Saint Kana are gathered around a massive holographic star map, discussing their upcoming battle plans. Zhao Chen's gaze swept over the blinking red dots on the map, representing 3 problematic star regions. He spoke in a grave tone. To face the swarm in our best condition, we must first eliminate these threats. But our actions need to be swift and efficient, minimizing our losses. He turned to Charlotte, who nodded in agreement. Our primary objective is to counter the impending swarm. Although these 3 star regions pose a threat and could affect future battles, we must prioritize. This statement was clearly directed at Saint Kana. The interstellar swarm in these 3 regions had always been a thorn in her side. Despite Zhao Chen's previous efforts to stabilize the empire and provide support, a significant number of swarm remained. Zhao Chen needed to clarify this to prevent Saint Kana from trying to solve these issues all at once and neglecting the more critical matters. Saint Kana seemed to understand their point, adjusting her tone. I understand the Lord's intent. We'll clear as much as we can. Charlotte pointed to a large red circle at the center of the map. Regarding this star region where the hive is located, We need to compress the swarm's occupied area to create favorable conditions for future battles. She swiped her hands across the map, revealing multiple attack routes that would reduce the swarm's occupied area to a third of its original size. St. Kana asked worriedly, multiple fronts? Won't that strain our command and logistics? Leave that to me, the AI Xiaolong confidently assured. This is the best plan to handle the future swarm, Charlotte added. My plan doesn't require us to annihilate all swarm in these areas. We just need to clear and drive them into specific zones. We can then assign weaker fleets to gradually eliminate them. She displayed a more detailed combat simulation, showing how to segment and encircle parts of the swarm, with some fleets responsible for annihilation. This operation will mobilize over 2 million starships, but not all need to be on the front lines. We have about 400,000 Angel starships in the Xiaolong fleet. I suggest deploying elite fleets to the front line, with other fleets handling rear operations and standby support. St. Kana pondered for a moment, understanding the strategy of placing the right fleets in the right positions. This seemed at odds with Zhao Chen's previous full-scale war mobilization, but that was due to the Xiaolong fleet's insufficient numbers when facing the swarm's overwhelming tactics. Let's follow General Charlotte's plan. My Holy Light Empress fleet will be at your disposal, St. Kana agreed. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen, who nodded in approval, then continued to detail the battle plan. The main battleground is divided into two. The first is the remaining swarm in those three regions, currently involving nearly 300,000 hive motherships, with a third of the planets occupied by ground swarm. Our task is to reduce the number of hive motherships to below 50,000 within 60 hours, leave some fleets to continue the fight, and have the rest ready for the next phase. The second battleground is compressing the swarm's occupied area in the hive region. We expect to face 200,000 hive motherships, possibly with additional reinforcements. Similarly, within 60 hours, we need to reduce their numbers to below 50,000 and confine them to specific areas, leaving other fleets to maintain control. After hearing this, Zhao Chen directly asked Xiaolong, based on this plan, what are our projected losses, consumption, and feasibility? Xiaolong quickly calculated and responded, based on current data, we estimate losses of 100,000 to 300,000 starships, mainly T2 class. The battlefield consumption will be around 3 trillion star coins, while we currently have 30 trillion star coins worth of war supplies ready, with another 20 trillion in the second and third batches. If needed, resource extraction zones can continuously supply raw materials. Overall feasibility is 87.66. Zhao Chen weighed the information. Although losing 100,000 to 300,000 starships was significant, considering the vast number of swarm they faced, it was an acceptable cost. Let's proceed with Charlotte's plan. Zhao Chen finally decided, his gaze once again fixed on the star map dotted with countless lights representing the interstellar war. Galactic calendar, May 3rd, 3035. Only 70 hours remained until the swarm frenzy outbreak. Under Charlotte's meticulous planning, operations on two battlefronts were swiftly set into motion. Over 2 million interstellar warships were deployed with remarkable order and precision. The T5 Dragon Emperor, an interstellar command ship, became the nerve center of the campaign, ensuring rapid feedback and solutions for any reported issues. The fleet captains from the three great empires were astonished to see that even in this advanced interstellar era, such a vast fleet could be commanded so seamlessly. They no longer needed to overthink. They simply executed the precise orders from the T5 Dragon Emperor. This unprecedented command efficiency left even the battle-hardened veterans in awe. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, contentedly observing the translucent hologram of Xiaolong hovering above the interstellar war sandbox. Xiaolong, more focused than usual, was utilizing immense computational power to command the vast fleet. Despite the massive scale of over 2 million warships, it still did not push her to her limits. Having Xiaolong, a top-tier AI, really makes things much easier for us, Lilith, the secretary officer, remarked sincerely as she stood beside Zhao Chen. Indeed, Zhao Chen nodded, arms crossed in agreement. Specialized tasks should be handled by specialists, and that goes for different types of interstellar warships as well. With this command ship, our command system's efficiency has increased exponentially. It might seem insignificant at first, but it will gradually show in our combat capabilities. The best part is, this top-tier AI doesn't cost us a fortune. Zhao Chen added half-jokingly, unlike Annie, who still needs employee benefits. Turning his gaze back to the interstellar war sandbox, Zhao Chen asked, how's the situation on the front lines? Lilith reported, everything is progressing smoothly. After several rounds of discussions, we've made some adjustments to General Charlotte's plan. For instance, we decided to mix regular fleets, elite fleets, and fleets with experience fighting the swarm. This approach minimizes combat losses and allows all interstellar warships to gain experience against the swarm. She continued, according to historical records, the biggest obstacle in fighting the swarm is the lack of experience and fear during the initial encounter with these alien creatures. This operation will train our fleets in advance, preventing panic when facing future swarm attacks. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. That's a very sensible idea. Sometimes, seemingly trivial issues can suddenly emerge on the battlefield and even change the entire course of the war. During their conversation, Lilith couldn't help but remark, I must say, the financial strength of the Holy Radiance Empire is indeed impressive. Of the 50 trillion star coins worth of war materials we prepared for this swarm threat, two-thirds were provided by the Holy Radiance Empire and various noble families. Zhao Chen responded calmly, a camel may be thin, but it's still bigger than a horse, especially when it's the strongest of the three great empires. The swarm is their biggest threat now. By helping them, we have a chance to eliminate these swarm remnants. So naturally, they're willing to contribute. Anyone who doesn't see the big picture will likely face repercussions from Saint Kana later. Curious, Zhao Chen asked, by the way, didn't Saint Kana volunteer to clear the swarm remnants in those 3-star regions? Lilith confirmed, yes, those 3-star regions have always been a sore spot for Saint Kana. Now that she has the opportunity, she naturally wants to resolve it personally. Zhao Chen said nothing more, continuing to focus on the battle situation displayed on the interstellar war sandbox. The ticking countdown, in his view, served as a silent reminder of the impending battle. Meanwhile, in a star system within the Krypsis star region, a fierce battle was underway. The Holy Radiance Empire's most powerful fleet, led by Empress Saint Kana, was engaged in a brutal fight against the swarm fleet that had occupied the area for months. Under the relentless firepower of the Empress's fleet, the swarm ships were being decimated in droves. Such overwhelming combat effectiveness was previously unimaginable for the Holy Radiance Empire's fleet. However, with the introduction of the Xiaolong series interstellar warships, especially the T-3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships, their combat power had significantly increased. Additionally, the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group had provided some T-4 series Xiaolong ships, such as the T-4 Skeletal King-class heavy armor destroyer, T-4 Paladin-class heavy missile frigate, T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruiser, and T-4 Tyrant-class heavy missile battlecruiser. Although these were not the strongest T-4 ships from Xiaolong, they were more than sufficient against the current swarm fleet. After all, the strongest swarm motherships in this area were only T-4 level, and their numbers were limited. Report, the deputy informed Empress Saint Kana, we have cleared 30 of this star system. So far, we have destroyed 14 T-4 swarm motherships and over 15,000 other swarm ships. Empress Saint Kana's gaze was fixed on the nearest planet. In the planet's atmosphere, numerous war debris floated, and on the surface, vast expanses of black land were occupied by ground swarm creatures. That's Krypsis 7, isn't it? Empress Saint Kana seemed to be reminiscing, the main planet of this star system. I've been here before. It was a beautiful planet. The deputy remained silent, noticing the Empress's clenched fists. He knew that while the ground swarm creatures posed little threat to the interstellar fleet, completely clearing the planet would require a significant amount of time. This was why General Charlotte's orders focused solely on clearing the swarm fleet, not the planets. Empress Saint Kana's eyes burned with determination as she declared, when we return, I will restore these planets to their former glory. I will eradicate every filthy swarm creature from every inch of the Holy Radiance Empire. Her voice was filled with resolve, determined to prevent the tragedies that had occurred in these 3-star regions from happening again. Have all the defensive positions at the third battle base of the cosmic wormhole been checked? An elderly man in uniform sat in the captain's chair, his piercing gaze sweeping across the bridge as he inquired of his subordinates. His voice carried a barely noticeable hint of tension. Yes, Marshal. Everything has been thoroughly inspected. No issues found, the subordinate replied, standing at attention, his tone revealing his deep respect for the elder. The elderly man nodded slightly and sighed. That Zhao kid only comes to me when there's a huge problem. He adjusted the angle of the captain's chair to sit more comfortably, his brow furrowed in thought. Just then, a video window popped up in front of him. The screen showed the face of a beautiful young woman, causing the elderly man to straighten up immediately, his face breaking into a warm smile. Grandpa, the woman greeted softly. My dear granddaughter, what brings you to call your grandpa? He asked, beaming, the stern demeanor from moments ago completely gone. Chu Xian shook her head internally at her grandfather's playful expression. If this kind-hearted old man were seen on the streets, no one would believe he was once the formidable Marshal Chu Changhe of the Star Empire. Since the civil war in the Star Empire ended and Empress Qin Xiaolei ascended the throne, Marshal Chu Changhe had retired from public view. His fleet, the Chu Family Corps, maintained a low profile, with most of its forces stationed in the Chu River Star domain, except for the units guarding the cosmic wormhole in the Shuian Star region. Chu Changhe himself had settled into a peaceful retirement. Recently, however, the old marshal had donned his uniform again to lead the Chu Family Corps to the Holy Radiance Empire. The commander wishes to speak with you. Chu Xian got straight to the point. Chu Changhe's brow furrowed as he muttered, that kid can't contact me directly and has to send you as a messenger, huh? Then, with a smile, he said to his granddaughter. Don't you have anything you want to chat with your grandpa about? It's been a long time since we had a good talk. I'm really busy right now, Chu Xian said with a hint of exasperation. Because of this cosmic wormhole situation, my 5th Xiaolong Corps just finished compressing the star insect territory and is now resting the fleet. We need to head to our next garrison area urgently, so I don't have any spare time. As she was about to end the call, she remembered something and gave her grandfather a stern look. Grandpa, don't get mad at the commander because of that matter. The commander is considering the bigger picture. With that, she cut the communication. The smile vanished from Chu Changha's face, mimicking his granddaughter's tone. He grumbled, Commander this, Commander that. Don't upset your commander, huh? Forgotten your own grandpa, have you? He crossed his arms, looking disgruntled. The adjutant beside him struggled to hold back his laughter. Soon, a massive starship appeared in the distant space, bearing a prominent golden Xiaolong emblem. The captains of the Chu family corps' fleet looked on with envy and respect. That must be the legendary T5 starship of the Xiaolong Corps. A shuttle quickly docked with Chu Changha's flagship, and after a series of verifications, a password-protected case was brought to the bridge and handed to Chu Changha. Marshal, this is from our Xiaolong lord, said a lady officer in Xiaolong uniform. What's this? Chu Changha eyed the case suspiciously. After inputting the password, her fingerprint, and iris scan, the case opened to reveal a single wristband. This is a quantum transmission device. Please put it on, Marshal, the lady officer explained, handing him the wristband. Quantum transmission device? Chu Changha was momentarily stunned, but then put on the wristband. Verifying wearer identity. Verification complete. Establishing transmission coordinates. Transmission countdown. 3, 2, 1. A mechanical female voice announced from the wristband. Don't worry, it's a quantum transmission. Our commander invites you aboard the Dragon Emperor. The lady officer reassured him. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Changha vanished. The crew on the bridge gaped in astonishment. The adjutant swallowed hard. Is this direct human teleportation? The lady officer from Xiaolong beamed with pride. Chu Changha felt a moment of darkness and lost his balance. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, nearly falling over but was caught by someone in time. Careful, the first time experiencing quantum transmission can be disorienting. Some people feel nauseous, like motion sickness, Zhao Chen explained, supporting Chu Changha. Chu Changha indeed felt a churn in his stomach, but, being a seasoned veteran, quickly composed himself. Looking at Zhao Chen's grinning face, he felt a sudden surge of irritation, as if seeing a wolf who had stolen his granddaughter. He had once hoped for their union, but now that it had happened, he felt an unexpected emptiness. Zhao Chen's presence irked him. Chu Changha shook off Zhao Chen's hand and surveyed the surroundings. They were in a bridge, but inside a glass enclosure, a private space where they could see out but not be seen or heard from outside. Through the glass, he observed the bustling activity of the bridge, each department operating like a well-oiled machine. This is your T5 Dragon Emperor starship, currently serving as my flagship, Zhao Chen introduced. You've really outdone yourself, jumping from AT4 to AT5 starship, Chu Changha remarked, hands behind his back, his tone teasing. Zhao Chen caught the undertone and smiled wryly. I'd love to get you a few T5 starships, but I don't have enough right now. Once I do, I'll definitely get you one. Make it 2. Chu Changha held up 2 fingers. Zhao Chen nodded reluctantly. It pained him a bit, but he remembered the support Chu Changha had provided during his rise, even if it was for mutual benefit. As the saying goes, judge actions, not intentions. Chu Changha had indeed helped him significantly. There were even rumors that Zhao Chen was Chu Changha's illegitimate grandson. You've become more generous, Chu Changha said, settling comfortably in a chair. So, what brings you to this old man? Zhao Chen's expression turned serious as he met Chu Changha's eyes. Marshal, I need to ask you about the Chu family corps' secret military drills against the mechanoid race. What's going on? The smile on Chu Changha's face vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Zhao Chen sighed deeply, knowing that some things were inevitable. He poured a cup of hot tea for Marshal Chu Changha and looked him straight in the eye. I believe you are already aware, Zhao Chen began directly, that I've had some interactions with the Mech clan recently, even collaborating with them to some extent. Chu Changha remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chen. He had long noticed the activity of Zhao Chen's interstellar industrial ship building a stargate within the Mech clan's territory. Such an operation, lasting over half a month, could not escape his notice. Zhao Chen continued, to be precise, I met someone who claims to be the supreme leader of the Mech clan. She wants to recruit me. Did you agree? Chu Changha's tone was calm, his face revealing no emotion. I neither agreed nor disagreed, Zhao Chen replied, because given our current situation, we can't afford to make a choice. The Mech clan is far more powerful than we ever imagined. Zhao Chen then asked, Marshal, you fought the Mech clan for many years and must know them well. Before their major retreat, what was the most advanced interstellar battleship they deployed in the former Galactic Alliance? That would be the T-4 class interstellar battleship, Chu Changhe snorted. Zhao Chen said seriously, however, not long ago, I traveled to the Angel Clan, on the other side of the Mech Clan's territory. The interstellar civilizations there also suffered invasions by the Mech Clan. But the most powerful Mech Clan battleship that appeared there wasn't a T-4. It was a T-5 class battleship. Chu Changhe furrowed his brow. Are you saying that the Mech Clan hasn't been fighting us with their full strength all this time? Zhao Chen nodded and continued. I don't know the exact reason, but my intuition tells me that the Mech Clan is incredibly strong, far beyond what our Jiaolong Legion can contend with. We've already paid a heavy price against 1,000,000 demonic interstellar battleships, and at their peak, the Mech Clan could balance the major interstellar forces in 2 regions. Who knows how strong they are now, how many T-5 battleships they control, or if T-5 is even their most powerful class. Chu Changhe's face darkened, his eyes complex. Zhao Chen looked at him earnestly and said, Marshal, I understand your deep hatred for the Mech Clan due to the loss of Chu Xian's parents in the early battles. I don't oppose your desire for revenge, nor will I stop you. But I can't let you throw your life away. Even with your current fleet of 30,000 Chu family battleships and the 200,000 Border Empire battleships you control, we wouldn't stand a chance against the Mech Clan. Do you want Chu Xian to watch her grandfather march to his death? After a long silence, Chu Changhe sighed deeply. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Get to the point. Zhao Chen said seriously, I won't stop you from seeking revenge. In fact, I'm also wary of the Mech Clan, as they may become our enemies in the future. But we must recognize our own strength. We shouldn't declare war until we are confident of victory. If the day comes when the Jiaolong Legion is powerful enough, I will accompany you on an expedition against the Mech Clan. You can seek your revenge, and I'll handle my own affairs. For now, I hope you won't do anything rash. Chu Changhe chuckled. You're suddenly so straightforward with me. It's a bit unsettling. Remember when you first collaborated with the Chu family? We both had our own agendas. Zhao Chen smiled in return. Back then, we may have had different goals. But now, we're in the same boat. I can assure you, as long as the Chu family stands by us, the Jiaolong Legion will ensure the Chu family's prosperity. Chu Changhe simply nodded. I'm old, but not stubborn. I agree not to act rashly for now. As for your dealings with the Mech Clan, I won't interfere. Relieved by this promise, Zhao Chen exhaled. But then Chu Changhe changed the subject. You know, I'm quite bored. How about you give me a great-grandchild to keep me company? Zhao Chen's forehead creased with a few lines of anxiety. Ahem. These things can't be rushed. Besides, Chu Xian and I, we're not exactly there yet. Chu Changhe squinted. I'm an old man with unstable emotions. Without a little one around, who knows what I might do with our fleet? Zhao Chen quickly responded. We'll discuss that later. By the way, it's been a while since you've seen your granddaughter. Let's take you to see her, and have Chu Xian give you a tour of the Dragon Emperor. With that, Zhao Chen immediately instructed Lilith to initiate a spatial jump, transporting them to Chu Xian's fleet and summoning Chu Xian as well. Chu Xian, who had been busy, suddenly found herself in front of her grandfather and Zhao Chen, feeling a bit flustered. What are you doing? I was in the middle of something. Before Chu Xian could finish, Zhao Chen pulled her towards Chu Changhe. I've assigned someone else to handle your tasks. It's been a while since you spent time with your grandfather. Take this opportunity to show him around the Dragon Emperor. That's final. Secretly relieved, Zhao Chen was glad to pass the responsibility to Chu Xian, knowing he couldn't stay too long in the presence of the old marshal. 3 hours and 17 minutes remain until the swarm onslaught begins. One by one, the Fenglong-class starships of the Tiger Dragon Legion, bearing their emblem, glide into battle positions. Chief Ted stands on the bridge of the flagship, surveying the interstellar defense line through the expansive viewport. The 100,000 warships under his command are tasked with holding this position. Are we all set? Chief Ted asks in a deep voice. The adjutant promptly reports. All fleets of the Tiger Dragon Legion are in position. Every starship has undergone final repairs, inspections, and resupply. The losses from earlier have been replenished by General Charlotte, using our reserve crew members from the Tiger Dragon Legion. The new crew members have been paired with veterans, ensuring combat effectiveness. Chief Ted nods and then inquires, have the commanders and captains of each fleet reviewed the combat data on the interstellar insectoids? The adjutant hesitates, looking troubled. Well, Chief Ted frowns, his voice stern. That data contains invaluable experience accumulated by the Fenglong Legion over the years. Do they still think these insectoids are merely bugs? Haven't they already suffered at the hands of these so-called bugs in the last battle, whose flagship was nearly melted by the corrosive acid of a hive ship? The adjutant quickly explains, sir, you know how our commanders are. They are fierce warriors but not keen on studying, let alone reading through text. However, rest assured, after the recent battle and the direct guidance from the Fenglong Legion, There won't be any issues in the upcoming fight. Chief Ted shakes his head in resignation. He knows his subordinates too well. Even among the Warhammer ranks, these officers are considered top tier, rivaled only by the Dragonkin tribe. Other tribes' fleet commanders could be described as mere brutes. Strong in body, weak in mind, Chief Ted recalls his daughter's frequent remark and can't help but chuckle to himself. He sternly declares, "I don't care how much they've learned. Battlefield discipline must be strictly adhered to. During combat, they will follow the orders of the Fenglong Legion's high command. If unsure, they should listen to the secretary's instructions. I didn't appoint so many Foxkin secretaries for nothing. If anyone messes up this operation, they'll answer to me." At that moment, Chief Ted notices a nearby Fenglong Legion fleet, marked with the number 10, maintaining an impeccable formation, in stark contrast to his own disorganized fleet. "Tell them to get into proper battle formation." Chief Ted snaps, removing his cap in frustration. Damn it, they're all starship commanders. How can there be such a disparity? Already, he is contemplating establishing an interstellar military academy in Warhammer, similar to the one in the Fenglong system, to properly train his officers. The difference in performance is alarming. 2 hours and 30 minutes remain until the swarm onslaught. Aboard the flagship of the Holy Light Empress fleet, an official reports to Empress St. Kana, "Your Majesty, the entire empire is now under the highest level of wartime control. Any violations of wartime regulations will be severely punished." Empress St. Kana nods slightly, her gaze fixed on the interstellar war map before her, which marks all the territories once occupied by the insectoids. "What's the status of the insectoid purge in each sector?" she asks her secretary. The secretary points to the map, explaining, "So far, everything is progressing smoothly. Including the 3 key sectors, the regions occupied by the insectoids have been reduced by 60. The remaining 30 is concentrated in the cosmic hive area, and another 10 is scattered across other minor regions. According to the Alliance plan, these minor regions are under control and pose no significant threat. Once the cosmic hive crisis is resolved, we'll clean up these scattered areas and the entrenched planets." Empress St. Kana observes the sectors changing from red high-risk zones to yellow medium-risk zones, feeling a slight relief from her worries. "How is the current operation proceeding?" she asks. The secretary provides a detailed report. "We have mobilized over 2 million starships for this operation. Originally, such a large number wasn't necessary, but the Fenglong side suggested using this opportunity to give all fleets hands-on experience against the insectoids. Each ship is to engage at least 1 or more hive ships for a minimum of 5 hours. The practical training has proven effective. Our Holy Light Empire's fleet has performed adequately, but the fleets from Warhammer and Starshine, lacking experience, have shown significant weaknesses, with the exception of a few elite units. Without the support of experienced elite fleets, they would have suffered severe losses in combat." Empress St. Kana nods in agreement, fully aware that without battle experience, underestimating the insectoids as ordinary enemies would lead to heavy casualties. The secretary continues, "Under the coordination of the Dragon Emperor command ship, all battlefronts are progressing well. Initially, we estimated losses of between 100,000 to 300,000 ships, but we've only lost 50,000, with another 60,000 damaged by insectoid corrosive weapons and withdrawn from the fight. This totals around 110,000 ships lost. In return, we have eliminated nearly 500,000 hive ships, though 90 were the weaker T1 class. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. Without the elite fleet's assistance, our losses could have been several times higher." Empress St. Kana nods again, recalling the early days of the Holy Light Empire's struggle against the insectoids, when lack of experience led to significant suffering. "There's 1 hour and 9 minutes until the swarm surge begins. How's the battlefield deployment on the bridge of the T5 Dragon King starship?" Zhao Chen asked gravely as he approached Charlotte. Charlotte didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pointed to the interstellar war simulation in front of them. The simulation was dotted with numerous lights representing over 2 million starships and 370,000 Angel Fleet ships. She began to explain the deployment in detail. 500,000 starships are assigned to control the previously restricted interstellar insectoids. The remaining 1.5 million are divided into elite and regular fleets. Our Xiaolong Corps and the Angel Fleet's 370,000 ships will serve as the main combat force. Zhao Chen carefully studied the different colored markers on the simulation, each representing a fleet. Clicking on them provided detailed information. These data were battlefield intelligence compiled by the Dragon King starship. Charlotte continued, "For the imminent swarm, we've established a defensive system of major and minor positions." She looked at Xiaolongnu, who was floating nearby. "Xiaolongnu, show the battle simulation." Xiaolongnu blinked and tapped the simulation. Instantly, a dynamic war scene appeared. Outside the vast red area representing the insectoid territory, 10 large golden circles and hundreds of smaller ones emerged. These 10 large circles are major positions, staffed by main and elite fleets, each holding 30 to 60,000 ships, totaling nearly 500,000. Charlotte said, pointing to the golden circles. This includes our Xiaolong Corps, Angel Fleet, Lunghu Corps, and other elite forces. She then pointed to the scattered smaller circles. These are minor positions, composed of mixed fleets, each deploying 3,000 to 10,000 ships, totaling 1.5 million across 300 positions. Additionally, we have 500,000 in reserve, ready to support any battlefield as needed. As Charlotte explained, the battle simulation began to run. Numerous insectoid units surged from the center, crashing against the defensive lines like a tidal wave. The major positions bore the brunt of the assault, while the minor positions intercepted any breakthroughs. Considering the vast number of insectoids, we've opted to engage them in open combat, giving us more operational space, Charlotte explained. Our stealth reconnaissance ships can provide early warnings, with a lead time of 30 minutes to an hour, enough for us to respond. Pointing to the golden defensive positions, she continued, we can't establish an impenetrable defense across such a wide area. So we've adopted this dispersed defensive strategy. The major positions absorb the main force, while the minor positions handle any that slip through. This allows us to flexibly allocate forces and reinforce pressured positions. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement but raised a critical point. Such a large-scale operation will pose a huge logistical challenge. The logistics fleet might have to take significant risks traversing the swarm to deliver supplies. Charlotte turned to Lilith, her secretary, who immediately responded, logistics will be managed by the Xiaolong exclusive transport fleet and the Beiyin Group's wartime transport fleet. Li Wei has assured us that as long as the front lines hold, they can ensure supply delivery. If necessary, he's willing to personally lead the effort. That kid, Zhao Chen chuckled, though a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. His gaze returned to the simulation, but he was actually watching a ticking number, the countdown to the swarm surge, now standing at just 1 hour. On the bridge of the T-5 Longhuang-class Star Command ship, the officers and crew members maintained a high state of alert. There were only 10 minutes left before the swarm invasion would begin, a fact known only to Zhao Chen. The screens on the bridge flickered with images transmitted from the T-4 Banshee-class light stealth reconnaissance ship hidden near the cosmic insect lair. Zhao Chen's eyes scanned the various video feeds, eventually settling on the unsettling black region, the cosmic insect lair, the largest known in the universe. He pulled up previous observation data and noted that this permanent level 5 lair had been expanding over the past few months, swallowing dozens of celestial bodies. Meanwhile, Charlotte and her team were conducting simulations on the interstellar war sandbox, meticulously planning every detail and preparing contingency plans for any unforeseen events. They had already devised 29 major strategies, not counting the less probable scenarios. Zhao Chen did not interrupt their work and continued to monitor the observation screens. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Quarterly mission. Swarm invasion has begun. He immediately looked at the observation window, where a faint outline was emerging from the black mist. At first, no one paid much attention to this sight, as insect motherships frequently emerged from the lair. However, this time was different. More and more outlines appeared from the black mist, their sheer number inducing fear. The frontline reconnaissance ship immediately sounded the alarm. Report, Observation Point 3 has detected a large number of insect motherships, 10 times the usual amount. This message quickly reached the bridge, alerting Charlotte and Lilith. Soon, an even more alarming report came through. Report, Observation Point 2 has detected a T-5 insect mothership. Charlotte immediately ordered the feed from Observation Point 2 to be magnified. Despite the blurry image, a massive silhouette could be seen, even larger than the previously recorded T-5 Leviathan-class insect mothership. Lilith exclaimed, "This is even bigger than the T-5 Leviathan-class insect mothership recorded by the Holy Radiance Empire." Charlotte quickly estimated, its length definitely exceeds 1,000 kilometers. Bad news kept coming. Observation Point 3 also detected a T-5 Leviathan-class insect mothership, and Observation Point 1 found 2 more. The catastrophic swarm invasion Zhao Chen had predicted was indeed happening. Sitting calmly in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen issued an order. Relay this information to the highest commanders of all fleet corps. Inform them that the fiercest battle has begun. The message quickly spread throughout the fleet corps. Upon learning that 45 insect motherships had appeared, with the largest exceeding 1,000 kilometers in length, Empress Saint Kana stood up from her captain's chair in shock, her eyes filled with undeniable fear. As the only empire to have fought a T-5 insect mothership, the Holy Radiance Empire understood the gravity of the situation. In the last battle, the Empire had deployed tens of thousands of starships and 5 elite Holy Light Legions, yet they still failed to defeat a single T-5 Leviathan-class insect mothership. And now, had appeared at once. At that moment, an even more despairing report came in. Latest news, 2 more T-5 Leviathan-class insect motherships have been detected, designated as 6 and 7. The deputy's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. This nightmarish scenario plunged everyone into an icy abyss, as the shadow of war loomed over the entire fleet. If there were a celestial eye capable of observing the space surrounding the entire cosmic wormhole at this moment, it would reveal a vast, dark swarm of Zerg fleets. The sheer number is truly terrifying. The dense Zerg fleets resemble a black sea of clouds, nearly obscuring the starry sky. Even massive celestial bodies, as large as planets, appear insignificant before this vast swarm, as if they could be devoured at any moment. The Zerg fleets have already begun to disperse, heading in different directions in small groups. They exude an aura of hunger, as if the entire universe were their hunting ground. In this sudden invasion, some interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships that didn't have time to retreat became the first casualties. However, these brave scouts exchanged their lives for valuable frontline intelligence. Meanwhile, the remaining probes continuously transmit enemy information back to the command center. On the bridge of the T5 Longhuang interstellar command ship, more than an hour has passed since the appearance of the Zerg swarm. Senior commanders of various fleet corps are gathered through holographic images for the first wartime meeting of this campaign. Zhao Chen sits at the head, his gaze sweeping over each holographic image. "Commander, everyone is here," Lilith softly reminds Zhao Chen from behind. Although Zhao Chen had suggested she sit beside him, Lilith insisted on standing behind the commander, believing it was the rightful position of a secretary. Zhao Chen surveys the room and begins. "You should all have seen the latest battlefield intelligence." A heavy atmosphere envelopes the meeting room. High-ranking Angel Berkeley is the first to break the silence, asking seriously, "My lord, regarding the intelligence on the Zerg fleet strength, is it true there are 11 T5 Leviathan King-class hive ships?" Zhao Chen's voice remains steady. "I hope such doubts won't arise again. This intelligence was obtained at the cost of 3 T4 Banshee-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships from our Xiaolong." High-ranking Angel Jesse immediately apologizes. "I apologize for Berkeley's rudeness." He continues, "According to the intelligence, the number of Zerg fleets identified so far exceeds 30 million. This number..." His expression becomes complex. "I believe we should reconsider our strategy and also contact the Angel King." Zhao Chun taps his fingers on the table, calmly saying, "To be precise, the majority of these 30 million hive ships are only T1 and T2 levels. The number of T4 hive ships, based on current investigations, is less than 5,000. High-ranking Angel Jesse clearly doesn't hold much optimism for this battle. After all, confronting 30 million Zerg fleets with just over 2 million interstellar warships is hard to imagine. Zhao Chen coldly responds, "You just need to fulfill our agreement." Angel Tilia stops her subordinate from speaking further and looks at Zhao Chen. "We angels keep our promises. We will honor our agreement." Zhao Chen no longer pays attention to the angels and solemnly states, "I don't want to make any inspirational speeches here. The Zerg fleets are already on the move, and the fastest wave is estimated to engage our front line in an hour. Proceed according to the tactics we previously established." He continues, "Although you come from 3 great empires and different star regions, we are now fighting for the future of our home. We might be able to retreat or evade now, but against the Zerg, where could we escape to? We might escape, but can our wives and children? At least, I won't leave. I can promise you that. I and my flagship, the Longhuang, will defend the primary position to the death." With that, he slams his fist on the table. Clan leader Ted places a hand on his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Lord Xiaolong, our Dragon Tiger Legion will live and die with the position." Marshal Chu Changhe strokes his white beard, saying, "It's been a long time since this old man fought such an exhilarating battle. Just bugs will crush them." Empress Shang Kana clenches her fist firmly, declaring, "This is our home, and I won't let the bugs ravage it any longer." The generals of Xiaolong salute Zhao Chen. "We stand with the commander." Zhao Chen stands and returns the salute. "The Zerg will not be exterminated without my retreat. The Zerg will not be exterminated without my retreat." The powerful oath echoes throughout the meeting room. As the meeting concludes and the holograms fade, Zhao Chen tidies his uniform, dons his long-unused military cap, and silently exits the meeting room, with Lilith following closely behind. Back on the bridge, Zhao Chen doesn't sit on the comfortable sofa as usual, but chooses the captain's chair of the T5 Longhuang interstellar command ship. His eyes are sharp, staring at the star map before him. The Zerg fleets, like a black torrent, are pouring out from the red zone centered around the cosmic wormhole, seemingly ready to engulf all the golden dots representing allied forces. In a cold voice, Zhao Chen says, "Just 30 million bugs. We'll just have to stomp on them a bit longer." As if by some cosmic coincidence, the first to engage the Zerg will be Zhao Chen's T5 Longhuang interstellar command ship at the primary position. According to the observed enemy attack routes, the number of Zerg fleets swarming towards the primary position is also the largest. In response, Zhao Chen merely smiles slightly. As he said, "This battle, the Zerg will not be exterminated without my retreat." The news of the first wave of the Zerg fleet entering the alert range of the primary defense zone hit the command center like a thunderclap. Zhao Chen's gaze quickly locked onto the holographic projection in front of him, where a dense array of red dots covered the entire battlefield. 500,000 Zerg ships, including over 50 T4 Zerg hive motherships, the intelligence officer reported, his voice tinged with tension. No sign of T5 Leviathan King hive motherships. The enemy vanguard is expected to enter our firing range in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen frowned, his eyes scanning the continuously updating battlefield intelligence. The holographic image, already teeming with Zerg motherships, now showed a tidal wave of black swarming from them countless Zerg units, ranging from the lowest T1 flyers to the formidable T4 Guardian Leviathans, in unprecedented density. Lilith stood nearby, her eyes fixed on the constantly refreshing data. The ultra-powerful radar system of the T5 Dragon Emperor-class command ship was conducting comprehensive scans, pinpointing each individual Zerg unit. Such a level of analysis usually required the coordination of dozens of T4-class warships, but the Dragon Emperor could accomplish it alone. Commander, this is the latest enemy force data. Xiao Longnu's virtual image floated in front of Zhao Chen, presenting a detailed report. A total of 537,281 Zerg ships, including 57 T4 hive motherships, 2,011 T3 hive motherships, 43,621 T2 hive motherships, and 491,592 T1 hive motherships. Zhao Chen quickly scanned the data, his frown deepening. Although the proportion of high-level hive motherships was low, the sheer number of lower-level Zerg units was enough to instill fear. Approximately 30 billion T1 flyers, 70 million T2 hydralisks, 2.6 million T3 corruptors, and 600,000 T3 banlings, Xiao Longnu continued. More critically, there are about 30,000 T4 Guardian Leviathans, 6,000 T4 Hunter Leviathans, and 1,700 T4 Colossus Leviathans. Zhao Chen chuckled lightly. That's quite a number. I wonder if we have enough ammo to feed these bastards. Xiao Longnu promptly responded. According to our calculations, the battle supplies at our primary defense zone are sufficient to eliminate these 500,000 Zerg hive motherships. The key is to manage our battlefield consumption. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to the star map of the primary defense zone. Besides the T5 Dragon Emperor, there were 20,000 starships from Charlotte's Falcon, First Legion, and Dragon Tiger Legion, totaling 30,000 warships. Though numerically outmatched, these warships boasted formidable strength. 910 T4 class warships, 11,271 T3 class, and 18,010 T2 class. Zhao Chen calculated silently, formulating his strategy. Zerg combat units will enter the forward defense fire range in 60 seconds. Xiao Longnu alerted. Zhao Chen stared at the battlefield display, where rows of star frigates and destroyers formed the front line, backed by hundreds of newly constructed star defense fortresses, each equipped with multi-barrel laser cannons designed to counter the overwhelming number of Zerg units. This time, Charlotte had altered the usual tactics, opting not to launch star missiles initially. Instead, they waited for the Zerg swarm to come within range before opening fire. As the Zerg entered the firing range, a barrage of firepower lit up the starry sky, beginning to tear through the advancing Zerg horde. Inside Defense Fortress 077, the alarm blared sharply. Gun 3 is overheating again. A soldier rushed into the command room, sweat streaming down his face. The commander of the fortress reacted immediately, his voice booming. Replace the barrel. Submerge the removed one in the cooling fluid to speed up the cooling process. The soldiers moved quickly, using mechanical arms to carefully remove the glowing red barrel. The scorching metal hissed as it was immersed in the prepared cooling fluid, steam rising in thick plumes. This emergency procedure allowed the overheated barrels to be quickly reused, but it significantly shortened their lifespan. If barrels that had reached their usage limit were not discarded in time, they could potentially cause dangerous explosions. The commander emphasized over the internal communication channel. Remember, you must check the wear on the cooled barrels before using them. Absolutely no using ones that exceed the limit. Any cracks and they're out. Be meticulous. Yes, sir. The subordinates responded in unison. The commander removed his hat, fanning himself irritably as he unbuttoned a few buttons on his collar. He couldn't help but curse, damn this heat. What's wrong with the temperature control system? It must be over 30 degrees in here. The officer in charge of the system explained helplessly, sir, there's nothing we can do. All the weapons are firing almost non-stop, and the heat from the cooling process is making the temperature rise inevitably. Damn, the commander muttered, not pressing the issue further. He walked to the observation window and used the binoculars to survey the distant battlefield. Countless insectoid combat units were being shredded by the defensive firepower, yet they seemed endless, with new enemies constantly emerging from the rear. Occasionally, T1 and T2 level insectoid motherships would appear, but they were swiftly taken out by the precise shots of the interstellar battleships. On the surface, the defenders seemed to have the upper hand. But all the defense line commanders knew this was just the beginning. After nearly 10 hours of intense fighting, the primary defensive position had suffered minimal losses but had only managed to eliminate less than a tenth of the enemy forces. A fragile balance was being maintained, and any unexpected event, particularly a shortage of supplies leading to reduced firepower, could instantly tip the scales. Where do these bugs keep coming from? It feels like they never end, the commander muttered to himself. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T-5 Dragon King-class interstellar command ship, Xiao Longnu placed her hands on Zhao Chen's shoulders, reporting on the battle situation. The battle has been going on for 10 hours. We have destroyed nearly 50,000 insectoid motherships and about a tenth of their combat units. Approximately 50,000 motherships have bypassed our flanks and are about to encounter our rear outposts. The situation is still under control, and supply lines are functioning smoothly. The other 9 primary positions have also engaged, each facing around 200,000 insectoid ships. The situation at Position 6 is the most severe, with the Saint Light Empress Fleet Group and the Xiaolong 8th Legion facing 350,000 insectoid ships. Zhao Chen squinted as he analyzed. Based on this, the insectoid fleet currently engaged with us numbers around 3 million ships, which is only a tenth of their total force. Moreover, those 11 T-5 Leviathan King-class motherships haven't moved yet. He focused on the 11 brightest energy points on the star map, representing the top-tier motherships evenly distributed around the cosmic insect nest, showing no clear movement. Xiao Longnu added, "We have observed the second wave of the insectoid fleet, but their attack direction is still uncertain. Once determined, we will have at least 5 hours to respond." Lilith suddenly interjected. This suggests that there might be a commander behind this invasion. This hypothesis sparked contemplation among the group. Until now, the interstellar insectoids were thought to invade driven by a primal instinct for slaughter. Although the motherships possessed some intelligence, even T4 level ones could only command their fleets to retreat from battle. Detailed battle strategies required higher intelligence. Could there be such a highly intelligent entity among the invading insectoids this time? Were those 11 T-5 Leviathan King-class motherships the ones? Zhao Chen's intuition told him it was unlikely. The worst-case scenario was that there was an even more intelligent being orchestrating this invasion. If such a being capable of commanding the 3 million insectoid fleet existed, it would undoubtedly be a significant threat. However, with no leads at the moment, they could only proceed step by step. The immediate priority was to ensure no mistakes in their operations. Time ticked by, 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours. The second and third waves of the insectoid fleet were evenly distributed across the battle lines. Zhao Chen sat with his eyes closed in the captain's chair as Lilith, concerned, suggested, "Commander, perhaps you should rest in the captain's quarters for a while?" During this period, Zhao Chen had not left the bridge, spending most of his time in the captain's chair, occasionally getting up to walk around, and only taking brief naps in the chair. In contrast, the other crew members had been taking shifts to rest. It's been 100 hours. We've destroyed nearly 3 million insectoid motherships. What are those bugs waiting for? Zhao Chen muttered, frowning. Lilith looked at the still intense star map, unsure how to respond. This uneasy calm only heightened everyone's anxiety. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed. He turned to Lilith beside him and asked, "What's our current loss so far?" Lilith responded immediately, her voice tinged with tension, "Commander, we've lost less than 1,000 interstellar warships so far, mostly due to unexpected incidents. Most of them are T2 class ships, with a few T3 class, and no T4 class losses yet. Moreover, these losses occurred in other fleets, not within our Black Dragon Legion. We haven't suffered any combat casualties." She paused and continued, "However, the biggest loss is in combat supplies. We've already expended nearly 10 trillion star coins worth of military supplies, while our total reserves were only 50 trillion star coins. At this rate, we can only deal with slightly more than half of the insectoid motherships." Zhao Chen pressed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He had anticipated issues with supply, but hadn't expected the gap to be this large. Worse yet, this was without significant warship damage. If the ship started taking hits and needed repairs, the consumption would increase further. Lilith added seriously, "And the enemy's 11 T-5 Leviathan Sovereign-class insectoid motherships haven't appeared yet." Zhao Chen sighed and asked, "So, how big is the gap?" Lilith opened a star map, showing resource points of the 3 major empires connected to the insectoid battlefield of the Holy Radiance Empire. She detailed the current production and transportation situation, as well as the potential additional support from the 3 empires. "Given the current situation, we'll face a supply shortage on the 25th day. The deficit is estimated to be between 30 to 50 trillion star coins," Lilith summarized. Zhao Longnu interjected, "If we continue like this, our chances of victory will keep diminishing. Even if we win, it might be a Pyrrhic victory." Zhao Chen asked, "Is there any way out?" Zhao Longnu thought for a moment and suggested, The only way is to eliminate or severely damage the enemy's main fleet while our supplies are still sufficient, especially those 11 T5 Leviathan Sovereign-class insectoid motherships. Even destroying half of them could significantly change the battlefield situation. Zhao Chen fell silent. Everyone understood this was an extremely dangerous path. Taking down T5 class insectoid motherships amidst dense insectoid swarms was highly challenging and could lead to massive losses if anything went wrong. After careful consideration, Zhao Chen made a decision. We can't wait any longer. If they won't make a move, we'll force them to. Contact Charlotte. A few minutes later, Charlotte's holographic image appeared before Zhao Chen. He briefly explained the situation and asked for her opinion. Charlotte responded seriously. Normally, taking the offensive is a bad move. But dragging this out means a slow death, with our strength gradually eroded. So, I agree with taking the initiative, but we must be fully prepared for any eventuality. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Everything is in your hands. Lilith, the Dragon Emperor, and I will fully support your plan. On the fourth primary stronghold, the 20,000 interstellar warships of the Xiaolong 4th Corps and the Longhu Corps were engaged in a fierce battle with the Zerg fleet. The defensive strength here was comparable to the first primary stronghold guarded by Charlotte, but they faced a relatively smaller Zerg fleet of only 300,000 ships, easing the pressure somewhat. On the flagship of the Xiaolong 4th Corps, Su Lan kept her eyes fixed on the battlefield situation. A countdown timer beside her was ticking away, showing 30 minutes remaining. She turned to her demon secretary. Is everything ready? The secretary nodded in confirmation. Everything is set. We can execute the battle plan at any time. Su Lan took a deep breath, gazing at the distant, intense interstellar battlefield, and issued the latest combat orders. Interstellar missile ships, fire at designated areas. Interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers, launch multipoint assaults to divide the Zerg fleet. Battleships, destroyers, and frigates, follow up and annihilate the segmented Zerg fleet as quickly as possible. All carriers, enter highest combat readiness. Deploy all fighters and drones for support. The Longhu Corps will take over our defensive line. With Su Lan's command, the 100-hour stalemate was instantly broken. 200 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships launched a saturation fire attack on the Zerg, targeting 5 key areas. This was the first large-scale missile attack in the entire defensive battle, creating a spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. Hundreds of interstellar missiles exploded within the Zerg swarm, igniting vast areas like torches thrown into dry grass. Though such an attack usually couldn't inflict lasting damage on the massive Zerg fleet and would often be replenished within minutes, this time, Su Lan's Xiaolong 4th Corps gave the enemy no time to breathe. As the missiles were launched, the assault fleet charged out from the defensive line, striking directly into the steaming remains of the Zerg, launching a fierce attack. The battlefield instantly turned into an apocalyptic interstellar dogfight. Tens of thousands of Zerg combat units recklessly hurled themselves at the star shields of the interstellar warships, depleting the shields' energy like moths to a flame. Once the shields were exhausted, the warships would face annihilation. However, with powerful fire support, the assault fleet still pierced through the enemy lines like a sharp sword. Simultaneously, a large number of interstellar fighters and drone swarms launched a ferocious attack on the Zerg. Compared to the enormous Zerg swarm, these fighters and drones seemed tiny, like fireflies facing the sun, but they fought valiantly and with all their might. Following the assault fleet, battleships, destroyers, and frigates moved in to ensure the attack corridors torn open by the assault fleet were not swallowed back by the Zerg, while also clearing out the segmented Zerg units. The once stalemated battle line began to slowly push toward the Zerg. In the rear, the Longhu Corps took over the defense of the 4th primary stronghold. A fleet commander from the Longhu Corps chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, the Xiaolong Corps hadn't been using their full strength all along. No wonder they only gave us minor tasks. He recalled his numerous requests to Su Lan for frontline combat, now realizing how overconfident he had been. However, his deputy commander remained concerned. Can we really break through? There are still nearly 150,000 Zerg warships in our sector. If we drag this out too long, more Zerg reinforcements will arrive, and any slip-up could plunge us into the swarm. He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. The fleet commander stared at the battlefield in silence for a long time, finally saying, I don't know either. In his eyes, the Zerg swarm resembled a bottomless abyss. If it were up to him, he would be terrified even to defend, let alone to attack. Time ticked away. Whenever the assault fleet's progress stalled, the interstellar missile ships in the rear provided fire support. Despite this, the Xiaolong 4th Corps' offensive began to show signs of fatigue. Commander, our attack might not achieve the expected objectives. The secretary looked at Su Lan with some difficulty. Su Lan was intently watching the interstellar war map, with only 10 minutes left on the countdown. It's still far from enough. Su Lan pointed to an attack route. Intensify the attack on this route. Deploy more interstellar drones and fighters for fire support. Within 10 minutes, flank and encircle this line. She drew an arc on the map. This maneuver would relieve pressure on other assault fleets, but would significantly increase the strain on this particular route. Following the order, the assault fleet on this route intensified their offensive, launching an all-out charge. Such aggressive maneuvers inevitably led to the loss of some interstellar warships. Several interstellar cruisers' star shield energy was nearly depleted, and once exhausted, they would be vulnerable to the Zerg swarm. In such circumstances, even the advanced escape systems of the Xiaolong series interstellar warships offered little chance of survival. Su Lan continued to monitor the interstellar war map, while beside her, the panel displaying the status of the Xiaolong 4th Corps' interstellar warships showed several tags turning gray. The countdown entered its final minutes. At that moment, light circles suddenly appeared behind the 4th primary stronghold, and interstellar warships began to materialize out of thin air. The commander of the Dragon Tiger Corps, responsible for the defense of Main Base 4, stared intently at the sudden appearance of the interstellar warships, momentarily frozen in place. His communicator buzzed urgently. It was a message from Commander Su Lan detailing the upcoming action plan. Reading the plan closely, the commander involuntarily swallowed hard. His eyes scanned the image of the numerous Xiaolong interstellar warships, especially the rare T5 class ships. Although these T5 class Xiaolong warships rarely made an appearance, their existence and basic information were well known among the high-ranking factions of the three empires. He quickly identified the models of these T5 class warships: 1 T5 Pluto class interstellar dreadnought, 1 T5 Holy Redeemer class heavy armored battleship, 3 T5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault cruisers, and 10 T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault destroyers. A total of 15 T5 warships. Besides these, there were numerous other models of Xiaolong interstellar warships. Upon closer inspection of the fleet's emblems, he noticed ships from the Xiaolong 1st Corps, 2nd Corps, and 3rd Corps, though not in large numbers, indicating a mixed composition. A rough estimate put the total at around 10,000 ships, suggesting that each of the three corps had dispatched a fleet of 3,000 warships, forming a mixed task force. Among this massive fleet, a particular formation caught his eye and made his scalp tingle: the Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Fleet. This fleet consisted of 1,000 missile ships and 2,000 escort ships, followed by a logistical fleet of 3,000 supply ships. Although the supply fleet was likely intended to serve the entire mixed task force, the commander estimated that more than half of them were loaded with interstellar missiles. Within this interstellar missile fleet, he even spotted the legendary T4 Hell Angel class heavy missile ships. The commander couldn't help but imagine the devastating scene if this fleet unleashed a saturation fire strike. Recalling Commander Su Lan's instructions, he immediately ordered, "Quick, clear the lanes." The Dragon Tiger Corps fleet swiftly made way, allowing the sudden appearance of the Xiaolong fleet to pass through orderly. At that moment, his adjutant muttered, "Sir, why are these Xiaolong warships here? Are they planning to launch an offensive? Are they crazy?" The Dragon Tiger Corps commander swallowed again. Considering Commander Su Lan's seemingly rash offensive actions by the Xiaolong 4th Corps, everything now made sense. Commander Su Lan's actions were to pave the way for this newly arrived Xiaolong fleet. Almost simultaneously, Su Lan's Xiaolong 4th Corps successfully breached the swarm's line. The mixed Xiaolong fleet arrived precisely at the combat position of the Xiaolong 4th Corps. A video window popped up on Su Lan's communication screen, showing the faces of Charlotte, Snow Wolf, and Xue Xiaoxiao. Charlotte nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your efforts. Be extra cautious from now on. Do you need additional fleet support from my side?" Su Lan, filled with concern, asked, knowing that this was an order from the Dragon Emperor that she had to execute unconditionally. Charlotte confidently replied, "No need. We have the Xiaolong 1st Corps, additional fleets from the 2nd and 3rd Corps, the missile fleet, totaling over 12,000 warships, plus logistical support, and those 15 T5 warships. That's sufficient for the upcoming operation." Su Lan still cautioned, "Be extremely careful. The area is swarming with enemies. Once you go deep, it will be hard to retreat. Even with the Huigang-class warp ships, preparation time is significant. If entangled by the swarm, warping out will be very difficult." Charlotte nodded in understanding. Su Lan took a deep breath and saluted Charlotte, Snow Wolf, and Xue Xiaoxiao. The three returned the salute before ending the communication. The mixed Xiaolong fleet then passed through the corridor opened by Su Lan's Xiaolong 4th Corps. Despite some harassment from the swarm, they couldn't mount an effective attack to stop the fleet due to the heavy damage inflicted by the 4th Corps. As the mixed Xiaolong fleet moved farther away, Su Lan ordered her fleet to retreat to the defensive line. She communicated with the commander of the Dragon Tiger Corps, "My fleet needs rest and resupply. Your Dragon Tiger Corps will continue to hold the defensive line. I'll arrange for some well-preserved warships to assist you." The Dragon Tiger Corps commander respectfully replied, "Understood." Just as Su Lan was about to end the communication, the commander couldn't help but ask, "General Su, was the Xiaolong fleet just now on a mission to destroy the enemy's T5 Leviathan King hive ship?" Su Lan nodded. To mobilize so many T-5 Xiaolong warships, that is indeed the strategic objective. The commander expressed his concern, but there are countless enemy fleets in there. Rushing in recklessly is fraught with danger. A slight mistake could result in mission failure, or even total annihilation. Su Lan replied solemnly, because we have no other choice. The commander was taken aback. Su Lan continued, her gaze seemingly piercing through the walls of the interstellar warships, looking towards the distant mixed Xiaolong fleet. Our commander once said, when there is no path ahead, that's when you need to carve one out. General Charlotte is going to forge a path through this darkness for us. I believe she will complete the mission and return safely. Where is the T-5 Dragon Emperor-class Star Command ship now? Zhao Chen asked anxiously, his eyes fixed on the interstellar war sandbox in front of him. A holographic image of Xiao Long Nu floated beside Zhao Chen, her slender finger pointing to a rapidly moving light on the sandbox. It has left the main position number 4 and is advancing towards the target combat zone, she reported succinctly. Any movement from the swarm? Zhao Chen inquired further. Xiao Long Nu nodded, her expression grave. After we diverted a fleet of 10,000 mixed-core ships, the interstellar swarm showed clear signs of mobilizing their motherships. Specifically, 3 T-5 Leviathan King-class motherships are converging on this location, accompanied by nearly 500,000 swarm ships. Lilith frowned as she analyzed the situation. It appears we can confirm that the invading interstellar swarm has a commander who is closely monitoring our military actions. As soon as we used the Huigang-class interstellar jump ships to position the 10,000 mixed-core fleet at the main position number 4, the enemy immediately responded. They likely already know our intent. Charlotte is knowingly heading into great danger. Zhao Chen clenched his fist, unable to hide his concern. According to Charlotte's battle plan, this was a blitzkrieg. The goal was to launch a surprise attack in the shortest amount of time, destroy or heavily damage several T-5 Leviathan King-class motherships, and break the current stalemate. After the blitz, the troops would quickly withdraw to prepare for the next phase. However, the entire operation would take place within enemy-controlled territory, teeming with tens of millions of swarm ships. Any mistake could result in the annihilation of the 15,000 mixed-core ships under Charlotte's command. Despite the risks, this was the highest success rate battle plan confirmed by Xiao Long Nu. To ensure the operation's success, Charlotte volunteered to be the commander of this mission. The defense of the main position number 1 was left to Zhao Chen, Lilith, and others. Given that this was a conventional defense operation, the first corps of the Xiaolong fleet could handle it as long as there were no surprises. The 3,000 Xiaolong interstellar battleships that were diverted quickly received reinforcements from the Starshine Royal Fleet, maintaining their defensive strength. Zhao Chen crossed his hands under his chin, deep in thought. At this moment, all he could do was wait for news of Charlotte's victory. This would be the pinnacle confrontation of the entire campaign. Meanwhile, the mixed core fleet led by Charlotte was speeding towards the coordinates of the target T-5 Leviathan King-class mothership. The colossal entity seemed to sense the threat and began moving towards the nearest T-5 Leviathan King-class mothership, summoning more swarm ships for protection. The surrounding T-5 Leviathan King-class motherships and their subordinate swarm fleets also started converging on the area, forming what looked like a developing storm vortex, with Charlotte's fleet charging into its center. However, due to its massive size, the T-5 Leviathan King-class mothership speed was relatively slow. The mixed core fleet managed to intercept it before it could rendezvous with another T-5 Leviathan King-class mothership. The Succubus secretary reported the latest battlefield intel to Charlotte. Radar detection shows at least 1 million motherships in the vicinity, with an uncountable number of swarm combat units. Besides the target, the nearest T-5 Leviathan King-class mothership and its fleet will arrive within an hour. Other T-5 Leviathan King-class motherships are expected to arrive within 5 hours. A total of around 5 million swarm ships are gathering towards our location. Charlotte's sharp gaze pierced through the dense swarm, locking onto the T-5 Leviathan King-class mothership hidden within its protective horde. She decisively ordered, commence the execution of the plan to eliminate the 4th Leviathan King-class mothership. The 10,000 mixed core fleet sprang into action. On the flagship of the Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Fleet, the fleet commander, Snow Wolf, heard the order and a smile of excitement appeared on her lips. Prepare for a 5-wave interstellar missile barrage. First wave, fire, she commanded loudly. After an expansion, the Xiaolong Interstellar Missile Fleet had grown from 500 to 3,000 ships, including 1,000 interstellar missile ships and 2,000 protective escort ships. According to General Charlotte's plan, the 1,000 interstellar missile ships were divided into 5 squads for 5 rounds of fire support. Each round involved 200 interstellar missile ships firing simultaneously, creating an awe-inspiring display of firepower. Millions of interstellar missiles roared out, instantly igniting the swarm ahead. Almost simultaneously, the mixed core fleet charged forward, seamlessly taking control of the areas ravaged by the interstellar missiles. Other combat starships followed, consolidating the positions with overwhelming firepower. Second wave, fire. Snow Wolf ordered again, raising her right arm high before bringing it down forcefully. This habit stemmed from her envisioning herself as the goddess of death wielding a scythe every time her arm swung down. The enemy ahead would be reduced to ruins under the barrage. Third wave, fire. Fourth wave, fire. Despite being a mixed corps, the coordination among the various units was as smooth as if they were longtime comrades. The combat starships under Charlotte's command advanced almost in tandem with the missile strikes, sometimes mere inches from the blast zones. This level of precise battlefield control and seamless cooperation was truly breathtaking. With the T-5 class starships leading the charge, Charlotte soon spotted the target of their Hunta 900-kilometer-long T-5 Leviathan King-class mothership. Even though she had seen it on screens before, witnessing the colossal entity in person left her in awe. The massive T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought looked like a child in front of the opponent. After a brief moment of shock, Charlotte quickly pulled up another video window. Xiao, it's all up to you now. No problem. On the other side of the video, Xiao made an OK gesture and pointed forward, shouting, blast it to pieces. The dreadnought's main cannon had been fully charged. Following Xiao's command, a terrifying black and gold beam pierced through the enemy swarm, instantly disintegrating any unit that even slightly touched it. Sensing the threat, the T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership's abyssal maw glowed with green particles before unleashing an even larger green beam. The two beams collided fiercely in midair, creating shockwaves that shattered the surrounding swarm. Even some T-3 Hive motherships couldn't withstand the devastating energy. Charlotte squinted slightly as she watched. There weren't many combat records of the T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership, but it was known for its plasma pulse cannon, which was not only incredibly powerful but also highly corrosive. In previous engagements with the Holy Radiance Empire, a single shot could destroy a T-4 starship and cause extensive collateral damage. This time, however, the T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership faced a worthy adversary. Xiao's eyes were glued to the data panel, which showed the dreadnought's energy reserves depleting rapidly. She muttered under her breath, "Take it down," her eyes wide with intensity. As the energy gauge dropped to half, the green beam from the enemy began to weaken and eventually vanished. The sword of Pluto's attack struck the abyssal maw of the T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership. With no star shield to protect it, the mothership relied solely on its biological armor. Unfortunately, the mouth used for its strongest attack was its most vulnerable spot. Purple and gold light emanated from within the Hive mothership, like a glowing lantern. Finally, the beam pierced through its neck. The surrounding swarm and Hive motherships went berserk, sensing their leader was in mortal danger. "Keep attacking." Xiao made a slashing gesture. The energy beam from the sword of Pluto began to descend slowly, slicing the massive Hive mothership from top to bottom. Ultimately, the beam cut the T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership in half, green fluid oozing from the wound like a split fish. Report, signs of life from Leviathan King-class Hive mothership 4 are disappearing. The surrounding swarm fleet is also becoming sluggish and disorganized, the secretary reported to Charlotte. Charlotte exhaled deeply and turned to the excited Xiao. Xiao, how much reserve energy does the sword of Pluto have left? Xiao quickly composed herself and replied, currently, 38.3 remains. To fully recharge, it will take about 7 hours without any combat consumption. Charlotte nodded in understanding. Though the sword of Pluto was immensely powerful, it needed time to recharge after intense battles. This situation was reminiscent of the 5-second wonder, cools down for half a day scenario. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Without the T-5 Pluto-class dreadnought, defeating the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership in under half an hour would have been impossible. Prepare to withdraw, Charlotte ordered. She had no intention of lingering with the numerous swarm fleets still around. The mission was to target the T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership specifically, with other enemies being inconsequential. The goal now was to minimize battlefield losses and prepare for the next phase of operations. At that moment, the secretary pointed in shock at the screen showing the remains of the Leviathan King-class Hive mothership. Numerous Hive motherships were greedily devouring their fallen leader with open maws and tentacles. Charlotte remained expressionless. This was the nature of the interstellar swarm. When a high-level Hive mothership fell, lower-level ones would consume its body to absorb energy and evolve. Sometimes, a T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership would also devour lower-level Hive motherships around it. Such was the brutal survival law of the interstellar swarm. Charlotte had no time to dwell on this. She focused on the interstellar war map. Another T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership, accompanied by a large swarm fleet, was approaching, expected to arrive in under 20 minutes. Within the next 3 hours, other T-5 Leviathan King-class Hive motherships would also arrive. Charlotte began calculating her combat strength, assessing whether she could execute the next phase of her plan. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. The battle had reached its 130th hour, and it had been a day since Charlotte led the mixed fleet of the Xiaolong Legion deep into the heart of the swarm's territory. This day felt particularly tense for Zhao Chen compared to the previous ones. His eyes frequently scanned the display screen, constantly monitoring the situation on Charlotte's side. The highest-ranking commanders of the other Legion fleets were also closely following this operation behind enemy lines. Their emotions evolved from initial worry and tension to shock, admiration, and finally, awe. Even the three high-ranking angels of the Angel Legion, upon reviewing the day's combat records, couldn't help but acknowledge their own inferiority. In just one day, the Xiaolong mixed fleet had fought in 7 different locations, destroyed 2 T-5 Leviathan King-class hive motherships, severely damaged another, and wiped out nearly 300,000 insectoid ships. The results were astonishing. High-ranking Angel Berkeley stared at the combat report, going over it dozens of times. Every seemingly impossible task had been accomplished under Charlotte's command. What was even more surprising was that the Xiaolong mixed fleet had only a 10 casualty rate, losing fewer than 1,500 starships. It's practically a miracle. High-ranking Angel Jesse couldn't help but exclaim. Angel Tilia noticed the significant change in attitude of the 2 high-ranking angels towards the Xiaolong Legion. This indicated that their experiences in this part of the universe had completely altered their perception of the Xiaolong Legion, especially regarding their combat capabilities. Tilia's gaze swept across the entire interstellar battlefield. The situation, which had been in a state of slow decay, had undergone a massive shift due to the Xiaolong Legion's daring move. With the loss of 3 T-5 Leviathan King-class hive motherships, the combat effectiveness of the insectoid fleet would drastically decrease, reducing their attack intensity. The problem of insufficient combat supplies would also be alleviated. As more combat supplies were continuously transported to the front lines, even a prolonged battle of attrition would tilt in their favor, provided no more interstellar insectoids emerged from the cosmic nests. The 2 high-ranking angels beside Tilia agreed with her analysis. The situation had changed dramatically due to that one bold move. What seemed simple on the surface was backed by the immense pressure Charlotte had shouldered. The risk of attacking and destroying 2 Leviathan Kings and severely damaging another was enormous. Had anything gone wrong, the entire fleet of 15,000 Xiaolong starships could have been lost. What are our current losses? Angel Tilia asked, refocusing her thoughts on the Angel Legion situation. The Angel Legion's 370,000 starships, due to their elite nature, had been assigned numerous combat tasks by Charlotte and dispersed across various defensive positions. Their main task was to assist the 5 still expanding fleets of the Xiaolong Legion and cooperate with the 6th to 10th fleets to defend 5 main positions. Each position was supported by about 30,000 angelic starships. The remaining 220,000 angelic starships served as a reserve force, ready to support any main position as needed. So far, only 20,000 starships had been dispatched to provide support. The Angel Legion's own losses amounted to fewer than 3,000 starships. High-ranking Angel Berkeley acknowledged, "The commander has been very strategic with our deployment, sending us wherever we are needed most. But he hasn't treated us as expendable just because we're not under his direct command. In some battles, he even ordered our starships with low shield energy to retreat for repairs, minimizing our losses." High-ranking Angel Jesse added, "The logistics and supplies have been uniformly managed by the Longhuang, with no issues so far. Especially in terms of medical care, the Xiaolong Legion has dispatched specialized interstellar medical ships to all positions, equipped with advanced battlefield medical technology that surpasses our own. It's estimated that at least 100,000 of our wounded have been properly treated, and without timely battlefield medical aid, a third of them would likely have perished. The Xiaolong Legion truly values the lives of their crew." Listening to these praises, Angel Tilia couldn't help but think that if other species living within the Angel Legion's territory heard this, they would be astonished. The Xiaolong Legion was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a yellow warning window popped up simultaneously in front of the 3 high-ranking angels. "Alert! Alert! Alert! All combat positions, enter level 2 alert status." Angel Tilia frowned. This was part of an alert system established by the Xiaolong Legion, indicating a crisis on the battlefield. Above yellow was red. What's going on? Why is there an alert now? High-ranking Angel Berkeley scanned his assigned battlefield, finding nothing unusual. High-ranking Angel Jesse also detected no immediate danger. Their questions were soon answered. An urgent message was sent to the highest commanders of all Legion fleets. Upon reading it, Angel Tilia's expression darkened. This situation. High-ranking Angels Berkeley and Jesse's faces also turned grim. Angel Tilia said solemnly, "According to the Lone Wang's report, the interstellar insectoids have deployed units with capabilities similar to their T-4 Hui Guang-class interstellar jump ships, establishing several space corridors akin to stargates that lead directly to our rear positions. They've launched an attack on our rear. The latest news indicates that a fleet of 300 interstellar transport ships has been attacked and completely annihilated. However, the Longhorn has already dispatched fleets to handle these incidents. We are to continue executing our original combat plan, an attack on the rear and on the supply fleet, no less. This was akin to cutting off their lifeline. Their ability to sustain the fight at the front line depended on the uninterrupted operation of their supply lines. If these supply lines were cut off or disrupted, it would be a game-changing development. On the bridge of the T-5 Dragon Emperor-class starship, the atmosphere was tense. Lilith stood beside Zhao Chen, her expression grave as she reported the latest intelligence. We have identified 3 Zerg warp points. Unlike the previous war, where Zerg fleets used a different type of warping creature, this time it's a special type of Zerg mothership capable of establishing and maintaining a stargate for a period. Zhao Chen frowned deeply and questioned, how did we not receive any prior warning? Not even a hint of spatial disturbance. That's correct. Nothing, Lilith confirmed seriously. Zhao Chen realized the severity of the situation. This stealthy Zerg technology meant they could traverse the vast cosmos undetected, easily bypassing defenses to launch surprise attacks. They only became aware of this threat after a fleet of 300 interstellar transport ships was attacked and sent out a distress signal. Despite dispatching combat ships immediately, it was too late. The entire fleet was annihilated. Zhao Chen then ordered large-scale patrols by the rear fleet, which led to the discovery of 2 more Zerg warp points. However, the unknown threat still lurked in the shadows. Lilith pulled up a video feed showing the destroyed Zerg warp point. In the footage, amidst the wreckage of numerous Zerg motherships lay a massive heap of flesh. Before its destruction, the image revealed a giant fleshy worm with a gaping maw, as if leading to another dimension. What kind of creature is this? Zhao Chen asked, frowning. Lilith shook her head. We don't know. Even the angel race hasn't encountered this type of Zerg, nor the space warping ones we faced during our civil war. Zhao Chen immediately turned to Xiaolongnu. Use your system to simulate and analyze this creature's data. Xiaolongnu nodded and swiftly began her calculations. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen issued decisive orders. Lilith, notify the rear fleet to form patrol groups of 300 ships each. Patrol all routes and key locations intensively. If Zerg are spotted, do not engage in prolonged combat. Notify us immediately to deploy elite forces for extermination. Also, gather elite fleets to form rapid response units in designated areas to deal with any Zerg incursions. Eliminate any Zerg on site and destroy warp points as quickly as possible. Zhao Chen knew this threat was like a spark on a prairie, needing to be extinguished swiftly to prevent further disaster. Although it would affect frontline operations, he aimed to minimize the impact. Soon, Xiaolongnu provided her analysis. Commander, based on the calculations, these Zerg warp points likely involve a functional Zerg mothership unit, similar to our T4 Hui Guang-class warp ships, but with extreme stealth capabilities. Even our most advanced radar systems struggle to detect its operational signals. However, its deployment capacity is limited. The total Zerg fleet numbers in our rear territory are estimated at no more than 100,000 ships. Based on previous records, this warp point can deploy approximately 1,000 Zerg motherships per hour, but likely cannot transport T5 class units. Zhao Chen felt slightly relieved but had no time to ponder further as Xiaolongnu suddenly alerted him. Commander, the Starship network system is under attack from an unknown signal, but I've blocked it. The signal originated from the mechanoid territory. They have ceased the intrusion and are requesting access. Shall we connect? Scan the communication channel and ensure it's safe before connecting, Zhao Chen ordered. Xiaolongnu quickly completed the check and tapped the void, bringing up a video window. In the frame, a little girl sat on a high stool, happily swinging her legs and waving at Zhao Chen. Hi, long time no see. Zhao Chen's face remained impassive. What do you want? The girl feigned hurt. Why do you sound like we have no relationship at all? Can't I reach out without a reason? You weren't this cold when you needed my help. Are you one of those human guys who just uses girls and then dumps them? As she spoke, her face was suddenly covered in tears. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that she was quite the drama queen. He responded coolly, I wouldn't hack into a friend's starship network. The girl instantly dropped her tearful act, sticking out her tongue without a hint of shame. She giggled. I just heard you built an impressive T5 starship and wanted to test it out. It's pretty good, I must say. You managed to create quite the top-tier AI. But it's still a bit ordinary compared to me. Hearing this, Xiaolongnu flew up to the video window, pointing angrily at the girl. You're the ordinary one. Your whole family's ordinary. Watching the 2 little girls taunt each other from a distance, Zhao Chen glanced between them, thinking to himself that they were both quite ordinary. Of course, he kept this thought to himself, knowing that if Xiaolongnu's talkative tendencies kicked in, he would be in for a rough time. Let's get to the point. You didn't hack into my starship network from so far away just to argue, did you? Zhao Chen asked calmly, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. At Zhao Chen's signal, Xiaolongnu playfully stuck her tongue out at the little girl on the other end of the screen before stepping aside. The little girl giggled, her princess dress and innocent appearance starkly contrasting the serious topic they were about to discuss. I tried to hack your starship network out of curiosity, the little girl said cheerfully, then adopted a serious expression. But now, let's get down to business. I have some important intel about the interstellar Zerg you're dealing with. I think you'll find it very interesting. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, quietly watching her, waiting for her to continue. The little girl noticed and got straight to the point. It's about the interstellar Zerg emerging behind your lines. They are using a quasi-T5 entity called a starway Zerg. To be precise, this isn't an independent Zerg mothership, but a functional Zerg attached to a true T5 Zerg mothership. Attached to a true T5 Zerg mothership? Zhao Chen's thoughts immediately turned to the T5 Leviathan King-class Zerg mothership. The little girl seemed to read his mind and shook her head, explaining, not the type of Leviathan King-class mothership you're thinking of. It's another type, known as the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership. She raised her hand, and a holographic projection of an unfamiliar Zerg mothership appeared above her palm. This mothership lacked the usual savage and murderous aura, instead covered in peculiar green patterns that exuded a mystical, almost religious, vibe. Xiaolongnu couldn't help but interject. But we haven't detected any other types of T5 Zerg motherships? The little girl chuckled and shook her head, explaining, this T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership doesn't have visual cloaking capabilities, but it can hide its energy signals from all types of radar. Even our most advanced radar detection equipment can hardly pinpoint its coordinates unless it's within a very close range. So, she shrugged and glanced meaningfully at the Dragon Emperor, leaving her sentence unfinished. Xiaolongnu pouted, feeling a bit indignant, but was somewhat comforted by the fact that even the other side couldn't locate this Zerg mothership with absolute certainty. Zhao Chen pressed on. So the quasi-T5 Starway Zerg you mentioned is attached to this T5 Zerg mothership? The little girl nodded, confirming, yes. Each T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership cultivates a certain number of quasi-T5 Starway Zergs. According to our records, the average number is around 1,000. Hearing this figure, Zhao Chen felt a chill, imagining the potential threat such a number of Zergs could pose behind their lines. The little girl seemed to sense Zhao Chen's concern and continued, but you don't need to worry too much. Despite their formidable appearance, these quasi-T5 Starway Zergs have many weaknesses. First, each Starway Zerg can only establish a single wormway transit point that can transfer about 20,000 interstellar Zergs daily and cannot transfer T5 class Zerg motherships. Xiaolongnu analyzed this just now. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. Wormway transit point is a more fitting term than Zerg bloodmouth. The little girl went on, moreover, without an established wormway network, the first transit point must be set up within a certain range of the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership. But from there, they can expand outward like a spider web, layer by layer, eventually forming a vast wartime warp network. She paused, adding, however, these wormway transit points start to collapse about a week after being established unless they are sustained by a large supply of blood food. This is one of their drawbacks. The biggest drawback is that once a T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership begins constructing this network, it can't move. Otherwise, all the previously established transit points will become ineffective. Additionally, it takes about half a month for a T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership to nurture a single quasi-T5 Starway Zerg, making it difficult to replenish them quickly in battle. Essentially, once they're used up, they're gone. The little girl continued. This entity also has another characteristic. You've probably noticed that the interstellar Zerg you're facing now seem more intelligent in their battlefield maneuvers. This is because the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership has higher intelligence, much more so than the T5 Leviathan King-class mothership. Once a Leviathan Shaman-class mothership appears in a swarm, it usually takes command of the entire battlefield, similar to how your Dragon Emperor operates. Zhao Chen had to admit that this intel was crucial, especially the latter part, which could significantly impact the future battle strategies of the Xiaolong Corps. He glanced at Xiaolongnu, who remained silent, then asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" The little girl blinked innocently. "What if I said I want to be friends?" Zhao Chen didn't respond to her playfulness, simply saying, "All right, thanks for the heads up." With that, he closed the video window. However, it wasn't long before Xiaolongnu informed him that the other side had sent another communication request. Zhao Chen agreed to connect, and the video window reopened. The little girl looked displeased. "Why did you hang up so quickly?" Zhao Chen feigned innocence. "Didn't you say everything you needed to? If you don't need anything, we have nothing more to discuss." "I'm very busy." The little girl rolled her eyes. Playing mind games with me. If you don't ask for a favor, I won't bring it up. Let's see who can hold out longer." She didn't waste any more time and got straight to the point. "I've predicted the location of the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership. I'll send it to you now. If you can take care of this mothership, the threat on your end will be significantly reduced." Dealing with the rest of the Zergs will just be a matter of time. Seeing Zhao Chen about to ask a question, the little girl quickly added, as for why I'm helping you, I hope you'll do something for me in the future. What that is, we'll discuss after you deal with the Zergs. Of course, you can refuse my request, but you'll regret it if you do. With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Zhao Chen feeling somewhat retaliated against. Commander, we've calculated it. The T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership is most likely at this location. Xiaolongnu immediately reported a set of coordinates to Zhao Chen. Comparing it with the coordinates given by the mechanical girl, Zhao Chen found they were almost identical. It seems the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership is indeed at this location. Zhao Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he prepared for the critical battle ahead. Actually, pinpointing the location of the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship wasn't too difficult. Zhao Chen already had two crucial clues. First, the intelligence provided by the little girl indicated that the initial wormhole jump points must be within a certain range of the hive ship. Second, once the hive ship began establishing a jump point, it couldn't move and would require significant protection. Zhao Chen focused intently, and a star map seemed to materialize before his eyes. He quickly sketched out the known 3 wormhole jump points in his mind, forming a rough search area. If we find more jump points, he muttered to himself, we can further narrow down the range. Meanwhile, Xiaolongnu was deeply engaged in analyzing the Zerg's military deployment. She keenly observed that during Charlotte's deep incursion into enemy lines with her mixed fleet, nearly 6 T5 Leviathan King-class hive ships and their fleets showed signs of movement, except for a specific area where 4 remained stationary. This is it. Xiaolongnu excitedly pointed to a spot on the star map. These 4 Leviathan King-class hive ships are clearly protecting something. Considering the distribution of the wormhole jump points, it's almost certain that the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship is right here. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, but immediately furrowed his brow. Although they had pinpointed the target location, dealing with this colossal entity was a daunting task. The most elite starships were already under Charlotte's command, and recalling them for resupply and redeployment would consume precious time. Lilith's expression was grave. We must formulate a battle plan immediately. If the number of Zerg jump points behind us continues to increase, it will put immense pressure on our supply lines. A slight misstep could plunge one of our main positions into crisis. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. I have an idea, but we need to contact Charlotte first. Get her on the line. Soon, Charlotte's tired yet resolute face appeared on the communication screen. Zhao Chen succinctly reported the latest intelligence on the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship and the wormhole jump points. Charlotte listened, her expression growing more serious. She realized that the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class hive ship had become the primary strategic target of the entire campaign. If we can eliminate it, she analyzed, it could completely change the course of the battle. However, the current situation was challenging for Charlotte. Her mixed fleet had been through several intense battles, and its combat effectiveness had diminished, making it difficult to ensure the success of such a critical decapitation mission. At that moment, Zhao Chen shared his idea. Charlotte listened carefully, and a spark of excitement gradually appeared in her eyes. This tactic is excellent, she agreed, and it's the most feasible plan we have right now. Despite receiving Charlotte's approval, Zhao Chen remained serious. But executing this plan means you'll be under even greater pressure. Charlotte smiled. Commander, rest assured and proceed with the plan. You don't need to worry about my end. Zhao Chen clenched his fists tightly and said solemnly, remember, if there's any danger, withdraw immediately. We can come up with other solutions. You must promise me this, or I won't agree to the plan. Feeling Zhao Chen's concern, Charlotte gave a characteristic smile, revealing her little tiger teeth. She stood up straight and saluted Zhao Chen crisply. Commander, rest assured. I promise to follow your battle arrangements. If danger arises, I will lead the fleet to retreat first. Though still apprehensive, Zhao Chen knew this was the only way to break the deadlock. He understood that in interstellar warfare, there was never a moment without risk. What he could do was ensure, to the best of his abilities, the successful execution of the plan. As time ticks by, the number of interstellar Zerg behind the front lines continues to grow, posing a constant threat to the supply fleets. To address this, Commander Zhao Chen has ordered the formation of an interstellar patrol fleet to search the rear areas. Upon detecting any Zerg, they must not only eliminate them but also locate and destroy the surrounding Zerg warp points as quickly as possible. However, the frequency and range of these warp points are increasing. To ensure the safety of the supply fleets, Zhao Chen has had to assign dedicated escort fleets, which, while securing the supply lines, have also increased the burden on the Xiaolong Alliance. Many starships have been diverted to these tasks, resulting in decreased operational efficiency of the supply fleets and worsening conditions at the frontline combat positions. As the head of this campaign, the Xiaolong Corps' high command has seemed inactive during this period, appearing helpless against the situation. It has been 20 hours since the first appearance of the Zerg warp points, and the campaign is now at its 150th hour. At this moment, Lilith reported to Zhao Chen, General Charlotte has sent a message. She is ready to execute the planned operation. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. He knew that his plan carried significant risks, but to turn the tide of battle, they had to take the gamble. How are our preparations? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith responded confidently, everything is ready. We can move at your command. Turning to Xialong Nu, Zhao Chen instructed. Refine the target coordinates as precisely as possible. The more accurate, the better for our upcoming actions. Also, simulate the worst-case scenario and prepare contingency plans to minimize our losses. Understood. Xialong Nu immediately began executing the orders. Under Zhao Chen's meticulous planning, the seemingly inactive Xiaolong Corps had secretly opened its eyes, revealing its hunting fangs. And it was Charlotte who would initiate this sequence of events. Charlotte's fleet, which had been engaging in guerrilla warfare within the Zerg-occupied zone, suddenly changed tactics. With a thunderous momentum, they launched a fierce charge in a specific direction. In just 3 hours, they covered more distance than they had in the previous 20 hours combined. During this rapid advance, they avoided Zerg fleets whenever possible and annihilated those they couldn't avoid, using the previously conserved interstellar missiles without hesitation. Such a sudden change naturally alarmed the Zerg strategists. Charlotte's fleet had a clear objective. They were speeding towards the Zerg strategist location, aiming to take out the enemy leader in the midst of their army. Faced with this threat, 4 previously inactive T-5 Leviathan King-class Zerg motherships finally reacted. 2 of them, each leading a fleet of 1 million Zerg, moved to intercept and destroy the aggressive Xiaolong mixed fleet. Despite the overwhelming disparity in numbers, Charlotte's fleet did not retreat, but instead intensified their assault. To outsiders, this might seem like a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble by the Xiaolong Corps. Report, we are about to engage the enemy. We expect to face at least 2 million Zerg ships, the aide reported to Charlotte. At this point, Charlotte had only over 10,000 starships left, all in poor condition after several battles. In such a dire situation, any other commander might have given up. But there was no trace of worry or tension on Charlotte's face. After calmly listening to the report, she asked, "Are all the preparations complete? Have the procedures been clearly explained to them?" The aide replied, "Yes, everything is clear. The captains understand completely. Our staff has conducted multiple simulations to ensure this phase goes smoothly. However, our own situation afterward." Charlotte smiled slightly and patted the aide's shoulder. "I promise, I'll find a way to get us out of this." Feeling the presence of General Charlotte, the aide, despite knowing the difficulty of the mission, couldn't help but believe in this female war god unconditionally. "We fully support you, General." The aide stood straight, eyes gleaming with emotional tears. Charlotte said no more, instead focusing on the interstellar war map before her. A closer look would reveal that this was not just a map of their immediate battlefield, but the entire interstellar Zerg war. It seemed that there were more important matters awaiting her beyond the current crisis. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T-5 Longhuang interstellar command ship, Xialong Nu reported to Zhao Chen, "Commander, General Charlotte's mixed fleet has encountered the 2 T-5 Leviathan King-class Zerg motherships and their fleets. They are currently in fierce combat. General Charlotte has also sent a message saying, 'We can proceed.'" Zhao Chen clenched his fist, worry in his eyes. Lilith, his aide, stood beside him, holding his hand to comfort him. "Commander, we must trust Charlotte. If she says so, she will succeed. Moreover, if we execute our plan perfectly, we can indirectly ease the pressure on Charlotte." Adjusting his emotions, Zhao Chen fixed his sharp gaze on the interstellar war map, which clearly marked a red zone. "Xialong Nu, are you certain the target is at this coordinate?" Zhao Chen asked seriously. Xialong Nu confidently assured, "I swear, if the T-5 Leviathan Shaman-class Zerg mothership isn't there, I'll pull my plug." With Xialong Nu's assurance, Zhao Chen immediately activated the command network and issued the order, "Commence the operation." With this command, the entire front line underwent a dramatic shift. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.